In 2035, the apocalypse has arrived and zombies are rampant. The once prosperous city has fallen into ruins and human civilization is on the verge of collapse. I am a veteran who struggled to survive in the apocalypse in order to protect my fiancée Tang Wan and her family. However, his efforts were met with ruthless betrayal. In order to enter the safe zone, Tang Wan actually abandoned Linen and threw herself into the arms of the awakened captain. Linen was bitten to death by zombies in despair and died tragically in front of the safe house. At the last moment of his life, a miracle happened. Linen was reborn and returned to 3 days before the apocalypse, back to the day when he proposed to Tang Wan. The gears of fate turn again. In this life, he will rewrite his destiny and no longer be a lamb to be slaughtered. Linen, why don't you call your comrades to borrow money? What are you standing there for? Tang Wan's impatient voice sounded, and her sarcastic face overlapped with the cold eyes in the end times. Lin An's mind flashed with the scene of Tang Wan's family being greedy and selfish in the end times, and he was furious. In his previous life, he gave everything for this family, but in the end, they ended up like this. How could he not hate them? The betrothal gift must be increased by 200,000. Your younger brother Tang Tian is getting married soon. As his brother-in-law, you can't not pay a penny, right? Tang's mother's sarcastic voice sounded again, and her greedy face was disgusting. Brother-in-law, didn't your comrades just retire? I heard that there are quite a lot of retirement benefits now. It's just a matter of borrowing some money. Why are you embarrassed to ask? Tang Tian was arrogant and domineering, and didn't take Linen seriously at all. Linen looked at the 3 ugly faces in front of him, his heart filled with disgust and anger. You bunch of vampires, isn't it enough that you harmed me in your previous life? In this life, I will make you pay the price. Bang. Linen kicked Tang Tian away with such force that Tang Tian curled up in the corner like a shrimp. Tang Wan and her mother looked at Linen in horror. They had never seen such a cruel side of Linen and were stunned with fear. Murder. Murder. After Tang's mother came to her senses, she screamed and wanted to call the police to arrest Linen. Shut up. You old bad guy. Linen roared and slapped Tang's mother hard on the face, one slap after another. Tang Wan hid in the room in fear, locked the door, and called the police tremblingly. Linen, are you crazy? The police will be here soon. Linen stopped and stared at the locked door with cold eyes. He knew that the end was coming and time was precious. He couldn't waste time getting entangled with these scum. In 3 days, the Doomsday will break out. I really want to see how you bunch of losers can survive in this apocalypse without my protection. Linen sneered and turned away. 3 days later, the end of the world comes, the zombie virus sweeps the world, and human civilization falls into chaos. What fate will Tang Wan's family face without Lin An's protection? And how will the reborn Lin An survive in this cruel doomsday? Relying on the memories and experience of his previous life, Lin An quickly collected supplies, awakened his talents, and became a powerful awakener. He held a sharp blade and fought bloody battles, carving out a bloody path under the siege of zombies and mutant creatures. In this life, he will no longer allow himself to be bullied. He will become a strongman who controls his own destiny. Withered and desolate. In the city, lush weeds sprouted from the hard concrete, and the ground was littered with bones. Lin An dragged his heavy legs and ran laboriously. There was a burning pain in my lungs, and every breath I took caused pain in my broken ribs. Behind him were groups of roaring zombies with hideous faces. Dare not stop. If he stopped, the reanimated dead would tear him to pieces and feed on his flesh. December 2035. The Doomsday event 3 years ago dragged the entire world into hell. As they got closer and closer to the safe house, he seemed to see hope on his originally desperate face. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Open the door quickly. Lin An was banging on the heavy iron door frantically, with the zombies behind him less than 100 meters away. The stench of decay was overwhelming. I got the medicine back. Open the door quickly. Logan. Inside the safe house were his fiancée's family of 3. Swish. The window was open, but the iron door was not opened. And I looked at him through the narrow iron window, full of concern. Lin An recognized her, it was Tang Wan. Logan. It's me. Open the door. Linen was heartbroken, and the wound on his chest was enlarged. The overflowing blood made the zombies behind him more frantic, and their speed suddenly increased. After hearing the sound, the eye behind the iron bars turned to look at the medicine in his hand. That was the medicine that Linen had desperately found to reduce Tang Wan's brother's fever. Linen, I'll open the door for you. The urgent voice from inside the door calmed Linen's panicked heart. It's safe once you're inside. On the edge of the city, which is rife with dangers, this safe house he built himself is his only home. Please hand over the medicine first, and I'll put the iron bolt down. Linen felt exhausted after hearing this and hurriedly stuffed the medicine box in his hand into the iron window with great effort. I just feel a little uneasy. Why, not just open the door? The hand behind the iron window quickly snatched away the medicine box but did not open the door. Logan. Linen's voice of disbelief sounded harsh and desperate in the darkness. His heart sank and his whole body went cold. Why, don't you open the door yet? He could already hear the zombies approaching behind him. Linen, I saw the wound on your chest. Tang Wan's voice paused, no longer showing the original concern, but extremely calm. It's like talking to a stranger. You could be infected. I won't let you in. Linen felt like he was falling into an icy cave, and the zombies behind him had already pounced on him. The flesh was torn. Also, let me tell you something. The captain of the safe zone has promised me that as long as I am willing to sleep with him, I can enter the safe zone. Of course, you will die too. Inside the house, Tang Wan casually touched her hair. It was just as calm as the chats with Linen in the past. Linen couldn't believe it, this sentence was like a bolt from the blue. The pain of his flesh and blood being torn apart alive was also covered up. His voice was like crying blood, and he questioned the person in the window frantically. Why did you betray me? He pressed his palm against the door, leaving a scarlet handprint. His eyes were bearing. He could feel his intestines being ripped out, and an extreme feeling of weakness came over him. Tang Wan's eyes in the window were calm, with a hint of mockery. Because you are a waste. I don't want to be hungry and worried every day. He is very strong, an awakened one. And you are just an ordinary person. The zombies behind him were tearing at Linen's head frantically, and the creaking spine was easily broken. The zombie's smelly, sharp, rotten fingers dug into his eye sockets. Daughter, why are you talking so much to this loser? Let him die far away, not in front of our door. Inside the house, the lights are warm. Tang's mother took the bloody medicine box casually and looked out the window indifferently. The three of them stood side by side until Linen's body was completely devoured before they left with peace of mind. Linjiang City, in a wedding room decorated with lights and colors. Linen, why don't you call your comrades to borrow money? What are you doing standing there? The person who spoke was Linen's fiancé, Tang Wan. Like struggling while drowning. Linen suddenly woke up, gasping for breath. The scene before death overlaps with the person in front of me. Was it just a dream? My head ached like crazy, and I could vaguely feel the pain of my flesh being torn apart. The pain felt real, just like it did a second ago. He looked at his phone hastily. November 9, 2032. Linen looked shocked and felt his mouth dry. No. This is not a dream. He was born again. He went back 3 years, to 3 days before the apocalypse, the day he proposed to Tang Wan. Linen, let me tell you. If you want to marry my daughter, the betrothal gift must be increased by 200,000 yuan. Your younger brother Tang Tian is getting married soon. As his brother-in-law, you can't not spend a penny, right? Tang Wan's mother gave her youngest son a look, indicating that he should ask for money. Brother-in-law, didn't your comrades just retire from the army? Tang Tian sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking impatient. I heard that there are a lot of retirement benefits now. I just want to borrow some money. Why are you embarrassed to ask for it? Tang Wan couldn't help but frown when she saw Linen standing there. I thought that Lin Anren, who came from a military family, was honest and had some money, so he was a good choice. Unexpectedly, Linen was hesitant and couldn't afford the money at all. It really made her feel embarrassed. Aren't you on good terms with your comrades? How come you can't even borrow this little money? Seeing that Linen had no reaction, Tang's mother couldn't help but snort. She raised her voice arrogantly and shouted. Linen, if you can't come up with the money, then don't get married. You have no sincerity at all. I thought you were a nice guy before. I didn't expect you to be such a stingy and poor guy. Tang's mother was sarcastic. My younger brother Tang Tian seemed to be fearless. When he heard Tang's mother say she would not get married, he quickly said, Sister, wasn't there a rich guy pursuing you before? I think you shouldn't marry this poor guy. Go find Mr. Wang. He's rich. He even asked me what kind of car I like last time. As the three people were chattering, no one noticed that Lin En's lowered eyes were filled with murderous intent. In his previous life, he hastily married Tang Wan in order to fulfill his mother's wish. Although it was hasty, he felt that he had done what he should have done. Buying a car, buying a house, and giving a bride price are all worth it. In the end, he even had the audacity to borrow money from his comrades to make up the difference in the betrothal gift. However, the day before the wedding, Doomsday happened. Linen, who has the qualities of a soldier, struggles to survive with his fiancée and his family. Until the last day when he was eaten alive, he was still fighting for his so-called family. That door cut off his life, but it also shattered his pedantic kindness and so-called righteousness. The harsh taunting brought him back to reality. Poor bastard, if you don't have money, don't pretend like others. My sister married you because she thinks highly of you. There are many men chasing after her. Boom. Linen kicked out with explosive force, hitting Tang Tian's lower abdomen with huge force, kicking him 3 meters away. Tang Tian's face turned red, bile was vomited all over the floor, and his body was hunched in the corner like a shrimp. Unbelievable. Tang Wan looked at Linen in shock as he retracted his foot, and a chill ran down the back of her head. It was the first time she saw Linen hitting someone. She didn't expect that Linen, who looked honest and decent, could be so cruel. Murder. Murder. After coming to her senses, Tang's mother screamed loudly and slapped her thighs with her hands. How dare you hit my son, you damn bastard. Poor bastard, you beat people up even though you have no money. I won't sue you to death. I'm going to call the police to arrest you right now. Forget about getting married. Shut up. You old bad guy. Linen walked towards Tang's mother. The sarcastic face in front of him made him extremely annoyed. He remembered those cold eyes. Snap. Snap. One palm after another, slaps came one after another. It's so refreshing. Linen attacked without any scruples and slapped the men more than a dozen times in a blink of an eye. Mother Tang fainted in a few seconds and fell to the ground like a broom on the wall. Linen, are you crazy? Tang Wan was dumbfounded and screamed in disbelief. Crazy. Linen smiled cruelly, and his murderous intent was instantly ignited. He wanted to make these people feel the pain of separation of flesh and blood. Get a taste of the pain and despair he felt before his death. Linen crushed Tang's mother's fragile leg bones without hesitation and walked towards Tang Wan with eyes as sharp as knives. Linen. What do you want to do? What? Linen leaned forward slightly, the coldness in his tone captivating. Tang Wan seemed to have noticed something. She trembled all over and hurriedly hid in the room and locked the door. I called the police. The police are outside. Shivering, Tang Wan turned on the hands-free mode of her cell phone, and the alarm sounded. On the eve of the Doomsday, accidents occurred frequently. Outside the window, I could faintly hear alarms and ambulances. Heard the alarm being turned on. Linen stopped and stood there with a cold look, as if he was thinking about something. He tilted his head and stared at the locked door. There are only 3 days left until the Doomsday. Once you get entangled with them, you will definitely waste a lot of time. Wasting time means wasting the opportunity for rebirth. Not worth it. These bad guys are not worthy of wasting his precious time. Then. 3 days. Linen smiled cruelly and slowly turned around. 3 days later, the apocalypse happened. I really want to see what it would be like without his desperate protection. How should Tang Wan and the other two, who are like waste, survive in this apocalyptic world? I hope you can keep this expression when facing the zombies. Death and that door completely changed Lin and in this life. In this life, he only cares about the people he cherishes. He would never again stubbornly stick to his inner pedantry like he did in his previous life. Let anyone take advantage of you. Become stronger and survive this cruel doomsday. Since it has been decided to kill him after 3 days, Lin naturally will not waste any more time. He kicked the thin iron door open and strode out. Tang Wan vaguely heard the sound of him leaving the house. As if she had come to her senses, she kept cursing loudly inside the door and making phone calls to several bosses who felt they were powerful. It doesn't matter. If Tang Wan wanted to call for help to cause trouble for him, he didn't mind solving it when he passed by here. Lin suppressed his hatred. Unnecessary emotions will only affect reason. The next time, he not only had to stockpile enough supplies before the doomsday broke out. Also be prepared for awakening your talents. The doomsday game will come in 3 days. The zombie virus broke out, monsters appeared from another dimension, and countless strange supernatural events swept the world. And people will get a digitized panel like in a game. A few lucky ones gain supernatural powers and awaken their talents at energy nodes. After being reborn, he must take his destiny into his own hands. In this life, he would never allow himself to struggle humbly like an ordinary person again. And the energy nodes will only appear briefly after the end of the world begins. In her previous life, she was dragged down by Tang Wan's family and missed the opportunity to become an awakened person. Now, he is going to change all that. The first step to change your destiny. Number 97 Fengming Road. At the gate of the community, Lin opened his mobile phone and carefully searched the map. Ding, you have a new text message. A familiar number, from Comrade in Jingtian. Brother Lin, I heard that you need money recently. I still have a lot of retirement pay, please send me the card number. Come find me when you have time. My sister always cries out to play with you. Lin looked at the text message and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Not only are they comrades in arms, he and Jingtian have been friends and brothers since childhood before joining the army. The two of them have been friends since they were young, and even the money for his schooling was raised by Jingtian's parents. Before Lin could reply, the next message came. The weather has been changing a lot lately, so you should take care of yourself. Don't get sick and have a fever like me. My eyesight isn't as good as it used to be. I have to wear glasses to see everything. Please don't laugh at me when we meet. Lin was about to reply when his body froze. Pa. The phone fell to the ground. He froze in place, a chill running down his spine. Jingtian was a scout in the army, with excellent physical fitness and eyesight. At present, my vision has suddenly deteriorated sharply and I have a fever. This is clearly an early symptom of infection with the zombie virus. In memory. The first batch of zombie viruses have already been lurking in the bodies of some people. Symptoms include fever, decreased vision, and cold limbs. Memories and clues connect. Lin's eyes gradually turned red. When the doomsday broke out in his previous life, he and Jingtian had agreed to meet outside the city. However, there was no sign of him that day, and no news from him. I thought Jingtian was delayed by something. What he didn't expect was. It turned out that Jingtian died from a virus outbreak, which is why we lost contact with him. The best brother died from the virus, turned into a zombie, and suffered eternal torment. Like a raging fire cooking your heart. Lin's eyes were red. Now that he knew why Jingtian died, he would never allow the same tragedy to happen again. Quickly recalling it in memory. There must be a way. After a long time, he slowly raised his head with bloodshot eyes. Forcefully inject the awakened person's blood. This was the only way he could think of to delay the zombification process. In the early stages, the zombie virus gathers in the heart and condenses into a core. Only by transfusing the blood of an awakened person before they completely turn into zombies can this process be slowed down. Jingtian's physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people. Generally speaking, the better the physical fitness, the longer you can resist becoming a zombie. 2 hours. Lin quickly recalled the details of those infected in his previous life. And Jingtian can only hold on for 2 hours at most after the Doomsday outbreak. So, prepare supplies and get equipment within 3 days, and then rush to Jingtian immediately. After making plans, Lin quickly formulated an action plan in his mind. Thinking is like a silent sculpture. 5 minutes later, Lin walked towards the distance with firm steps. 3 days is enough. Fortune Credit Corporation. In the spacious finance room, 3 people sat opposite each other. Mr. Lin, you must return the 1.7 million in 3 days. The interest rate is 7%. If you can't pay it back by then, we will seize your house. I hope you don't default on it. Lin nodded calmly. 3 days later, the money would be nothing but a pile of waste paper. Half a year later, all the money on the street was too hard to use even for wiping your butt. In the end times, the only things of value are food and strength. Along the way, he has borrowed all the online loans he could. Houses and cars were also mortgaged to the bridge company as quickly as possible, regardless of the cost. The total amount was 3.4 million in cash, including the betrothal gift he transferred back. Although the money is not much, it is enough to buy a large amount of survival supplies. Now that the Doomsday has not yet happened, money is still the best weapon to pave the way. After nodding and saying goodbye, Lin went straight to the pharmaceutical company where he worked. After I went out the door, the 2 people who were lending money behind me looked a little strange and couldn't help whispering to each other. Mr. Zhang, I checked this guy's information. They even mortgaged their wedding house with a 7% interest rate. They didn't even pay back the money. How cruel. Who cares? He probably lost a lot of money in online gambling. If he didn't pay back the money after 3 days, we took his house. Pharmaceutical company. Lin walked into the gate skillfully and casually threw out his work badge that indicated he was responsible for escort and security. The old man in charge of guarding the door didn't have time to see who he was before he saw a work badge slowly falling to the ground. Name, Lin. Gender, male. Age, 24. Position, special drug escort. Drop. The elevator opens. Lin went directly to the 3rd floor, swiped his card, and walked straight into the laboratory. It was a holiday and also lunchtime. There was only one intern left in the laboratory, which originally had more than a dozen people. Brother Lin. The intern, who was 1 year younger than him, looked at Lin in surprise. His eyes were sleepy and his hair was a mess. Click. Lin unlocked the laboratory door to ensure that he could not escape. No more nonsense, just get straight to the point. Where are the monitor lizard extracts and snake venom extracts? Brother Lin, there is no escort mission today. What are you going to do? The intern looked surprised and a little uneasy. The names Lin reported were all medicines that needed to be reported, and each one was very expensive. There are some things you shouldn't know. Lin's voice was cold, like a warning. The intern seemed to have noticed something. The coldness and impatience in Lin's eyes made him a little afraid for a moment. Struggle for a moment. Brother Lin, I really can't. Lin glanced at the wall clock. He had no time to waste. As a key part of the plan, he must get these 2 medicines. Clatter. Lin directly shook out the bundles of cash from his backpack. There are 700,000 here, even if I bought it. It's just that you missed the registration procedure. The company won't do anything to you. The intern stared blankly at the cash all over the floor, feeling a little overwhelmed. 700,000. The company sells its shares to external parties at about the same price. Lin didn't plan to continue talking and rushed into the laboratory. Time is running out, there is no need to hesitate. Although he could have taken the medicine without spending a penny. But after 3 days, the money was nothing but waste paper, and the 2 of them knew each other. If the problem can be solved by spending money, then use money to pave the way. Behind him, the intern came to his senses and opened his mouth slightly, trying to dissuade him. But I thought of Lin's cold eyes and the cash all over the floor. He couldn't help but comfort himself. Forget it, Brother Lin has paid the money, so it's not too against the rules. But in his impression, Linen, who was originally kind and gentle and never argued with others, seemed like a different person. Linen opened all the refrigerators roughly. After a while of flipping, he held up the test tubes towards the chandelier, staring at 2 bottles of blue potion. The dark blue liquid looked strange under the light. Intoxicating. Monitor lizard extract, blood essence extracted from North American monitor lizards, greatly improving strength in a short period of time. Purified snake venom extract, by stimulating the heart and lungs, it can forcibly increase explosive power and endurance. As special medicines, these 2 medicines have extremely good effects, but also have extremely serious side effects. However, Linen didn't care. As long as one can awaken the talent, the body will be restored to perfect condition after awakening. Severed limbs regenerate, diseases disappear. Every awakener will become a perfect warrior. Not only that, your physical fitness will also be enhanced. With a desire for the power from his previous life, Linen took away the remaining medicine in the laboratory. Good things should not be wasted. Inside the backpack, the space left by half the cache was filled with 30 potions. These potions will be discontinued after the end of the world, and each one used will be 1 less. Acceleration, bursts of power, fearlessness of pain, focus on improvement. In the early days of the apocalypse, a potion could even turn the tide of the battle. With these potions, he felt more confident about his plan. Linen walked out of the laboratory with satisfaction, while the intern who was hurriedly packing money behind him lowered his head in fear. Keep it secret for 3 days. After that, you can tell anyone you want. After saying this, he entered the elevator and turned to face her. The 2 looked at each other from a distance. The coldness in Lin An's eyes made him shrink his neck involuntarily. What a scary look. The elevator goes down. Lin An carefully calculated what supplies he needed to purchase, his mind working rapidly. Food needs high-calorie canned. Be sure to prepare plenty of portable chocolate and energy bars. With the powerful strength of the awakened one, the energy consumed is far more than that of ordinary people. Water, just buy a batch of bottled water, but you can add some glucose. Weapons, bows and crossbows are not necessary. After awakening the talent, this kind of rubbish long-range attack method is no longer needed. As for hot weapons, guns are difficult to obtain and take a lot of time. Give up. You can get a few more sets of combat uniforms. High-intensity combat can easily damage clothes. As for blast shields and body armor, Linen shook his head slightly. With physical fitness several times higher, bulletproof vests are of little use and will only affect flexibility. In terms of weapons, cold weapons are a good choice. You can get a few alloy weapons to ensure that you don't have to fight the enemy unarmed due to curled blades. After the Doomsday, it was suppressed by the rules. The power of any firearms and artillery will be greatly weakened. And with the exaggerated power of the awakened one, cold weapons are perfect for fighting the enemy. Ding, we've reached the 1st floor. Linen strode out of the elevator, quickly flipping through the map on his phone. Eyes fiery. If I remember correctly, there is a key equipment here that can help with awakening. Number 97, Fengming Road, Linjiang Market. Linen walked slowly across the empty street, then suddenly accelerated and violently kicked the door of a shop on the corner. Bang. The sound of hard leather boots kicking the rolling shutter door was abrupt and harsh. As an entertainment street in Linjiang City, it is almost unpopular during the day. But at night, when the bars and cabarets open, it becomes extremely lively. No scruples. The symbolic iron door was kicked open with brute force, leaving a gap half a person's height. As at tea house where gambling transactions took place at night, the guards did not even close the inner door. After all, it is a gathering place for many underworld forces, and no one dares to steal things here. Who kicked the door? Are you tired of living? Inside the tea house, a middle-aged man with tattoos all over his arms was jogging while holding a cigarette and cursing. The slippers half hanging on his feet clattered on the floor. The store is dim, but the decoration is nice. Lin An's expression was cold. He bent down and walked into the store, comparing the locations on his phone. The route and the marked red dot coincide. I'm talking to you, and you dare to pretend you didn't hear me. You're deaf, aren't you? This should be it. He muttered to himself, completely ignoring the tattooed man who was swinging his fist at him. He casually put the phone away, moved his body slightly, and easily dodged the powerful punch. Sidestep and elbow down. As predicted, Linen, who had rich combat experience in his previous life, changed his steps and moved behind the tattooed man. Bang. The tip of his elbow swung out, and the hard elbow joint hit the tattooed man's spine 3 inches away. Screaming and crying out in pain. Shut up. The right fist swung out with a whistling sound. Linen knocked him to the ground with a heavy punch. The tattooed man who fell to the ground kept yelling curses. His chin was covered in blood when he fell to the ground, and he looked in a miserable state. You are seeking death. Full of resentment and anger. The man struggled to prop himself up with his hands and reached for his waist with his right hand. Seeking death. Lin An's eyes were cold and he stepped down. The hard sole of the shoe suddenly stepped on his temple. The man had no power to resist and fainted in the blink of an eye. The dagger he had just taken out fell to the ground. Linen kicked the body that was blocking his way away and looked around the interior of the tea house casually. In previous lives, there were some signs before the end of the world. Some nodes where reality and alien space overlap have already appeared on the eve of Doomsday. In memory, an extremely rare piece of equipment will appear here. It was a ring that was made from the fusion of space fragments. The space ring, which is a must-have for everyone in movies, TV shows, and novels, is extremely rare in the end times. Not only that, but there is also a lack of equipment. Different from usual games, equipment will drop from any monster you encounter. In the Doomsday game, most Awakeners whose strength far exceeds that of ordinary people may not have any equipment of their own until they die, let alone a space ring. In the previous life, this precious space ring was obtained by a gangster. Not only did he awaken his talent with the help of his equipment, he also established a safe zone with the storage function of his ring. The space ring can store supplies and keep them fresh and warm. It can be said to be a powerful weapon for murder and arson when you are out. Linen searched around with some anticipation. Half an hour later. Crash. With a helpless look on his face, he poured a bucket of ice water on the tattooed man's head. Not found. The man was shocked by the cold water and shivered all over, and started cursing subconsciously. You him. Kick out. Before the tattooed man could finish his words, Linen kicked him and broke his teeth. Blood mixed with broken teeth were scattered all over the floor. I ask, you answer. If you don't have a clean mouth, you will die. I don't know where this guy gets all those swear words from. Linen put one foot on his neck with a cold look. If there was any unusual movement, he would rather kill the man first and then search for her slowly. Gulp. Don't kill me. Swallowing his saliva, the tattooed man seemed to react and looked at him with some fear. He usually relies on his gangster background to show off his power and bully others. But when he meets a real tough guy, his weak nature is immediately exposed. Where's the ring? Or where are the jewelry or something like that? The tattooed man was stunned. He thought Linen came here specifically to cause trouble. Is this stealing? No. Maybe it's stealing. You should have said it earlier. The tattooed man felt a little aggrieved. He just played cards too late last night and slept here. You have to know that Linen wanted to take something, so he would never just attack right away. I don't know, I'm not the boss here. The tattooed man hesitated for a moment, lowered his head and replied carefully, but his speech was a little unclear. Seeing that Lin An's eyes were not right and he looked like he was going to kill him, he hurriedly continued. There seems to be a lot of stuff stored in the office on the second floor, but it's locked. Bang. After getting the answer he wanted, Linen kicked the man hard in the temple. Under such a heavy blow, the tattooed man fainted on the ground. As for unlocking, no big deal. As a military veteran, he has also practiced lockpicking skills. Time passed. Half an hour later. Linen broke into the door violently with a fire axe. The anti-theft safety lock on the valuable wooden door was intact, but there were marks of being smashed in the middle of the door. High-end lock-picking methods are often simple and unpretentious. Pa. Enter the door and turn on the wall light. Lennon looked carefully inside the room, and something unusual caught his attention. Is this a fluctuation in space? It seemed that no one had been in the room for some time, and a faint musty smell floated in the air. Corner of the room. The size of a fist, strange and mysterious black object floated in the air. The black color seemed to have occupied a blank space. Lennon took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the silver-white spot in the black. What a pleasant surprise. That's a space ring. This ring caused quite a stir in the previous life. Everyone in Linjiang City knows that the gangster made his fortune here. From an ordinary person to an extremely powerful awakener. Finally, a safe zone was established outside the city. The legendary equipment is right before your eyes. Lennon decisively reached out to touch the ring, and the feeling on his fingertips disappeared. Regardless of the abnormality, he looked stern, reached half of his hand in, and grabbed the ring. Buzz. Buzz. Continuous waves spread out in an instant, and a heart-pounding breath emanated from the black hole. Roar. Suddenly there was a roar from the black hole, and the thick deathly aura spread outward desperately. Run. Lennon picked up the ring and ran away. Although he didn't know what it was, it looked like he had provoked a powerful existence. I didn't hear any movement in the previous life. I don't know if it's because he took the ring away in advance. Lennon didn't have time to think and rushed out the door. The silver-white ring was tightly grasped in the palm of his hand. Drop. Doomsday gamer detected. Ding. The test failed. No digitized body was found. Warn. Warn. The shrill alarm echoed in his mind, making him feel inexplicably uneasy. The thick aura of death behind him was like vines from the abyss, extending outwards madly like life. No way to run. Lin An's expression turned fierce and he simply smashed the glass with his head and jumped out of the second-floor window. As soon as he landed on the ground, a feeling of extreme weakness and darkness filled his entire vision. He lost consciousness and fainted instantly. The ring on his palm slowly disappeared and merged with him. Wailing and screaming. Lin struggled to get up from the ground, with a splitting headache. The air was filled with a burnt stench. The originally orderly lane was now completely blocked. The dense sound of horns mixed with screams merged into one. Bang. Lin An's pupils contracted violently as a truck loaded with cargo rushed past him. He dodged hastily, but the sight before him made his heart skip a beat. The out-of-control truck knocked down the fence and overturned on the ground. The full load of cargo was scattered. The flaming cab had its door open as it flipped over. The driver, whose skull was sunken and who should have been dead, quickly climbed out of the damaged door. Bright red palm prints walked on the ground. With such injuries, a normal person would have died long ago. This is a zombie. Dry mouth. Lin hurriedly took out his cell phone, and the time on the screen made his heart sink. November 13, 2032, 16:22. 3 days have passed. There are 8 minutes left until Doomsday. He was not at Fengming Road. He had disappeared for 3 days. His eyes were bearing. The tragic scene on the day of the Doomsday outbreak overlaps with reality in my memory. Lin didn't have time to think about why he appeared here after getting the ring, as 3 days had passed. So much so that it disrupted his original plan. Now, he must rush to the community where his comrades are. At this time, there were only 2 hours and 8 minutes left before Jingtian completely turned into a zombie. The city center where he was located was still a long drive from the community where Jingtian lived. Roar. The zombies crawling quickly on the ground screamed hoarsely and rushed in front of Lin. Kick forward. Angry and eager. Lin gave a standard kick, and the hard sole of his shoe instantly cracked the half-dead zombie's broken head. Ding, zombies detected. Doomsday player template opens ahead of schedule. Savior template enabled. A screen of light instantly appeared in the center of the site. Doomsday player information, Lin, Awakener level 0, player level 0. Property. Strength 12, 10 plus 2. Agility, 12, 10 plus 2. Constitution, 12, 10 plus 2. Willpower, 14, 12 plus 2. Equipment, Ring of Doom, Special. Awakener talent, Power Burst. Physical fitness is greatly improved in a short period of time, and falls into a weak state after continuous use. Level 0, all attributes plus 2, the upper limit of ordinary humans is 10, and the first awakening will increase all attributes to the maximum value. Savior template, gain additional special skills, Eye of Judgment, unlocked after completing the first mission. Countdown to start the mission. Linen was stunned and his breathing became increasingly rapid. Originally, the player template would not appear until Doomsday was enabled. I didn't expect it to appear now. Not only that, the awakened talents that were longed for in the previous life also appeared. This saved him the time of rushing to the energy node. The savior template that appeared was something he had never heard of in his previous life. Was it the ring that caused the accident? Recalling the strangeness of taking the ring, Linen couldn't help but feel a little palpitated. It was clear that something was trying to rush out from that black crack. Suppress the thoughts in your mind. A special force surged into his body after the prompt sounded. His muscles suddenly solidified and his original height of 1.8 meters increased by 2 centimeters. Linen took a deep breath and tensed the muscles in his right hand. Throw a punch. He twisted his waist and exerted force, and his arm slammed straight into the thick car door with a sound of breaking through the air. Bang. The car body shook violently, the metal door sank instantly, the tires of the car weighing several tons left black marks from friction, and moved straight sideways half a meter. Linen stared at the power of his punch. My heart was shocked. Is this the power of the awakened? I was filled with joy. From now on, he has the capital to struggle on in the end times. Use your right foot to exert force and take a step forward. The asphalt road is cracked. His figure leaped onto the roof of the car as easily as a cannonball, and the roof caved in. While standing on a high place, Linen carefully observed the route ahead. Not far away, some ordinary people with poor health have gradually transformed into zombies. The zombies, having lost their sanity and only having the desire to eat, frantically devour any living thing. With the strengthened will, his thoughts run at high speed and his mind is clear. In just a few seconds, Linen quickly planned the route forward. Linjiang Street, City Center Square, Ring Expressway, Huyuan Community. This is the shortest way to Njingtian. The Riverside Avenue where he was now was in chaos. Hundreds of chain car accidents completely blocked the avenue. He had to walk through the most chaotic part of the city and then find a way to drive there. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to get there within 2 hours relying solely on his legs. Brother. Be sure to hold on. Don't have time to think too much. Linen bent his legs and jumped onto the roof of a Bentley again. The car body shook, and the zombies that were originally gnawing at the driver in the cab smelled the scent of living things. It mechanically stopped eating, then grabbed the piece of meat in its right hand and quickly pounced on the roof of the car. Linen was too lazy to pay attention to the alarmed zombies and exerted force with his legs again. Like bouncing on a trampoline. Relying on his strong physical fitness, he managed to overcome the obstacle caused by the car accident in just a few tens of seconds. Not far away, a middle-aged man looked at Linen in shock as he jumped off the roof of the car. Linen's terrifying jumping ability was just like the scenes in the movie. For a moment, he even forgot that there were dozens of zombies chasing him madly. Help! A stumble. The man staggered, tearing his vocal cords and shouting as if he had found a life-saving straw. Linen looked up slightly when he heard the voice. When the men saw that Linen noticed him, his face showed ecstasy. Save me! Linen looked at the man who was almost exhausted while running for his life, and couldn't help but frown. He didn't want to waste time saving people. There are too many zombies. There are only 6 minutes left until the virus breaks out. Most of the zombies that appear now are humans with poor physical fitness or those who died in car accidents. Once the virus officially breaks out, 60% of the population in the entire Linjiang urban area will turn into zombies. The remaining 10% of the population will gradually transform, like a hidden time bomb. Now, the population of Linjiang City alone is more than 3 million. He is not a saint who saves everyone he sees. The two people passed each other. The man's eyes turned from hope to despair, and his lips trembled. His strength was almost exhausted and his legs went limp from exhaustion. Once he stops, the zombies behind him will eat him up. Hopeless and helpless. The doll in the man's hand, which he had subconsciously held tightly while running away, fell to the ground. It was a birthday gift he bought for his daughter. Linan had a blank expression on his face and glanced at the doll. The original route was slightly off track. Punch. Linan charged head-on at the zombie closest to the men, his right fist thrusting out straight like a sword. Blood and flesh splattered. The huge impact force directly penetrated the zombie's chest, piercing it from front to back, leaving a transparent hole. After pulling it out with his backhand, Linan simply pulled out the zombie's spine and used it as a weapon. The zombie's bones are strengthened by the virus and are extremely hard. It is often used as a weapon when supplies are scarce in the end times. Backhand chop. The white bones cut through the air, making a whistling sound. With one blow, the zombie on the right was split in half on the head and fell to the ground, shaking in two. The middle-aged man behind him thought he was dead. Seeing that Linan still chose to take action, he couldn't help but look extremely excited. After watching Linan like a tiger among a flock of sheep, showing strength beyond his imagination. The man felt a little dry in the mouth and felt as if he had seen a monster. He looked at the crowd in the distance being knocked down by the running zombies, and the Doomsday-like city. As he had enough experience, an idea instantly popped into his mind. The world is over. Follow him. Can survive. He can save my daughter. Thump. The man suddenly knelt down on the ground, and with a humble look he shouted loudly to Linan, who was charging into the horde of zombies. Please save my daughter, she's still in school. Linan's face was indifferent. What he could do to deal with the nearest zombies was already his limit. Save someone. Then who will save his brother? Linan didn't even turn his head. After clearing out the zombies blocking the way, he left. Run. Survive. And rely on yourself. After hearing what Linan said, the middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Looking at the group of zombies gathering again not far away, he had to quickly pick up the doll on the ground and turn around to run away. In the city center, Wanda Shopping Plaza. Linan was covered in blood, with sticky blood dripping down the ends of his hair. He stood quietly on the roof of a residential building, looking silently at the shopping mall. The end of the world is about to begin, and then there will be a spiritual storm sweeping the world. In a mental storm, people may lose their minds for a short period of time. It would be too dangerous to be disturbed while on the road. No matter how anxious he was, he could only hide first. The parking lot in front of the building was a mess. The humans hiding in the cars are like delicious cans. Maybe the car doors can protect against zombies, but the fragile windshield cannot. The zombie, which only retained the desire to eat, was like a wooden fish. It banged its head against the car window quickly without fear of the pain. After just a few seconds, the car window shattered. The zombies that swarmed in opened the cans and enjoyed the meat strips. The first floor of the shopping mall. The crowd hiding behind the iron gate looked helplessly at a car in front of the gate. The silver-white car body was crawling with zombies. They stretched out their hands greedily and grabbed into the car. Inside the car, a beautiful woman in professional attire screamed in despair. She held onto the roof of the car with her hands, and her straight, white legs kept kicking at the nearest zombies. The sharp heel kicked off a lot of flesh from the zombie's head, but it was not fatal. Save me. Please save me. The scenery under the skirt is faintly visible. The pretty woman turned her head repeatedly, looking pleadingly at the crowd just across the door. Don't open the door. The door can't be opened. Several patrolling security guards subconsciously wanted to open the iron gate, but were stopped loudly by many people. We can't stop the zombies if the door is open. Do you want to kill us? A sturdy man farthest from the door anxiously pushed away the nearest security guard and glared at him fiercely as if he was an enemy. If it were an ordinary day. He doesn't mind being a hero and saving the damsel in distress. But in front of zombies. he just wanted to save his own life. Cry, chew, scream, until there is no more sound. The people inside the iron bars could only watch her being slowly dismembered, but no one dared to go out. The security guard holding the rubber stick stood there numbly, his legs weak. A few tall fitness coaches just lowered their heads and dared not look again. The crowd was silent. But amid the panic and sorrow, people feel a little relieved. Fortunately, they hid in the building in time and locked and closed the iron fence. Not only is it safe here, but there is also plenty of food. On the upper floor of the residential building, Lennon had a clear view of everything. Looking at the crowd who were numbly protecting themselves, he couldn't help but sigh. It's not that I sigh that no one dares to go out and rescue people. In the end times, preserving oneself is the norm. There's nothing to blame. He sighed for the people in the building. At this time, nearly 30,000 people had already crowded into the shopping mall. The dense crowd was packed together like sardines in a can. And now there are only 10 seconds left until the doomsday. At that time, the electricity will fail and the viruses lurking in the human body will explode at the same time. The tragedy of the previous life will be repeated here and it will become hell. Buzz. 10 seconds passed in a flash. High-pitched, piercing beeping sound. Suddenly, a mocking and cruel voice sounded in everyone's mind. The end is coming, the game begins. Welcome to the Doomsday game, fellow bugs. Struggle to survive in this game. There were no signs. The sky suddenly became dark, strong winds blew, and the earth shook. An invisible mental shock swept through everyone. The violent mental shock hit the depths of the soul like a sledgehammer. Brief absence of consciousness. Countless terrifying and heart-wrenching howls rang out, pointing directly to the fear deep in people's hearts. Mutations occurred simultaneously around the world, and humans in hospital beds, on the streets, and walking on the roads stood still. 1 second later, the zombie virus broke out. It's like having your soul sucked out. The eyes of the human who turned into a zombie bulged out. The skin all over his body was festering and falling off, revealing bright red muscles. The pupil disappeared, leaving only a trace of bloodthirstiness. And at this time, inside the crowded shopping mall, panicked people dropped the shelves they were blocking the door. Pa! The lights at the top of the mall went out, and tens of thousands of densely packed scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness. Boom! A heavy object falls to the ground. Lennon jumped off the roof with a heavy face. The spiritual storm is over. Apart from a slight dizziness, it was nothing serious. Now the Doomsday game has officially begun, which also means that Jingtian's life has entered the countdown. Time is running out, so we have to find a car after leaving the main urban area. Otherwise, he would never be able to reach his destination relying on his own 2 legs. There are at least millions of zombies scattered throughout the city now. Even if he became an awakened one, he would still have no way out when surrounded by a large number of zombies. Riverside suburbs. A red Dongfeng heavy truck roared past, ruthlessly crushing the zombies along the way. Bang! In the cab of a heavy truck, Lennon kicked open the door and jumped out without caring that the truck was still speeding. After several rolls to relieve the force, he stood up steadily. After becoming an awakener, his 12-point physique is enough to make him immune to most impacts. The Dongfeng heavy truck lost control and crashed directly into the community wall. The car body was covered with dirty blood, and some unknown pieces of flesh were stuck in the gaps. On the front bumper, a zombie with only the upper body was still gnawing on the iron sheet tirelessly. With a loud bang, this truck, which had been speeding all the way out of the city, finally completed its final mission. At the entrance of the community, the zombies that gathered together to eat the corpses were crushed into a pile of blood foam by the out-of-control truck. Black smoke was coming out from the deformed front of the car, and the black tire marks were mixed with red. The sky is dark. After breaking out of the city center, Lennon rushed all the way to the area wherein Jingtian was. The original 3-hour drive was shortened by more than half. No time to rest. Lennon hurriedly took out his cell phone and looked at the white screen. 23 minutes left. My heart, which had been hanging in the air, suddenly relaxed. Fortunately, there is still time. The community wherein Jingtian lives is at the innermost part of this area. This is the old town. The roads are complicated and you can only move forward on foot. But even on foot, with his enhanced body, at his speed, he could arrive in 15 minutes at most. Brother, you must hold on. After punching through the zombie that was rushing towards him, Linen ran wildly along the inner wall of the community. The originally quiet and cozy residential building has now become a slaughterhouse. The sealed anti-theft windows became the biggest obstacle to escape. From time to time, shrill screams were heard from the building. In the half-open window, the figure of a zombie flashed by. A blessing in disguise. Before the Doomsday broke out, most of the residents in the community were still outside and had not returned home. Otherwise, the population density of this old city would be enough to make it difficult for him to move. With his nimble body and high agility, Linen easily avoided the small group of zombies that surrounded him. He ran at an extremely fast speed and reached the entrance of the community with all his strength. Avoid the zombies along the way if you can, and if you can't, just punch them in the head. At the entrance of the community, under the anti-theft window of the fancy villa on the 6th floor, a man dressed like a wealthy businessman was naked from the waist up, hanging under the guardrail with difficulty. I don't know how he managed to climb up the outer wall when he is so fat. Save me. Please. The short and fat man shouted loudly at Linen, forcing an ugly smile on his face, with beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripping from the tip of his nose. He had been climbing out of the window for a while and saw Linen rushing out of the community like a killer. Isn't it easy to save him? Linen remained unmoved. He kicked the zombie in front of him to pieces without even looking back. I'll give you money. Please. 100,000. Help me. The rich businessman felt panicky as he saw Linen was about to walk out the door. The anti-theft window in front of him gradually became deformed. The sturdy steel bar squeaked under the mouth of the woman who had turned into a zombie. 1 million. I'll give you 1 million. The rich businessman looked terrified, his strength was about to run out. Waves of rotten and stench emanated from the woman's mouth. The smoke made him dizzy. That was his favorite cherry mouth, which once had a sweet scent. 5 million. I'm the boss of Linjiang Construction Group. As long as you save me, I'll give you whatever you want. Linen was getting farther and farther away. The rich businessman's face turned pale, and he no longer cared about his money and screamed loudly. The construction group is very famous in Linjiang City, and he believes that everyone will be attracted to it. Linen was too lazy to pay attention. The money at the end of the world can only be used to wipe your butt. Seeing Linen's figure disappear, the rich businessman was stunned. That's 5 million. How could anyone not be tempted? Give me whatever you want. He asked himself if he had given enough. Idiot, what an idiot. The angry and desperate rich businessman began to curse Linen madly. Vent out your fear. Pass through the rare road without zombies blocking the way. Linen suddenly stopped in his tracks, his face solemn. It wasn't the money promised by the rich businessman that moved him and made him want to go back. In the distance, a huge monster, 3 meters tall and covered in blood like a skinned frog, was blocking the road. That is liquor. As a mutated zombie, the liquor possesses extremely terrifying combat power. In the past life, one could easily destroy a small safe zone. Although unarmored, the constantly regenerating muscle tissue is able to withstand most small-caliber firearms. Extremely fast, terrifying power, and flesh and blood regeneration. The hard steel is like dough in its hands. It is one of the survivor's nightmares. I don't know if I can get around it. Linen carefully hid his body and hid behind a truck. Even though he is already an awakener, he is only level 0. Although the strength has exceeded the limits of the human body, there is still a big gap compared to this monster. Do you want to take a detour? Linen held his breath carefully and examined the broken rearview mirror in his hand. Every movement of the liquor blocking the road is like an earthquake. It is more than 2 meters long, and its sharp front claws can easily pierce through iron sheets. The 2 claws stretched out continuously like afterimages, constantly pulling out the humans hiding in the car. Like tasting dessert. When he was in high spirits, he even didn't let the zombies go. Linen remained silent. No wonder there are Northwest zombies on this road, it turns out they were all eaten by this monster. 10 seconds later. The licker was chewing a pair of broken legs in his mouth, his eyes greedily looking around. It had eaten the entire road clean. Buzz. Slight phone vibration. It's a voice message from An Jing Tian. Lin An's eyes suddenly became stern, and he carefully turned the volume down to the lowest level. Z. Brother Lin, I'm Jing Tian's sister Anxia. My brother seems to be dying. He vomited, a lot of blood. I don't know why. The way my brother looks at me. Like. Sizzle. Want to eat me. Due to the interference of the electric current, the brief message was a little unclear. Message sent 5 minutes ago. Global communications have been severely hampered since the beginning of the Doomsday and will gradually be interrupted within 3 hours. Linen clenched his cell phone tightly. His hands, which had fought their way out of a sea of blood and corpses, remained steady and calm. There was some trembling at this time. Jingtian's physical deterioration was faster than he expected. Maybe in the next second, you will completely become a zombie. We can't delay any longer. Linen, who had originally planned to take a detour, suddenly straightened up and no longer cared about the risk of exposing himself to the sight of the liquor, and ran away. Boom. Boom. The ground shook. In the distance, the huge liquor seemed to have noticed something. On the ferocious giant face, 2 nose-like holes were sniffing the smell carefully. Boom. 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 Suddenly, the licker's huge body began to sprint madly. All the cars along the road were blown away as if they were hit by a train. It was so fast that it smelled the scent of life. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. Boom. Linen ran as fast as he could, trying to avoid the cars that were being hit by the lickers in the distance. He tried to take a detour, but was forced back. There are lickers on the nearest straight road, there is no way to get around it. One car after another was smashed towards the licker like a cannonball. We must find a way to lure it into a narrow place and kill it. Linen tried his best to think, then turned around and ran towards the neighborhood where there were fewer vehicles behind him. The 6th floor of the villa. Under the anti-theft window, the wealthy businessman who had already begun to hold on for a long time heard bursts of roaring sounds. Before I could see what made the noise, I just saw Linen turning around and returning. It's the person who left. He looked ecstatic. Sure enough, no one can resist the temptation of such a huge sum of money. The rich businessman screamed with his last bit of strength as if he had been injected with chicken blood. I'm still here. Help me. 10 million. I'll give you whatever you want, car or woman. Linen turned a deaf ear and directly took out a fire axe that he had prepared in advance from the ring. The red fire axe was half a person's height, and it made a whistling sound when it was swung casually. Ding, fire axe, normal. Fire axe, a weapon of average quality, very easy to curl. Linen didn't pay attention to the reminder. After the Doomsday game is started, there will be a prompt message when picking up any item. But whether it is firearms or artillery, there is only a brief description without any attribute bonus. Only equipment unique to the Doomsday game will have attributes and special abilities. The wealthy businessman under the security window looked at Linen with his back to him, as if he was waiting for something. For a moment, his face turned pale and he kept cursing in his heart. If he hadn't thought of tying a knot in the belt to reduce the burden on his hands, he would have fallen down due to exhaustion. 30 million. Don't be too greedy. If I die, you will get nothing. The face of the zombie woman in the window was squeezed and deformed. The originally delicate and small cheeks have now been squeezed into long and narrow strips. There was only a fist's distance between the two. 100 million. I'll give you 100 million. Come and save me. The rich businessman burst into tears. As the zombie woman struggled frantically, half of her body was squeezed into his hands. After his skin ulcerated, the feel of the slippery flesh caused him to have a mental breakdown. In front of the security booth, Linen held the axe in one hand and raised his head to drink the stimulant he took out from the space ring. Bang. The test tube fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Ding, strength +1, constitution +1, agility +1. Ding, explosive power increased by 50%, endurance and resistance increased by 30%, and shooting speed increased by 20%. The effect is excellent. Lin An's heartbeat quickened instantly, and the small molecule structure in the drug directly broke through the blood-brain barrier. My heart beats like a war drum. The muscles all over his body solidified, and the axe in his hand became 2 points lighter. It is indeed a very sought-after medicine in the previous life. As one of the few non-Doomsday items, it is a potion that can provide attribute bonuses. Rare in Doomsday. In his previous life, Lin An, as an ordinary person, was able to lead Tang Wan's family to survival, and the effect of the medicine played an indispensable role. If he hadn't accidentally brought a few bottles with him when he was on the run. Not to mention surviving 3 people, they were killed by zombies on the day they left the city. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Lin An was filled with fighting spirit. Boom. The vehicles parked clutteredly at the entrance of the community suddenly flew high up, revealing their huge bodies. The liquor appears. The rich businessman who had been screaming and cursing suddenly became silent like a chicken with its neck strangled. The time is now. Without hesitation, Lin An took a deep breath and bent his legs, and the ground cracked instantly. The body rotates extremely quietly. He held the axe in both hands and jumped 4 or 5 meters high like a cannonball. The axe blade was coated with a layer of blood in the setting sun. Unleash the power. The ability from Awakening Talent is activated. Strength +2, agility +2, constitution +2, willpower +2. A faint golden light instantly covered Lin An's body, and his original strength of 12 points suddenly increased to 14 points. Explosive power fills my whole body. Die. Charge up and chop down. The sharp axe blade, with the power of tremendous force, chopped fiercely at the liquor's head. The flesh and blood exploded, and an entire piece of meat half a person's height was chopped off, revealing the dark purple muscle tissue inside. Roar. The liquor roared in pain. The huge body was chopped off by an axe, and a section of the exposed skull was instantly cut off. Lin's outburst under all his strength. With a blow that was far more powerful than a level 0 awakener, the liquor was almost killed on the spot. Bang. The giant claw pressed down and the car body exploded. The liquor barely supported his body with his huge claws, and in an instant he flattened the car next to him. What a pity. Failed to kill instantly. Not disturbed by useless emotions. When Lin An's attack failed, he quickly turned over and avoided the liquor's furious blow. He carefully swam around the liquor's body at high speed, looking for the next opportunity. As the nightmare of all major safe zones, liquors have naturally been studied. After countless painful experiences, people discovered that although the liquors were extremely fast, they were slow in changing direction. Its 2 huge claws endow it with terrifying destructive power, but also affect its flexibility when turning. Lin An, who was well aware of this, changed his position back and forth, hiding in the blind spot of the liquor's sight. This monster cannot be fought by one person alone. Even if it is an awakened one, it must be at least level 1 to barely compete. The wealthy businessman hanging outside the window stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his face full of shock. The appearance of that horrible skinning monster alone is enough to make a weak-minded person lose his mind. The liquor was now furious, and its sharp claws were sweeping around madly. The metal car body was as weak as paper in front of these sharp claws, and there was no hindrance at all. It's really horrifying. But compared to the terrifying liquor, what shocked him even more was that Lin An could actually fight with such a monster. At this moment, Lin An, who was originally just a skilled fighter in his mind, was equated with a monster in his mind. Is this really a power that humans can possess? Boom. Boom. Vehicles were flipped over and thrown out like missiles. Lin An nimbly dodged the car thrown by the liquor and then suddenly changed direction. It had been attacking continuously for over a minute. The area in front of the community was completely cleared out, and the few cars that were already there were all smashed in like cannonballs. But after Lin An took the potion, it was all in vain against the agility of 14 points. No matter how high the damage is, it is useless if you can't hit the target. This undoubtedly makes it more violent. Roar. The licker leaned forward and roared. The injury of half of the skull being cut off began to become apparent. Forced to bend over, the brain tissue wrapped in regenerated flesh and blood was exposed in front of Linen. The time is now. Linen took a deep breath and stopped saving his energy. He took a step forward and dodged the licker's violent and angry attack. Power burst. Strength is added again and muscles explode. It was like dynamite going off. Turn around and chop back. Linen burst into extreme speed, stepped on the huge body of the licker in a few steps, and jumped high into the air. The muscles in the waist exerted force, a violence was transmitted from the waist to the muscles, and the fire axe in the hand was swung suddenly in a circle. Smash it for me. The force is like a mountain pressing down on your head. The axe blade made a sound of breaking through the air and accurately hit the brain that had no skull protection. The axe handle broke, and the joints collapsed under the tremendous force. After smashing it in, it is like stirring eggs. Lin An's eyes were fierce. He simply grasped the axe handle with both hands and stabbed it into the licker's brain, stirring it rapidly. Ding, kill the first-order mutant zombie, licker. Gain 1 energy. Obtained, armor-making materials, muscle tissue *1, white. Muscle tissue, muscles of a mutant with great toughness. Can be used to create white armor with +1 agility attribute. Comment, muscle tissue from the calf area, suitable for making footwear. Obtain, equipment crafting materials, licker spine *1, white. Spine of the licker, bones with a hardness comparable to that of alloys. They can be used to make weapons. They have +1 sharpness and +1 strength attributes. Evaluation, practical equipment manufacturing material. It can also be used as a weapon before being processed. Bang. As the huge body of the licker slowly fell to the ground, a white light instantly flew out from the corpse and sank into Lin An's body. Energy detected, opening experience panel. Current awakener level, level 0, 1/2. Current player level, level 0, 1/2. Number of kills required for the next level, 1. After confirming that the licker was dead, Linen half bent over and breathed slightly. Killing the licker is really a bit difficult. In the Doomsday game, you can only gain experience by killing mutated zombies or strange beasts. Killing ordinary zombies is useless and you won't gain any experience. Therefore, whether it is a player or an awakener. If you want to level up, you can only find a way to kill mutants. But mutated zombies are often very powerful and are simply not something that a level 0 awakener can fight against. Therefore, in previous lives, many awakened people were stuck at level 0 until their death. If he hadn't prepared the potion in advance and obtained extremely powerful talents. Facing a monster like this, forcing your way forward would only lead to your death. No time to rest. Before leaving, Linen turned his head slightly and looked behind him. The wealthy businessman who had been hanging outside the anti-theft window has fallen to the ground. There was bright red blood all over the ground. It is not known whether his fingers were bitten off by the female corpse or he let go of them on his own initiative. On the iron window, the skull of the female corpse had been squeezed and deformed, but her mouth was still opening and closing mechanically. He didn't intend to delve into the details. After confirming that there was no one alive near the entrance of the community, Linen stretched out his right hand. With a flash of white light, the huge corpse of the licker was put into the space ring. As a mutated zombie, the licker's corpse is full of treasures. Not only the exploded materials, but also the corpses can be processed into attributeless equipment, comparable to bulletproof vests. But time is running out right now, so we can only deal with it later. A UN community, inside a residential building. A young girl huddled in the corner of the room, her face covered in tears, at a loss. Brother Lin will be here soon. Anxia tightly grasped the phone in her hand and spoke timidly to the young man on the chair. On the phone, the last message came from Linen. Roar. On the chair, a man with his hands and feet tied roared softly. The chair beneath him shook violently, trying to break free. The chains swayed and made a shrill sound. Brother, I'm so scared. Anxia lowered her head. I couldn't bear to see Jingtian's face peeling off like a bloody skeleton. After her parents passed away, her brother, the only person she could rely on, became what he is now, but she was helpless. This made her feel a little desperate, and her body couldn't help but tremble like a helpless little animal. The clock on the wall was ticking. From time to time, she turned her head to look at the locked door, her eyes full of pleading. But outside the door there was only the sound of zombies scratching the iron door. The expected footsteps never came. "Brother, you must hold on. Brother Lin will definitely find a way to save you." A trace of rationality struggled to flash across Jingtian's bloodthirsty eyes. "Lin, and sanity is fleeting." The voice was hoarse, but one could still vaguely make out the name that Jingtian was saying. Xia suddenly looked up and looked at Jingtian in surprise. This was the first time Jingtian spoke a complete word after the Doomsday outbreak. Bang! Bang! The zombies outside the door seemed to have smelled the scent of their companions and began to ram around frantically. The iron door shook violently and deformed. They are responding. After Jingtian lost his sanity, he began to struggle frantically again. The iron chain swayed, revealing the white bones where it was locked around the wrist. Some of the handcuffs that were originally locked tightly fell off. Here it is. An old building is covered with dead vines. Lin looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar house number and felt excited. Not a single minute was wasted. In just 5 minutes, he fought his way through a horde of hundreds of zombies. The sticky blood had crusted over the combat uniform. The soles of his leather boots were covered with minced meat. The broken fire axe in his hand was replaced with half of the licker's spine. Lin fought bloody battles all the way. Judging from its appearance, it looks like a monster crawling out of a pile of corpses. Jingtian. Anxia. Lin didn't stop and strode into the residential building. He completely ignored the group of corpses in front of the building. He kept shouting the names of Jingtian and his sister. "Brother Lin." In the room. Xia, who was curled up in the corner, was surprised. She stood up quickly and looked out the window, fearing that she had heard it wrong. "I'm here." Xia leaned forward and waved, her eyes full of hope. Outside the door, the zombies became more and more restless, attracted by the breath of the living person on Lin. Lin heard Xia's voice and looked up hurriedly. Sitting on the chair in the room, Jingtian's bound hand suddenly broke free. The wrist became smaller as the skin and flesh were worn off and was no longer bound by the chains. The iron chain fell to the ground with a crisp sound. But Xia didn't notice the zombies' roars. The room was dark. A pair of scarlet, bloodthirsty eyes suddenly appeared behind her. Lin's pupils suddenly shrank into dangerous needles. Burst of power. The awakened talent is activated again. Lin ignored the huge consumption of activating his talent continuously in a short period of time and frantically mobilized the power in his body. Charge forward. Puff. The sharp spine from the liquor directly pierced the zombie at the door. Like a string of candied haws, nailed to the door. "Hurry up! Hurry up!" Lin roared in his heart and swung his right fist with all his strength. Boom. Break the door with brute force. The solid and thick iron door made a harsh sound of deformation and was twisted and damaged. In the room. Xia covered her throat weakly, blood oozing out from between her fingers. Elder brother. Lips parted, silent. There was no trace of rationality in Jingtian's hideous and rotten face and his eyes. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he was about to bite again. "Jingtian." Lin shouted angrily. Muscle tear. The speed that had originally exploded to the extreme increased by 1 point again. Jingtian's body trembled when he heard the voice, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. The mouth that had originally bitten down again froze in place. Boom. Within 0.5 seconds. Lin rushed into the room from the door in an instant, bumped into Jingtian, and knocked him away from Xia. Behind me, the wall was cracked and dust was falling. Zombies are different from ordinary humans. Even though Jingtian has not yet completely transformed, His physical strength has surpassed that of an ordinary person due to the enhancement of the virus. Change to ordinary human beings. Even if Lin and held back on the impact, most of them would lose the ability to move. But Jing Tian is different. After a brief stiffness, his eyes turned scarlet again, filled with a desire for flesh and blood. Roar! Lin held him tightly under him to prevent him from hurting Xia. His body was firmly clamped by Lin, and his head was twisting wildly. Waves of low roars came from deep in the throat like a wild beast. The face, which had originally been resolute and dignified, now had not a single piece of intact flesh and blood. Infected by the zombie virus, the skin on his body was completely ulcerated. Lin An's eyes were filled with sorrow. He had quickly observed Xia beside him, and found that there was no serious problem in the short term. But if the throat was cut by Jing Tian, he would also be infected with the virus. Watching your best brother about to turn into a zombie. Their beloved younger sister was also infected. He just felt like his heart was burning in a raging fire. Jing Tian, you must hold on. Laugh. Lin held the iron sheet in one hand and cut his wrist quickly. Bleeding was gushing out. Burst of power. Lin whispered softly and activated his awakening talent again. It's just that the originally rich golden light around it has become a little dim. The bright red blood was stained with a layer of gold. My mental strength is exhausted and everything goes black before my eyes. Lin simply bit his tongue to force himself to stay awake. Brother Lin. Can my brother be saved? Xia squatted helplessly aside and asked timidly with difficulty. The wound on her neck was caused by Jing Tian's finger, and the wound was not big. Lin did not reply, but with a serious expression he stretched his cut wrist towards Jing Tian's heart. Wounds and skin contact. The light gold in the blood seemed to have life and suddenly penetrated in. Don't worry, I'm here. When you bite it with the tip of your tongue, it tastes rusty and sweet. Lin was slightly relieved when he saw that his blood did change when it came into contact with Jing Tian. After all, the blood of the awakened people in the previous life is useful in suppressing zombification, but it is just a rumor and he has not tried it himself. I don't know how effective it is. He whispered a few words to comfort Xia, but he was still not sure in his heart. Use the blood of the awakened to delay zombification. This was the only way he had heard of that could affect zombification. Now that Jing Tian is about to turn into a zombie, we have no choice but to try our best. As the light golden blood mysteriously seeped into the skin on Jing Tian's chest, his originally scarlet eyes gradually regained a bit of clarity. The body that had been struggling wildly gradually calmed down. It really works. Lin was delighted, but his nose felt sore. The regrets of the previous life were finally made up. Brother Lin, is my brother okay? Xia's eyes were full of anticipation, hoping that Lin could give her a reassuring answer. Lin Anqiang pulled himself together and was about to say a few words of comfort. Ah. Something strange happened. Jing Tian's body, which had originally calmed down, suddenly arched back to a 90-degree angle, and a teeth-grinding sound of bone friction came from his joints. The pupils turned gray instantly. On Lin's wrist, the blood that had seeped into his chest was also expelled from his body. Laugh. Light golden blood dripped onto the chest, vaporizing instantly and emitting a strong fishy stench. Lin was shocked. The relaxed nerves suddenly tensed up. Just a few seconds. The skin and flesh on Jing Tian's body peeled off like clothes, revealing bright red flesh. No. How so? Lin's eyes were red. His face looked ashen. I don't know if it's because the rumors from the previous life that the blood of the awakened can delay zombification were false. Or it is because the awakening talent he obtained is different from others. As expected, the blood of the awakened person not only has no delaying effect, but will accelerate the transformation of people into zombies. In this way, he had no way to save Jing Tian. Blood is useless. Then Anxia. You will die too. After a bloody battle all the way, he was physically exhausted and felt mentally tired. Why did it end like this? He couldn't save either of the two people he cherished and cared about. Lin clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, feeling desperate and unwilling. Drop. The savior mission begins. Linen was slightly stunned, and a light curtain suddenly lit up in front of his eyes. Savior mission system, enabled. Mission information, kill the level 2 mutant, Stitcher. Mission level, dangerous. Task time limit, 240 hours. Mission reward, antitoxin serum *3, to remove the zombie virus in the body. Mission description, dangerous, level 2, zombies will appear in Linjiang City within 12 hours. Please kill them as soon as possible. Once more than 240 hours have passed, the zombies will become complete forms. Horror, level 3. Before Linen could react, 2 pendant-like objects appeared out of thin air in his palms. It feels cold and heavy. This is Task initial reward, anti-poison pendant, gray equipment, *2. Anti-poison pendant, gray equipment, carry it with you to temporarily suppress the zombie virus. The usable time is 240 hours. After the available time ends, the pendant becomes ineffective and becomes an ordinary item, which can be used repeatedly. The timer starts after use and stops after removal. Equipment level, gray, poor quality, white, ordinary, blue, excellent, black, Doomsday. A white light flashed, and the pendant in his hand directly penetrated into the bodies of Xia and Jingtian, and then appeared on their necks. The pendant is silver-white in color, with a purple gem in the center. Jingtian, who was still struggling and roaring, stopped twisting his body after putting on the pendant and fell to the ground as if he had fallen asleep. After Xia, who was sitting by the window, put it on, her pale face gradually turned rosy. Ting, activate the Savior's exclusive skill, Eye of Judgment. Eye of Judgment, level 0, has been activated. After the Eye of Judgment is activated, mental energy will continue to be consumed. During the duration of the Eye of Judgment, detailed information about anything within the field of vision will be obtained. Eye of Judgment, level 1. The next level of the Eye of Judgment will be opened after the mission is completed. A white light flashed, and the contents on the light screen turned into a stream of information, pouring into Lin En's mind, and were deeply engraved in the depths of his memory like a brand. Brief absence of consciousness. A chill covered his eyes. Lin En's pupils were instantly covered by light blue mist, as if they were transformed. A faint golden color flashed before his eyes, and his vision increased dramatically. The dim room looked as bright as day to him. The fine dust in the corners is clearly visible. Lin En's heart was shocked. The Eye of Judgment actually enhances vision. And the observation information can be displayed. In the end times, the greatest danger is not weakness. It's a misjudgment of information. With the Eye of Judgment, he has the upper hand in information. In this Doomsday, it is a very practical auxiliary skill. Brother Lin, what's wrong with you? Xia, who was leaning against the window, called out to the dazed Lin and with a weak breath. After hanging up the equipment, the wound on her neck was slowly healing. Xia's clear eyes were filled with fatigue and anxiety. If Linen had not specifically instructed Jingtian to tie himself up on the third day to prevent him from hurting others when he turned into a zombie. I'm afraid that while Xia was taking care of Jingtian, she was killed by her own brother, just like what happened in other parts of the world. Zombies who only have the desire to eat have no rationality. When the apocalypse breaks out, most humans die at the hands of their loved ones. Hearing the voice, Linen subconsciously turned his head to look. The Eye of Judgment opened automatically and locked onto Xia. Name, Human, 50% Zombie Transformation. Power, 3. Agility, 3. Constitution, 2. Will, 6. Player level, 0, no danger, the creature is in the stage of transformation into a zombie. Player weaknesses, heart, head, spine. Player skills, cooking 1, language proficiency 2, handicraft 1. Player equipment, anti-poison pendant, gray. A large amount of other information popped out like a waterfall. Xia's information seemed naked in Lin En's eyes, who had opened the Eye of Judgment. Some of the details are terrifying. I'm fine. Linen was a little surprised, but did not show any abnormality. He just smiled gently, indicating that Xia didn't need to worry about him. and Jing Tian is now in a coma. He is Anxia's only spiritual support at this moment, and he must not show any abnormality in front of Anxia. Different from the calmness shown by Linen. His heart was surging. Countless questions lingered in his mind like dark clouds. Savior Template. After it was opened, he was given the extremely practical Eye of Judgment, and also happened to be given a reward for saving in Jing Tian and his sister. It was tailor-made for him. Linen quickly thought about the meaning behind the appearance of the system. Savior. Who to save? Him? Or the people around him? Or the entire human race? If it is the entire human civilization. Linen laughed at himself. He doesn't have any Madonna complex or ambition to take on the responsibility of human civilization. If the goal is to save humanity, then this mysterious savior system may have chosen the wrong person. He just wants to protect the people he loves, take revenge, become stronger and survive. As for the life and death of others, he didn't care. In his previous life, he was accustomed to the ugliness of human nature and died because of betrayal. He instinctively distrusts and dislikes other people. Linen suppressed the thoughts in his mind and carefully observed Jing Tian's condition. And Jing Tian, who was lying unconscious on the ground, had his chest rising and falling slightly. If it weren't for the horrifying sight of his skin and flesh peeling off, he would have looked like he was asleep. At present, the conditions of Jing Tian and Anxia have stabilized. As long as the task is completed. The two people who were originally hopeless to be rescued now have hope of survival. And 3 antivenom serums. Linen was somewhat tempted. Minus Anxia and Jing Tian's share. This meant he had an extra serum left for his own use. Can transform zombies back into humans. The value of this serum is priceless in the apocalypse. As for the mission. Linen was no stranger to the mission. After the Doomsday game of the previous life came, everyone opened the player panel. Nature is like a game. The system will automatically issue some tasks to everyone. The missions he encountered in his previous life usually involved killing a zombie or obtaining an item. This type of task usually only has a small amount of food reward, which is better than nothing. Originally, he had imagined that the best outcome would be to rely on the blood of the awakened to suppress the zombie transformation. Then keep Jing Tian by your side and ensure his safety. Delay it as long as possible and think of a solution later. Now a perfect solution has appeared, which can be said to be a pleasant surprise. But the time limit of the task made Linen feel stressed. Mission information: kill the mutant zombies. The second stage will become the third stage after 10 days. Lin En's face looked solemn. There is a qualitative difference between the third order variant and the second order. Perhaps if several awakened people join forces, or a larger safe zone can use thermal weapons to resist the second-level mutant zombies. But in front of the third-level mutant, no way to fight back. It would be a one-sided massacre. The third-level mutant zombies are no longer afraid of conventional weapons. The human wave tactic is like a joke in front of the third-level mutant. Just one of them can destroy an entire army. Tear apart tank armor with bare hands, withstand small-caliber artillery head-on, and regenerate flesh and blood. Time cannot be delayed. Only 10 days. And Jing Tian's suppressed zombie transformation lasted for this long. This means that he has to leave time for the journey back after killing the Stitcher. 9 days. Whether it is to prevent the Stitcher from becoming stronger over time, or to leave enough buffer time. He doesn't have much time left. Although the location of the Stitcher is not given in the mission information. But Linen didn't care. He silently pulled a crumpled cigarette out of his pocket. In a dim room, a faint firelight lit up, illuminating his face in flickering patterns. Linen took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The smoke is lingering and drifting away. Stitcher. It is the predecessor of Hatred in the previous life. It is located in Wanda Plaza, a shopping mall that accommodates 30,000 people. After it devoured 30,000 people, it became the nightmare of the entire Linjiang city. Brother Lin, are you leaving? My brother is, okay. Anxia leaned against the wall and carefully looked at Linen, who was repairing the door. She knew nothing about the end of the world. She didn't know what she would face if Linen failed to get the antidote. She put her hands behind her back and twisted the corner of her clothes with her slender fingers. Under the long skirt was a pair of snow-white slender legs, with some scratches on the knees. The white dress was stained with blood and dust, making it look dirty. The thin body and the pale face of Linen made people feel distressed. Bang! Linen carefully replaced the iron door that had been kicked away. After becoming an awakener, he was still not quite used to his current power. The hard metal was like plastic in his hands and was easily bent. If you use too much force carelessly, the iron door will be completely scrapped. Therefore, Linen had to find a pile of discarded steel bars to patch them together, and after some banging and hammering, the damaged iron door could barely be used again. It's just that the dented and damaged area in the middle of the iron door cannot be repaired. Ugly, but still practical. After Linen installed the door, he was silent for a moment. "Anxia, I'll be back soon. Don't worry about me." He didn't intend to hide anything. Sedum. Linen paused for a moment, then looked determined and gave Anxia a gentle smile. "You and Jingtian will be fine. Believe me." Sigh softly. His parents left him early when he was young. Anxia and Jingtian are the only people he cares about. Although there is no blood relationship, they are better than close relatives. Jingtian's parents took good care of him and treated him as their own child. The Anxia siblings treated him as their own brother and lived with him since childhood. Anxia and Jingtian are the last soft spots in his heart. Anxia looked at Lin En's resolute and handsome face and her expression froze. The eyes are red. Listening to Lin En's familiar tone. As reassuring as always. Just like when we were kids. It seemed that as long as Lin and his brother were there was nothing to worry about. "Brother Lin. So when are you going to leave? Can you?" Anxia looked at Lin, who was still busy, and asked timidly in a low voice. She was afraid of disturbing Lin. Hesitated for a long time. Anxia didn't say what she wanted to say. She hoped Lin could stay with her for a while longer. The wailing of zombies and living people in the community never stopped. And my brother was also in a coma. She is very scared. But she was afraid that saying this out loud would be too selfish and would affect what Lin was going to do. After Lin sealed all the windows in the house, the room became pitch dark. He turned his head, and his eyes with enhanced vision ignored the darkness. The room was as bright as day in his eyes. "I'll leave early tomorrow morning. I'll stay here tonight." Lin understood Anxia's expression. Don't say that Anxia is just a little girl now. In his previous life, when the apocalypse broke out, he was still uneasy and fearful even though he was a soldier. In the face of life and death, in the end of the world. Many people with poor psychological endurance even choose to commit suicide. Really? Anxia raised her head in surprise and looked at Lin in the darkness. Although she couldn't see him, she knew Lin was there. Lin did not reply, but walked slowly to Anxia and rubbed her hair lovingly. The light and pleasant smell of shower gel diluted the bloody smell in his nostrils. He didn't waste his time on romance. The Stitcher has not appeared yet. After 12 hours, the zombie in Wanda Mall will mutate into a Stitcher from among the many zombies. Excluding the 2 hours of travel time, he can still stay at Jingtian's home for about 10 hours. Besides, he is in very bad condition now and must rest. After a series of fights and the activation of awakening skills, his body has reached its limit, and he is now relying purely on willpower to hold on. He held the girl in his arms. Anxia buried her head deeply in his chest, her body trembling slightly. "Brother Lin, I'm so scared." Lin felt the trembling of the girl in his arms and remained silent. He just slowly clenched his right hand around Anxia's back. No words were spoken that night. The next morning. There are no longer the chirping birds outside the window as before. The sharp wailing woke Lin up, and a man's panicked cry for help not far away was quickly drowned out by the zombie's roar. Following the shrill scream, there was no sound for a moment. "It looks like someone died again. Don't care." When Lin woke up, he felt that his condition had returned to its peak and he was full of strength. As long as you get enough rest, you will recover quickly. This is the benefit of digitized templates. Lin quickly checked in Jingtian's condition and breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that he was fine. He glanced at Xia, who was curled up on the sofa, and shook his head slightly. Xia, who was sleeping soundly, slightly frowned her delicate eyebrows and subconsciously groped around her body with her hands. Traces of tears can still be vaguely seen on the small and delicate face. Lin smiled bitterly in his heart. It can be seen that Xia secretly cried for a long time last night. He casually covered Xia with a quilt and walked lightly to the window to observe the situation outside. Come to the window. Thick smoke billowed from the top of the building in the distance, and it looked like a fire had been burning all night. Thick smoke billowed. On the top floor nearby, many survivors were desperately waving white cloth flags for help. Trapped on the rooftop, they had no way to retreat and could only pray that the military would send a helicopter to rescue them. What they didn't know was that this doomsday was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Lin retracted his gaze and looked inside the community. The alarm of a car not far away sounded shrilly, attracting many zombies to the car. On the side of the road, several zombies squatted on the ground, devouring the flesh of the corpses. Through the anti-theft window, from time to time, one could see the flashing figures of zombies in the opposite building. In a very short period of time, order in the city completely collapsed. After the apocalypse, unattended cities will quickly decay. After a while, natural gas pipeline leaks, water plant outages, and factory explosions will become the norm. Without convenient electricity and water, human civilization will soon regress. Remember that in the late days of the apocalypse, a bottle of clean mineral water would cause countless survivors to fight to the death. In silence, Lin subconsciously tried to take out a lighter from his trouser pocket to light the cigarette. It is his habit to smoke while thinking. I searched for a long time but couldn't find the pocket. He was surprised to find that his clothes, which were originally covered with blood, had become brand new. Lin burst out laughing. It seemed that Xia secretly replaced the bloody clothes he took off with clean ones in the middle of the night. The two were of similar height and build, so it was a perfect fit. Ding ding. The alarm I set before going to bed last night rang. Lin put out the cigarette in his hand and looked at the two of them deeply. But when he was leaving, Xia, who was sleeping with her back to him, suddenly had tears on her face. Xia still has a lot to say to you. You must come back safely. Before leaving, Xia was still sleeping soundly. And Jingtian was still in the room, but he looked much better. If nothing unexpected happens, he will wake up soon. They brought in several zombie corpses to cover up the remaining scent of life at the door, and then blocked the door with miscellaneous items. Only then did Lin feel relieved. But there seemed to be survivors opposite. When Lin was moving things, his keen hearing detected a noise coming from the room of the opposite resident. The men carefully observed him through the cat's eye, thinking that Lin had not noticed. Lin didn't care about this. After making sure that someone was watching him, he picked up a zombie head and crushed it with one hand in front of that person. As easy as popping a water ball. The hard skull shattered into pieces and scattered everywhere. Ah! A scream came from the door opposite, obviously frightened by Lin's horrifying behavior. Immediately, there was a sound of the door opposite being locked. Lin smiled calmly. It seemed the effect was good. Naked military deterrence. Although the repaired iron gate is enough to block ordinary zombies. But it can't defend against people. After the Doomsday, people's hearts are unpredictable. Lin had seen too much ugliness in his previous life. In order to compete for food and survive, people killed each other, cannibalized their own children, and betrayed their spouses. As long as he can ensure the safety of Xia and Jingtian, he doesn't mind having blood on his hands. He even considered killing all the residents in the building. If they were not sure whether there were any residents in the building whom the siblings knew. There will only be 2 people alive in this building at this time. However, as long as you are not particularly unlucky and encounter mutants, or malicious intentions from humans. Compared to these dangers, Lin was not worried that ordinary zombies would threaten the brother and sister hiding in the room. The room was well stocked with food and water, enough to last for a month. As long as the two of them stay indoors, it will be impossible for these zombies to chew through the reinforced iron door with their teeth alone. Even if something happened to him, the two of them would be able to hold on for a while. The supplies piled up in the room were all purchased in advance by Linen, who had asked and Jingtian to do so before the Doomsday broke out. There are a full range of varieties, all of which are military rations. Thinking of this, Linen remembered the batch of supplies he had purchased in advance. That's more than 2 million in cash, enough supplies for 3 people to survive for 5 years. Weapons, equipment, medicines, everything you need. I just don't know whether the delivery logistics were delivered to the location he specified after he fell into a coma. If this batch of supplies was still there, he could easily form a team and establish a safe zone in the early stage relying solely on these supplies. In a Doomsday game, it's hard to survive on your own. Only by building your own power can you gain a foothold in this Doomsday. Linen sighed softly. Being in a coma for 3 days did disrupt many of his plans. Not only that, there are still many rare props and equipment that I haven't obtained in my memory. However, it's not too late to get it now. The Gate of Huyuan Community. Last night, Linen had already thought of the next course of action. In the first 6 days, search for special supplies and equipment in the memory of the previous life, and kill a mutant to increase the level first. It's useless no matter how anxious he is because he doesn't have enough strength. The next 3 days are reserved for killing the Stitcher. So. The first target, Shingy Flower Shop. As far as I can remember, this flower shop on the edge of the city once had extremely rare psychic plants. Psychic plants are similar to the boost items in games. It usually exists in the form of plants, fruits, food, etc., but there are more plant forms. Players or even zombies can eat it directly after obtaining it, and then they can get permanent attribute bonuses. For Doomsday players, they can only rely on leveling up, with +1 attribute point per level. The effect of psychic food is simply abnormal. Every improvement in an attribute has an extremely exaggerated effect on the increase in strength. Most of the lucky ones who obtained this fruit in their previous lives became powerful people who dominated a region. However, usually this kind of special product will only exist for a period of time before the Doomsday. It gradually disappeared 1 month after the Doomsday outbreak. As an ordinary person, Linen was able to know this information only thanks to the chat channel opened by the Doomsday game half a year later. Unlike the chat channels in ordinary games, everyone can speak freely. The chat channel in the Doomsday game requires a lot of energy and physical strength. In other words, it consumes precious food. Therefore, most ordinary people like him, who had problems with food and clothing in their previous lives, could only silently watch the powerful awakeners share some information from time to time, or even chat. As far as Linen can remember, he hadn't seen this kind of news on the public channel since the year after the Doomsday outbreak. Therefore, if we don't seize the opportunity now and obtain some psychic food, it will be extremely difficult to find it later. Eye of Judgment. In order to observe the surrounding environment, Linen activated the Eye of Judgment again, and a golden light flashed in his pupils. His already excellent eyesight improved again, and information along the way poured in like a data stream. After confirming that there is no danger, Linen closed the Eye of Judgment. Although the Eye of Judgment does not consume much mental energy, it will become a burden if it is accumulated continuously. There are no special mutants nearby. Number of zombies, 678. Survivors, 122. In a community that originally had a population of 1,000, only about 10% of the people are now alive. The cruelty of the end of the world can be seen from this. First, find a motorcycle. After observing the route, Linen made up his mind. The journey into the city is long, although the number of zombies is not as terrifying as in the city center. But it's not much less. Just deal with the zombies along the way. It would be a waste of time if we don't have a vehicle to travel. It is not easy to find heavy trucks in the old city right now. An ordinary car will malfunction if it hits a few zombies. In contrast, a nimble motorcycle is a good choice. If conditions permit in the later stage, it would be best to find an armored vehicle and transform it into a mobile fortress. After a night, many zombies have gathered at the entrance of the community again. The ground was littered with broken organs mixed with blood, staining the ground dark red. The zombies, who would not let go of any flesh and blood, ate the corpse cleanly, leaving only a white skeleton on the ground. It seems that many people tried to escape or came in last night. Hundreds of zombies wandered around aimlessly, occasionally raising their heads and letting out ear-piercing roars. Linen seized the opportunity and flashed out in an instant. His target was a place not far away that was surrounded by a small group of zombies. There was a black motorcycle overturned on the ground with the key in it ready to start at any time. There was a skeleton next to the car, which had been gnawed clean. It seems that he is the owner of this motorcycle. Linen suddenly exerted force with his right foot, the old ground cracked, and he rushed to the front of the group of zombies in an instant. Slash downward. The Nepalese machete, half an arm's length, cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. The machete comes from Njingtian's collection. Njingtian, who is also a retired soldier, has a hobby of collecting weapons. Although the quality of the licker's spine is far superior to that of alloy weapons, it is not easy to use without processing. The knife flashed sharply, and Linen cut the two nearest zombies in half with one knife. The wound is smooth, just like laser cutting. The body was cut in half and slowly slid down. Roar! The swarm of zombies smelled the breath of living people and instantly went berserk. The arm covered with rotten flesh grabbed towards Linen frantically. Side kick. Lin An's body changed direction quickly. He twisted his body rapidly at a speed beyond the limits of the human body and exerted force from his waist. Bang. The zombie that was roaring and flying towards him had its upper body broken by a kick, and its white spine was still hanging stubbornly at the bottom of his feet. Ring slash. Burst of power. Buzz. When the awakened one unleashes his power, unique energy fluctuations are emitted, and golden light like water sinks into the body. Linen had an indifferent expression and quickly spun around with the knife in one hand. With the help of huge force, the sharp blade easily cut open the zombie's neck. Laugh. Flesh was cut by the blade. The heads of the 7 zombies were chopped off at the same time. With one knife, Linen killed the remaining 7 zombies cleanly and efficiently. OMG. At the third-floor window nearby, a bearded man in his 20s opened his eyes wide and couldn't help but exclaimed. His face was filled with shock. It was like a scene from a movie appearing in reality, which made him unbelievable. Who is this person? A pervert with smooth sword skills and strong physical fitness. Could it be the legendary hermit master or the ancient warrior in the novel? The man's eyes widened and became bloodshot. The day of the Doomsday happened to be a weekend, and he was living alone in an apartment to rest, so he was lucky to survive. But the zombies outside the door blocked him in the room, making it impossible for him to move. There was not much food in the room. Living alone, he had long been accustomed to ordering takeout when he was hungry. He even ate up the last bucket of instant noodles in the house. Having watched a lot of Doomsday movies, he soon realized that if he continued like this, he would probably face starvation to death. It's not like he hasn't tried to go out. But after seeing the strongman who rode a motorcycle back home last night, he gave up the plan after he couldn't even hold on for 3 seconds when surrounded by zombies. Therefore, when he was about to check out the situation outside after a sleepless night, he saw Lin An slaughtering zombies. After seeing Lin An's exaggerated strength, he soon realized that perhaps Lin An could help him. The man was excited and hurriedly wanted to open the window and speak. But he forgot that he had locked the windows tightly last night out of fear. Anxious and flustered. By the time he finally opened the window and stuck his head out, Lin An had already sped away on his motorcycle. Without caring whether Lin An could hear him or not, the men shouted loudly, trying to leave an impression on Lin An. What if this man with terrifying strength comes back? Brother. My name is Lu Shiming. I live in Unit 2, Building 3, Room 302. The motorcycle was going very fast. The modified engine roared loudly, increasing the speed to 100 kilometers per hour in a short period of time. Lin An had no expression on his face without a helmet, and the oncoming high-speed airflow had no effect on him. He seemed to vaguely hear someone shouting something in the community behind him. But even if he heard it clearly, he wouldn't stop. The modified motorcycle sped along the ring road like a black afterimage. Crashed cars and miserable dead bodies could be seen everywhere along the road. The stumps of limbs and arms hang on the guardrails like fresh pork. Relying on his awakened reaction ability, Lennon easily maneuvered the car body to dodge obstacles along the way. Even though he was not proficient in motorcycle driving, he still acquired driving skills comparable to top racing drivers thanks to his reactions that exceeded the limits of the human body. On the Ring Expressway, a man and a woman stood cautiously on the roof of a silver-white RV. They have been trapped here for a day and a night. There is no food and no water. Fear, hunger, and cold almost broke their will. Next to the RV at his feet, the original driver and other passengers had turned into zombies. The 4 zombies roared tirelessly and scratched the car body in their desire for flesh and blood. As the zombies continued to hit the car, every shake of the car body caused the bald man to scream. On the roof of the car, another girl was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of denim shorts, looking very youthful and cute. Unlike the panicked middle-aged men, she just held on to the antenna on the roof to prevent herself from falling. We can't stay here any longer. Without water and food, if we continue like this, we will die if we run out of energy. The girl's name was Wenya. She forced herself to calm down and couldn't help but want to discuss a solution with the bald man. The bald man's name is Li Shiping, and he is her boss in the company. Li Shiping did not answer. He was still frightened and just looked around panicking. Wenya looked at Li Shiping and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that Li Shiping, who is so old, is not as calm as her. Lustful and timid. A day ago, during the company's team-building event, Li Shiping used both soft and hard tactics to try to get her to sing at KTV. There was no other way, so she could only suggest going out for a picnic. Otherwise, you can guess what this old man will do. Wenya ignored Li Shiping's loud shouting and couldn't help rubbing her sore ankle. There was a hint of blue on the slender white ankles. She was accidentally injured when she was climbing onto the roof of the car. Help! Is there anyone coming to rescue us? He didn't know how long he had been shouting. He hadn't had a drop of water for a whole day and night. Li Shiping felt like his throat was about to smoke from shouting. Frightened and exhausted, he stopped screaming in despair. When he turned his head, he saw Wenya sitting cross-legged on the roof of the car with her eyes wide open. A pair of long, beautiful legs are rubbed between fingertips. Gentle. I see you're seriously injured. Li Shiping swallowed hard. He had been coveting this girl for a long time. Youthful and beautiful, she is different from the group of old and ugly gossipers in the company. I heard that he graduated from a prestigious university. Let me help you rub it. As he spoke, he couldn't help but want to hold the pair of little feet in his arms and knead them. Wenya looked alert and stood up immediately. No need, you should worry more about yourself. Wenya glared at the men with disgust. Timid and disgusting. In this situation, he still has lustful intentions. Li Shiping didn't care at all, his eyes were fixed on Wenya's body. Desire comes out. I've been shouting for a whole day but no one responded. I'm afraid the world is in chaos. If I can't survive, I have to have a good time before I die. It won't be lonely if I take someone to be buried with me. The atmosphere froze. When Wenya's expression was cold, she noticed the changes in Li Shiping. The two are now on the roof of the car. If they fight or resist, they will easily fall into the crowd of zombies. However, even if she died, she would never let this old man touch her. What to do? Li Shiping was in a trance, and the fantasy scenes dispelled his fear. Unable to help himself, he unbuckled his belt and reached out his right hand to Wenya. Suddenly, the car body shook. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell backwards on the roof of the car. The zombies below immediately went wild, scratching and jumping upwards frantically, stretching out their arms to try to grab him down and have a good meal. The zombies' rotten fingertips touched his neck, like an electric shock. Li Shiping screamed and straightened up in panic. After a while, he was in a panic, turning his head back and forth, as if he realized something. Help me check. Am I scratched? The voice was crying. I beg you to look. He himself couldn't see whether the back of his neck was scratched by the zombies, so he could only ask for help from Wanya, who was also on the roof of the car. No. Wanya sighed lightly and replied indifferently. There was a hint of uneasiness in her eyes, but she quickly covered it up. Li Jiping let out a long sigh, and his highly tense nerves suddenly relaxed. Like surviving a disaster. As long as you don't get scratched. He would rather commit suicide than become a zombie. He saw with his own eyes last night that an employee in the same car was quickly transformed into a zombie in just 10 minutes after a zombie scratched a small piece of flesh on his face. The skin and flesh fell off, rotting and smelling bad. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have hidden on the roof of the car. The corpse on the ground with only half a foot left was his fate. I just remembered. There was food in the car next to it, and the keys were not removed. And the roof window was open, but it was covered by the sun visor so you couldn't see it. Wanya suddenly spoke up and addressed Li Jiping. Jump over, there's a chance you can survive. That thing can be crushed with one kick. If we continue to stay here, there will be no hope at all after the temperature drops tonight. She spoke calmly, stating the facts. His right hand was behind his back, his palm tightly grasping a bunch of keys. Li Jiping was delighted when he heard this and quickly looked at the RV next to him. He had noticed the car earlier, but it was no use jumping over it. But now Wanya said that the sunroof was open, which means that it is possible to enter from the roof. Conflicted and hesitant. The distance was a bit far and he didn't dare to jump. After Wanya finished speaking, she no longer looked at Li Jiping, but just patiently conserved her energy. I couldn't help but smile bitterly in my heart. The sunroof was not open and she had the key. Trick Li Jiping into jumping over, and then attract the zombies to drive away when Li Jiping is dying. There are many loopholes, but it is the only method she can use now. If they stay any longer, both of them will die. No. It should be said that it is one person. Li Jiping has been infected. She saw a tiny wound on the back of her neck. If you want to jump, jump first. If you knew that, why didn't you jump over it? Li Jiping asked Wanya suspiciously, and then couldn't help scratching his arm. How about this, I can jump over first. Take off your clothes and let me have some fun first. Too lazy to hide. Li Jiping suddenly spoke, but he didn't dare to go over for a short time. Wanya's eyes were cold and she remained silent. Her right hand was hidden behind her back, and she was slowly groping for a utility knife on the key. Sudden. Boom. The roar of the locomotive engine came rapidly from far away. The two people on the roof listened in disbelief. After hearing the voice clearly, they both raised their heads suddenly. Full of surprise. A car is coming. Li Jiping quickly stood up and waved his hands across his chest desperately to attract Lin An's attention. Help! Heartbroken, Li Jiping screamed loudly, fearing that he was not shouting loud enough. With a dry mouth, the sound is like a drake tearing its throat. Lin An turned a deaf ear and drove his motorcycle past. The speed was so fast that even the zombies surrounding the RV had no time to react. Fuck. Fuck. Why don't you stop the car? From hope to despair, the men stared blankly at the black spot that was gradually disappearing in the distance. What bullshit. Don't you see anyone here? Li Jiping couldn't help but burst into curses. Wanya, who was standing beside him, was disappointed but quickly recovered her mood and seemed to be thinking about something. The two of them suddenly looked at each other. Li Jiping licked his cracked lips, as if thinking about something. He scratched the back of his neck. For some reason, he suddenly felt itchy. So hot and itchy. Wanya in front of him suddenly seemed some delicious highway fork intersection. Squeak. The tires left a long black mark. Lin An suddenly stopped and controlled the motorcycle to make a beautiful drift. After getting off the car, Lin An looked at the RV about 400 meters behind him. It's not about being a hero and saving the damsel in distress. After the baptism of Doomsday, even if a beautiful woman died in front of him, he would not frown. But, I have some doubts. When he drove past the RV just now, he felt a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Doomsday equipment. Or what? As an awakened being, his perception ability far exceeds that of ordinary people. Especially after the Doomsday game starts, some props from the game will automatically emit fluctuations. Like a point of light in the dark night. Eye of Judgment. Linen shouted softly and instantly opened the Eye of Judgment to search. Human, male, infected state. Player level, 0, non-awakened. Human, female, normal. Player level, 1, non-awakened. Zombies, normal. RV, driving props, damage 22%. Dense information poured down like a waterfall. All the existing information within Lin En's field of vision was displayed in detail. He fixed his eyes and looked closely at a strange item in the information center. Human, female, player level, level 1. His pupils dilated, and Lin En's vision quickly captured the scene on the roof of a car in the distance like a zooming telescope. On the roof of the car, Li Jiping was hunched over and coughing. Wenya stood on the roof of the car vigilantly, with her right hand clenched tightly behind her back. Lin En frowned slightly. Nothing unusual. He didn't see any Doomsday equipment. On the contrary, he could see that Li Jiping had been infected and would completely turn into a zombie in about 5 minutes. It seems that Wenya's level 1 does not come from equipment. Lin En was puzzled. In the Doomsday game, the player's level can only be increased by killing mutant zombies. To go from level 0 to level 1, you need to kill 2 mutants. Level 2 requires 4 heads. The woman on the roof was neither an awakened person nor was it possible for her to have killed a monster. But the information indicated it was level 1, and it also had slight psychic fluctuations. How is this possible? Unless... Lin En had a strange look on his face, and he roughly guessed the reason. His eyes were burning. Mutant. Combined with Wenya's information, it looks very much like the mutant rumored in the previous life. He is not an awakened one, but he possesses extraordinary abilities. The existence of such people is extremely rare among humans, and there is probably only one person in tens of millions. Before the end of the world, these people usually play the role of Taoist priests or shamans. Unlike the awakened ones who possess powerful military force and supernatural powers. Mutants often have mutations in will attributes. Their willpower can naturally exceed the limit of ordinary humans by 10 points without being strengthened. After the end of the world, mutants will be shown as level 1 in the level information, which is different from the level 0 of ordinary players. And because of lack of training, one will not be able to control the mental power, causing it to dissipate. As mutants, they do not have strong physical strength but have strong mental power. Therefore, it can provide spiritual power to other awakened people and act as a power bank. Mental strength is crucial to combat endurance. If there are mutants providing mental support in the rear during combat, an awakened one with full firepower is equivalent to having his strength increased by more than 1 level. Therefore, at the end of the world, this group of people are frantically fought over by all major forces. In the end times, nothing is more important than strength. Lucky or unlucky. No one is willing to be someone else's tool. Once a mutant is discovered, he or she will often be imprisoned and guarded. Fortunately, they will be protected as precious supplies at the end of the world. Unfortunately, mutants completely lose their free will. Having said that, in fact, the reborn Lin En is also a mutant in a sense. Before he awakened, his will attribute had reached 12 points. Of course, whether Wenya is a mutant is just Lin En's guess. Instead of guessing, it's better to just take the person down first. Without hesitation. After Lin En turned off the Eye of Judgment, he turned around and walked back. The distance between the two is only 300 meters. At his current speed, it wouldn't take more than a few seconds. The idea of forming his own power has always been in his plan. It is not only about establishing a safe zone that can help you survive better in the Doomsday game. 3 months after the apocalypse, the Doomsday game will give all players who have formed a safe zone some tasks. After completing these tasks, you can gain strength. This kind of task usually requires a lot of manpower and material resources, and a single player can hardly complete it alone. If it is confirmed that Wenya is a mutant, he will naturally recruit her under his command. With the addition of mutants, not only his strength will be greatly enhanced. In a sense, it is even equivalent to adding one level of strength to the awakened people of the entire force out of thin air. A suspected mutant, worthy of his attention. On the roof of the car, Li Jiping stared straight at Wenya, who looked alert. He opened his mouth and made a meaningless roar in his throat. The bloodshot eyeballs bulged out a little. 7 minutes had passed since he was infected with the zombie virus. His willpower and physical fitness were already weak and he was on the verge of losing his mind. Itchy, so itchy. Li Jiping instinctively repeated the short words, scratching his body rapidly with his hands. Nails scratched the skin. A whole piece of flesh was torn off by him and fell on the roof of the car. Like I can't feel the pain. He scratched faster and faster, as if he was feeling pleasure. 1 piece, 2 pieces. Flakes of skin fell off like confetti, revealing bright red flesh. Wenya suppressed her fear and tightly clenched a utility knife in her right hand. I subconsciously stepped back, but found there was no way to retreat. Roar. The zombies under his feet smelled the scent of flesh and blood and became more and more manic. Wenya bit her lips tightly, her delicate skin was completely bloodless and her face was pale. From the moment Li Jiping asked her to check the wound, she had thought of this moment. Fortunately, she got the key when she escaped. The keys were in a bunch with a small folding knife hanging from them. This utility knife, only half the length of her palm, was the only weapon she could find on the roof of the car. Ah! After large pieces of skin and flesh peeled off, Li Jiping suddenly howled, and a foul stench emanated from his body. The bones creaked and in the blink of an eye they turned into zombies. Roar. Both eyes bulged. Li Jiping, who had turned into a zombie, opened his mouth as wide as possible, with the corners of his mouth torn apart. He roared and pounced towards Wenya. Squat down. Wenya quickly squatted down, trying to avoid the bite. But she only worked out on a daily basis and had no combat experience, so she could only barely turn sideways in time. For ordinary people, it is pretty good to be able to keep sanity and not collapse under the attack of zombies. Bang. Wenya was unable to dodge and was knocked to the roof of the car by Li Jiping's sudden attack. The back hit the roof of the car with a dull sound. Under the huge force, the snow-white skin was hit and turned purple and blue, and the shoulder blade was even slightly cracked. Heart-wrenching pain. Wenya snorted, her eyes determined. Unlike those who would just stand there in shock of fear when encountering zombies, she used all her strength to hold the knife in her right hand and stabbed it hard into the back of Li Jiping's head. The smelly giant mouth was right in front of her, and there was only the desire to eat in Li Jiping's blood-red eyes. Laugh. The utility knife was completely embedded in Li Jiping's head. The blade penetrated the vulnerable back of the neck, the only area of the brain not protected by the skull. Like a machine without power. Li Jiping, who turned into a zombie, had his brain destroyed. His body stiffened and he instantly collapsed and died. Wenya survived the disaster and hurriedly pushed Li Jiping's body away, gasping for breath. His chest was rising and falling rapidly and he was sweating profusely. Her hair was disheveled on her sweaty forehead. She was in no mood to take care of it, she just felt a wave of fear. He was almost eaten alive by the zombies. Even the most cruel method of death, lynching, is nothing compared to this cruelty. Wenya was exhausted and was trying to stand up staggeringly. There was a piercing pain in the shoulder blades behind her, and she felt extremely weak. Bang. Roar. Something strange happened. The space on the roof is already narrow. After Li Jiping died, his blood covered the entire roof of the car. The sticky blood covered the soles of my feet. Wenya was in a daze and tried to stand up but lost her balance and fell onto the roof of the car. Ah! Wenya cried out in pain. The zombies under the roof were like sharks that smelled blood. Several pairs of rotten hands grabbed her hair frantically, and her hair was torn off along with her scalp. Like a drowning person being dragged into the water. Wenya struggled desperately, but the blood-stained roof was too smooth. In the blink of an eye, half of his body was pulled out of the roof. His eyes showed despair and unwillingness. The corpse was very close. The stench was overwhelming. Lin En's excellent eyesight allowed him to spot Wenya about to be dragged off the roof of the car by the zombies. He couldn't help but frown. If Wenya was just an ordinary person, he naturally wouldn't care. But it would be a pity if a suspected mutant died. Of course, the premise is that it can be used by him. Power burst. Linen shouted in a low voice. A light golden light flashed around his body, and his power increased dramatically under waves of strange fluctuations. After activating his talent, he became extremely fast, running on the highway like a black phantom. In a very short time, he crossed a distance of 100 meters and rushed to the vicinity of the RV. Wenya was torn apart by the zombie's brute force, and half of her body fell off the roof of the car. Lin En's eyes were cold. He suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and the Nepalese machete in his hand flew out of his hand in an instant. The scimitar swirled and, under Lin En's powerful control, accurately cut off Wenya's torn long hair. Hey! The scimitar slashed into the car body, halfway inside. The huge force even lifted the car body up by as much as a palm. Punch! Linen had a blank expression on his face and threw out another punch. The fierce wind broke through the air and went straight through the head of the nearest zombie. Bang! Like puncturing a water balloon. The brain matter mixed with blood exploded. Before the other zombies could react. After he activated his power burst, he easily smashed the heads of the remaining zombies with his strength of 14 points. In just 2 seconds, the horde of zombies that was enough to make ordinary people despair was easily dealt with by Linen. Confirmed that all zombies are dead. Linen shook off the blood on his hands, then looked calmly at Wenya, who was lying on the roof of the car. Wenya hadn't come back to her senses yet. Her hair was disheveled and her chest was rising and falling rapidly. Having just been to the gates of hell, she was drenched in sweat. The slim-fitting, exquisitely crafted top fits tightly to the body, showing off the beautiful figure. She looked at Linen in shock, her mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a long time. So strong. The scene before her was like a dream, which made her unbelievable. A punch to the head. Brutal and decisive. She had no doubt that if this punch hit an ordinary person, he would be crushed into powder. You are, just now. Wenya was very nervous. Identify carefully. She recognized Linen. The ostentatious black motorcycle whizzing past left a deep impression on her. Linen was wearing a black combat uniform, he had a tall and strong figure, and he looked a little indifferent in his leather boots. Killing 4 zombies was easy for Linen. Except for some blood on his right hand, his clothes were not dirty at all. Linen did not reply. He just looked at Wenya's body unscrupulously, as if he was looking at a fine work of art. This was the first time he saw the legendary mutant. Although in a sense, he himself is nothing special. Linen looked it up and down. The Wenya in front of him was no different from other people except that she was calmer than ordinary people. Linen didn't say anything, and she didn't dare to speak either. Wenya was half lying on the roof of the car, her lips tightly pursed, not daring to move. Even though her mind is much stronger than that of ordinary people. But anyone who witnessed the scene of Lin En's attack just now and the broken skulls on the ground would be so scared that they would be speechless. Although Linen saved her, she didn't dare to relax. It was obvious that Linen looked at her with clean and clear eyes, without any desire. But it inexplicably made her feel a little scared. In Lin En's eyes, she could not see any desire, as if she was just an object. Take off your clothes. Linen spoke to Wenya in a cold tone without hesitation, giving orders like an order. He just looked at Wenya carefully and found that there was no way to determine that she was a mutant based on her appearance. In that case, let's use the method from our previous life. There is a method in the memory of the previous life to accurately verify the identity of the mutant. Before the apocalypse, there was nothing special about mutants. But as long as the player template is loaded, purple patterns will appear on their bodies under the power of the system. Like a curse. These patterns are different from regular tattoos, and even if there are no pictures of the patterns on any mutants, the information has leaked. Anyone who has seen it is absolutely certain that only mutants can have such a pattern. Lin En's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in her ears. When Wenya heard Lin En's words, her body trembled violently. She bit her lips and her face was pale. Really? She laughed miserably. Feeling powerless and helpless, he clutched the corners of his clothes with both hands, unwilling to take them off. Duh. Linen took a step closer impatiently and pulled out the Nepalese machete that was stuck in the car body with one hand. His eyes were cold. He guessed what Wanya was thinking, but he wasn't prepared to explain anything. He had no patience and no obligation to explain. Wanya looked at the blood-stained blade, as if she was heartbroken. Lin En's terrifying strength made her unable to muster any thoughts of resistance. What's more, if Lin En hadn't taken action, she would have turned into a pile of bones long ago. Rustle. She took off her shirt silently, then raised her head and looked at Lin En. Her body without the shirt was as white as smooth milk. The two looked at each other, Wanya's eyes were stubborn and resolute. Lin En didn't care at all. He took 2 steps closer and looked down at her belly. The two people were very close. At this distance, Wanya could even feel Lin En's rapid breathing and burning gaze. As hot as a branding iron. She had never been in such close contact with a man before, and her ears turned red and her body trembled. Lin En didn't pay attention to the details. At this moment, his attention was attracted by the strange pattern, and his eyes were full of obsession. Dark purple patterns were imprinted on Wanya's smooth and flat belly, with flashes of blood between the lines from time to time. The patterns are mysterious and heart-pounding. At first glance, it seems as if the soul has been swallowed up. He couldn't help but reach out his hand and gently touch the lines with his fingertips. The skin is delicate and smooth like silk. Every time a flash of blood on the pattern passed through his fingertips, a faint mental force would be transmitted into his body. Lin En's original mental strength was extremely strong. But after this mental power was transmitted into the body, there was a faint feeling of enhancement. Is this the unique pattern of mutants? Lin En couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Just touching it can have the effect of increasing your mental power. Unique and eye-catching. There are this kind of texture. No wonder the players who were hunting mutants everywhere in their previous lives could easily find them among ordinary people. Different from Wanya's wild thoughts. After confirming that Wanya was the legendary mutant, Lin En was filled with joy. Originally, he was not very confident about killing the Stitcher. Even though he knew a lot about treasures and psychic foods hidden in various places that could improve one's strength. But time is tight and you may not be able to get all of them. With the strength of a first-level awakener, he fights against second-level, or even top-level second-level mutated zombies. It's still too much of a stretch. But if Wanya assists him in battle, his mental strength can be replenished. With the frequent use of awakening skills, his chances of winning are greatly increased. Before Lin En could speak, Wanya seemed to have noticed something and followed Lin En's gaze towards her lower abdomen. Her mouth is slightly open. She looked at the patterns on her body in surprise, her eyes confused. This is... Wanya only thought for a moment, and as she had strong mental strength, she reacted quickly. She has never had a tattoo. Moreover, the patterns on his body would occasionally flash with strange blood-red colors. She remembered that Lin En was too lazy to pay attention to her at first, and then suddenly came to rescue her. Now I am so interested in patterns. This means that what really attracted Lin En was not her body, but the pattern. Thinking that she had misunderstood Lin En, Wanya suddenly felt a little guilty. She thought that Lin En, like those people who coveted her body, had bad intentions towards her. The patterns on my body, are they useful to you? Does it have any meaning? Wanya quickly suppressed all her thoughts and couldn't help but ask Lin En tentatively. Lin En was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Wanya reacted quickly and guessed it before he even opened his mouth. He nodded slightly, not intending to hide anything. But he suddenly thought of something, and then decisively undressed. Wanya's face turned pale and she stood there in a daze. At this time, Lin En had already taken off his shirt. He has a muscular body and obvious abdominal muscles. Different from muscles developed through years of fitness or deliberate training. After awakening, he loaded the Savior template and his body was perfectly strengthened by the system. The limbs are long, the lines are smooth, and the skin is as transparent as jade. The tight muscles are not exaggerated, but one can feel the terrifying power contained within them. It's pretty nice. An idea suddenly popped up in Wanya's mind, but she quickly suppressed it. My originally relaxed mind suddenly became much more alert. What should I do if he wants to force himself on me? Suicide? Or what? My brain is like paste. The first time she was taken away by a stranger, with her personality, she would rather choose to end her life. However, she always felt that there was a special aura around Linen that made her unable to help but feel close to him and confused. Damn it. Wenya tried her best to regain her clarity of mind. While Wenya was daydreaming, Linen suddenly turned around. My back. Are there any similar patterns? The reason why Linen suddenly took off his shirt was that he suddenly thought that he might also have the unique patterns of mutants. But he didn't see it from the front. If the pattern exists, then he must be careful not to reveal his mutant identity in the future. After all, the existence of mutants is a temptation for everyone. Ah. Wenya finally reacted after hearing what Linen said. Fortunately, Linen had turned around and could not see the embarrassment on her face. No. Wenya looked at it carefully. There was nothing on Linen's smooth, inverted triangle-shaped back. Linen frowned slightly when he heard this. How could there be none? After his rebirth, his willpower before awakening was as high as 12 points, which can be said to have absolutely reached the standard of a mutant. Could it be that he is not a mutant? Or is the pattern underneath? After a series of questions, Linen was a little confused. Frowning slightly. After hesitating for a moment, Linen gave up the idea of taking off his pants. He just wanted to see if he was a mutant on a whim. If not, no big deal. After all, mutants are of no help to one's own strength, but they make it easy for others to spy on them. Never mind. I'll check it next time when I'm alone. Sob. Linen decisively gave up the idea of taking off his pants in front of him. But Linen didn't know that Wenya didn't have the courage to take a closer look just now. A thin dark purple pattern flashed across the edge of his trousers behind him. After putting on his shirt, Linen turned around and looked directly at Wenya. I won't say much, and I won't be long-winded. Join my team and serve me. Wenya was slightly stunned, and the two looked at each other. Linen's eyes were calm, yet full of oppression. Serve? Wenya was a little hesitant. She doesn't mind joining Linen's team. I didn't do anything to her, but I took advantage of her misfortune. And she has also seen Linen's strength. After the Doomsday game begins, most smarter people realize that this world may no longer be the same after seeing the zombies. As an ordinary person and a girl, she knew very well that she couldn't even get out of this road by herself. But the word serve means many things. What do you mean by service? Or what do you want me to do? Follow all my instructions. Linen doesn't like beating around the bush and prefers to be brief and concise. Wenya lowered her head, clasped her hands in front of her, and felt a little cold after taking off her shirt. Everything. Do I have to listen to you in everything? She was silent for a moment, then asked cautiously in a low voice. She didn't dare put on her clothes without Linen's permission. Due to her shyness as a girl, she could only barely protect her body. That's right. Linen didn't pay attention to these details. He just glanced at the time on his watch and felt a little impatient. Can I refuse? Wenya hesitated and then raised her head. Anything. Doesn't that mean that life and death are in his hands? You can refuse. But you will die. Linen released his murderous intent without any concealment. He saved Wenya purely because Wenya was good to him. But if the other party does not cooperate, it's better for a disobedient mutant to die. Mutants are beings who need to fight alongside him in battle, and he will never allow them to have any disloyalty. As for whether Wenya would pretend to agree and be submissive, he would find a way to solve it after she agreed. If Wenya doesn't agree, he won't let a mutant fall out of his hands. In the Doomsday game, players not only have to struggle against zombies, but people may also become enemies at any time. Wenya felt Linen's increasingly strong murderous intent. I sighed inwardly. She could feel it, as long as she didn't agree. The head shattered into pieces was her fate. Thinking of this, she stopped acting like a little girl. Life or death, she still knew what to do. What's more, Linen was her savior. It seemed that apart from being a bit cold and cruel, there was nothing wrong with him. I agree. Now can you tell me why you must ask me to join? Besides. When you bit her lips tightly, with a pleading look in her eyes. Can I get dressed first? Linen said nothing, nodded and turned away. Although Wenya has a good figure, he doesn't have the energy to think about it now. After a while, Wenya put on her clothes. She just looked at her long hair which had originally draped over her shoulders and was now broken into pieces as if it had been chewed by a dog, and she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Linen took a glance and led the way. Follow me. Don't grow your hair that long in the future. In combat, long hair will only hinder your performance. Wenya curled her lips but didn't dare to say anything. She just tied her hair up silently. Linen walked very fast, so she had to jog after him. What a cold-hearted man. I don't know what he went through. Linen, who was walking in front, ignored Wenya's little emotions. He stared at the light screen in front of him. Just when Wenya agreed to join, a screen of light suddenly appeared in his mind. Savior template, team functionality is enabled. Current members. 1. Linen, Captain, Savior host, Level 0 Awakener. 2. Wenya, Team member, Level 0 Mutant. Current team level, 1, 2/5 people. The next level will be unlocked after the number of players reaches 5. Once a member joins, they cannot withdraw or change their membership. Current functions, 1. Team communication. Within a range of 100 kilometers, team members can communicate in real time. The communication is encrypted and only team members can hear it. As a captain, you can view the loyalty attributes of your players in real time. Member Wenya, loyalty 50/100, will betray you if in serious danger. 60 points is the passing line, will not betray you in most cases. 2. Team benefit. The team leader gets a 20% bonus to all attributes, and the team members get a 10% bonus to all attributes. Open the team task panel, recruit 5 special players, awakeners, mutants. Limited time 30 days. Mission reward, Doomsday base vehicle, initial. Doomsday base vehicle, upgradable length, 10 meters, width, 5 meters, height 5 meters. This base vehicle has 2 forms, which can be switched freely. Attention, each time you switch forms, a large amount of spiritual energy will be consumed. Please choose the deployment location carefully to avoid wasting spiritual energy. 1. Safe zone form. When the base vehicle is deployed, it can be transformed into a 100 square meter all-metal mobile fortress. It can resist light weapons, assault rifles, pistols, cold weapons, and consumes spiritual energy to slowly repair itself after being damaged. After the safe zone is deployed, it can automatically absorb spiritual energy. 2. Armed driving mode. After the base vehicle is folded, it can be transformed into a heavy truck. Maximum number of people it can carry, 10. Maximum moving speed, 200 km per hour. Defense power decreases by 50% while driving, and spiritual energy is continuously consumed. Doomsday base building. Not opened. Base vehicle. It is also a base vehicle that can deploy safe zones and absorb psychic energy. Linen was overjoyed when he came to his senses. In the light curtain, a pitch-black, high-tech armed heavy truck slowly rotated. You can vaguely see a lot of weapon loading positions on it, but there are no weapons mounted on it. At the bottom of the light curtain, there is a 3-dimensional image of a metal module similar to a factory building, which is made up of sealed alloy steel plates and looks extremely safe. My heart is pounding. After being reborn once, Linen rarely has any emotional fluctuations. But after seeing the Doomsday base vehicle, I couldn't help but feel itchy. The previous Doomsday game arrives about a year later. The world is divided into 4 major regions and 36 war zones. Survivor players from various countries band together and live in safe zones of various forces, big and small. The safe zone is the foundation for players' survival. The safe zone in the Doomsday game is not just an area to defend against zombies. The safe zone that Linen wanted to establish before was just a place to stay. He never thought about establishing a safe zone for absorbing psychic energy in the early stages. A safe zone in the true sense can enhance the strength of players and awakeners. After the Doomsday broke out, not only did a large number of zombies appear, and the earth will gradually be polluted by a kind of energy. People call it psychic power. Animals and plants will gradually be contaminated by spiritual energy and mutate into various powerful monsters or natural treasures. Players can gradually strengthen their bodies by absorbing spiritual energy. Although the progress is extremely slow, it is safe. If the awakened person is weak, he will not be able to kill the mutated zombies and upgrade. Then the best way is to upgrade by absorbing psychic energy, improve your strength, and then form a team to kill the mutated zombies. To extract spiritual energy, one can only rely on extracting free energy from the air in a safe zone. To establish a safe zone, precious and special props are needed. This item is called a security token and can only be obtained through tasks issued by the system. The tasks are often extremely difficult, time-consuming and laborious. It cannot be accomplished without a team of more than 10,000 people, or hundreds of awakened people working together. Therefore, in the past, many small safe zones were called safe zones, but in fact they were branches of medium-sized safe zones. Before her rebirth, Tang Wan was willing to betray him and sacrifice herself for the leader of a small safe zone. But now, a base vehicle that can be deployed in a mobile safe zone is worth several levels more than a security token. Linen was so happy that he walked briskly. Wenya behind him had to grit her teeth and barely follow behind him. Wait for me. The cold wind was howling, and Wenya almost fell down due to the stimulation of the cold wind. Linen turned around when she heard the voice, only to find that she had been left almost 100 meters away. Waiting for Wenya on the spot, Linen suppressed the joy in his heart and quickly adjusted his state. Although he really wanted to get the reward for the team mission now, the most urgent task was to improve his strength, kill the Stitcher, and save Jing Tian and Xia. These two people are not only the only people he cares about now, but also people he can trust. And Jing Tian was a scout and his basic attributes were much stronger than ordinary people. If I can become an awakened person in the future, I will be a great help to him. Although the team's mission was simple, he did not intend to recruit people casually. There is a limit on the number of people in the team function column, although it seems that it will increase after upgrading. But as long as you join the team, you will get a bonus in strength, and you cannot change. Of course, he would choose carefully. And Jing Tian, and Xia, Wenya. 2 more to go. Linen looked thoughtfully and quickly searched for the candidate in his memory. 4 emperors and 6 kings. In the previous life, there were 10 peerless masters in the Chinese war zone. The 4 4th-level awakeners are called emperors, and each of them commands hundreds of millions of people. The 6 3rd-level awakeners are called kings and command millions of people. Linjiang City has a 3rd-level king, but his strength is still very weak. If he could be recruited when he was weak, it would be a great help to Linen in building his power in the future. I don't even know your name yet. What should I call you from now on? Wenya ran quickly all the way, not daring to waste Linen's time. She stopped in front of Linen, panting, and asked carefully. Linen. You can call me anything. Linen doesn't care about the name, and he doesn't have any bad taste. In previous lives, many awakened ones would recruit subordinates, even slaves. They will let these followers call themselves masters. Then I'll call you Linen, or Captain. You're supposed to be the same age as me. I'm 24 and I just graduated from college this year. Hearing the voice, Linen glanced at Wenya. He was also 24 this year, so they were indeed the same age. Wenya gradually got used to Linen's indifference and continued to ask. You haven't told me why you want me to join. Also, you seem to be different from us. Wenya thought of the powerful strength displayed by Linen and felt a little curious. I asked Li Jiping before, and he has activated the player template just like me. My strength is 3, his is 4. How many do you have? Linen nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he decided not to hide anything. First, you were allowed to join because you are a mutant. Mutants can provide me with mental power, which you can understand as enhancing my strength. People like you are rare. Once someone finds out you're a mutant, you'll be fought over by others. So, don't reveal the information that you are a mutant to outsiders. Second, I am an awakener. Unlike ordinary players, I have a player template and another set of faceplates. My strength is probably about yours. 5 times. Wenya's heart was shocked. 5 times. Isn't that equivalent to being a Superman? Third, my strength is 12 points. Well, it's 14.4. Linen forgot for a moment that in the team function, all of his attributes were increased by 20%. 14. Wenya exclaimed, her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but smack her lips. 14 strength. No wonder Linen can blow a zombie skull apart with just one punch. Linen didn't care about Wenya's surprise. If Wenya knew that after exceeding the limit attribute of 10 points, each increase in strength is equivalent to a 30% increase, she would probably be even more surprised. Your attributes should also be increased. This is the benefit of joining my team. You can take a look at it yourself later. Upon hearing this, Wenya quickly opened her player panel, her face full of joy. When she saw an item on her panel, member of the Savior team, her eyes suddenly froze. Savior? Wenya was puzzled, thinking that this name had a special meaning no matter how she thought about it. However, Linen did not take the initiative to explain, and she did not dare to ask casually. Lin An's already strange image was shrouded in even more mystery in her eyes. It seems like I have encountered an extraordinary existence. Get in the car. Linen spoke calmly without even turning his head. Wenya came to her senses and followed behind obediently. Linen turned around and got on the motorcycle. Wenya looked at Lin An's back, her eyes flashing, and sat on the back seat. Boom. The locomotive roared and the car body shook. The motorcycle sped away amid Wenya's exclamation. While driving at high speed, the biting cold wind forced her to hug Lin An's waist. Warm and reassuring. I didn't rest for a whole day and night and was under high mental stress for a long time. After Wenya hugged Lin An, she inexplicably felt a sense of peace. The motorcycle drew a black line on the highway like a black phantom. After a moment, tiredness came over her and she could no longer hold on and fell into a deep sleep. I just subconsciously clenched my arms a little. Lin An noticed that Wenya had fallen asleep, so he slowed down slightly. The end of the road into the city in the distance. Tens of thousands of densely packed zombies gathered. Thousands of cars crashed into each other, leaving body parts and debris all over the ground. In the middle of the road, a boy was squatting on top of a hill made of corpses. He fiddled with the severed arm in his hand anxiously, as if he was looking for something. When the search was fruitless, he threw the severed hand away and started searching again among the pile of corpses below him. No. Yes. This. Individual. The tender voice of a child, stumbling. Not far away, the zombies gathered together and surrounded the mountain of corpses, but did not dare to approach. A circle of blank space. It was as if the seemingly harmless little boy on top of a mountain of corpses made them feel extremely frightened. Clang. A zombie at the edge of the zombie group fell into the empty circle amid the crowd of its companions. It lost its balance and fell to the ground, making a sound as a piece of scattered iron was thrown. The boy raised his head suddenly, his eyes bloodshot. Roar. An invisible shock wave spewed out of his mouth, instantly smashing the zombie to pieces. The zombies were in panic. The irrational zombies actually showed strange emotions under the boy's intimidation. If Lin An were here, he would definitely realize it. This is the instinctive deterrence of more than 3 levels when zombies face mutants in a zombie group. Also. No. Yes. The anger and madness turned into shock waves that swept across like a substance. In a flash, the surrounding corpses and the crashed cars were reduced to ashes. The boy finally gave up his search and stood up. On his young body, a black fragment was stuck in his chest. No wind fluctuations. He slowly floated in the air, like a puppet being pulled through the void. The boy looked around with a stiff head. After a moment, he turned around. The remaining corpses under his feet also followed in his direction. The horde of zombies was huge. Destination, Linjiang City Center. 1 hour later. Squeak. The locomotive moved sideways and stopped. Lin An slammed on the brakes with a heavy expression. Not far away, a mountain of corpses was located at the entrance to the city. The strange thing was that there were no zombies around. When you woke up with sleepy eyes. Linen stopped suddenly without saying hello, and her chin hit Lin An's back, causing her to be seriously injured. Ouch, it hurts. Why is it so hard? Is this guy's body made of stone? When you couldn't help but complain in her heart, what a guy who doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Linen looked back slightly and felt nothing. His current physical fitness is as high as 14.4, let alone collision. Even if an ordinary person holds a cold weapon, he can't cut his skin in a hurry. The scene before my eyes was really strange. He decisively opened the Eye of Judgment and took a quick look. A large number of humans died at the scene, and the corpses piled up into a mountain of corpses, but there were no zombies. This weirdness forced him to be careful. Detection completed. The Eye of Judgment scans all information in a very short time. Survivors, 0. Zombies, 0. Damaged vehicles, 11,219. The mountain of corpses was about 10 meters high, consisting of at least tens of thousands of corpses. There were also a small number of bodies at the highway entrance, among fences, and inside cars. On the ground, some pieces of meat that had not been eaten clean were dark red, and it seemed that they had been there for some time. Not far from the mountain of corpses, some shattered zombies were surrounding in a circle. After Linen made sure that there was no threat around, he cautiously approached the strangest circle of corpses. This is. Linen took a few steps and came to the shattered corpse. His eyes were solemn. The body was shattered, with the fractures neatly aligned and the muscle tissue inside almost rotted into a pool of meat paste. It is not an effect that can be achieved by explosion or physical attack. Linen lowered his head in thought, feeling vaguely uneasy. He looked back at the mountain of corpses and compared it with the piece of meat in his hand. The top of the pile of corpses was flattened, as if something had been standing on it. Can cause this kind of damage. Linen compared it again and again in his memory and came to a conclusion after a moment. Traces of psychic impact. Only psychic shock can achieve this effect. Linen just felt a chill on his back. Psychic shock is an attack method that can only be mastered by at least a third-level awakener or a mutant. Such a large-scale, indiscriminate attack. It may even be more than 3 levels. What exactly is it? Linen was puzzled. It shouldn't. Whether it is an awakened one or a mutant zombie. The third level should not appear in the early stage of the game. The third-order existence he knew about in his previous life did not appear until at least half a year into the game. On the day that the third level, Corpse King, appeared, he led millions of zombies to destroy a large security base. Nearly 1 million people were killed or injured. In the end, the military had to use a large number of tactical missiles to destroy it. Beings of this level, alone, can destroy entire armies. Linen felt heavy in his heart when he thought about the appearance of another suspected third-level mutant near Linjiang City. Something that shouldn't have existed in my past life's memory actually appeared. Is it because of the butterfly effect or something else? He just carefully examined the marks on the ground. A large number of zombies moved towards the urban area of Linjiang not long ago. As expected, the zombie horde will migrate, probably under the leadership of the third-level mutant. Danger lurks on every side. Now, in the Linjiang urban area that he knew of alone, there were 2 mutants above the first level. 1, Stitcher, and 1 unknown third-order mutant. Headache. When you followed behind him with heavy footsteps, her face turning pale. The mountain of corpses before her shocked her too much. Linjiang City, are there still people alive? This intersection is the only route out of Linjiang City. If this route is blocked, a large number of survivors will die tragically. This means that no one can leave the city at this stage. When you asked Linen with some despair. Although after the Doomsday game was started, all players were forced to enter some information about the Doomsday game. But knowing and seeing are 2 different things. She thought it was just zombies like in the movies. But after seeing the pile of corpses containing at least tens of thousands of bodies, she suddenly realized that the world might not be that simple. Linen was silent for a moment and gave a brief answer. There are still at least 2 million survivors in Linjiang City. But this is not a good thing. Because this means that in a week, there will be more than 1 million more zombies in Linjiang City. He knew what Wenya wanted to ask. It's just that she might still have parents or relatives in the city. Wenya opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately gave up. Let's go. Linen turned around and went back. Wenya behind him seemed a little depressed, with sadness in her eyes. Turn the car around. The route chosen by Linen deviated a lot. He chose to stagger the route of the suspected third-level mutant. Avoid it if you can. With the strength of a third-order mutant, if you encounter one, you won't even have a chance to escape. Where are we going next? Wenya sat on the back seat and asked a question after a long time. Flower shop. Lin An's words were brief as always. Star Art Flower Shop. In front of the flower shop, the scattered flowers were trampled into dirty mud. Several zombies were gnawing on half of a body on the ground. The body was wearing a short skirt and looked like a young girl. Greedy, they tore off a strip of meat from the corpse and chewed it carefully. The shop door was locked and the metal rolling shutter was pulled down. Not far away, a black motorcycle carrying 2 people rushed over. On the second floor of the flower shop, a middle-aged woman looked at the zombies in front of the shop trampling and destroying the flowers, her face full of heartache. When the apocalypse broke out, the store was located in a remote area and there were not many zombies, which allowed her to survive by chance. As a street-side shop, there is no other exit except the main entrance. Trapped on the second floor, she didn't even dare go down the stairs. The monster in front of the door made her have no desire to go out, but there was no food in the store, and she knew she couldn't hold on for long. Boom. The motorcycle roared and Linen drove over. Someone is coming. When she saw someone coming, she quickly opened the window and shouted loudly. Help! Someone come quickly! There's a monster at my door! Roar! When the zombie in front of the store heard the noise, he immediately raised his head and roared with bloodshot eyes. The flower shop owner screamed and was so scared that he quickly squatted down and hid behind the window. Linen looked up, only to find that the flower shop owner had disappeared. He didn't care and got out of the car and headed straight for the flower shop. Quick victory. Before entering the city, Linen took Wenya to change into a set of fire protection suits, and sealed the key parts of the limbs with tape. He is not afraid of zombies, but that doesn't mean Wenya is not afraid. Wenya looked a little clumsy in the ill-fitting fire suit with a huge helmet. Linen walked in front and rushed directly into the group of zombies. Violent and swift. Wenya followed closely behind him, holding an axe in both hands, looking nervous and a little strained. Step forward and cut. Lin An's muscles bulged and he came forward with a brisk step. Right hand chopped down. The sound of a knife cutting through the wind whistling through the air. The sharp Nepali machete drew an arc and smashed the nearest zombie on the head. The sticky blood splattered on the rolling shutter door, forming an ugly graffiti. Back kick. Linen suddenly exerted force, turned around and kicked the nearby zombie. A standard military combat kick. Bang. The zombie, with his mouth full of flesh and blood, had just reacted when he was instantly blasted towards the rolling shutter like a cannonball. The sound of flesh hitting iron was harsh. The zombies wandering around in the distance turned their heads and looked over like sharks smelling blood. Go in. Boom. Linen kicked the door violently, crushing the zombie with only the upper body left. Wenya also followed suit, holding the axe in both hands and chopping off the last zombie's head. On the second floor of the flower shop, a pair of eyes peeking out from behind the window were filled with shock and joy. Thump, thump, thump. A short, plump, middle-aged woman hurried down the stairs. She was wearing an old gardening apron, on which she kept wiping her hands. Oh, thank God. I thought I was going to die here. Oh my God, thank you for sending someone to rescue me. That. Do you have anything to eat? I'm starving. The flower shop owner had a big smile on his face and stretched out his stubby hands to Linen in a flattering manner. Linen frowned slightly, and first pulled the shelf inside the store as an obstacle to block any zombies that might be outside. Although this flower shop is located on the edge of the city, there are still quite a few zombies. He threw out a chocolate bar from the tactical bag around his waist. The boss quickly caught it and started eating it. He just glanced at the damaged shop door from time to time, feeling a little dissatisfied. The decoration inside the store is old, and the flowers are randomly piled up in a messy manner. It looks like business is very bad. Linen took a quick look around and gave instructions to Wunya. Go find all the brightly colored flowers. The most common feature of psychic plants after being infected is extremely bright colors. Wunya nodded in agreement and followed Linen around. Hey, stop flipping, what are you doing? Don't mess it up for me. The middle-aged woman in a gardening apron suddenly screamed loudly, still holding half a chocolate given by Linen in her hand. Linen turned a deaf ear and just frowned slightly. Wunya was stunned. Why is this flower shop owner so obsessed with money? Isn't she afraid that Linen might suddenly kill her? I had no choice but to explain. Boss, we're just looking for something. Try to find. The boss raised his eyebrows and his eyes rolled around. I don't have your stuff. If you want something, bring money to buy it. Instinctive reaction. The flower shop owner looked like a small businessman and held out one hand. She completely forgot that Linen had saved her life. Now that the monsters outside were gone, she was no longer worried. Being older, she didn't realize what the zombies outside the door meant. She couldn't understand the player panel that appeared when the Doomsday broke out, and just thought it was just a blur. Seeing that Linen and the other men ignored her and continued to search the store quickly, she couldn't help but scold them hurriedly. Stop it now. You are robbing. I called the police. The words, call the police, still have a considerable deterrent effect on ordinary people at this time. Wunya hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but after seeing Linen searching non-stop, she simply pretended not to hear. Shut up. Linen didn't even turn his head and threw a handful of money from his pocket. Red banknotes flew and scattered. He didn't have much change with him, only about 2,000 or 3,000. Although money has no meaning now, it still matters to most ordinary people who haven't figured out the situation yet. Money still has a great appeal to them. Linen was too lazy to argue with the flower shop owner. Although his target was the psychic plants in the flower shop, he still saved the boss' life. The woman in front of me is not only ungrateful, but also acts like she is trying to get more than she deserves. If she dares to make a fuss again, Linen wouldn't mind chopping her to death with a single blow. It is very likely that the zombies in the distance have heard the sound. The entrance of the store is small and it would be difficult to find psychic plants in a short time. If he delays and attracts a large number of zombies, he will be in trouble too. The banknotes fell to the ground. The fat flower shop owner was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked up the banknotes on the ground. She secretly glanced at Wunya, who was holding the axe, put the money into her pocket, and then turned her eyes away. Not enough. You even broke my door. This rolling shutter is electric, and it costs at least 20,000. The flower shop owner was spitting and pointing at Linen and yelling. She completely forgot that she was hiding upstairs asking for help. Lin-An's act of giving her money seemed to give her more confidence. If it was really a robbery, she wouldn't dare to even fart in front of such a vicious criminal. Give food and money? This kind of person is best to talk to. Confident after having eaten his fill, the flower shop owner raised his cell phone high and pretended to make a call. If you don't give me the money, I'll call the police and have them arrest you. She was beaming with joy, as she was originally worried about what to do with the money lost, as many flowers had been destroyed by the zombies outside the store. Now seeing Lin-An's generosity, she couldn't help but feel a little greedy. Wunya became a little angry after hearing this, and her face looked sullen. Why are you like this? We saved you after all, right? You need money for breaking the door. Why didn't you tell me when you were shouting for help just now? The flower shop owner looked disdainful. Although Wunya was holding a fire axe in her hand, she had already decided in her heart that this group of people were easy to talk to, so she didn't feel any deterrent effect. You can wait for me to open the door. I asked you to save me, not to kick the door. Swish. Linen pressed the sharp blade against the boss' throat with one hand, his eyes cold. If you keep arguing, I'll kill you. With Lin En's excellent hearing, he had already heard a lot of chaotic footsteps coming from the distance. If we let this woman continue to quarrel, it will undoubtedly attract zombies. The flower shop owner was like an old duck with its neck strangled, and his sharp voice suddenly stopped. Fear and trepidation. Good people are often bullied. When Lin En showed his ferocity, she instantly calmed down. Don't kill me. Here, I'll give them all to you. The boss begged for mercy in a trembling voice, and she felt the murderous intent in Lin En's eyes. Lin En turned a deaf ear and just stared at a corner of the flower shop. The deep red rose with gold edges is inconspicuous in the dim light. But in Lin En's vision, there was a faint spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from this flower. There are indeed psychic plants here. Psychic plant, gold-edged rose, psychic pollution level 1. Effect, increases attributes after consumption. Lin En was delighted. He strode over and swallowed the petals without hesitation. It tastes sweet and not as astringent as you might imagine. Ding, gained 1 point of willpower, gained 1 point of constitution, gained 20% resistance to poison, zombies. A warm current flowed from his lower abdomen to his limbs, and Lin En clearly felt that his physical fitness had improved a lot. The skin that was originally as white as jade became much more transparent. It is indeed a psychic plant. Lin En was delighted. In previous lives, psychic plants were scrambled for by all major forces once they appeared. There are very few things in the Doomsday game that can improve attributes. So, a complete psychic plant could even be worth the value of a small base in the middle of Doomsday. If it were exchanged for food, it could be exchanged for 6 trucks. What if we change women? Change prisoners? 1 plant can be exchanged for 2 to 3,000. If calculated based on the value before the Doomsday outbreak, it is not an exaggeration to say that a psychic plant is worth over 100 million. Not only that, what made Lin En even happier was the additional attribute. Poison resistance plus 20%. It was such a pleasant surprise. Lin En didn't expect that psychic plants would have such additional special effects. Resistance to poison, zombies, this additional resistance is quite practical. This antitoxin does not delay the time of zombie transformation, but directly makes you immune to a small amount of toxin according to the resistance. Lin En could ignore any minor scratches or cuts from zombies without worrying about infection. In the Doomsday game, even the awakened ones cannot be said to be immune to the zombie virus. At most, they can survive longer after being infected. With the antitoxin, Lin En will be of great help when facing large-scale zombies. Maybe. Which place in the plan where a large number of zombies gather can we consider going to first? In Lin En's memory, there was a very powerful piece of equipment in the urban area of Linjiang. However, that place is a densely populated area, and Lin En originally planned to wait until he formed a team before getting the equipment. After all, when facing the siege of a large number of zombies, it is easy to get infected with just a slight scratch. But now that we have antitoxins, we can give it a try. When you noticed that Lin En's face was cold and there was rarely any joy on it, so she couldn't help but become curious. These flowers can actually make Lin En happy. She handed a large bouquet of colorful flowers to Lin En. Lin En, is there anything you need here? Also, are these flowers special in any way? Upon hearing this, Lin En looked at the flowers in Wenya's hand and opened the eye of judgment again. Light blue mist rose, and there seemed to be stars flowing in the pupils. Some plants or foods can mutate, and their properties can be enhanced after being eaten. But not all of them are edible. Some of them may kill you if you eat them. Lin En explained casually. Psychic plants cannot be eaten indiscriminately. This is a lesson learned in the previous life at the cost of many lives. If Lin En didn't have the eye of judgment to discern, he wouldn't dare to eat it casually. Strengthen attributes. Wenya was a little surprised, but she did not hesitate to hand it over. Although after knowing that psychic plants can enhance properties, she also wanted it a little. But she still has the necessary self-awareness. She had no right to ask Lin En for anything. Therefore, if Lin En didn't ask her, she would never take the initiative to propose it. Lin En took the remaining flowers and examined them carefully. But he didn't notice that Wenya was somewhat absorbed in looking at him. This was the first time when you saw Lin An's eyes up close after he opened the Eye of Judgment. She opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Such deep eyes. From time to time, a faint golden color flashed in the depths of Lin An's pupils. When he looked at each other, it seemed as if his mind was drawn into it. Peony, common plant. Effect, decorative. Iris, highly poisonous spiritual plant, spiritual pollution, poisonous. Effect, decoration, the body will collapse after taking it. Carnation, a common plant. Effect, decorative. Highly poisonous spiritual plant. Lin An took out the aureole from the bouquet and looked at it carefully. After thinking for a moment, he decided to throw it into the space ring for safekeeping. Although this highly poisonous spiritual plant cannot increase attributes, its various strange and terrifying poisoning effects do have their uses. If used properly, it can be considered a killer weapon. Look at the last one. Lin An's breath suddenly stopped, and he was a little bit unbelievable. OMG. Purple Saint Laurent, psionic pollution level 2. Effect, increases attributes after taking. Level 2 psychic plant. Lin An was overjoyed, and felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Although there is only one letter difference between the first level psychic plant and the second level one, the effects are worlds apart. 3 whole years in the previous life. He had only seen information about a suspected second level psychic plant once in the chat channel. That piece of information triggered a frantic scramble among dozens of level 2 awakeners in the East China theater. It was finally obtained by a second-level top awakener at the cost of the deaths of thousands of his team members. I didn't have time to think about why a second-level psychic plant appeared here. Lin An swallowed it without hesitation. Buzz. A strong warm current flows through the whole body as soon as it enters the body. Hadash. The violet that melts in the mouth turns into a line of fire and rushes into the body. Lin An groaned and felt pain in his limbs. That is a manifestation of psychic power transforming the body. As a large amount of spiritual energy surged in the body, a powerful force rose from the lower abdomen. Ding, devoured a level 2 psychic plant. Gained strength +2, agility +1, constitution +1, willpower +1. Ding, I got the exclusive enhancement of the second level spiritual plant, the explosive power increased by 10%. Ding, obtained the exclusive enhancement of the second-level spiritual plant, movement speed increased by 10%. After the strengthening is completed. Lin An was sweating profusely and his eyes were burning. Looking at the light screen that kept refreshing, he was filled with joy. It's really too powerful. It is worthy of being a second-level psychic plant. In addition to high attribute bonuses, it also has rare additional effects. A 10% increase in explosive power means that he can launch attacks that exceed the limit of his strength attribute. The speed of movement is also extremely important. In the Doomsday game, the speed determines whether you can escape danger between life and death. With 2 very powerful additional effects, he now felt that he had infinite power in his body. Of course, Lin An knew that this was just an illusion caused by the sudden increase in strength. Try it. He raised his right fist and swung it into the air. Boom. With a crisp bang, the fist broke the air, causing a brief vacuum explosion. In the small flower shop, debris was blown up by the air current. Lin An aimed at the thick wall, and with one punch, the reinforced concrete wall was instantly pierced through, revealing the street outside. Gulp. Swallowing saliva. The florist's eyes were as oval as a whirlwind and his mouth could hold an egg. She squatted under the window when Lin An was killing the zombies, and carefully watched how Lin An moved his hands. I also saw the scene where Lin An killed the zombies in the end. Seeing that Lin An could actually punch through the concrete wall with one punch, he couldn't help but be shocked. Is this still a human being? It's so scary. She shrank her neck cautiously, afraid that Lin An would notice her. Wenya was also a little surprised. She knew how powerful Lin An was, but now Lin An seemed even stronger than before. Wenya smacked her lips and remained silent. Lin An retracted his right fist. There was not a single scratch on his white fist, only a slight red mark. His physical fitness was strengthened again, and his ability to withstand blows was also enhanced. Even if he stood there and let Wenya chop him, she might not be able to kill him. As his strength increased, Lennon gradually felt that he was moving closer to becoming a non-human creature. Roar. Suddenly, there were a lot of footsteps outside the store and the roars of zombies were heard. Lennon raised his head and looked through the hole he had blasted through. Outside the store, there was a dark crowd with pairs of bloodshot and cruel eyes. Ah! Monster, monster! The flower shop owner screamed, causing the zombies to become even more violent and frantic and crash into the shelves piled at the door. As if frightened out of his wits, the flower shop owner ran up the stairs at a speed that was inconsistent with his obesity. Click. The door is locked. There was a sound of something heavy moving from inside the door. It seemed she was trying to block the door. Wenya was slightly stunned and speechless. He just subconsciously grabbed Lin An's arm with his right hand. She sighed softly and looked at the closed door on the second floor with pity. In her mind, the florist undoubtedly made the worst choice after seeing the zombies. He ran away alone and locked the door. Do you think you can survive like this? No. The real way to survive is to follow Lin. Walk. Lin didn't care about the flower shop owner's actions. He had seen a lot of such things in his previous life. A quick look revealed that there were at least 400 zombies on the street outside the store. Lin picked up Wenya without hesitation and left. Wenya, who weighed less than 100 pounds, was as light as a feather under his current strength. Lin took a deep breath and his eyes became stern. Burst of power. A faint golden light flashed and disappeared into the body. The originally solidified muscles bulged up like an explosion. When Lin activated his talent for the first time after strengthening, he felt as if time had slowed down. The zombies swarming outside the door and crashing into the shelves quickly seemed to be in slow motion in his eyes. Boom. Like a small cannonball. Lin kicked out violently, and the terrifying force kicked away the half-ton shelf and dozens of crowded zombies. The metal deformed and flew 10 meters away. In an instant, the zombies crowding the store entrance were quickly cleared out. Drink. Lin let out a low shout, bent down, held Wenya horizontally in his arms, and shot out like an arrow from a bow. 10 meters in one step. He rushed out of the encirclement in an instant. The other zombies didn't even have time to react and could only roar at Lin who was going away. However, as the noises continued to sound in this area, hearing the noise, more and more zombies gathered on the edge of the city. The small open space that Lin had cleared was once again filled with zombies. Thousands of zombies soon gathered under the small flower shop. The owner of the flower shop leaned his head out of the second-floor window and saw the zombies that almost filled the street, his eyes dull. The motorcycle was speeding, and Wenya hugged Lin's waist tightly. Lin, where are we going now? I don't know why, even though they had only known each other for a few hours. Wenya felt like she had known him for a long time. Very strange. There was something familiar about Lin. City center. Lin's eyes were calm, but there was a hint of anticipation in them. Now that I'm much stronger, I should be able to take away some of the equipment from my memories of my previous life. The more strength you have, the more confidence you have. As far as I can remember, there was a top-quality piece from the early days that was located right on the edge of the city center. In the city center further ahead, there are at least millions of zombies and a large number of first-level mutants. The original plan was to go into the city on the 5th day. But now, it is possible to change the plan. The improvement in his strength exceeded his best expectations, and he even gained unexpected resistance to poison. As long as you don't provoke a large group of zombies, the combined effect of the two will give you a little more confidence. Hand of the Skull Crusher. The only blue equipment in Linjiang City in the Doomsday. After twisting off the iron lock of the small door on the rooftop with his bare hands, Lin took Wenya carefully into the hotel through the fire escape. It was already afternoon, and the windows of the hotel, which valued privacy, were closed. Without electricity, it was a little dark inside. In the corridor of the 9th floor, several zombies wandered around unconsciously. There are many dark red spots on the red carpet. Blood splattered in patterns on the walls of the passage, which were covered with exquisite wallpaper. A female zombie with only the upper body was crawling back and forth with one hand. Behind her, a zombie who looked like a male student was holding a plump broken leg and gnawing on it, following closely. Looks like her boyfriend. What a heartwarming scene. If nothing unexpected happens, the two should be a young couple from school who came here to book a room. Linen quickly locked onto the target and prepared to clear the entire floor. Zombies wandering around and exposing their targets are not scary. The real danger is the zombies trapped and hidden in the room. Forehand forward rush. Linen leaped forward and flashed out from the corner of the stairs. The blade in his hand stabbed into the brain of the male student zombie like a sharp sword. Killed with one blow. The zombie with damaged brain tissue staggered and fell. The female zombie crawling at its feet had no time to react before Linen stepped on her head and crushed it. Roar. The zombie not far away in the corridor heard the noise and suddenly turned around and roared. Unlike the slow-moving zombies in the movies, the zombies in the Doomsday game move extremely fast. The remaining zombies rushed towards Linen frantically. Upward slash. Linen swung the blade, killed one and took another step forward. Counterattack. He took a wrong step and transformed, and two sword lights flashed by. With precise control of force, he easily cut the remaining zombies in half. The combat skills honed during the 3 years of the apocalypse in the previous life are combined with strong physical fitness. In close combat, Linen was as efficient and ruthless as a killing machine. In less than 3 seconds, all the zombies in the corridor were cleared out. When you followed Linen, holding the fire axe in both hands. She had originally wanted to help Linen finish off the enemy to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. After looking at the bodies chopped in half all over the ground, he had no choice but to put down the axe in his hand in disappointment. It seems like I am really useless. Let me look for the room card. Maybe he wanted to show that he was useful. When you hurriedly squatted down and turned over the corpse while suppressing her discomfort. Linen tilted his head slightly and stared at her with a strange look in his eyes. Without electricity, what's the point of looking for the room card? Ignoring the embarrassed Winya, Linen directly grabbed the door lock with his bare hands. The metal deformed and the door handle was easily pulled out. Nothing is easier and more convenient than opening the door violently. Room 909. Entered the room. The room was not big, with a water bed in the middle and a lot of erotic paintings hanging on the wall. There were hanging chairs, yoga balls, and even a few black straps connected to the ceiling and hanging down at the head of the bed. Winya blushed and lowered her head as she followed Linen. Although she wasn't quite sure what it was used for, it looked very powerful. Just stay here and rest. I have something else to do. After Linen made sure that there were no zombies hiding in the room, he planned to let Winya rest here. The zombies on the 9th floor have been cleared out, and it is safe here for the time being. Where are you going? No need for me. Winya raised her head and subconsciously wanted to ask Linen where he was going and why he didn't want to follow her. I have something else to do. The space here is too small. It's not safe for you to follow me. Linen came to Mingpa Hotel not simply to find a place to stay close to the hospital. If he remembered correctly, there was a mutant zombie here. His current Awakener rank and player level are both only 1 mutant away from being upgraded. Once he is promoted to level 1, his strength will experience another qualitative leap. When we fight the mutants later. If Winya follows him, she will only be a burden. Her real role is that after she awakens in a few days, Linen will take her to participate in the battle with the Stitcher. Or they could form a force in the future and serve as logistics personnel to provide spiritual power. Winya didn't say anything else. She was not stupid enough to be like the supporting actress in the movie who liked to seek death and show off her strength. Linen walked out of the room and left some food for her. Along the way, he heard Winya's stomach growling many times. But Winya never spoke. When Linen reached the end of the corridor and was about to go downstairs, he heard a strange noise. Click. The door of room 901 suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man and a young woman came out of the room. Hello, comrade. The middle-aged man was a little excited and had a scruffy beard. He habitually wanted to shake hands with Linen and looked like he was doing housekeeping work. Linen took a step back with a cold look in his eyes. The man's outstretched hand hung in the air somewhat awkwardly. Please allow me to introduce myself. The middle-aged man coughed twice out of habit, and the young woman beside him secretly looked at Linen. I'm the head of the forestry department. My name is Wang Jiangwo. Big brother, my name is Xiuxiu. The woman spoke in a coquettish voice and couldn't help but cast a wink at Linen while speaking. The clothes on the chest were pulled down 2 points. Linen remained unmoved and roughly understood the relationship between the two. First of all, thank you very much for helping us out. I am very grateful for this. Swish. Linen pointed the blade at the middle-aged man's throat, stopping him from chattering in official language. The person in front of me should be an official in the government office. He talks too much nonsense. Just tell me if you have something to say. A hint of murderous intent caused the two men to take 2 steps back and almost lose their balance. After the middle-aged man came to his senses, dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He holds a high position and is respected by everyone on a daily basis. Everyone who sees him will praise him. But he has been trapped in the room these days and has no idea what the world outside has become. Having been in officialdom for many years, he still has the basic ability to judge the situation. Just now, he looked through the cat's eye and saw Linen easily kill the zombies that surrounded him with a single stroke of his knife. The thought of asking Linen to protect him arose in his mind. If there are still many monsters like this outside, the only hope of getting out lies in Linen. Comrade, if you are willing to escort me to the government office, I will apply to my superiors for a commendation for you. This will be of great benefit to your future development. It won't be difficult to find a public office then. Wang Jiangwo suppressed his unhappiness and spoke to Linen in a flattering manner. After hearing this, Linen sneered, put away his knife, turned around and left without bothering to pay any attention. Seeing that Linen was unmoved, Wang Jiangwo suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. You are a leader after all, what's your attitude? Young man, think it over carefully. I have some influence in the forestry department. I can't get through on the phone right now, and the government officials can't find me, so I'm asking you for help. Don't waste such a good opportunity. Xiuxiu, who was standing by, also leaned on Wang Jiangwo and joined in. Big brother, Director Wang is a very important figure. If you are willing to take us away, you can ask for anything you want. When Director Wang heard Xiuxiu's persuasion, he nodded with satisfaction. Linen sneered. Idiot. Official. If nothing unexpected happens, the government building has now become a zombie lair. According to his memory from his previous life, there are at least 10 mutants lurking inside. Xiuxiu couldn't help but become anxious when she saw that Linen didn't stop at all. The corpses of zombies in the corridor are really scary. Director Wang, how about we follow him first? Wang Jiangwo's face was gloomy and he nodded. He had seen the horrific scene of zombies eating people in the past 2 days. If Linen hadn't cleared the corridor, he wouldn't have dared to go out. Seeing Linen walking further and further away, the two of them hurriedly jogged after him. 8th floor. Linen pushed open the heavy fire door and his eyes fixed. In the room in the middle of the corridor, there were more than a dozen zombies gathered and were banging on the door non-stop. It looked like someone was making some noise inside. Inside the room, a couple hid in the corner with frightened eyes. The door frame had fallen off a little after being banged on by the zombies all night, and the zombies outside were about to break in. A fist-sized hole had been punched into the cheap wooden door. You sure how, what should we do? The girl asked the boy next to her in a crying voice, trembling all over. You sure how turned his head and looked at her with hatred on his face. You ask me what to do? You're on your period and you still want to check in with me, are you crazy? You sure how slapped the girl in the face in anger, and then kicked her again with an unwilling look on his face. After the zombie outbreak, he, who usually watched movies, immediately chose to lock the door and hide. According to his observation, there were still quite a few living guests on this floor. Right now, the zombies have only been knocking on their door since yesterday and not looking for anyone else. This is obviously because the girl next to him smells too much blood. You sure how, you're not like that, right? You said you would love me and protect me. The girl held on to the last glimmer of hope, her face full of tears. She subconsciously made excuses for you sure how, maybe he was too scared. If it wasn't for your first time, would I be interested in you? feeling dead. Yu Shihao pressed the new mobile phone in his hand anxiously, trying to get through the call. Like water off a duck's back. A cell phone without signal is worse than a brick. In a fit of rage, he couldn't help but smash his phone to the ground to vent his anger. The girl bought the cell phone with her part-time job. Yu Shihao told her that his cell phone was not working well and if she wanted him to contact her more often, she should buy him a new one. The ground was full of debris. The girl covered her face in disbelief and sobbed silently, and slowly loosened her hand that was holding the boy's arm. The girl's name is Zhou Fang, and she and the boy are college classmates. The boy has been pursuing her for a long time and is usually gentle and caring towards her. She was not good-looking and had a low self-esteem. It was the first time in her life that someone was so nice to her. She was so moved that she agreed to Yu Shihao's pursuit. Before the Doomsday broke out, the boy begged her to come out, saying that this was a private cinema. She had no experience and agreed without knowing what was going on. Unexpectedly, when faced with danger, Yu Shihao's true colors were revealed. Roar! The zombie roared and a rotten arm stretched out from the hole outside the door. The boy's face was full of fear as he stared at the hand. Can't wait any longer. She was sobbing with her head down and didn't notice that the boy next to her suddenly stood up with a fierce look in his eyes. He took out the small knife on the keychain from his waist and stabbed directly at Wang Fang's ankle. Didn't you say you loved me? With a grim smile on his face, he stepped on the girl's other leg and did the same thing. If you love me, die for me. At the end of the corridor, Linen stopped and thought for a moment. He only knew that a mutant had appeared in this hotel in the previous life, but he didn't know where exactly. That mutant was called the Bloody Witch and her methods were extremely brutal. Although she was not strong, in the early days of the apocalypse, all the survivors in Linjiang City were terrified when they talked about her. The reason is simple. The Bloody Witch likes to kill and maim players. Any player who dies at her hands will suffer inhuman torture. Do we have to clear it layer by layer to find it? Linen murmured to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. Forget it, let's make quick work of it. Clang. Clang. Linen walked out as if taking a stroll, casually tapping the edge of the corner with the Nepalese machete in his hand. The sound of metal knocking was harsh. The zombies surrounding the door suddenly turned their heads, but unexpectedly only a few of them rushed towards Linen. Crack. The door frame is falling off. The door was opened after the zombies continued to bite, scratch and hit it. A large number of zombies rushed in. Inside the door, Yu Shihao was holding a knife with a crazy look on his face. He grabbed Zhou Fang's hair with both hands, ignoring the girl's struggle. Blood flowed from her wrist, and Wang Fang's pierced ankle was weak. If you want to die, you die first. With a scream from the girl, Yu Shihao threw her directly into the group of zombies, and not wanting to let her go, he kicked her hard in the back. He thought very clearly. When the zombies broke into the door, throwing Wang Fang into the zombie horde to delay time was his only chance to survive. The girl was thrown into the crowd of corpses with a look of despair on her face. A dozen pairs of rotten hands tore off her clothes and flesh. The skin was torn apart alive. The zombies ignored Yu Shihao in the corner and instinctively enjoyed the delicious food in their mouths. The girl's face was bitten off completely and she screamed in pain. Yu Shihao didn't dare to look into her eyes. Those eyes were filled with deep despair and resentment. Now is the time. Ah. As if to cheer myself up, he roared. His eyes were fierce, and he protected his head with both hands. While the zombies were eating Wang Fang, he rushed out the door madly. 2 meters, 3 meters. He is keen on exercising on weekdays and his physical fitness is pretty good. With a desperate burst of energy, he actually rushed out from the siege of zombies. Survived. Yu Shihao's face was filled with ecstasy, and he rushed to the corridor, crawling. Step forward and chop. Linen killed a few zombies that rushed towards him with a clean and efficient knife, and looked coldly at the boy who rushed out of the room. What a fast knife. Very strong. Yu Shihao lay on the ground, staring in amazement at Linen who had put away the knife. He looked back at the zombie that was about to finish eating Wang Fang, and seemed to have thought of something. Brother, please save me. My girlfriend was eaten by zombies and I couldn't save her. Please help me. Rolling and crawling. Yu Shihao knelt down at Lin En's feet with a humble and flattering look on his face. As if he was extremely sad, he squeezed out a few tears and looked at Lin En pleadingly. Lin En remained silent. He didn't have the time to save anyone. Not bothering to pay attention to him, he strode straight towards the group of corpses that were eating Wang Fong. I wonder if this group of zombies has any traces of the bloody witch. Yu Shihao collapsed to the ground, feeling secretly delighted. This person is so powerful, it seems that he can really be saved. You died worthily. Yu Shihao sneered in his heart, without any guilt at all. Seeing Lin En rushing into the group of corpses, he was like a tiger into a flock of sheep. A few flashes of knives appeared, and most of the corpses were chopped to death. His eyes rolled and many thoughts emerged in his mind. He was not like the people Lin En had met before. He was a little older and still hadn't figured out the situation. During the time he was trapped in the room, he carefully read the few instructions for the Doomsday game. Combining the novels and movies he had read, he probably thought that the world might have been completely different. If nothing unexpected happens, there are probably zombies everywhere outside. Seeing that Lin En was so powerful, he naturally wanted to do everything he could to get close to him. Otherwise, he would not have the slightest confidence that he could survive on his own. Bang! Yu Shihao's eyelids jumped, and he looked at Lin En with some fear, crushing the last zombie's head as if he were popping a water ball. Big brother, I don't know what your name is. He quickly stood up, took off his coat diligently, and wanted to help Lin En wipe the blood off his body. Roll. Lin En spat out a word coldly, scaring him so much that he dared not get close. He just opened the eye of judgment to look for clues. Neither of the two groups of zombies had any information about the bloody witch. Mutants like this usually bring some changes to the zombies around them. I wonder if the bloody witch is on the floor below, or if she hasn't mutated yet. If it was the latter, it would undoubtedly disrupt his plans. There are no mutated zombies, so you can't level them up even if you kill them. Blindly searching for other mutants in the city would be tantamount to seeking death. If your level is not high enough, you may not be able to obtain the hospital's equipment. One thing after another, no mistakes are allowed. At this time, Director Wang and the other person who followed Lin En down from upstairs also arrived at the 8th floor. Lin En was silent for a moment, then looked at the three people with different expressions and asked slowly. Have you seen any special female zombies? Or, there are some zombies that are abnormal. When Yu Shihao heard Lin En asking the question, he wanted to show off, so he spoke quickly. Brother, there are a lot of female zombies here. I don't know what the special one you are talking about is. Lin En pondered for a moment, he actually didn't know either. No image information about Bloody Witch appeared in the chat channel. Apart from knowing her name and strength, he knew nothing about her. If it's special, it might have something to do with the words Bloody Witch. Bloody Witch. Director Wang and the other men looked embarrassed. They couldn't understand what Lin En was saying at all. Yu Shihao tried his best to think, but after thinking for a long time he couldn't come up with any information about the Bloody Witch. Brother, I have been staying in my room since the Doomsday broke out. I have never left the house. Yu Shihao laughed dryly, fearing that Lin En would feel that he was worthless. If you want to look for it, I can help you. This building is so big, it's not convenient for you to look for it alone. I'm in good physical condition, and I will definitely not hold you back. As if to show his loyalty, Yu Shihao directly opened his player panel and presented it respectfully in front of Lin En. Player information, Yu Shihao, level 0. Power, 7. Agility, 6. Constitution, 6. Will, 8. The properties are pretty good. It is considered above average among ordinary people. Big brother, may I ask how much strength you have? Yu Shihao's heart burned with excitement when he thought of the strength Lin En had just displayed. If I had this kind of strength, would I still be trapped in the door by zombies and feel hopeless? I saw your performance just now, it was really awesome. With such strong strength, your attribute must be 11 points, right? Lin En frowned slightly. Although Yu Shihao covered it up well, he kept praising himself. But he could tell that he was testing himself. 10 points is the limit of the human body. This is one of the few descriptions in the attribute panel. Yu Shihao asked him if he had 11 points, implying that he was testing whether his strength exceeded the limit of the human body. Lin didn't say anything, just prepared to go to the next floor. Yu Shihao saw that Lin didn't reply, so he didn't care. He hurried to catch up with Lin. "Brother, please accept me. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I will never hold you back." Lin frowned slightly. "Accept him." Although Yu Shihao's attributes are acceptable, he is also good at observing people's expressions. People like this are much more useful than ordinary people. But he didn't intend to waste the quota on ordinary people, and the mission of the Savior team also limited this. As for scheming and nature, there are system constraints, so don't even think about betraying him after joining the team. You don't have to worry about this. Seeing that Lin ignored him, Yu Shihao clenched his fists. Oh, this guy in front of me must know how to increase his strength. Try to get him to talk. Not daring to show it, Yu Shihao still followed Lin respectfully. Lin walked in front, and Director Wang and the other two followed at the end, not daring to lag too far behind. The group went downstairs one after another, and the dim corridor behind them suddenly twisted. On the half of Wang Fang's mutilated face, her eyes stared blankly at the ceiling with a deadly and resentful look. No one noticed. Second floor of the hotel. Lin shook off the blood stains on his hands, feeling a little disappointed. After searching all the way down from the 9th floor, he didn't even see the shadow of the bloody witch. Instead, there are more and more survivors behind him, and now there are as many as 27 people. Most of the survivors are couples. After all, single people would not come here for no reason. Of course, there are also several special combinations. Go, and wipe Brother Lin's sweat off his face. A middle-aged man dressed as a wealthy businessman pushed the woman next to him with a seductive smile, motioning her to come forward and wipe off the non-existent sweat for Lin. The woman was his lover, and he loved her dearly on a daily basis. But at this time, let alone giving the woman to Lin, he would have no objection even to sending his wife up. Everyone followed suit and praised and flattered Lin. These survivors almost saw Lin Enru killing his way down like a god of death. In addition to fear, most people hoped to have a good relationship with Lin. Several young people looked at Lin with admiration, holding fire axes in their hands to give themselves courage. Some women dressed in professional attire secretly tore off their sexy clothes, hoping to attract his attention. No need. Lin coldly rejected the towel that was offered to him, feeling a little annoyed. It's not that I'm annoyed that someone is following me. Although these people can't help, they can act as bait. The desire to kill of mutated zombies is much higher than that of ordinary zombies. The denser the crowd, the more likely they are to appear. Just like in a previous life. The larger the safe zone, the more likely it is to be attacked by zombies and mutants. He had no intention of saving anyone, but after he killed all the zombies, these people followed him spontaneously. It is human instinct to follow the strong. Of course, if you enjoy his protection, you must pay the price. The last floor. Lin didn't have much hope and prepared to go downstairs. The lobby is on the first floor, facing the hospital gate, separated by only a street. The elevator on the first floor of the hotel has been out of service and the stairs are blocked by debris. Perhaps the meat in the hospital did not run fast enough, and most of the zombies on the surrounding streets were concentrated inside the hospital, with not many gathering in the hotel. Sudden. Bang. A heavy object falls to the ground. The noise was deafening. The sound came from the road, followed by a series of car alarms. Brother Lin. There's a monster. Yu Shihao reacted the fastest. After he moved closer to the window and saw clearly what happened, his face was filled with fear. Hurry to report the news to Lin. There are others. On the road. Several young people followed suit and shouted, equally terrified. It was as if there was an extremely terrifying presence outside the window. Lin quickly walked to the window and drew aside the curtains. That's it. In the middle of the road, a dozen survivors were fleeing frantically. The last one to come was a bald man. He tried his best to dodge the vehicles that were hitting him like cannonballs, and his reaction speed was quite good. Linen was slightly stunned. Different from the panic and fear of the people present. Linen smiled as he looked at the monsters chasing the survivors. Hello, Liquor. In the middle of the road. The 3-meter-tall Liquor easily grabbed a car and smashed it at the bald man. The bald man rolled nimbly and dodged with a speed that was inconsistent with his body agility. Boom. The hybrid car was hit by a huge force and burst into a ball of fire that shot up into the sky. The air was filled with thick smoke. Lao Zhang. Come in quickly. That monster is too big to get in. It's safe once we get inside the building. A sturdy man running in the middle of the team turned around and shouted at the bald man with an anxious look in his eyes. Don't worry about me. You go in first. Damn it. I don't believe I can't kill him. The bald man was also quite strong and he tore off his tattered shirt. His shiny muscular body gleamed in the sun, and his waistline was almost twice that of an average person's. OMG. Bear transformation. The bald man cursed and stopped dodging. As a burst of black light sank into his chest, his body swelled instantly, and his muscles bulged as if they were exploding. Roar. The bald man's head transformed. His body was covered with black hair, and in the blink of an eye he transformed from a human into a giant black bear over 2 meters tall. Bang. The Liquor swung out with his sharp claws, but was blocked by his huge bear-like palm. Like a truck crash. The Liquor screamed sharply and tilted its body backwards. The bald man who had transformed into a bear took 2 steps back. In the fight between the two monsters, he was only slightly inferior. Die. The black bear exerted force with both feet, and the ground collapsed. He clasped his hands together like a hammer and smashed it down on the Liquor's head like a blow from the sky. Bang. The collision between flesh and blood. The Liquor's hard skull instantly caved in half. A hint of joy flashed in the black bear's eyes. However, it was beyond his expectations. The black bear man's full-strength attack was only this effective. A blow that would have killed any creature did not cause much damage to the Liquor. That day, Linen cut off half of the Liquor's head but failed to kill it. So what if it's just a dent in the skull? Swish. The Liquor swung his claws again, and the sharp bone claws easily cut through the black bear's defense. Bleeding was gushing out. Like a tap being turned on. A lot of blood was sprayed. The black bear looked shocked and took 2 steps back in disbelief, its huge body shaking. Old Zhang. The strongman who was guarding everyone's escape roared when he saw this, his eyes turned red. You damn monster, I'm going to fight you. The two have been brothers for many years and are as close as brothers. Seeing the Liquor's claws swinging out again, he pulled out a pistol from his arms with a crazy look. Come on. Bad guy. Your grandpa is here. Bang. 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 Flames spewed out of the muzzle and bullets were fired out like water. However, like water off a duck's back. The Liquor's powerful muscle tissue easily blocked the bullet. After the yellow-orange bullet shell was shot in, it was squeezed out by the surging muscles in a very short time. As if enraged, the Liquor gave up grabbing the black bear with its sharp claws and instead appeared in front of the sturdy men at an extremely exaggerated speed. A claw swung out. The sturdy man with the gun was cut into 3 pieces, and the wounds were like being cut by laser. On the severed head, the eyes were wide open with anger. Ah! The bald man who had turned into a bear was filled with grief and indignation. Bad guy, I want you to die. The force exploded to the limit, and the wound that had been shrinking suddenly broke open, splattering blood. He forced himself to stand up and charged at the Liquor at all costs. On the 2nd floor of the hotel, everyone huddled behind Linen in fear. Director Wang's legs were shaking and his whole body was trembling. When the monsters in the movie appear in reality, the huge impact is enough to make people collapse. The appearance of a Liquor alone is enough to make ordinary people not even think of resisting him. Chuckle, chuckle. Teeth chattering. Several young men holding fire axes held them tightly. When they were following Lin and downstairs, they were still bragging about themselves to the female companions next to them. Watching Lin and killing zombies as easily as killing chickens, they felt that the end of the world was just like this. But when they really saw the powerful monsters, they felt that their previous thoughts were ridiculous. "Brother Lin, let's hide. They'll lure the monster right over here." You sure how's throat moved and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Oh, how could there be such a monster?" "Yeah, Brother Lin. Let's go upstairs and hide." Everyone began to persuade Linen, who was standing in front of the window, to escape. It's not that they were grateful to Linen for saving them, but they were unwilling to leave Linen behind. Most people were worried that there might still be zombies in the building, and that they would only be safe with Linen. As for running away, although everyone thought that Linen was very powerful, Linen was only dealing with zombies. The gap between zombies and lickers is as huge as that between adults and babies. Just now they saw with their own eyes how powerful the bald man became after he transformed into a bear. It has tremendous strength and can even fight against lickers. It's simply an inhuman existence. I think this strength is not much different from Lin An's. But the bald man was almost killed instantly by the licker, so Linen naturally had no chance of defeating him. Linen stood in front of the window, unmoved. The eyes are burning. He originally thought that he couldn't find the bloody witch, and he would have to waste time looking for a licker to kill. I didn't expect it to be delivered to my door. What made Linen even happier was that there was an awakened person coming to his door. After watching the battle between the first awakened person and the mutant he encountered after his rebirth, Linen also gained some insights. I'm pretty lucky. The bald man is the awakened one. But it should only be Order 0. Maybe we can recruit him. Seeing that the bald man was about to die, Linen stopped watching the fight. Boom. The windowsill was cracked, and the cement and steel-reinforced walls were directly smashed by Linen, revealing the steel bars inside. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Linen appeared downstairs of the hotel in an instant at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Bang. Smoke and dust rose up. Linen fell from the sky and crushed the asphalt road beneath his feet. Drink. A roar was as loud as thunder. Linen held the knife in one hand, staring at the licker not far away, his fighting spirit rising. Roar. Another little bug is provoking me. The licker let out a sharp roar and threw away the half of the black bear's arm in his hand. Accelerate, accelerate, the licker's huge body crushed the cars along the road and sprinted towards Linen madly. Linen smiled cruelly and walked faster and faster. Clang. The blade emitted a buzzing sound, and the tip of the blade pointed directly at the licker's forehead. Power burst. With a low shout, golden spiritual energy penetrated into Lin An's body, and his strength increased instantly. The blood is rushing and the heart is beating like an engine. Bring it on. Let me see. Can I kill you, bad guy, with one blow? Ping-boo. Cut down. Lin An's bones crackled and all his strength was concentrated in his right hand. A slash of sword created a fierce wind. With power beyond the limits of the human body. As the most basic sword technique, it appears to be extremely powerful at this moment. Roar. The licker also instantly swung out its claws, and the size difference between the two formed a strong contrast in the eyes of everyone. Crack. The giant claw shattered. The sharp blade still had its power, and a line of blood spread from the licker's head. Linen continued walking forward. 0.5 seconds later. The licker's giant claw stopped the moment it touched Lin An's head. Flesh and blood separated. The huge body slowly split into two. Linen walked silently through the torn body of the licker. A second later, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard. Ding, it was detected that the player killed the level 1 mutant, Licker. Bursts of white light gushed out from the licker's corpse and sank into Lin An's body. Ding, the upgrade conditions are met, congratulations to the player. The current player level is 1. Ding, the advancement conditions are met, congratulations to the awakener. The current awakening level is level 1. Two forces emerged from the void and disappeared into Lin An's body in an instant. Warm and comfortable. The addictive pleasure washes away the fatigue. Ding, the player level has increased. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Willpower +1. Ding, the Awakened One's rank has been upgraded. Strength +2, Agility +2, Constitution +2, Willpower +2. Double the strength increase. Linen took a deep breath greedily, feeling the growing power in his body. Very good. The black bear that collapsed on the ground has shrunk back to human size. The bald man's awakened ability is to transform into a bear, but it doesn't last long. Severely injured and on the verge of death, he could no longer maintain his black bear form. He covered his broken arm with his hand and looked shocked, as if he had seen a monster. Linen killed the licker with one sword. Maybe others will feel the shock, too. But it is definitely not as strong as the bald man. He had fought the licker and they seemed evenly matched at first. The next attack failed to work, leaving him exposed, and he was severely injured by the licker's counterattack. But he knew very well that even if he was given another 100 lives, he would not last more than a few seconds against the licker. Too strong. How did you do that? The bald man's throat moved. Looking at Linen walking towards him as if leisurely, his eyes were full of admiration. Just chop it down with one knife. Linen replied casually. With the current strength, it is normal to kill the licker with one blow. Bald man. Linen smiled slightly and didn't care about the bald man's mood. How is it, can you still move? Linen looked at his body. The huge wound on his chest that was pierced by the licker was slowly healing. The broken left arm merely stopped bleeding but did not regenerate. This recovery speed is a bit fast. Linen said secretly. It seems that the bald man is stronger than I thought. The awakened ones have strong physical fitness and good recovery ability. But it is not common sense that such an injury can be recovered so quickly. Ordinary people would have died long ago. Does the beast transformation skill come with physical enhancement? Maybe it has something to do with the awakened talent. After transforming into a beast, his speed is not as good, but his physique is still pretty good. It's a pretty good meat shield. Linen gave his evaluation of the bald man in his mind. Still able to move. The bald man nodded and struggled to get up from the ground. Hello, my name is Zhang Tai. The bald man stretched out his right hand. His voice was rough and his smile wasn't pretty, but it was sincere. Linen. Well, brother Lin, thank you for saving me. Zhang Tai's face was full of gratitude, and it didn't seem fake. If Linen hadn't taken action, he would probably have been cut into 3 parts like his brother. I really don't know what to do. Let's talk about it when we get back. The zombies are coming soon. Linen interrupted Zhang Tai and glanced at the hospital gate in the distance. Many zombies gathered here. Good. Zhang Tai didn't say much, but just kept the words of gratitude in his heart. When the two passed by the strong man's body, Zhang Tai quickly picked up the body parts and held them in his arms. Eyes are red. My condolences. Linen could sense Zhang Tai's sadness and couldn't help but comfort him. He also has brothers. I know how uncomfortable this feeling is. And Jing Tian, and Xia. Hold on, I'll be back. Linen thought of the brother and sister in Huyuan community with a determined look. Run fast all the way. Both of them are awakened and their speed is far beyond that of ordinary people. In just a few seconds, he rushed into the hotel lobby. Brother Zhang. Everyone was talking at once. A dozen survivors who had escaped into the hotel earlier gathered around excitedly and asked about their well-being. But after seeing the dead body of his companion in Zhang Tai's arms, his eyes became somewhat sad. It seems that this group of people know each other. Several elderly men took the body from Zhang Tai and silently placed it on a piece of red cloth. Linen said nothing and just blocked the hotel door again. Boom. Linen dragged the several-ton sedan alone and blocked the gate. When everyone heard the sound, they looked over and were a little afraid. This fear is different from the fear of zombies, but the instinct of ordinary people towards the strong. Zhang Tai seemed to be the leader of the group. He saw that his companions were a little scared, and immediately introduced Linen. This is Linen, my savior. Everyone saw it just now. It's all thanks to Brother Lin that I'm alive. After Zhang Tai finished speaking, he bowed deeply. Everyone was grateful and bowed to Lin. Among the survivors, a girl who looked younger had tears in her eyes. She wore a baseball cap and had her hair tied in a simple ponytail. Young, about 17 or 18. The sports outfit is full of youthfulness. The girl has a sweet look and is obviously a beauty. Brother Lin, you saved my brother's life. I will never forget this kindness. Lin smiled indifferently. Yue and Wenya are quite similar. The same youthful vitality. It's just that Wenya needs to be more mature. Yue wiped away her tears and turned to look at Zhang Tai. Brother, your hand. Brother is fine, don't cry, Yue. We in the Zhang family don't like crying. Zhang Tai grinned, forcing a smile through his fat face, and comforted the little girl in front of him. Looking at the two people in front of me. Lin looked a little strange. He originally thought Yue's last name was Yu, and she just called Zhang Tai brother like everyone else. Unexpectedly, the two were actually brother and sister. One of them was as strong as a bear, with a face full of flesh. A petite, cute and weak girl. Same parents, but the difference is too big. Zhang Tai seemed to sense Lin's strange gaze, and suddenly took Yue's hand and walked in front of Lin. Brother Lin, this is my sister. Zhang Tai's face was full of pride. Lin, on the second floor of the hotel. With the addition of 15 new survivors, there are now 42 survivors in the hotel. The noise of people is loud. The hotel had been cleared out and the survivors who had escaped the disaster began to discuss with each other. The people who had been trapped in the hotel anxiously asked the outsiders what was going on in the outside world. The answer is not satisfactory. Feelings of panic and despair spread among the crowd. During the chat, most people would secretly glance at Lin and Zhang Tai standing by the window from time to time. Brother Lin, are you saying you want me to join your team? Zhang Tai turned his head and looked at the companions he brought behind him. He had a very loud voice, which attracted many people to listen attentively. Everyone looked at him with envy. Newcomers may not know this yet. Each of the survivors in the hotel expressed their desire to join Lin's team, but Lin ignored them. Seeing that Zhang Tai was actually invited, many people even felt jealous. Lin killed the licker with one knife. With such strength, wouldn't it be possible for us to walk sideways in this doomsday by following him? Lin nodded calmly. Zhang Tai has a pretty good character. As an awakened one, he could have escaped when facing the licker, but he chose to stay behind to cover everyone. Looking at the people he brought with him, most of them were old, weak, sick and disabled. At least from the information Lin has observed now, this person is still a man of affection and righteousness. The strength is also pretty good. The awakened ones of the flesh system can share a lot of pressure in fighting with him. Zhang Tai smiled brightly. It's an honor for me that Brother Lin thinks highly of me. Don't even mention joining. I'd even give you my life back. Zhang Tai said nothing and didn't even glance at the team joining information. He directly accepted Lin's invitation to join the team. Ding, the rescue team has one new member, and the current members are 3. Team member joining, Zhang Tai, Awakener, gains 10% attribute bonus. Ding, team member Zhang Tai, loyalty 70, he will not betray you unless you touch his bottom line. Only Lin can see the last item. Lin thought thoughtfully, it seems that initial loyalty is not constant. Because Zhang Tai was saved by himself and was a straightforward person, his loyalty level directly increased to 70 points. It seems that he is just like his appearance, without any ulterior motives. This is. After Zhang Tai joined in, his eyes suddenly widened, looking extremely surprised. Welcome aboard. Lin smiled calmly. It seemed that Zhang Tai felt that his strength was greatly increased the moment he joined. My dear. Zhang Tai exclaimed and smacked his lips. Why did my strength suddenly increase by 1.3? OMG, my physical fitness increased by 1.5. Agility and willpower are all increased. Captain Lin, what's going on? Zhang Tai felt a little excited as he felt the power in his body surge. Lin looked at the stunned Zhang Tai with a hint of smile on his face. The 10% attribute improvement after joining the Savior team may not seem like much, but you won't feel that way after you actually experience it. Players have to fight desperately to kill mutants to reach level 1, and level 1 only adds 1 point. The Awakened are better, but each level increase is only 3 points. The first few levels were fine, but the later the levels, the more psychic energy and mutants needed were terrifying. It is difficult to upgrade levels, and many people are even stuck at level 1 until they die. According to the basic attributes of most Awakeners, this 10% increase is at least 1 point. An increase of 1 point or more. It's like giving away a level for free. Any attribute in the Doomsday game is extremely rare, so it is normal for Zhang Tai to be so excited. It's a benefit of joining my team. But it's because you are an Awakener and your basic attributes are high that the bonus is so high. When everyone heard that this was a benefit of joining the team, their breathing quickened. Can you become stronger by joining a team? Awakener. High basic attributes. Yu Shihao instantly understood why Lin and recruited Zhang Tai. He was very quick-witted and quickly figured out the connection between them. The awakened ones should be people like Lin and Zhang Tai, whose strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. The team became stronger after Zhang Tai joined. Is it the case for all awakened people who join the team, or is it unique to Lin? He looked at his player template for a long time, and there was nothing on it except attributes. There is no team function at all. Only half understand. He pricked up his ears, afraid to miss any conversation between the two. However, Lin did not say anything else. He said to Zhang Tai through the team communication. Don't reveal our team's information to outsiders. You can tell them about the attribute bonuses, but don't leak our names and the team's communication function. Lin An's voice suddenly rang in Zhang Tai's mind, but Lin An's mouth did not move. It was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Got it, Captain. Is this also a benefit of joining the team? He stammered as he tried to contact Lin An using the team's internal communication, his eyes fiery. He is not stupid. As a former soldier and later a bodyguard, he knows how important communications are. Global communications have now become ineffective, and landlines and mobile phones are useless. A means of private real-time communication can be said to be extremely practical. When everyone heard Zhang Tai exclaim about his improved attributes, envy in their eyes intensified. Being able to join Lin An's team can also improve your strength. Alas, why am I not an awakened one? Yu Shihao stood alone in the corner, hearing the exclamations of the crowd. He clenched his fists. The Awakener. I also want to become an Awakener. After witnessing the horrors of zombies and lickers, his desire for power was much greater than before. Yu Shihao's eyes were eager and hot. Lin An is so strong, he must know how to become an awakened one. In a room on the 9th floor of the hotel. Lin An, Zhang Tai and Yu Wei looked through the window towards the hospital across the street. Zhang Tai, you said you escaped from the hospital. So, what is the situation there now? Is there such a thing as a licker? Zhang Tai frowned. Captain Lin, as far as I know, there should be no living people in the hospital now. There are at least 30,000 zombies in there. As for monsters like the licker. Zhang Tai shook his head. We encountered him when we were trying to escape from the hospital's outer wall and head in another direction. Later, he was chased all the way by the lickers and was driven back. Lin An nodded. It was good news that there were no mutants in the hospital. The fighting space there is too narrow, and it would be very difficult to be ambushed if you go too deep. Then are there any special circumstances inside the hospital, such as where a large number of zombies gather? Why are you in the hospital? And how did you wake up? Lin An continued to ask. The hand of the Skull Crusher, from the previous life was deep in the hospital, surrounded by a large number of zombies. It is said that in order to obtain this equipment, several safe zones formed a joint team and sacrificed a large number of manpower to break through the zombie circle. He was also very curious about why Zhang Tai awakened. I had never heard of any energy nodes inside a hospital in my previous life. 3 questions. Zhang Tai thought for a moment and said slowly. I was in the hospital with my father before the apocalypse. The apocalypse broke out too suddenly. For some reason, most of the patients turned into zombies. Zhang Tai was feeling a little depressed. He watched his father turn into a zombie after the apocalypse. Lin patted his shoulder. He was powerless to do anything as his relatives turned into zombies in front of him. He had felt this feeling too. It's normal for patients to turn into zombies. People with poor physical constitutions will even show signs of becoming zombies before the apocalypse breaks out. Zhang Tai looked back at Lin gloomily, then gave an ugly smile to indicate that he was fine. After the patients turned into zombies, the doctors and nurses who took care of them couldn't react at all. No one survived. Wenya's body trembled after hearing this. Abnormal. Throughout the entire hospital, the only area that's in better condition is the pharmacy where you pick up medicine. Other places are simply not able to survive. Zhang Tai was still frightened when he recalled the tragic scene that day. I'm lucky too. My father's ward is on the second floor. There weren't many zombies. I ran all the way out and hid in the pharmacy. The pharmacy is considered an anomaly. I don't know if I'm awakening. I was hit by a burst of white light and passed out. When I woke up, I found that my power had increased a lot. There was also an awakened symbol on the player panel. Lin pondered for a moment. Awakened in the pharmacy. It seems that I can visit the pharmacy on this trip to the hospital. After Zhang Tai finished speaking, he clicked on his personal information and showed it to Lin without reservation. Player information, Zhang Tai, Awakener. Player level, level 0. Awakener rank, level 0. Strength, 13, 14.3. Agility, 12, 13.2. Constitution, 15, 16.5. Willpower, 12, 13.2. Equipment, none. Awakener talent, Bear transformation, transforms into a bone-crushing black bear for a short period of time, greatly increases physical fitness, slightly increases strength. Defense is enhanced, and self-healing ability is doubled. Level 0, all attributes +2, the upper limit of ordinary human attributes is 10. Lin was somewhat surprised when he saw Zhang Tai's physique. The initial attribute after becoming an awakener is 15 points. Plus, the awakened talent has enhanced self-healing ability, no wonder he can recover so quickly even when seriously injured and on the verge of death. Captain Lin, my physical attributes are pretty good, right? Zhang Tai noticed Lin's surprise and felt a little proud. Although he had never encountered other awakeners, he compared his attributes with others. Although Lin is extremely powerful, what Lin shows is probably just his relatively high strength. When it comes to his physical attributes, he is still confident. By the way, Captain Lin. How much strength do you have? I saw you chop that monster to death with that blow, it was really powerful. Zhang Tai gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely. Lin opened his attribute panel and took a look. Strength 19.4. Zhang Tai was silent. It's so discouraging. But he was also an optimist and didn't care about it anymore. I can't care. Haha, although I'm not as strong as you, but in terms of physique. Zhang Tai was somewhat unwilling and wanted to compare his physique with Lin. This is where he is most confident. Lin looked tall and muscular, and his body even looked a little thin under his clothes. As for physique, the taller you are, the stronger your body will be. Like the strongman who died before, his physical fitness was only 9 points. Even if Lin is an awakened one, I think it would be at most 12 or 13 o'clock. Zhang Tai looked expectant. How many are you? Are you 13? Lin smiled indifferently. 19.4. Zhang Tai's laughter choked and his expression became stiff. He looked Lin up and down, unable to believe it. Unexpectedly, Lin's physical attributes completely crushed him. Like a defeated rooster. Zhang Tai put away the last bit of his pride and stopped talking about attributes. What a pervert. High strength and good physique. Do you still want to live? Lin shook his head slightly, and found Zhang Tai, who kept muttering to himself, somewhat amused. At least he is now a level 1 awakener and a level 1 player. Double attribute bonus, plus swallowing 2 psychic plants. If his attributes are not even as good as Zhang Tai's, then his rebirth would be in vain. I don't want to undermine Zhang Tai's confidence. Lin then continued to ask about the hospital. Since you accompanied your father to the hospital for treatment, when the apocalypse breaks out, where are the most zombies likely to be? Zhang Tai was somewhat puzzled. I don't know why Lin asked this. Orthopedic and surgical emergencies. There are a lot of car accidents before the apocalypse. When I passed by the surgical emergency room, the injured were lying all over the hall, and many of them were too late to be rescued. There are at least tens of thousands of zombies in that damn place right now. Tens of thousands of zombies in one building. Zhang Tai looked through the window at the hospital in the distance and shuddered. Captain Lin, why do you keep asking about the hospital? Lin smiled slightly and pointed his finger at the window at the building with the sign of emergency surgery. We'll go there early tomorrow morning. Late at night, Lin slept in room 908. The strong smell of perfume was a bit pungent, and the black belts hanging beside the bed looked like ropes for hanging. The faint sound of explosions coming from outside the window from time to time made it difficult to fall asleep. Suddenly, a shrill and resentful scream sounded from inside the hospital. The shriek was piercing through the glass over a distance of hundreds of meters. Lin hurried to the window to check, but found nothing. The screaming sound appeared briefly and then disappeared. What is that? After observing for a long time, I found nothing. There were many buildings inside the hospital, and it was impossible to tell where the screaming sound came from. Lin had no choice but to give up searching for the source of the scream and return to bed with suspicion. The sudden incident weighed on his heart like a stone. But the trip to the hospital had to be made. I couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Lin Anping lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling silently. A little tired. It is now the second day after the apocalypse and the fifth day after rebirth. Memories of his past life mixed with memories of the past few days flashed through his mind like a photo album. There was no electricity in the hotel and the unpredictable weather made it a bit cold late at night. Squeak. The door was open and not locked. Since he couldn't use the room card, Lin had no choice but to remove the door lock. In the darkness, Wenya stood at the door holding a quilt. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to speak. I can't sleep. Lin was silent for a moment, and the darkness seemed as bright as day in his eyes. He saw Wenya's red eyes. Looks like he's been crying. If you can't sleep late at night, it's simply because you have something on your mind. I cried and I have something on my mind. Lin also roughly guessed what Wenya was thinking about. You have relatives in Linjiang Hospital, right? Lin's mental strength is far beyond that of an ordinary person, and he noticed that Wenya was in an abnormal mood this afternoon. Wenya hugged the quilt tightly in her hands and nodded gently. The voice was trembling. She pursed her lips tightly, suppressed her emotions and said, My mother has a bad heart and was hospitalized some time ago. She's in the building next to the emergency surgery department, Ward 303. These words seemed to drain all her strength. The temperature in the room was very low, and she was shivering in her pajamas after just taking a shower. The hair dryer was useless, so I could only simply tie my wet hair up. Lin was silent for a moment, not knowing how to comfort her. Tomorrow, if it doesn't delay the plan, I'll go take a look. He saw that Wenya was no longer as heroic and strong as before. A sigh in my heart. The entire hospital has now become a hell. The area where Wenya's mother is located is closer to the emergency center where the most zombies are. They both knew in their hearts that Wenya's mother had little hope of survival. A glance is nothing more than psychological comfort. The cold wind was howling outside the window, and the sharp sound could be heard through the glass. Thanks. Wenya used the back of her hand to wipe away the tears that she could no longer hold back, her eyes filled with gratitude. Ding, member Wenya's loyalty increased by 30 points. Current value, 80 out of 100, will hardly betray, even in death. She bowed deeply to Lin and seriously, as if she had made up her mind. Can I sleep at your place tonight? After saying that, she walked slowly to Lin's bedside with her head lowered. Place the quilt gently next to Lin. Linen frowned slightly when he saw this. He didn't expect that Wenya's loyalty would increase because of these words. It seemed that this incident had a profound impact on her, so much so that she completely let down her guard against Linen. If you feel like you want to repay me, or want to do something, that's not necessary. Linen agreed to take a look and had no other thoughts. After all, he didn't promise to go, he just said he would do it if it didn't affect his actions. Wenya looked up when she heard the voice, her face flushed. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something but no words came out. Since you have joined my team, you are naturally a member of my team. It's normal for teammates to help each other. You don't have to feel guilty, or grateful. Besides, I really don't like your behavior. Lin An's eyes were clear, and after he finished speaking, he looked at Wenya calmly. The light and pleasant smell of shower gel dissipated the smell of cheap perfume in the room. Go to bed early. After Lin An finished speaking, he turned his back and closed his eyes to rest. Wenya was at a loss and stopped taking off her shirt. She froze beside the bed. I couldn't utter a word. A long time. Rustle. Wenya made her bed. In the dark. Lin An felt that someone was sleeping on the bed next to him, but no one came closer. Sorry. Wenya lay on her side in a corner of the bed, tears streaming down her eyes. I don't know whether this sentence is directed to Lin An or to myself. The next morning. In the corridor of the 9th floor, Lin An was waiting here early. Brother Lin, Captain. I brought the person to you. At the other end of the corridor, Zhang Tai strode over. He was not yet used to calling Lin An Captain. After hastily changing his words, he greeted Lin An warmly and laughed heartily. Behind him followed two middle-aged men, who appeared to be from his previous team. Brother Lin. The two middle-aged men bent down awkwardly to greet Lin An, looking very nervous. Lin An can be described as handsome in appearance, and his fair skin even makes him look like a scholar. But in their eyes, Lin An has become a monster. Anyone who sees the scene of Lin An chopping the licker to death with one knife will probably find it extremely unforgettable. That knife was talked about by everyone all night. Lin An nodded in response. He brought the three of them to the floor-to-ceiling window of the elevator room on the 9th floor. First, tell me about the internal structure of the hospital so I can determine the route. Lin An looked directly at the surgical building, but could not see what was going on inside because of the dark glass exterior. The entrance door to the surgical building was closed, and only a few zombies could be seen wandering around the periphery. Very strange. Brother Lin, this is the map we drew by hand overnight. The two middle-aged men were hospital employees hired by Zhang Tai and were familiar with the entire hospital's architectural structure. The two of them stood on Lin An's left and right, pointed at the map and continued. This route is the entrance to the underground parking lot. It is about 20 meters to the right of the hospital gate. From here, you can go directly to the emergency surgery department. The orthopedics department is on the 2nd floor of the emergency surgery department, and it takes up about 2 floors. Half an hour later, Lin An thanked the two and took Zhang Tai downstairs. He did not choose to bring more people for this operation. Given the density of zombies in the hospital, ordinary people would be committing suicide if they followed him. Even Zhang Tai would be at risk of being infected if he was accidentally besieged by zombies. On the stairwell, the two talked as they walked. Captain Lin, so we are going to the surgical emergency room to find a piece of equipment. Zhang Tai followed behind Lin An and scratched his head. Lin An went downstairs very quickly and said without turning his head. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the emergency room, but the probability of that being in the emergency room is the highest. In Doomsday games, there will be monsters next to most of the equipment. Some are mutants, and some are large numbers of zombies. Based on your description, the emergency surgery department has the most zombies, so it's natural that equipment is most likely to appear there. Zhang Tai nodded thoughtfully, and followed Lin An's pace downstairs with some difficulty. What Lin An said is not logically correct. He is using the results to infer the conclusion. Equipment attracting monsters is a post-apocalyptic phenomenon. But a large number of zombies in the emergency room are converted from patients. These people didn't just gather in the emergency room after the apocalypse, they were there before the apocalypse broke out. Therefore, the large number of zombies in the emergency room is not because of the equipment there. It can only be said that because Lennon has been reborn, he knows that the hospital's equipment is in the place with the most zombies. If there was someone smart present, they would have noticed the loophole in Lin En's words. However, Zhang Tai obviously does not belong to this category of people. He was totally unaware of this. Is that equipment impressive? Zhang Tai was a little curious. He could sense that Lin En was determined to get this piece of equipment. What kind of equipment would make Lin En be willing to take the risk to get it? You know, this equipment is in the hospital. He was still frightened when he thought of the huge number of zombies. Lin En recalled the attributes of Hand of the Skull Crusher that he had seen in the chat channel in his previous life, and replied solemnly. Very strong. Hand of the Skull Crusher is a blue equipment. Although it only has one attribute bonus, the value is as high as 5 points. It's really abnormal. If an ordinary player obtains it, as long as the basic strength is not too bad, he can easily surpass the human limit of 10 points. In this way, you can gain strength comparable to that of an awakened person. It can be said that this is a piece of equipment that can bring about a qualitative change in strength. I haven't even seen the equipment yet. Captain Lin, you said this Doomsday game is a game. Why doesn't it have any game functions? Lin En chuckled. He could understand Zhang Tai's doubts. It's normal that you haven't seen the equipment. Every piece of equipment in the Doomsday game is extremely precious. As for the Doomsday game, it is indeed a game. Only. It's not really our game. Underground parking lot. The parking lot entrance, without electrical lighting, was dark. The sunlight draws a clear dividing line between the entrance and the shadow. Lin En walked in front, followed by the fully armed Zhang Tai. Bang bang. Rhythmic metallic knocking sounds came from inside the parking lot. The sound was distant and muffled. The passage shrouded in darkness was like the entrance to hell. Captain Lin, did you hear that? Zhang Tai was wearing 2 loose, thick cotton coats and the largest welding helmet on his head. He is big in size, so it is not easy to find protective gear that can support him after transformation. He walked unsteadily, which was very similar to how he looked after his transformation. I feel like something is not right. When I escaped before, I saw that this place was full of zombies. He asked Lin En cautiously, with a serious expression on his face and in a low voice. There were only a few crashed cars parked on the ramp at the entrance to the parking lot, but no zombies. It stands to reason that since the Doomsday is only a few days away, there should be a large number of zombies here as an underground entrance near the hospital. Within a day, the zombies disappeared. This doesn't make sense. Lin En had a calm expression and nodded. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. The two had already planned to fight their way into the hospital from the parking lot. No need to lower your voice, you can use the team voice. Be careful, something might have changed last night. Lin En said this through the team channel. He remembered the sharp howl that sounded late last night. Zhang Tai was stunned and smiled awkwardly. I haven't gotten used to it yet. His voice was very loud in the team voice chat. It's noisy. Lin En glanced at Zhang Tai helplessly. Let's go. The two walked forward carefully, their footsteps echoing. Walking slowly along the slope, you will see a large number of crashed and overturned cars. There were a lot of dried blood on the car window glass. The car body was covered with palm prints, which seemed to be the owner's struggle before death. After a rough count, there are at least 200 vehicles. The strange thing is that no corpse was seen. Bang bang. The strange knocking sound did not stop, but Lin En still couldn't find the source of the sound. I just vaguely felt that the sound seemed to come from a lower level. Pass through the passage blocked by cars. Captain Lin. There are traces of dragging here. Zhang Tai pointed to the ground not far away. A 3-meter-wide dark red bloodstain extended all the way to the second floor of the parking lot. The vehicle next to the bloodstain was overturned on the ground, and one could vaguely see that it was a 5-meter-wide blank area. I saw it, too. There's one on the left side, too. Another streak of blood ran across the roof of a crushed SUV. Lin En's eyes were solemn. These two bloodstains could not be caused by a corpse. The powerful mental force quickly restored the scene that might have happened at that time in his mind. One or two huge monsters dragged a large number of corpses to the second underground floor. The monster on the left crushed the mid-sized SUV with 1 foot while dragging. The monster was at least 5 meters wide, or the pile of corpses being dragged was 5 meters in size. Is it a mutant? Linen was puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. I've never heard of mutants appearing in a hospital in my previous life. Captain Lin, what should we do now? Zhang Tai felt a little uncomfortable. He always felt that something was watching him in the darkness. Cold and icy. Although his will perception ability is not as high as Lin Ang's, his beastly talent provides him with the instincts of a wild beast. Never mind that for now. Go straight up the elevator shaft. There is a freight elevator in the parking lot that leads directly to the emergency center. There is no electricity, but you can climb up via the elevator shaft. Good. The sound of their footsteps echoed. Walking in the darkness, there was dead silence. A rich smell of dampness mixed with the smell of blood. Captain Lin, this is it. Zhang Tai stopped leading the way and pointed to a dark area not far away. Both of them are awakened, and they only need a little light to see darkness as day. The metal sign with "Freight Elevator" was a little mottled and the elevator door was closed. It was covered with dense bloody handprints. Advanced. Hiss. A sharp, hoarse voice rang out in the silence. Bang. The instinctive reaction of the beast. Zhang Tai subconsciously kicked the shadow that pounced out of the darkness. The black shadow exploded into pieces. Oh my God, what is that? Zhang Tai was startled and turned his head to look at the pool of minced meat on the ground. It was a human head without limbs. The bare white spine is connected to the head like a tail. Zhang Tai looked a little unhappy. So disgusting. Linen also looked over and identified it carefully. His eyes were solemn. This is a corpse snake. Usually, some infected people are transformed after being eaten by a large number of zombies before they die. Because there are too many zombie viruses in the body, the spine has been greatly strengthened. When their limbs are missing, these monsters will rip themselves out of their flesh and blood, using their spines to move like snakes. Linen picked up the long spine on the ground and removed the part of the skull that was kicked to pieces. He swung it twice casually, and the spine cracked like a whip. This kind of thing is good as a weapon. Both the hardness and toughness are very high. Linen ignored Zhang Tai's pale face and handed him the spine. Here, you don't have a weapon. The durability of a fire axe is too poor, it's not as useful as this. In the Doomsday game, if you don't get weapons and equipment in the early stage. The spine of the corpse snake is very popular among players and is considered the best weapon in the early stage. Captain Lin. Zhang Tai had a sad face, and the 1.9-meter tall guy couldn't help but take a few steps back. This thing is gross. Although he was quite courageous, the Doomsday had only lasted for 2 days. In the first 30 years of his life, the bloodiest thing he had seen was a street fight. It was hard to accept this level of bloodiness for a while. Linen frowned. Take it and get used to it as soon as possible. There will be many more such things in the future. Disgusting, can I help you survive? Zhang Tai was slightly stunned, then gritted his teeth and took over the snake corpse's spine. I don't know why, Linen is obviously younger than him. But he always felt that Linen seemed to have experienced a lot and his words were convincing. Boom. Linen kicked the closed elevator door and a loud noise echoed. The iron sheet was dented, leaving a small gap. Break it open. Linen held the Nepalese machete in his right hand and assumed the best fighting stance. The emergency center is above the elevator shaft, and there is a high probability that there are a large number of zombies in the elevator shaft. Squeak. Metal deformation. Zhang Tai's face flushed red, and he didn't pull away for a moment. He seemed to realize something and his pupils shrank slightly. With his current strength, it was easy for him to open the elevator door with his bare hands. Unless there was a lot of stuff pressing against the door in the elevator. Power burst. Linen also realized this. The golden spiritual energy penetrated into his body, and Lin exerted his full strength. He growled and used his left hand to help Zhang Tai move the elevator door open. Roar! As if being alarmed, countless zombies roared one after another. Inside the elevator shaft, countless zombies blocked the entire shaft like dense cans. The door of the elevator opened, and zombies poured out like a flood. Zhang Tai was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by the rushing zombies. Bear transformation. With a roar, black hair covered his entire body. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant black bear. Woo! He slapped out with his palm, and a strong palm wind whistled. Several zombies that had just stood up from the ground had their heads smashed in an instant, and their brains mixed with blood flowed all over the ground. Lin An's eyes were cold and he swung the Nepalese machete in his hand quickly. Arc slash. The knife drew a beautiful arc and with the huge force it cut off a piece of the head. Go in. Lin An shouted angrily in the team voice. The zombies pouring out of the elevator shaft seemed endless. It seems that the elevator door of the emergency center was destroyed when the apocalypse broke out. As a result, the zombies near the elevator fell into the well, completely blocking the well. If the two of them stayed here, they would never be able to kill them all. If we delay any longer and attract zombies from other areas, we won't be able to go up anymore. Moreover, if you make a mistake, you may be scratched and infected by zombies. Lin An is lucky, he has poison resistance and can be partially immune. Zhang Tai is absolutely unstoppable. You lead the way first. Lin An took a step back and bent down to gather his strength. Clear. There was a ferocious expression on Zhang Tai's huge head. He held his head with one hand, turned sideways and started charging. Bear charge. The ground shook slightly, and Zhang Tai, who had transformed into a bear, rushed into the group of zombies like a heavy truck. Destroy with overwhelming force. The teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously, and the zombies in the deepest part of the elevator shaft were directly squeezed into meat paste. The time is now. Lin An took a deep breath and stomped his right foot on the ground to fly into the air. A knife cut out. The zombie that fell into the elevator shaft was cut in half by the knife before it even touched the ground. Step forward. He exerted force again, stepped on Zhang Tai's thick shoulders and used the force to rush back into the elevator shaft. Zhang Tai bared his teeth, his face turning slightly blue. Lin An's kick was very powerful. If he wasn't in good physical condition, this kick would have crushed his shoulder blade. In the elevator shaft, Lin An leaped repeatedly on the wall of the shaft. Hold the knife with both hands and cut at high speed. The blade was swung into an impenetrable knife net, and a zombie would die every time it was swung. Like a factory meat grinder, ruthlessly harvesting flesh and blood. Zhang Tai stood in the well and felt as if it was raining flesh on his head. From time to time, a few zombies would fall with only their heads intact, opening their mouths and biting. He just crushed it. Jump up. There are too many zombies at the elevator entrance in the lobby. Come in with me. The bear transformation is over, you can easily be infected. Receive. Zhang Tai looked solemn, with his legs bent. Both of their talents and skills have time limits, and he can only transform into a black bear for a few tens of seconds. If it hadn't been for the bear transformation, the thick fur and reinforced skin would have blocked many of the zombies' scratches and bites. No matter how careful he was, he would have been infected long ago in such a dense swarm of zombies. Zhang Tai adjusted his posture slightly and aimed at the elevator exit on the first floor above his head. The space inside the elevator shaft was too small, and he alone took up most of it. Take a deep breath and exert force suddenly. Zhang Tai transformed into a black bear and jumped up from the bottom of the well like a mortar. Lin An placed his feet diagonally on the wall of the well, blocking the zombies and waiting for Zhang Tai to jump to the best position. After continuous fighting, the power burst he activated for the first time was nearing its end. The time is now. Power burst. Mental energy consumption. The golden spiritual energy appeared again, and Lin An felt that the strength in his body had returned to its peak state. Kick back. He leaned sideways in the elevator shaft, causing it to shake violently. Then turn around and kick out. The target was Zhang Tai, who had jumped to the exit of the first floor. OMG. Zhang Tai had no time to react and was kicked hard on the butt by Linen. Bang. The huge black bear was kicked out of the elevator like a cannonball by Linen's full-strength kick and rushed into the emergency hall. The zombies blocking the door were all cleared out in one breath. Zhang Tai flew 4 or 5 meters away, his body pressing down on the zombies, leaving a bloody mark on the smooth floor of the hall. Boom. After kicking out, Linen fell from the air. He kicked against the elevator shaft wall again and used the force of the kick to rush out. The zombies at the elevator entrance had been cleared out by the bombs, and nothing could stop Linen from going smoothly. Walk. Linen stepped out of the elevator and looked around quickly. At first glance, the entire hall was filled with zombies. A rough count showed there were at least 3,000 or 4,000. The zombies, densely packed like sardines in a can, blocked the hall. Can't be surrounded. After hearing Linen's order, Zhang Tai stood up quickly. On the broad bear's back, the zombies were crushed into pieces and stuck to it. Captain Lin, my butt hurts. Zhang Tai covered his butt, but his short, huge palm could only reach his lower back. Why don't you say something before you kick me? I'm not a ball. He felt a little aggrieved. I thought Linen wanted him to jump to the next level, and then let him get stuck there, and then the two of them would work together to fight their way out. Unexpectedly, Linen actually used him as a cannonball to clear the way. After being kicked twice by Linen, he felt like all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. If it were an awakened person with a weak physique, these 2 kicks could kill the person. Linen coughed dryly, signaling him not to dwell on this topic. He just had a sudden idea and used Zhang Tai as a cannonball. Unexpectedly, the effect was so good. Don't say that. I won't kick you next time. Go to the second floor first. The zombies in the hall have surrounded them. The madly roaring zombies were moving at an extremely fast speed. Thousands of zombies are rushing towards you at the same time, creating a very impactful scene. It's time for me to transform into a bear. Zhang Tai only had time to shout out before his body quickly shrank back to normal state. The helmet on his head was stretched out of shape and the clothes on his body were stretched into tatters. Use the spine of the corpse snake. Don't fight in close combat. Linen was the first to be attacked. After saying a few words, he rushed towards the group of zombies. He is clearly just one person, but he has the momentum of thousands of troops. Step forward and slash diagonally. With a full-strength blow, he chopped the front few zombies on the head to death. Arc slash. The distance between the zombies and the 2 men was already very short, so Linen opened fire at full strength in the close combat. The blade flashed, and the scimitar, powered by tremendous force, swept across the area like a laser cut. Turn around and chop back. Linen's reaction speed was extremely fast as he raised his hand and swung his knife. He turned around and killed the zombies that were surrounding him from behind. Although he was surrounded by zombies, Linen in the zombie swarm was like a killing god. His sharp sword skills prevented the zombies from getting close to him. Jump. The blade made a crisp sound and several cracks appeared on it. In the repeated fighting, in order to achieve a fatal blow. Every time Linen swung his knife, he aimed at the zombie's head. The bones strengthened by the zombie virus are much harder than those of ordinary humans. Under frequent collisions, a blade made of ordinary alloy simply could not withstand such high-intensity fighting. Captain Lin. No. There are too many zombies. Not far away, Zhang Tai was surrounded by hundreds of zombies. He waved the corpse snake spine in his hand wildly. Every time he attacked, the spine in his hand made a series of crisp sounds like a whip. The tail of the whip is extremely sharp, and one whip can easily blow up the zombie's head. Although he never used a whip, he was very powerful when using brute force. This thing is really useful. The more Zhang Tai used it, the more comfortable he became with it. Compared to ordinary axes and swords, the spine of the corpse snake is not only extremely sharp but also can avoid close combat. If he didn't have this whip in his hand, he would have no time to dodge when surrounded by zombies due to his low agility. Turn into bear form again. Lin An's expression turned stern, and he decisively asked Zhang Tai to transform into a bear again. No time to save. Originally, I planned to let Zhang Tai stay and transform to the second floor to prevent any accidents. But there were too many zombies in the hall, and even if he killed them one by one, he couldn't keep up with the speed of their replenishment. If Zhang Tai didn't activate the bear transformation, he would not be able to rush out. Captain Lin. I can only transform into a bear once more. Zhang Tai shouted angrily, and his body swelled instantly. In just 1 second, a huge black bear reappeared in the hall. Roar. The black bear roared. A mixture of beast roars and zombies roars. The thin bone whip was like a toy in his hand. Zhang Tai held the bone whip and swung it violently, smashing a group of zombies into pieces with each swing. No need to worry about zombies approaching, you will be very powerful. In the blink of an eye, a short space was cleared. The situation improved instantly. But Lin noticed that Zhang Tai's eyes were a little dim, which was a sign of mental exhaustion. Compared to Lin's burst of power, Zhang Tai's bear transformation consumes much more mental energy. Plus, his own willpower attribute is not high. In this way, his limit is to transform into a bear twice in a day. If only when you could join the battle now. Lin sighed. With her special characteristics as a mutant, she alone can replenish the mental strength of both Lin and Zhang Tai. Without having to worry about the consumption of mental energy, the two of them could even slowly kill off this group of zombies. But she is not an awakener yet, and her strength is too weak to participate in this kind of battle. Lin thought of the Stitchers in the Wanda shopping center. The number of zombies there would only be more, not less than here. Facing massive numbers of zombies, replenishing mental strength is crucial to the battle situation. It seems that after getting the equipment, I have to solve the issue of Wanya's awakening as soon as possible. It would be a waste to have mutants but not use them. Get ready to charge together. After Zhang Tai transformed into a bear, he successfully reunited with Lin, and the two fought side by side. After continuous fighting, they are now only a dozen meters away from the second floor. 3, 2, 1. Lin took a deep breath and shot out like an arrow. The sword lights intertwined into a dense web of death, instantly crushing the large number of zombies in front of them. The black bear beside him roared and rushed into the corpse group at all costs, crushing a bloody path. Captain Lin. Separately or together. After rushing into the second floor, the number of zombies increased instead of decreasing. Zhang Tai swung the bone whip with all his might, and in a hurry he even had to kick the zombies that were flying towards him to pieces. Breathing heavily. His physical and mental strength have almost reached the limit. After continuous attacks, he could no longer count how many zombies he had killed. The jet black hair was dyed dark red, and bits of intestines were hanging all over the body. At first glance, it looks like some kind of mutant zombie. I was in a rush and had consumed a lot of energy, and gradually I felt overwhelmed. Huff. Zhang Tai was breathing heavily, somewhat exhausted. Captain Lin. Lin was also trapped in a sea of corpses. As a vanguard, the number of zombies he faced was almost 3 or 4 times that of Zhang Tai. The blade in his hand left an afterimage, but it could only barely protect his body from the zombies approaching. Lin was too busy to respond for a moment, which made Zhang Tai anxious. My second transformation is almost over. The end of the transformation means death. Lin's heart sank, he had underestimated the power of the zombies. I thought that after getting the antitoxin, I would be able to rely on my own strength and not be afraid of the zombies in the hospital. Calling Zhang Tai along was just to provide an extra layer of protection. He had not felt any danger facing small-scale zombies before, so he had begun to look down on zombies since his awakening. But unexpectedly, he still greatly underestimated the horror of the zombie swarm. These endless monsters that can never be killed can consume any awakened person to death. This kind of arrogance is unacceptable. Lin reflects on himself. No matter how strong an awakener is in the Doomsday game, he is nothing more than a struggling ant. I am only level 1, so what can I use to look down on these monsters? Eye of Judgment. Lin shouted, and a light blue mist rose. All the information within the field of vision was presented as a large amount of data stream. The number of zombies within the current detection range, 4,197. Mutations, 0. Mutation, 1. On the light screen, the numbers behind the mutant changed back and forth, as if they were being disturbed. Lin En's face changed drastically. It was the first time he saw the Eye of Judgment unable to give accurate data. The numbers go back and forth. Either there are indeed mutants around, but they are at the limit of my perception. Whenever the mutant gets closer, the number changes back to 1. When it moves away, it changes back to 0. Lin En looked solemn. The abnormality in the underground garage and the screaming heard last night. Mutants that had never been heard of in the previous life, and corpse snakes. I vaguely feel that there seems to be some connection between these four. What on earth is this? Roar. The black bear roared in pain. In just a few seconds, Zhang Tai was surrounded by zombies. One zombie after another pounced on him like bloodthirsty ants, and more zombies swooped over him like locusts. If it weren't for the bear's hair and the cotton clothes prepared in advance, it would have blocked him for a moment. With such a large amount of zombie toxin injected into his body, he would be infected if he couldn't even hold on for a second. The huge bear was covered with zombies, almost submerging him. At the same time, crack. Metal breaks. The Nepalese machete in Lin En's hand was completely scrapped and turned into pieces of debris. It instantly pierced through the bodies of several zombies beside it. Adding fuel to the fire, the situation became even worse. Lin En didn't bother to think about what it was, so he took out 2 pieces of zombie spines from the Ring of Judgment and used them as rapiers. Step forward. Spinning thorns. Use your waist to exert force and take a step forward. Lin En held the thorn in both hands like a fierce drill, crushing the zombies in front of him, and went to support Zhang Tai. Not enough. There were so many zombies that the ground was covered with thick layers of minced meat. The slippery blood was thick and there was truly a sea of blood and corpses. Quick decision. Stimulants are necessary. As a trump card, 1 less potion is better. But there is no need to save right now. When a person dies, there is nothing. Lin En took out the stimulant from the ring and crushed it in 1 bite, then swallowed the potion mixed with the glass shards. Ding, strength +1, constitution +1, agility +1. Ding, explosive power increased by 50%, endurance and resistance to blows increased by 30%, and shooting speed increased by 20%. After taking 2 tubes of medicine, I felt the long-lost strength. Power burst. Lin En immediately activated the power burst again before the second skill ended to prevent the momentum of the charge from being interrupted. The golden spiritual energy flashed away, and his physical strength returned to its peak. Ding, all attributes +2. Buzz. A slight fluctuation of psychic energy flashed by. Lin En suddenly felt that the bone spur in his hand was as light as a feather, and his body seemed to be accumulating strength like a volcano. Time slows down. The originally swift and violent zombie seemed to be moving in slow motion in his eyes. I seem to. The thought flashed through my mind. After breaking through the critical point, a wonderful perception spread. Lin En was extremely excited. Under the amplification of the 2 external objects, he actually temporarily felt a higher level of power. I think I can kill them all. The heart beats frantically, pumping blood throughout the body like an engine. Lin En, who briefly possessed high-level strength, felt that he now had enough strength to tear the liquor to pieces with his bare hands. Muscles explode, power is endless. Violent. Stab straight. Holding the bone spur with both hands, he exerted force at the same time. With the help of this force, bursts of air explosions suddenly sounded around Lin En. The bone spur shot out like lightning, instantly blasting through the zombie in front of him. Just like a traditional gourd, it emptied the space in front of it with 1 strike. Backhand and counterattack. Under the powerful force, Lin En was filled with fighting spirit. He used the bone spur in his hand as a machete and chopped it down with his back turned. Very fast. It's more like smashing than chopping. With the whistling sound of weapons breaking through the air, a large number of zombies were smashed into a pool of meat paste. This feeling, this power. There was a flash of joy in Lin En's eyes. This powerful force was simply fascinating. Drink. The roar was deafening, like thunder in the clear sky. Linen was so excited about killing that he simply threw the bone spur in his hand away. Although the bone spurs are quite sharp, their durability is not bad either. But it always feels a bit awkward to use. 2 bone spurs shot out like lightning, easily piercing through the zombies along the way and leaving bloody holes. Give me. Smash. Boom. Linen's face looked crazy and his eyes were bloodshot. He simply grabbed a zombie next to him and smashed it into the group of zombies like a sledgehammer. Boom. Boom. Like swatting a fly. The dense group of corpses around Linen cleared out in an instant and turned into meat paste on the ground. Cool. Linen just felt refreshed, and the gloom in his heart was swept away. The power remains undiminished. Linen took advantage of the time when the potion and the burst of power took effect and rushed towards Zhang Tai. Boom. The large group of zombies that had gathered together were smashed into a pool of flesh and blood and stuck to the ground. Broken limbs, intestines flying everywhere, blood splattered. Boom. Linen changed several zombies that he used as sledgehammers. As Zhang Tai's face was filled with horror, Linen actually smashed a blank passage through the crowd of zombies in just a few seconds. Stunned. This is too brutal. Zhang Tai couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his big bear-like face showed a rich expression. Linen, covered in blood, picked up the zombies and smashed them left and right. In his eyes, they were more terrifying than mutants. Boom. The ground shook. Linen casually smashed the zombie next to him to death, then wiped the blood plasma off his face. The grin made Zhang Tai feel cold all over. Captain Lin, you. Zhang Tai no longer had the loud voice he had before, and called Linen quietly in the team voice chat. The zombies around him were briefly cleared away, and he was able to catch his breath. Linen looked at Zhang Tai in confusion, his scarlet eyes glowing red after the continuous killing. After only a moment's respite, the swarm of zombies continued to rush forward. Linen picked up a zombie out of habit, but found that there was no intact body around. He looked at the huge Zhang Tai. The body is big and strong enough. Can it be used as a hammer? OMG. Zhang Tai was horrified. He understood the naked intention in Lin En's eyes. Captain Lin. No. Boom. The ground cracked, like a small earthquake. Linen looked at the cleared passage with satisfaction. He quickly rushed to the end of the corridor and came to Zhang Tai's side. On a whim, after using Zhang Tai to smash a few zombies to death, Linen simply used him as a bowling ball. Destroy with overwhelming force. With the support of Lin and second-level strength, Zhang Tai's 2-ton body easily crushed the zombies along the way. How do you feel? Linen took advantage of the cleared space and pulled up Zhang Tai, who was lying on the ground. Dare to be angry but dare not speak out. Zhang Tai didn't dare to speak. The eyes are full of resentment. He just felt like his whole body was falling apart. No one would feel good if they were hit like a hammer and then kicked like a ball. Especially this person is Linen. I repeat. I am not a ball. Besides, shouldn't we hurry up and look for that hand, now? The zombies are about to surround us again. Zhang Tai wanted to cry but had no tears. His bear transformation had ended and his tattered clothes could barely cover his buttocks. Half of his helmet was hanging on his head, and his body was covered with bloody debris. At the other end of the corridor, dense swarms of zombies rushed over madly and tirelessly. Linen seemed not to hear anything, his eyes fixed on a door on his left. Second Orthopedic Surgery Department. The white-painted door is closed and clean. I think I found it. There was a strange flash in Lin En's eyes. He gently turned the door open, it was not locked. Click. Behind the desk inside the door, a man in a white uniform who looked like a doctor sat with his back to the desk. Eye of Judgment. Mutants, 0. Mutation, 1. The numbers jumped, as if they were uncertain. Linen was puzzled and stepped into the door. The numbers jumping back and forth on the light screen stopped and stabilized at 1. The exploring mental power broke through the vague barrier and enveloped the person. Zombie, first-order mutant. This is an ordinary zombie, but it seems to have some mysterious power that helps it break through the limits of zombies. Strength, 13. Agility, 6. Constitution, 10. Will, 12. Danger level, medium. So that's it, it was just a false alarm. The last stone in Lin An's heart fell to the ground. The mutant detected by the eye of judgment should be the zombie in front of us. However, it was neither beyond his perception nor a powerful third-order existence. Instead, he brought the hand of the skull crusher, and relied on the mental barrier that came with the equipment to block his own detection. 13 points of strength in the attributes. Level 1, the mysterious power helps it break through the zombie limit. Without a doubt. Generally, the strength attribute of zombies is around 6 to 8 points, so the remaining 5 points can only be provided by the hand of the skull crusher. Come in and block the door. Lin An casually told Zhang Tai to block the door. Power burst. Lin An let out a low shout and once again enhanced all attributes by +2. The effect of the medicine has not yet worn off, and he still maintains his peak combat strength. Lin An did not take it lightly just because the zombies in front of him did not pose any threat in terms of attributes. In the clean white consulting room, there sits a zombie who looks like a doctor with his back to the doctor. He smelled the breath of living people, but he didn't become as violent as ordinary zombies. Seeing all these anomalies, Lin An naturally became extremely alert. Bang. Zhang Tai slammed the door shut. Within seconds, there was a series of crazy banging sounds coming from outside. The zombie in white coat remained unmoved, as if he was deaf. Stab straight. The door can't hold out the zombies for long. No matter what abnormalities there are, you should always try it out first. Lin An's eyes were as sharp as knives, and he thrust his body forward. Although he was testing, this attack was enough to penetrate the steel plate and kill any zombie instantly. The bone spurs broke through the air violently. No. The voice was hoarse and labored, as each word was squeezed out of the throat. Lin An's eyes suddenly shrank like needles and his whole body became cold. The attack that was originally aimed at the Dr. Zombies had deflected instantly. The voice came from Doctor. Boom. The wall behind the zombie was pierced, revealing gray cement. Lin An stared in disbelief at the doctor, who was trying to continue speaking. Zombies. How could he possibly speak? Lin An felt cold all over. In his previous life, he had spent 3 years in the Doomsday game and had never heard anyone mention that zombies could talk. Being able to speak means you are still rational. As well as wisdom. Unlike Lin An's fear, Zhang Tai just stared at the doctor in surprise. The iron door behind him banged, causing him to stagger. Captain Lin, what is this thing saying? Lin An did not answer, but just clenched the bone spur in his hand tightly. It is not impossible for mutants to possess intelligence. As far as Lin An knows, mutants of level 3 and above begin to possess varying degrees of intelligence. But do first-order mutant zombies have intelligence? If it is because of the equipment, it can be barely accepted. After all, Doomsday equipment often has special effects. But what if this zombie did not rely on Doomsday equipment to retain its intelligence? That would be terrible. Humans have become the masters of the blue planet and at the top of the food chain, all thanks to their wisdom. If the first-level mutant zombies have intelligence, Lin An really doesn't know how humans can stop them. First-order mutants, their number is not rare. The Doomsday game will change from a fight against monsters to a battle for survival between two races. The footsteps are heavy. Lin An held the bone spur against the doctor's head, ready to kill him if he moved at the slightest. What do you want to say? Ridiculous. Lin An never thought that he would talk to a zombie. Don't kill me. Ha. Ha. As Lin An approached, the zombie doctor sitting in the chair could no longer suppress his instinctive desire for flesh and blood. It gasps for air from the throat like a dying old man. He tried repeatedly to stand up from the chair and then pounce and bite. But reason overwhelmed instinct. Lin An actually saw fear in its eyes. It tilted its head, trying to move the bone spur away from its brow. Give me a reason not to kill you. Linen took a deep breath. A zombie is afraid of death and is begging for mercy. You want it? The doctor zombie was fidgeting. It slowly raised its right hand. A glove was worn on his right hand, where the flesh had peeled off. The gloves were a strange black color, covered with dense blood-colored lines. There was an empty groove on the back of the glove, and it looked as if something had once been embedded in it. Lin An's heart skipped a beat and a blue light flashed in his eyes. Eye of Judgment. Ding, Doomsday equipment found. Level, excellent, blue equipment. Lin An's eyes were burning with excitement. The equipment that all the players in Linjiang City had dreamed of in his previous life was right before his eyes. Although you can't view the properties before you get them. But Lin An is sure that this piece of equipment is the hand of the Skull Crusher. Swish. Lin An held the bone spur against the zombie doctor's head and poked it in a bit in an instant. With just a little force, his brain would be crushed. In the face of Lin An's power, the zombie's strengthened bones were as crispy as biscuits. Take my things in exchange for your life. Not enough. Lin An tilted his head and looked directly at the bloody skeleton. It is mine. If I kill you, you'll be mine. Lin An interrupted the zombie doctor without any hesitation. The department door couldn't hold out for long. If this zombie can only talk but doesn't provide any value, there is no need for him to waste his time. He promised Wenya that if she had the ability, she would go and take a look at the nearby buildings, and it was also necessary to go to the pharmacy room that Zhang Tai mentioned. Time is tight, if we delay it will last until evening. At night, the zombies become even more terrifying, and it would be too dangerous to be trapped in the horde again. No. The zombie doctor's scarlet eyes showed an anthropomorphic expression of anger. Interesting. I still get angry and suppress my emotions. Lin An seemed to be thinking about something. Silence. The zombie doctor froze in place, seemingly hesitating about something. Hesitate. Lin An's heart moved slightly. If this zombie had intelligence, it would naturally realize that it would die if it could not provide any value. So what is it hesitating about? Lin An deliberately showed impatience, and exerted slight force with his right hand holding the spear, pretending to be ready to attack. Its head will be crushed into pieces in the next second. East, west, yes. It sensed Lin An's murderous intent and uttered a few words with great effort in desperation. What? If you say another word, I'll kill you. Also, take off your gloves. Otherwise I'll chop off your hands. No. No. I'll die if I take it off. A trace of fear flashed in its eyes, and it subconsciously protected its right hand. If you don't take it off now, you will die. Lin An was filled with murderous intent, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop a little. The rage reached its peak, and it seemed unable to suppress its desire for flesh and blood any longer. Roar. The doctor zombie's gloved right hand mysteriously slammed towards Lin An's chest. It would be more accurate to say that the glove was carrying its entire body as it rushed towards Lin An rather than it was exerting more strength. Seeking death. Crack. Lin An had no expression on his face and directly broke its right hand. Quacha. He kicked out with explosive force, crushing its knee, revealing the white bone stump. The gap in strength between the first-level mutant and Lin An is far from something that can be made up by a glove. What's more, this guy can only be considered a pseudo-level 1. Lin An picked up the severed hand on the ground and took off his gloves directly. The glove on the severed hand occasionally emitted rippling blue waves. Ding, got the blue equipment, hand of the Skull Crusher, excellent. Hand of the Skull Crusher blue excellent, equipment level requirement, level 1, tier 1. Equipment attributes, strength +5. Side effects. Equipment evaluation, this equipment lacks a key part. Perhaps you can find a way to complete it. Unleash its true power. After completing the equipment, the quality will be upgraded from excellent level to epic level. There should be something inlaid in the center of the glove. Lin An couldn't wait and put on the gloves directly. A muffled groan. The glove suddenly wrapped around the right hand as if it had life, sticking tightly to the flesh. At the same time, a surge of power surged from the glove into the heart. Ding, strength attribute +5. Linen looked delighted. It's only the third day since the Doomsday game started and it already has such strength. Even he found it hard to believe how fast he was getting stronger. His fists were clenched tightly, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard out of nowhere. One punch could probably directly smash a light armored vehicle. The feeling of becoming stronger is addictive. Linen looked at the blank space on the glove, feeling somewhat confused. Key parts. Real strength. It is hard to imagine what effect would occur if this glove was repaired. It is worthy of being the Doomsday equipment that was praised and desired by countless players in Linjiang in the previous life. Linen was thinking. A trace of fear flashed across the zombie doctor's eyes, but he was not afraid of pain and ignored the pain of his broken legs. Without hesitation, it used its only remaining hand to quickly grab the windowsill, trying to escape from the department. Linen sneered. Still want to run? With a whistling force, he reached out one hand towards the zombie's head and easily pulled the head off. The headless body was still instinctively clinging to the windowsill. Such injuries were not fatal to the doctor who had transformed into a zombie. In Lin An's hand, the head's mouth opened and closed, and its eyes were full of resentment. For zombies, as long as the brain is not damaged, any injury is of no concern to them. 3 seconds to tell me where the missing part of the glove is. 3. 2. Countdown to death. The resentment in the zombie doctor's eyes was replaced by fear. If you are wise, you will be afraid of death. Save someone, I will tell you. People and things are in the big building next door. Under the threat of death, it was forced to speak a little faster. Lin An's heart moved slightly. Save someone. The building next door. Isn't that the building where Wenya's mother lives? The number of zombies in the hospital building next door might not be as many as here, but it will not be too few either. Compared to the emergency surgery department, which has a lobby and corridor structure, the inpatient building has densely packed rooms. Facing a sneak attack from zombies, the danger level will be no less than here. Why are you there? Are you trying to trick me into coming? Linen asked in a deep voice. He simply ignored the word save people. However, after hearing what the zombie doctor said, he was sure that even if the key parts were not there, there might be something in the building. When I entered the door, the zombie had its back to me and was staring at the building. I beg you to refuse. My child is there. The gloves, his gift. The thing, is there. Captain Lin, what are you looking at? Zhang Tai was carefree and stood next to Linen in a short while. I didn't see anything. Linen took out 2 pre-prepared medicines from his waist and handed them to him. The lavender medicine emits a strange color in the test tube, which is fascinating. Captain Lin, what is this? Zhang Tai subconsciously took the potion, and then stared at the instructions in his player information in amazement. Ding, got giant lizard extract, special after taking it, it will increase strength +1, constitution +1, and agility +1 for a short period of time. Ding, I got snake venom extract, special after taking it, the explosive power will increase by 50% in a short period of time, endurance and resistance to blows will increase by 30%, and the speed of attack will increase by 20%. Dumbfounded. As an awakened one, Zhang Tai knows how important any attribute bonus is just from the changes in himself. This thing is pretty awesome. Captain Lin. OMG, if I get a few more of these, I won't be afraid of zombies. Give me a few more. Linen was helpless. Excluding the ones he had used before, there were only 24 potions left in his ring. Although it sounds like a lot, it is not enough to sustain a few battles. It's okay if it's just one person, but what if there are more team members in the future? 2 or 3 battles will consume them all. There aren't many left, use them sparingly. Can you still support one more transformation with your mental strength? Zhang Tai felt a little regretful after hearing that there was not much. He held the medicine carefully in his arms like a treasure. Captain Lin, I can only survive one more bear transformation. And the time will be much shorter. Perhaps. Zhang Tai thought about it and gave an uncertain answer. About 20 seconds. Linen frowned slightly, 20 seconds was too short. He had already calculated it just now. No matter how fast they move, the battle in the inpatient building will not last less than 5 minutes. It is necessary to go to both places. If there really is a psychic node in the pharmacy, then Linen can even bring Winya back here tomorrow to be promoted to an awakener. After all, in his plan, the other awakening location was not easy to find, and it was where a large number of zombies gathered. Taking Winya in with her would be very risky considering she is just an ordinary person. Therefore, it would be best to find the psychic node in the pharmacy. So, we will split up. Go to the pharmacy, there are fewer zombies there. Tell me directly if there is anything unusual. Linen thought about it and decided to let Zhang Tai go to the pharmacy alone. Even if the psychic nodes there dissipate, perhaps some benefits will remain. Since letting Zhang Tai follow him would not be of much help, it would be better to let him go and investigate further. Zhang Tai hesitated for a moment, but still said nothing. He knew that if he could no longer transform into a bear, he would at best be a tough and slightly stronger human. In close combat with zombies, he would even become a burden to Linen. Without being pretentious, he simply nodded in agreement. But suddenly, I felt a little melancholy. After the Doomsday broke out, he has always been regarded as a big brother and relied upon by the team members. But he didn't expect that he couldn't even help Linen. The strength that he was proud of was nothing compared to Linen. Depressed. Zhang Tai glanced at his left hand. The broken arm actually weakened his strength a lot. Linen saw what he was thinking and decided to comfort him. After all, we are all members of a team in the future, and we will inevitably need to support each other. Zhang Tai, don't be discouraged and think that you are useless. Any awakener is a powerful synonym. You feel weak now because we are facing a large group of zombies. A zombie swarm of this size is useless to anyone. Linen thought for a moment and added. You have quite good talents and skills. Bear transformation is much more practical in combat than many awakened ones. When the transformation duration continues to increase, or even when it is upgraded to the second stage, you will also gain a new skill. With the long period of bear transformation and the newly acquired skills, the combat power is quite impressive. Linen thought of other awakened people he knew in his previous life, especially those who controlled the elements. Raise your hands to release fire and storm. It looks powerful and has good lethality. However, in the early stages, due to lack of mental strength, the combat effectiveness is often lost after releasing 2 or 3 skills. Next, you can only rely on 10 points of extreme attributes to fight the enemy. Compared to the physical system, the awakened ones of the transformation system. This type of awakener only has 3 skills and is useless after using them. Zhang Tai's bear transformation can sustain combat for much longer than other awakened ones. Although the burst is a little worse, it is better in terms of long-term stability. Just like the relationship between ADC and mage. One pursues stable and continuous output, the other pursues short-term burst. Zhang Tai felt much better after hearing this, and began to look forward to his own strength after reaching the second level. Linen is also looking forward to it. When facing large-scale zombies these times, he also discovered an obvious shortcoming of his own. No group attack skills. It's okay against a single enemy. But once faced with a large number of enemies, it would be too difficult to kill them with physical strength alone. His talent is explosive power, which is actually not much different from Zhang Tai's bear transformation. Although many attributes are added and they are comprehensive. But it is ultimately an auxiliary skill. In the Doomsday game, it is really inconvenient to not have group attack skills. After all, although mutants are strong, their numbers are rare. What you really have to face in normal battles are large numbers of zombies. Linen made up his mind. After getting the equipment, go and get rid of the Stitcher. If everything goes well, you must upgrade it to the second level before establishing a safe zone. Not only will your strength take a qualitative leap when you reach the second level, but you will also gain a new skill. He already has an auxiliary skill, and Linen doesn't believe that the skill he will obtain after upgrading will still be an auxiliary skill. Even if you give him a single target burst skill, it is still better than chopping him down one by yourself. Captain Lin, I'm almost done resting. Shall we go now? Linen looked at Zhang Tai and nodded slowly. Zhang Tai was given 2 potions. I believe that with Zhang Tai's strength, he should have no problem dealing with the pharmacy room where there are not many zombies. Bang. After determining the route, the 2 did not hesitate and jumped directly from the 2nd floor. One went straight to the inpatient building, and the other went to the pharmacy. On the 2nd floor of the underground parking lot, the rhythmic knocking sound suddenly stopped. Not long after, a baby's cry was heard. In the dead silence and darkness, it was strange and abrupt. In the department, Linen wiped the sticky substance from his hands with a white cloth with an expressionless face. There was a pool of red and white filth on the white ceramic, and one could vaguely see that it was the crushed head of the zombie doctor. Captain Lin. Zhang Tai was a little angry, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. Without the zombie doctor's command, the zombies outside the door hit the door with much less force. For a while, there was no need to worry about the zombies breaking in. Didn't he say it had children there? I think it's also willing to hand over the glove, but it just wants us to help find the child. Why kill him? He doesn't actually want to become a zombie. I think so. Linen dropped the white cloth in his hand and looked at Zhang Tai. It was not surprising that Zhang Tai was so angry that he directly crushed the zombie doctor's head. Zhang Tai has a kind nature, which can be seen from the fact that the team he leads is composed entirely of the elderly, the weak, and the sick. Do you think I'm too cruel and inhumane? We were going to the building next door anyway, and if we found his child, he would be willing to give us the gloves. He was even willing to reveal the whereabouts of another component. So, I shouldn't kill him. Zhang Tai and Linen looked at each other, and he felt that what he thought was right. Right. I think he's still human. He just wants to find his child. People. Linen chuckled and walked to the metal cabinet in the corner of the room. Zombies are always zombies. The moment he turned into a zombie, he lost his humanity. You underestimate the horror of the zombie virus. Linen walked towards the black mist in the judgment field of vision. Wow. The cupboard was opened, and a cupboard full of bones fell out and rolled to Zhang Tai's feet. 3 rows of children's heads were neatly placed on the top layer, their tender faces full of traces of being gnawed. The fear of death could be seen in every pair of eyes, and there was a dead silence. On tiles. The bones were licked clean and the marrow was pried open in the middle without any waste. This is... Zhang Tai breathed rapidly and stared at the bones under his feet in disbelief. He picked up one with trembling hands, and the shape of it looked like a part of an arm. The bones are small, and the elongated skeleton appears to be underdeveloped. Cluck 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 dash. Zhang Tai's teeth chattered and the broken bone in his hand fell to the ground. He recognized that all the bones came from children. Linen was not surprised by Zhang Tai's behavior. Although he looks big and strong, he is mentally strong and strong. But now the Doomsday has just broken out, and without experiencing the cruel baptism of the Doomsday, few people can withstand the impact before them. Linen sighed softly and patted Zhang Tai on the shoulder. A portion of the 2nd floor is divided into pediatrics. Since we came in, have you seen a child turn zombie? It tells you that it is because of the power of the glove that he has preserved his sanity and humanity. Zhang Tai took a deep breath, squeezed out a few words with difficulty, and shook his head. Captain Lin, isn't it because of the gloves? Linen fumbled with the glove on his right hand with a cold look. If he was not a reborn person, he would probably have been deceived by the zombie doctor's words. Reason. Want to save the child. Zombies could never have such a thing. The moment they transformed into zombies, they had completely become monsters. At best they possess some intelligence. Even this, as the price, is cannibalism. Just like Stitcher. It was after it ate all the survivors in the Wanda shopping mall that it turned into a 3rd-level mutant, Abomination. Become the ultimate nightmare for the survivors in Linjiang City. Haven't you figured it out yet? He lost the glove, but he still has wisdom and knows how to be afraid. This shows that his wisdom is not given by the glove, but by himself. Players can level up by killing mutants, and similarly zombies can level up by eating humans. The more powerful the mutant, the more people it kills. That zombie may have seemed very weak to me, but his true strength is much stronger than other zombies. Besides, he should be a special one. He can rely on his mental power to command other zombies. Otherwise, with the zombies without command, it wouldn't have been so difficult for us before. As expected, most of the children here were eaten by him alone, which is why they mutated. Zhang Tai was silent. He couldn't help but walk to the pile of filth on the ground. Gnashing teeth, crushing it with one foot. Damn bad guy. Ding, Zhang Tai's loyalty to you increases by 10 points. The current loyalty is 80. 80 points of loyalty can basically guarantee that Zhang Tai will not betray him. It is indeed useful to have a system to monitor loyalty in real time. Not bad. It seems that this incident has dealt a heavy blow to Zhang Tai's worldview. I believe that in the future, Zhang Tai will no longer question Lin En's actions. Captain Lin, I'm sorry. Zhang Tai lowered his head and laughed at himself. It's nothing. These things will happen sooner or later. Don't trust any zombies or mutants. The moment they turn into zombies, they are no longer human beings. Lin En stood in front of the window, looking towards the inpatient building not far away. 303, when your mother. The zombie doctor's child is missing key parts of his equipment. It seems that whether it is to gain Wenya's loyalty or to improve the equipment, it is necessary to go here. 10 minutes of rest, then we'll set off. 10 minutes is enough time for Zhang Tai to recover his strength. After all, the higher the physical fitness, the faster the recovery speed. Time is running out. After the Doomsday game comes, the global weather becomes extremely unstable. Although the two had set out early in the morning, it was only noon now. But now it gets dark very quickly, it will be dark around 5 p.m. Once the time is wasted. At night, the zombie's strength increases significantly. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. No matter how strong an ordinary zombie is individually, its strength is limited, but it is different for a group of zombies. Any enhancement will become extremely difficult. Lin En stood in front of the window, carefully observing the terrain and buildings inside the hospital. The action 10 minutes later may not go smoothly. Why does the zombie doctor want to go to the inpatient department himself? What's there? He didn't quite believe that the zombie doctor just wanted him to go and find his child. Child? Whether there is or not is just a question mark. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be some danger there. The zombie doctor wanted him to go through, he must want Lin En to stay there, or at least be trapped for a while to give him time to escape. Lin En muttered to himself. A mutant. Variants that had never appeared in previous lives have appeared in the hospital. So it's no surprise that there's one more. But what exactly caused the deviation? The knocking sounds in the underground parking lot, the corpse snakes that shouldn't have appeared, the screams last night, the disappeared, bloody witch, and the mountain of corpses on the highway into the city that was suspected to be caused by a third-level mutant. Lin En asked himself if he had done anything that had a major impact on history. If any. That's the only thing it can be. Took the Ring of Doom in advance. Lin En recalled the strangeness of having his ring taken away, followed by being in a coma for 3 days, which caused him to waste 3 precious days of preparing supplies. With so many thoughts in my mind, an idea suddenly flashed through my mind. Maybe if I have the chance, I can go back to number 97 Fengming Road. If something really rushes out, it will definitely cause damage to the surrounding environment. If we investigate carefully, we may find some clues. As soon as we landed, the zombies wandering around the hospital surrounded us. I don't know if it's because there are still survivors in the buildings within the hospital, or if it's to avoid the daytime sun. There are not many zombies on the ground outside. Laugh. Lin En held the bone spur in his hand and stabbed the zombie that was rushing towards him. It's like poking into tofu. After equipping the Hand of the Skull Crusher, his strength attribute has reached 24.4 points even when he does not activate his talents. The normal state is even stronger than the previous taking drugs plus activating skills. The strength has been enhanced to a higher level. Lin En bent his legs and gathered strength, locking his target on a window on the 3rd floor of the inpatient building. Bang. The ground was cracked, and the sunken footprints were 2 inches deeper than before. Like a human cannonball, he simply ignored the zombies that came running towards him after smelling the scent. Boom. The walls of the 3-story outer building cracked and dust fell. Linen jumped to the outer wall of the 3rd floor, grabbed the protective net on the window with one hand and exerted slight force. Crunch. Guardrails were torn apart by bare hands. The stainless steel pipe can be easily twisted into a knot. Looking through the window, I couldn't tell which ward it was, as it was completely dark inside and I couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. Roar. Inside the ward, a zombie roared and banged against the window. His face was deformed and he hit the glass like a demon. The window shattered, but it, craving for flesh and blood, felt no pain at all. The zombie rushed through the window, ignoring the broken glass and letting the sharp edges cut its face. Judging from his appearance, he is a corpse of an old man in his 70s or 80s. It opened and closed its bloody mouth madly. Even though all his teeth had fallen out, he still tried to tear off a piece of flesh from Lin En's body to taste the delicious food. Bang. Lin En had a blank expression on his face. He held the monster with one hand, then kicked its head and jumped into the ward. A quick look around showed the ward was a mess. There are 2 beds in the room and a separate bathroom. The ward where the 2 people were staying should be the intensive care unit. There was a high probability that the zombie who just died had a high status when he was alive. Ordinary people simply cannot afford the cost of such intensive care units. At a glance. On another bed, an old zombie lady with only the upper half of her body left was struggling to get out of bed. It's not that the zombie's strength will be limited by their physical fitness before mutation. Under the enhancement of the zombie virus, Lin En had seen many elderly people turn into zombies and still run very fast. However, the zombie old lady's limbs had been bitten off, and she had turned into a human stick and could only move with difficulty like a maggot. The originally clean sheets were covered with dark red bloodstains. Its upper body and arms had been completely eaten away, and even a lot of the internal organs in its chest were missing. It seems that the old man turned into a zombie first and then infected her. If nothing unexpected happens, the 2 may be husband and wife. They have been married for decades and still live together and support each other when they are sick. Unexpectedly, he ended up dying at the hands of his own spouse. Lin En shook his head, not feeling much. He had seen many such scenes in the 3 years since the apocalypse in his previous life. Bang, bang, bang. The door locked from the inside deformed. The zombies outside the door heard the noise and rushed over. Lin En walked to the door nonchalantly and reached for the door lock. His eyes were calm, as if the people outside the door were not brutal and terrifying zombies but friends visiting. Eye of judgment. Crack. He broke the door lock with one tug, and light blue mist rose in his eyes. Roar. There were roaring zombies outside the door, and there were at least 20 or 30 of them at a glance. The entire corridor was blocked by so many people. Rush forward and step down. Lin En reacted very quickly. When the zombies approached him, he raised his leg and kicked the nearest zombie. Destroy with overwhelming force. The teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking rang out like firecrackers. The zombie in the front instantly shot out, and the zombies behind him were smashed to pieces. The wall trembled, and the zombies at the door were cleared out. The zombies inside were firmly embedded in the wall and turned into a pool of meat paste. Lin En looked at his casual kick and smiled with satisfaction. If his strength is converted into tons now, it is probably more than 4 tons. A random punch or kick is like a high-speed car collision. This is the power of the awakened. Stepping over the ground full of broken limbs and flesh, Lin En came to the corridor and looked around quickly. The Eye of Judgment loads all information within its field of vision in a very short time. Ding, detected. Zombie, 1198. Mutation, 0. Although the number of zombies is much less than that in the emergency building, it should not be underestimated. Behind me, the number plate on the ward reads 330. Signs posted on the wall. Left, 330 to 370. Right, 330 to 301. Without hesitation, Lin En turned right. If I remember correctly, Wenya said her mother was in room 303. The child that the zombie doctor mentioned is in 317 with the parts. Although Wenya's mother was most likely dead or turned into a zombie, since she had promised Wenya, she had to go and see her. Moreover, 303 and 317 are on the same road, so there will be no delay. The zombies roared and the zombies wandering in the corridor rushed towards them. Linen held two thorns in both hands, one from the spine of a licker and the other from an ordinary zombie. He hadn't had time to deal with the body of the licker he killed on the road to the hotel yesterday. Compared to ordinary cold weapons, the zombie spine is actually pretty good in all aspects except that it is not very convenient to use. Stab straight. Linen took a step forward, his figure as fast as lightning. The sharp spine, with its terrifying force, pierced through the zombie in front of it, leaving a transparent hole. The two spikes in his hands thrust forward at high speed. He instantly transformed into a cold and efficient killing machine. Under powerful strength. Lin En's progress was not blocked. He ran all the way and cleared out all the zombies that blocked his way. Cold, mechanical killing. A minute later, Linen looked up at the house number not far away. The corridor behind him was like a slaughter scene, littered with corpses of zombies whose heads had been crushed by him. Ward 317. There was nothing unusual, and the light screen in front of him only showed information about ordinary zombies. Linen felt doubtful and slightly uneasy. It went so smoothly. As he charged forward, his eye of judgment never closed. On the one hand, it is to prevent the presence of special zombies mixed in, so that he can react and detect them as quickly as possible. On the other hand, Wenya did not provide a photo of her mother. Of course, even if it was given, it wouldn't be of much use. After all, if Wenya's mother had turned into a zombie, she would most likely be unrecognizable. All patients in the hospital wear the same hospital gowns, so it is impossible to distinguish them by their clothes. But there was nothing unusual along the way, and he could also feel that these zombies were not commanded by mutants. We have now arrived at Ward 317, but still have not found anything. This doesn't make sense. It stands to reason that there must be some danger here. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the zombie doctor to want to lure him here. As for maybe it really is his child here, and he wants Linen to take him back. Linen wouldn't believe it even if you kill him. If that's really the case, why doesn't the zombie doctor come himself? As a mutant, it can command other zombies and will not encounter any obstacles in the zombie horde. Be careful and cautious. Linen let out a low shout, his eyes narrowed slightly. Burst of power. Light golden spiritual energy flows into the body, all attributes +2. The strength broke through 24.4 and reached 26.4. Powerful, blood rushing. Linen once again felt the new second-level power. Different from the previous breakthrough of the critical point, his strength is now comparable to that of a second-level intermediate. After adjusting his condition to the best, Linen placed the two spears across his chest, and then kicked the door of Ward 317. Boom. The metal door fell off at this distance and slammed into the room as if it had been hit by a giant beast. Linen looked into the room vigilantly, with the help of the Eye of Judgment. The curtains were drawn tightly, and the dim room was as bright as day. After seeing the scene in the room clearly, his pupils contracted violently and his hair stood up like a wild animal in danger. After a long time, an intense feeling of fear surged from my heart. Lin An's breathing stagnated and his whole body felt cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. There were no zombies in the room, only a little girl. She was wearing a short red skirt and her two delicate little feet were bare. Suspended in the air. Ding, variant detected. The girl in red was floating in the air with her head lowered, as if she was asleep. On her neck, a necklace inlaid with what looked like obsidian hung in front of her chest. Its entire face was covered by long hair, and the hair hanging down on both sides of its shoulders moved in the wind. The exposed skin was deathly pale, completely bloodless. Lin An's body stiffened and he stopped breathing. I dared not move, for fear of waking it up. Is it useful? Lin An laughed bitterly in his heart. The noise he made when he kicked the door just now was definitely quite loud. Although he didn't know why the mutant in front of him had no reaction, Lin An didn't believe that the other party really didn't notice. The Eye of Judgment could not provide any information, it could only confirm that the creature in front of it was not a human being, but a mutant. When the eye of judgment cannot provide any information, it only means that the strength of the existence in front of it has crushed it, causing the mental detection to be unable to break through its own barrier. Suspend, walk in the air without the help of external force. The strength of the mutants in front of us. At least at the peak of the second level. Maybe even the third level. Lin felt somewhat desperate. This is the biggest crisis he has faced since his rebirth. As for the obsidian inlaid in the necklace on the little girl's neck, it is most likely the missing key part of the glove. Getting it will complete the hand of the skull crusher. But he didn't dare to act rashly now. What's the point of having complete equipment if a person is dead? What to do? Lin's mind was working rapidly, and he tried his best to stay rational. He hasn't waited for a choice yet. Suddenly, the little girl in front of me raised her head abruptly. The delicate features on its face are as cute as a doll, and it looks no more than 7 or 8 years old. But his eyes were dead white, filled with hatred and indifference. Boom. An unmatched mental shock wave hit Lin's body like a physical entity. As if he was hit by a train, he was blasted into the wall in an instant. The walls cracked, revealing the bricks and steel bars inside. Lin only felt a sweetness in his mouth, and blood flowed out. The chest cavity was sunken, as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. 3 roots. At least 3 ribs were broken and his left hand was comminuted. The chi and blood are surging. Lin laughed bitterly in his heart. It was too strong. The mutation before him was something he couldn't fight against at all. The blow just now almost shocked him to death, and he could feel his internal organs bleeding. If the power burst was not activated, the physical fitness would not be enhanced. The attack just now could have killed him instantly. Too strong. Lin, who was invincible in the first level, had no power to fight back against the girl in red who was suspected to be a third-level mutant. Escape. Without hesitation. Lin instantly took out the potion from the Ring of Doom and crushed it in one bite. Ding, Strength +1, Constitution +1, Agility +1. Ding, Explosive power increased by 50%, Endurance and resistance to blows increased by 30%, and shooting speed increased by 20%. The blood rushes and the strength increases again. At this time, Lin's strength attribute has reached 23.4. Combined with the 10% boost in explosive power provided by the potion and the 10% boost in explosive power provided by the psychic plants, he can now deal a maximum of more than 28.08 strength damage. But it was still useless when facing the little girl who was suspected to be a third-order variant. Because the minimum attribute value of the third-level variant is 40 points. Without any intention of resisting, Lin Anqiang propped himself up and turned very quietly, fleeing to the right like an arrow. The speed was so fast that the airflow around the body was squeezed, causing a slight airburst. Behind him, the girl in red floating in the air seemed to have no reaction. Only to calm down again after releasing the mental shock. 10 meters. Lin's speed was so fast that he became a shadow. There was a floor-to-ceiling window for lighting at the staircase on the 3rd floor. You can escape from this building by rushing out. Faster, faster. Lin tried his best to mobilize the strength in his body, trying to burst his speed to the limit. Now he could only pray that the girl in red had no interest in him and would not chase him out of the building. Otherwise, he would have no hope of survival. Escape madly. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin saw the ward number on the right. 303. That was the ward where Wenya's mother was. Before Lin could come up with any ideas, a wave of mental fluctuations came from behind him again. Buzz. The transparent yet tangible mental shock came again, turning into an invisible shock wave that hit him on the back again. Puff. Blood spurted out. Lin only felt pain all over his body, and his back was covered in blood. My vision went dark and my body was blown out of the building like a cannonball by the impact. In midair, Lin Anqiang gathered his strength and managed to protect his head. Outside the inpatient building, a zombie stared blankly at the floor-to-ceiling window on the 3rd floor. There was the movement of some living creature, which attracted its attention. Boom. Before it could react, a black shadow shot out at an extremely fast speed and hit its body. Smoke and dust rose up, and a deep hole was blasted out on the hard concrete ground. Linen felt dizzy and tried his best to climb out of the tunnel. Under him was a zombie that had been crushed into a bloody mud. It was about 1 in the afternoon, and the warm sunshine dispelled the cold air. But it couldn't dispel the chill in Lin An's heart. On the 3rd floor of the inpatient building, a girl in red slowly floated out from the French window that was blown open. The dead white pupils were fixed firmly on Linen in the deep pit. Linen gave a bitter smile upon seeing this. The girl in red had already chased out. It seems that I will have to explain myself here today. No wonder the zombie doctor wanted to induce me to go to 307. A suspected 3rd-level mutant, even an army of 1,000 people would have to die here. But Linen just couldn't figure it out. There were clearly no mutants here in his previous life. How to get to him? But he had already encountered 2 mutants in the hospital, not to mention the unknown creatures that might exist in the underground parking lot. Even if his rebirth disrupted the original trajectory, it wouldn't cause such a big change, right? He asked himself if he had been cautious enough. In his expectation, even if the zombie doctor wanted to induce him to go to 307 where there was danger, it would only be the 1st level at most. After all, the team that obtained the Hand of the Skull Crusher in the previous life was not very strong, and they relied on sacrificing most of the ordinary people and using hot weapons to attack. If there was also a suspected 3rd-order variant here at that time. No, not even the 2nd level. There was no chance that any of the gang could bring the gloves back. After all, a team of thousands of people attacked here with modern weapons, amid the roar of grenades and guns. Even if they didn't go to Ward 307, they would definitely attract the attention of the girl in red. I really can't accept this. The broken rib pierced into Lin An's lungs and he started coughing. Blood foam overflowed from the corners of his mouth as he breathed. He was seriously injured. If he wasn't an awakened one with a high physique to repair his organs, an ordinary person would have died long ago. Due to excessive blood loss, my hands and feet became cold. With such injuries, he couldn't even escape in a short period of time. Linen stared at the girl in red who was slowly floating towards him, in the dim light. One more mental shock and he would surely die. The girl in red slowly raised her right hand, with no expression on her young face. Waves of mental fluctuations condensed and were about to bombard him in an instant. A strong aura of death enveloped Linen, and he was unable to resist. Like the memories before death, pictures flashed quickly before Lin An's eyes like a kaleidoscope. The indifferent Tang Wan family of 3 in the safe house. And Xia hugged herself tightly, helpless. And Jing Tian screamed in pain and turned into a zombie. Wenya was shivering while hugging the quilt, with red eyes. Zhang Tai laughed heartily and proudly introduced his sister. Anxia, Sedum. I'm so sorry, I may never be able to go back to see you again. Linen laughed bitterly. He didn't expect that his rebirth would change nothing. The mental shock came in an instant, like the scythe of the god of death slashing towards Lin An's head. Darkness, silence, and time seemed to stand still. Linen once remembered. I used to hear people say that time passes very slowly before a person dies, and you will slowly recall your life, like a painting. He didn't believe it at first, but now he does. It was as if a tangible mental shock wave distorted the space and slowly and firmly slashed towards his head. He could even feel the pain between his eyebrows, and his scalp was slowly cracking. The zombies around them, smelling the blood, waved their arms in slow motion, which was funny. Grains of sand and dust carried by spiritual power fell one by one. The roar was stretched and distorted, deep and difficult to distinguish. Everything is so slow. However, a long black snake like lightning suddenly appeared in the center of the scroll. It was so fast that Linen couldn't react at that moment. It's just a thought away. Puff dash. The black snake leaped up, blocking Linen and the mental impact. The shock wave, powerful enough to cut through a tank's armor, penetrated the black snake's body and disappeared in an instant. Like a clay ox entering the sea, without a sound. The black snake burped with satisfaction, then wagged its tail at Linen as if to seek credit. Time resumed its flow, roaring like a rushing river. Linen was shocked and looked at the black snake in front of him in disbelief. Too fast. The speed at which the black snake burst out just now definitely exceeded the speed limit of sound. If converted into agility, it would be at least 45 points. Even the first and third order mutants cannot reach this speed. Hiss dash. The black snake slightly extended its tongue and arched its body. Linen actually saw a hint of flattery in its cold pupils. He also didn't know why he could see emotions in a snake's eyes. Dry mouth. Linen was at a loss. What the hell is this? He appeared here for no reason and saved his life again. She even showed a flattering attitude towards him. Before Linen could think about it, the black snake suddenly turned around and stood up. It expanded instantly, transforming from a slender little snake into a 4-meter-tall python. The dark scales swallowed up the sunlight like a black hole. There are 2 raised bumps on the sharp snake head, as if something is trying to grow out. The girl in red floating in the air stopped moving. She still had no expression on her face, and her dead white pupils stared directly at the black snake. Fear. From its reaction, Linen realized that this suspected third-level mutant was somewhat afraid of the black snake. Laugh. The girl in red stood in the air, powerful mental power emanating from her body, tearing apart everything around her. Buzz. She raised one hand and pointed her pale fingertips at the black python. In Lin En's perception, a mental wave far stronger than the one that had previously bombarded him burst out and hit the giant python in an instant. The 2 beings clearly looked like monsters, but they started fighting without saying a word. This made Linen extremely confused. The mental shock arrived in an instant, but just like before, it disappeared after entering the giant python's body. The black python opened its mouth and stayed where it was, mockingly. Boom. The next second, its huge body leaped into the air at an unreasonable angle and appeared in front of the red mutant. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Upbraid. Watch the huge mouth swallow it. The girl in red let out a shrill scream. The sound contained a mental shock that instantly exploded the heads of the zombies within 100 meters. Linen groaned and 2 lines of blood flowed from his nose. His head was splitting with pain, if it weren't for the fact that his willpower attributes far exceeded those of ordinary awakened people. This scream could shatter his consciousness. Besides, he could feel that the main target of this scream was not actually him and the zombies around him. But it's a giant black python. Linen gave a bitter smile. He didn't expect that he didn't even have the qualifications to watch the game. The aftermath of the battle alone cost him half his life. His eyes were solemn, but many of the doubts in his heart were cleared up. This scream was the one I heard last night. He was impressed by the bitterness and harshness. What happened last night? Before Linen could figure it out, the black snake refused to give in, and the scream that could have killed thousands of people seemed like just noise. It was slightly stunned, but continued to swallow the red mutant without hindrance. Buzz. A slight spatial fluctuation. To avoid being swallowed. After the red-clothed mutant mysteriously disappeared, it reappeared not far away, as if teleporting. The aura around him weakened a lot, and the mental power that was originally overflowing also retracted into the body. It seems that this teleportation-like ability is extremely exhausting for her. The red mutant stayed where it was, and the black python did not continue to chase it. I don't know what I'm waiting for. The 2 were facing each other, and no one knew why the black python did not launch another attack when it clearly had the advantage. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake's tongue stuck out. During the stalemate, the black python seemed to be communicating with the red mutant. After a few seconds, Linen watched the girl in red hesitate for a moment, then take off the necklace from her neck and throw it at the black python. For the first time, Linen saw the emotional fluctuations on her young face. Angry, reluctant but helpless. The necklace was thrown out, and the obsidian in the center flashed with a mysterious luster, attracting Lin An's eyes to follow it all the way. It would be nice to get it. Lin An's heart was burning with anger. According to the equipment description, Hand of the Skull Crusher will be upgraded to epic equipment after the missing parts are integrated. As the name suggests, this equipment is extremely powerful. In his previous life, Linen had only heard a few of the most powerful awakeners talking about this. The power of epic equipment is overwhelming and can bring a qualitative change in the player's strength. According to Linen's guess, there may not be many such pieces of equipment in the entire Doomsday game. Wanting it is wanting it. Linen could only stay where he was, not daring to move. The necklace was thrown to the black python. Although the black snake rescued him and even showed an inexplicable flattery. But Linen would never be so narcissistic as to think that the black snake would never attack him. A black snake that can ignore the mental impact of a third-order mutant and has a speed comparable to that of a 45-point attribute. This kind of strength is invincible at this stage. Linen asked himself if the giant python attacked him, he would not be able to block even one blow. At this speed, he couldn't even react. Although I don't know the origin of the black giant python that this black snake transformed into. But Linen could vaguely feel that this monster was different from the mutated creatures infected by the zombie virus. After throwing away the necklace, the girl in red turned around and flew away without hesitation. Only. Linen looked at the direction she flew and compared it carefully, and was surprised to find that it was also the city center. I don't know what's in the city center. Linen thought of the mountain of corpses he saw when he entered the city. There are also traces of third-order mutants there, and the target is also the city center. Headache, uneasiness. The direction of the end of this life is completely different from what he remembers, which makes him feel like he is out of control. But in a flash, Linen suppressed his thoughts. No matter what changes happen, we have to face them. Useless emotions are useless. The cold wind blows suddenly, and the weather after the end of the world is changeable. Linen stayed quietly in the deep pit, watching the black snake pick up the necklace and swallow it in one gulp. Pity. Linen sighed softly. It seems that the black snake's target is also the obsidian on the necklace. I just don't know why he would save me. But in any case, it seems that his hope of completing his equipment has been completely shattered. He couldn't fight against either of the two monsters. Giving up the idea of getting the obsidian, Linen fumbled for the hand of the skull crusher in his right hand. What a pity. If he had completed this equipment, he would have a good chance of killing the Stitcher. But the ending was not bad. At least he was able to survive after encountering a suspected third-order mutant. This is extremely lucky. But he wanted to. The injuries on his body are gradually recovering. Due to his excellent physique, his physical recovery speed is about 7 times that of ordinary people. Although it is impossible to regenerate severed limbs, it can quickly heal wounds and repair internal organs. Like waiting for verdict. Linen still doesn't know why the black snake suddenly appeared and rescued him. Pa. Just as Linen was feeling uneasy, the giant black python turned back into a slender black snake. It swam happily to Linen's feet and opened its mouth. The necklace covered with mucus was spit out on the ground like a treasure. Breathing rapidly, Linen stared at the black snake and the necklace. This is. A childish voice sounded in my mind. Fusion equipment. The voice came from mental transmission. Linen was not unfamiliar with this. This method was similar to internal team communication. However, this kind of mental communication can only be mastered by those with third-level strength. There was no one else around, so the only one who could do this was Black Snake. Surprise, unbelievable. Could it be that the necklace that Black Snake asked the Red Mutant for was for himself? Linen subconsciously grabbed the necklace, not caring about the slime on it. Don't talk about slime. An epic accessory that can complete his equipment, he would fish it out even if it fell into a pile of corpses. The necklace feels cold to the touch. Ding, got blue equipment, excellent, Soul Breaker fragment. Equipment attributes, willpower +5, mental power increase +10%, mental recovery speed +30%, attack speed +10%, attack with mental shock, rely on mental power to kill any creature with mental power, causing damage based on the difference in strength, and with a stun effect. Equipment description, a broken soul fragment. It looks like it can be embedded somewhere. Perhaps you can find a carrier for it. Note, this fragment is incomplete. It will be integrated after obtaining other fragments. Too strong. Lin An's heart was pounding. Even if you don't use the soul-splitting fragment to complete the hand of the Skull Crusher, the effect of this piece of equipment alone is powerful enough. Especially the effect of mental shock attached to the attack, which can be regarded as the best among blue equipment. Either of these two pieces of blue equipment can drive players crazy. Linen really couldn't imagine how powerful the Hand of the Skull Crusher, would be after it was completed. Quickly merge. The mental power from the black snake urged Linen, seeming a little anxious. It curled up with its head lowered, looking a little listless. It is no longer as imposing as before when it turned into a giant python. It seems that the battle with the red mutant just now was not as crushing as it appeared. Linen came to his senses and took off his gloves immediately. Fusion. Buzz. The obsidian on the necklace suddenly burst into dazzling brilliance, and the two pieces of equipment were combined together. The light disappeared, and the empty space on the glove was filled with obsidian. Under the expectant gaze of Linen and Heish, new patterns appeared on the gloves that were originally pitch black. Ding, got orange equipment, epic, soul-devouring gloves. Equipment attributes, strength +6, constitution +6, willpower +6, agility +6. Attack speed +20%, mental strength increase +20%, mental recovery speed +50%. Attack effect 1, each attack comes with a mental shock, causing a short-term stun effect, and providing additional bonuses based on the will attribute of the equipment owner. Attack effect 2, soul devouring. After killing an enemy, you can extract the dead soul to replenish your mental strength. Equipment with skills, Soul Scream, B level, instantly generates a circular mental shock wave, indiscriminately killing all creatures within the range. Release times per day: January 1st, after release, enter charging, and recover the next day. The properties are extremely gorgeous. Linen was ecstatic. Looking at the soul-eating gloves covered with intricate patterns in his hands, Linen was so surprised that he was speechless. Epic equipment, it is worthy of the fact that one piece of equipment can be exchanged for a medium-sized safe zone. All attributes +6, this almost improves the level of the second stage Awakener and the player level out of thin air. Even if a weak ordinary player gets it, he can be comparable to an Awakened one with this luxurious attribute bonus. If it is an Awakened one, this first-level equipment alone can kill a second-level existence. Not only that, attributes such as attack speed and mental power enhancement are extremely rare. However, what excited him most were the skills and special effects that came with the equipment. The special effects of mental shock are much stronger than before. Linen had witnessed the power of the red mutant's mental attack. Unlike conventional attack methods, this method is almost impossible to avoid and can only be resisted by willpower. The stun effect that comes with it is even more powerful. Just imagine, if the opponent loses consciousness for a moment every time he suffers a mental shock during a battle, how can he fight with Linen? In the battle between mutants and awakened ones, any mistake will be magnified infinitely. The slightest flaw will result in a fatal blow. The Soul Scream skill of the Soul-Eating Gloves is truly god level on the battlefield. Kill enemies in a wide area without consuming your own mental energy. This is equivalent to having one extra skill every day, and carrying a Psychic Awakener with you to fight together. As for the soul devouring in the description of Special Effect 2, Linen was a little confused. Devour the soul and restore mental strength. He had never even heard of this kind of effect, and without experiments he had no idea what the effect would be. But come to think of it, it should also be considered a means of restoring mental strength. His hands fumbled with the gloves, the cold texture and light weight. The pressure to kill, Stitcher, that had been weighing on his heart was also swept away. Feeling relieved. With this epic equipment, he no longer has to worry about the gap in strength like before. The +6 in all attributes alone is enough to make him crush the Stitcher in terms of pure physical strength. After all, no matter how powerful the Stitcher is, it is only a second-level existence, and its various attributes will not exceed 30 points at most. Moreover, the attack comes with special effects such as mental shock that controls damage. With 6 slashes in 1 second, the enemy will also suffer 6 stun effects. Just based on this, Linen is absolutely confident that he can kill the Stitcher in a short time. The accompanying Soul Scream makes up for his current shortcoming of lacking group damage. Originally, he was still worried about the large number of zombies inside Wanda Plaza, but with the skill to clear the area, the problem was solved. Even he couldn't withstand the mental shock, let alone an ordinary zombie with a general will attribute of only 0 to 1 points. I don't know why the team that got the gloves in the previous life didn't go and get the replacement. If they knew that the properties of the gloves would be so exaggerated after they were completed, I am afraid that the survivors in the entire southeastern war zone of China would try their best to find the missing parts. Linen tried hard to calm down, feeling deeply moved. Stitcher, here I come. And Jing Tian, and Xia. You don't have to wait 7 days and worry anymore. I am now confident that I can kill Stitcher and save you. I couldn't help but feel a sore nose. The brother and sister are the only things that concern him, and now he is finally confident that he can complete the task. How could he not be excited? Beside Linen, the black snake's eyes were full of curiosity. It couldn't quite understand why Linen's emotions fluctuated so greatly. Linen noticed the curiosity in the black snake's eyes and smiled slightly. Human emotions are complex and precious. Try it. Linen couldn't wait to put on the gloves and was eager to try them out. However, the moment the gloves were put on, the cold mechanical prompt sound from the system sounded instantly. Ding, you have lost the epic equipment, Soul Eater Hand, Orange. OMG. No matter how strong Linen's mind was, he could no longer hold back his swearing after hearing the notification sound of losing his equipment. In front of him, a slender black snake swallowed the soul-eating gloves into its stomach in one gulp, with a reaction speed several times faster than Linen. The speed was so fast that Linen almost thought it disappeared out of thin air. If it weren't for the bulging belly of the black snake and the saliva left on his hands, he would have thought it was an illusion. Gloves stuck in stomach. The black snake burped with satisfaction and felt a little lazy. Tasty. The tender voice of the black snake revealed satisfaction. But to Linen, it was like a bolt from the blue. 1 second you are in heaven, the next second you are in hell. Linen stared at the black snake, resisting the urge to crush it to death. If he can't win, he will be the one to die. The epic equipment was gone, and along with it, the chance of saving Xia and Jing Tian was also shattered. Linen was somewhat distraught. If he was not mentally strong enough, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to accept such ups and downs. As the glove was swallowed, this meant that his own hand of the skull crusher was also gone. In just a few seconds, the glove swallowed by the black snake seemed to be digested completely. The originally listless black snake regained its vitality. In a flash, Linen figured it out. No wonder the black snake saved him and looked so flattering. It seems that Black Snake does not want to give him this epic equipment. Instead, he used his system to merge the two pieces of equipment. Linen smiled bitterly in his heart. He was just being too sentimental. There was no such good thing in the world. He is not the protagonist of the novel, so all the benefits belong to him. It's over. It's all over. Without the 5 points of strength provided by the hand of the skull crusher, he really didn't know how he could fight against the Stitcher. The 5-point strength gap can only be made up by increasing the level by 2 more levels. The gap between the 2 levels. Regardless of the player level or the Awakener level, the number of mutants required for each level increase will double. It takes 4 mutants to go from level 1 to level 2, and 8 mutants to go from level 2 to level 3. There are a total of 12 mutants. Let's not talk about whether they can be killed. It is extremely difficult to search for the target in the urban area of Linjiang alone. If you are not careful, you will be besieged by zombies and mutants and you will surely die. A feeling of powerlessness and decadence welled up in my heart. Linen remained silent. After a long time, zombies began to appear one after another in the surroundings that had been cleared out by the red mutant. Roar. The zombies roared, but they were only craving for flesh and blood and didn't care about Linen's current condition. Stop letting negative emotions get in the way. Lin Anqiang propped himself up and climbed out of the pit. Although his condition had recovered a little, his strength was only less than 10% of his peak state. Cheer up, there is hope as long as you are alive. Once surrounded by zombies, it may not be possible to fight your way out. Linen didn't have much dissatisfaction with the black snake. Whether the other party saved his life intentionally or unintentionally, this alone is enough. Nothing to complain about. As for the equipment, if you lose something, you lose it. As long as you are alive, everything is possible. Zhang Tai, did you find anything over there? If not, let's go back now. Given his current injuries, it would take at least 2 days for him to recover to his best condition. Time is running out and we can't waste any more time in the hospital. Unfortunately, he hadn't had time to check the ward where Wenya's mother was. Come again when you have a chance. Always do what you promised. Linen stood up, not caring that the black snake beside him was still immersed in digesting the delicious food. He didn't intend to get too entangled with the snake. The gap in strength is too big. If this strange black snake makes any unusual movements, he won't even have a chance to resist. Rather than relying on a snake's mood, it won't attack him. Linen would rather stay away just in case. He is not living for himself now, but also carries the hope of survival for Jingtian and his sister. Dispensing room. There aren't many zombies in the pharmacy area. Apart from a few employees who turned into zombies, there were no other zombies. Even though he couldn't transform into a bear, he could still successfully reach the pharmacy cold storage on the day he awakened just by relying on his physical fitness after awakening. After searching all the way, Zhang Tai did not find anything unusual. Even the white light that made him unconscious that day disappeared. After dealing with a few scattered zombies, he searched for various first aid supplies and commonly used medicines along the way. The 2 coats, which were originally tattered, were just right for wrapping. Wearing a tattered helmet and carrying a bag full of medicines on his back, Zhang Tai looks exactly like Big Bear. Just when he was having fun searching, he met a strange girl. Zhang Tai looked conflicted, and he did not reply to Lin En's message immediately. At his feet, a thin girl wrapped in bandages had her eyes closed. The bright red blood stained the bandage, making him look like a seriously injured and dying battlefield soldier. What bothered him was that he had no way of determining whether the girl was a zombie or a human. Just 5 seconds ago, after the girl finished speaking to him, she suddenly arched her spine like a zombie and let out a wail. The wailing is over. She seemed to be in great pain and then passed out. Zhang Tai was startled. The angle of the reverse curvature of the spine is simply not something that humans can achieve. Nothing can be seen under the wrapped skin. Even if Zhang Tai didn't use his brain, he still vaguely guessed that the girl might be trying to cover up her rotten and falling skin. After all, zombies are too easy to distinguish from humans in appearance. Kill her. Zhang Tai was a little hesitant. When the girl was awake, her breath was weak, but she still looked human. He is not very old, about the same age as his sister. Even though he couldn't see her face clearly, through her eyes, Zhang Tai seemed to see his own sister, whose eyes were equally clear and pure. Like linen, Zhang Yue is the softness and bottom line in his heart. I really can't do it. When the girl was conscious, she even begged him to save her, as she was in urgent need of food and treatment. However, something strange happened after he finished speaking and he fell into a coma. Zhang Tai muttered to himself. Is it a human or something else? This thing looks like a mutant as well. Or are they humans who have encountered special circumstances? With the experience of the zombie doctor as a lesson, he would not treat the other party as a human just because he could speak. But what if it's a mutant pretending to be unconscious? Want to trick yourself into taking it back? Headache. What he was struggling with was that if the other person was really a human, he really wanted to save him. Because he loves the girl, he can't be so cold-blooded and ignore her when facing a girl who looks like his sister. To put it in one word, Zhang Tai is too kind by nature. Even some Madonnas. This is in stark contrast to his rough appearance and ferocious look. But what if Linen thinks there is a risk, even if the girl is indeed human? It is very likely that after Linen finds out, he will kill this guy with one blow without taking any risk. What to do? Zhang Tai really couldn't make up his mind. Hesitate for a moment. Forget it, let Captain Lin decide. Zhang Tai started the team communication. The one from Captain Lin. I found a person here. She seems to be a little special. Should we rescue her first? She could be a person, that is. Zhang Tai was about to tell the truth, but his words failed to come out. OMG. On the other end of the line, Lin En was cursing. He could tell from the sound of Lin En's voice how agitated he was. Zhang Tai looked embarrassed and at a loss as to what to do. I haven't even told you what's going on yet. Could it be that Captain Lin had encountered this situation before? Was this thing a mutant? There's no need to scold me. I'm asking you, haven't you carried it back yet? Although he had only been in contact with Linen for a short time, in his impression, Linen had always been a calm, expressionless, and cold guy. This emotion is too exciting. Zhang Tai murmured inwardly. Could it be because Captain Lin just told him today not to trust any suspected zombies? But when he turned around and ran into a suspected mutant, he was hesitating about rescuing him, which made Linen angry. Just when Zhang Tai was having wild thoughts, he was even considering whether he should take advantage of the girl who was suspected to be a mutant to beat her to death with a bone whip while she was unconscious. In front of the hospital building, Linen stood straight, his whole body stiff. He even ignored the zombies running towards him not far away. Ding, the S-level beast, Abyss Black Dragon, wants to sign a partnership contract with you, do you accept it? Ding, you have obtained the orange equipment, Soul Eating Hand, *1. Ding, the player receives feedback from an unknown spiritual force, and gains attribute enhancement. Ding, Willpower +1. Ding, Agility +1. Ding, Strength +1. Ding, Constitution +1. Ding, Mental Recovery Speed +20%, Mental Strength Limit increased by 20%, Mental Strength Resistance increased by 20%. Densely packed system prompt sounded like the sound of nature. For a moment, the light screen in Lin En's sight was flashing frantically. The slender black snake wrapped around Lin En's arm just before he was about to leave, and the soul-eating hand that it had swallowed was spit out again. However, this epic equipment has shrunk in size, and the originally blood-colored pattern has become somewhat dull. It looks like the spiritual energy inside has been sucked away. Lin En was ecstatic. This is how things turn out, with twists and turns until the sun shines. The lost equipment was recovered, and he even unexpectedly got an S-level monster that wanted to become his summoned beast. I didn't expect that the black snake was actually a dragon. No wonder there are 2 lumps on the top of his head. He originally thought it was suppuration. All attributes +1, and a bunch of buff effects are added. S-level beast. Gulp. Lin En swallowed hard, his mouth dry. The strange beasts will only appear one after another about a year after the Doomsday. This creature from another dimension is different from zombies. Although most are hostile to humans, they are also hostile to zombies and mutants. Their strength is different from that of the awakened ones, but they are divided into 5 levels, sapped. They correspond to the 0th Order Awakener to the 4th Order Awakener respectively. Therefore, the apocalypse has entered its 3rd year, with zombies, mutants, strange beasts, and humans forming a 3-way confrontation. The safe zones established by humans will be attacked by tides of zombies and beasts. Among them, the zombies are the strongest, followed by the monsters, and humans are barely surviving. The S-level monsters are the most advanced among all the monsters. Lin En had only seen it once in the chat channel in his previous life. That time. This is a picture taken by a peak level 3 awakener at the risk of his life. A giant ape with 6 arms, more than 30 meters tall, single-handedly fought against a modern army of 4 armies totaling 200,000 people. An army of 200,000 well-trained and upgraded players. Heavy artillery, a torrent of 400 tanks and more than 2 squadrons of fighter planes. With such firepower from the combined ground-to-air operations, it is no exaggeration to say that it can flatten any small country. But even so, under the continuous artillery fire and the actions of 10 3rd-level awakeners, the S-level monster slaughtered a large safe zone in just 5 minutes. Unstoppable and unrivaled. Heavy artillery cannot even break through its defenses, and airburst bombs and strategic missiles can only hinder its progress temporarily. The steel torrent and the machine gun positions are nothing but tickling toys. The 3rd-level awakeners can only work together to roam around its feet to harass it. That battle. More than 1 million people died, and the entire southwest China war zone was severely damaged and almost fell to the subsequent zombies. In the end, an unknown force used a small-yield nuclear bomb, severely injuring the 10 3rd-level awakeners who were desperately besieging them, and forced them to flee. In less than a minute, the edited video made all the players despair. The strength of the 4th level alien beast makes it impossible for people to have any thoughts of resistance. And the black snake wrapped around Lin An's hand at this moment is of this level. Invincible. If a contract is signed, Black Snake. No, if the Abyss Black Dragon can be used by him, he can have his way in this Doomsday game. Roar. More than a dozen zombies gathered and pounced towards Lin An at high speed. Turn a blind eye. Immersed in shock, Lin An didn't bother to pay attention to these zombies. Slowly and leisurely, like an old man. Now that he was seriously injured, he was unwilling to fight desperately, as that would only aggravate his injuries. Puff. A light punch hit the head of the zombie in front, and the skull was instantly dented. Lin An frowned. His strength had dropped too much due to his serious injuries. Power burst. A flash of light golden spiritual energy disappeared into the body. Side kick. The kick was less powerful than before but still quite strong. The zombie in front of him had his spine broken by a kick and struggled to crawl on the ground. The other zombies had arrived and began to bite his body madly. Lin An sighed softly. Never mind. Bite it. With his current physical condition, it would take a lot of effort for ordinary zombies to break through his physical defense. Not to mention he's also toxic and immune to minor infections. The zombies that were enough to surround the residents of an entire building were like air in Lin An's eyes. Zhang Tai. Come here on drugs and take me back. Lin An's mind is now entirely on the Abyss Black Dragon and the lost equipment that was returned. The Abyss Black Dragon, wrapped around his arm, fell into a deep sleep after sending the message of signing the contract. Otherwise, Lin An believed that with this level of existence, let alone zombies. Even if it was a square of lickers, this guy could slaughter them all in a few seconds. Lin An dealt with the zombies around him and focused all his attention on communicating a dark golden contract in his mind. Sign a contract. Ding, signing a contract with the S-level beast, Abyss Black Dragon. Ding, the contract was signed successfully. Name of the creature, Abyss Black Dragon, juvenile. Biological level, S-level, level 1. Biological attributes. Strength, 20. Agility, 25. Constitution, 20. Willpower, 30. Creature skill 1, Dragon Shadow, instantly bursts out double the speed of agility in a short period of time, consuming physical strength. After growing from a larva to an adolescent, this skill will change to Deathwing. Creature skill 2, Dragon Arrival, transforms into the next stage form briefly, gains all attribute amplification +5, and masters the next stage skills. Childhood, adolescence, youth, mature, complete, king. Creature skill 3, Devouring, a unique talent of the Abyss Dragon clan. It can devour any creature and items containing spiritual energy to accelerate the entry into the next stage. When consuming too much spiritual energy, it will enter a petrified state and fall asleep. Current stage, Larva 90 out of 100. Biological characteristics, Dragon Soul. As the rulers of the Abyss, the Black Dragon clan is immune to spiritual damage within 3 times the damage, and can absorb the corresponding spiritual shock and transform it into its own spiritual power. It's only the first level. Lin An was a little surprised after looking at the Black Dragon's attribute column. He originally thought that the Black Dragon was at least a 3rd level being. It's no wonder that Lin An misjudged the situation. After all, the strength that the Black Dragon had shown before was enough to defeat the red-clothed mutant that was suspected to be at the 3rd level. And the most important thing is that its burst speed has indeed reached at least the 3rd level with the blessing of talent. Doesn't 25 by 2 mean 50 points of agility? Even faster than the 3rd level. As for ignoring the red mutant's mental attack. With the dragon soul of the Black Dragon clan, not to mention being immune to the mental shock of a 3rd level mutant, even a 4th level mutant might not be able to do anything to it. Having this kind of talent means you can ignore any attacks of spiritual nature. If Lin An encounters an awakened person or mutant who is good at mental attacks in the future, it will be very easy for him to release the Black Dragon and kill the opponent. The awakened ones or mutants without the means of mental attack are nothing more than punching bags. But it seems that this has answered many of his doubts. That is why the Black Dragon, whose strength is at least level 3, let the mutant escape. Although all the attributes of the Black Dragon have reached the limit of level 1, its willpower and speed have even surpassed the first level. He is much stronger than the current Linen. But it is indeed first order anyway. If the Red Mutant had a higher IQ, or used purely physical attacks, I'm afraid that Linen and Black Dragon will be killed instantly with just one blow. It's just that the Red Mutant was probably also confused by the Black Dragon's speed. As a mutant that appears to be good at mental attacks, he will naturally use his best attack when facing a strong enemy. Linen couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that the Black Dragon, which was just a young dragon, could actually cheat. The existence of S-level is indeed not to be underestimated. Although the Black Dragon is only level 1, this makes Linen feel a little disappointed. It seems that the idea of signing a contract with the Abyss Black Dragon and relying on it to dominate the Doomsday has been shattered. But it doesn't matter if the Black Dragon is really that powerful. It is also unlikely that he will sign a contract with Linen. This kind of existence is like a god. Although Linen still doesn't understand why this guy wants to sign a contract with him. He could only think of one thing, that is, the Black Dragon probably smelled the scent of Hand of the Skull Crusher on him, and wanted to trick the Red Mutant into giving him the necklace and then find him to fuse the equipment. As for other reasons, I'm afraid we can only wait until the Black Dragon is freed from petrification and wakes up. There's something weird about this matter. But having said that, the Black Dragon is worthy of being the royal family of the Abyss and the darling of heaven and earth. Comparing animals to humans is really infuriating. Linen stared blankly at the Black Dragon on his wrist that had turned into a stone sculpture, and couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness. He casually broke a zombie's neck, and the zombie was so excited that he even wanted to bite his mouth. Linen tried to do two things at once, thinking while slowly clearing out the zombies. With the Black Dragon's current strength, any second-order mutant or awakener that encounters it will be killed instantly. Does this count as carrying a second-level awakener as a talisman? Still has unlimited potential. If the Black Dragon can wake up before killing the Stitcher, he will be sure to complete the mission. Linen's face was full of smiles, but he didn't know when the Black Dragon would wake up again after falling into a deep sleep. It shouldn't take too long. Not surprisingly, the Black Dragon fell into a deep sleep to digest the power of the soul-devouring hand. Etc. Linen subconsciously looked at the soul-eating hand in his hand and his expression suddenly became a little ugly. In the pharmacy, Zhang Tai looked at the package on his back, then at the bandaged girl on the ground, and suddenly felt a little tricky. Captain Lin asked me to meet up with him as soon as possible. After listening to my own description, I only said OMG and nothing else. From this point of view, Captain Lin didn't seem to say that we were not allowed to rescue people. If there really was a problem, Captain Lin would definitely not just curse. Self-comfort. Zhang Tai still wanted to save the bandaged girl in front of him. After all, in terms of age, this guy is about the same age as his sister, so he really can't make up his mind to abandon him. Zhang Tai is not stupid either. He thought about it carefully. If the bandaged girl is really a mutant, there is actually no need to pretend to be unconscious and deceive herself. After all, she didn't know what she was doing here. If he really was a mutant, he would have been killed long ago. Zhang Tai, who cannot transform into a bear in a short period of time, actually has the strength at the limit of an ordinary person. At most, you can withstand a few more attacks. After thinking it through, Zhang Tai no longer hesitated. Go away. He quickly picked up the bandages on the ground and tied a knot, one end tied to the bandaged girl and the other end tied to the bag of medicine. Then he carried the person and the things on his shoulders like carrying a shoulder pole. The only remaining right hand was holding the spine of the corpse snake. The broken left arm protects the carrying pole and prevents it from shaking. From a distance, he looked like a scavenger. So light. With his current strength, he couldn't feel the weight of both the person and the object. Zhang Tai walked quickly, holding the medicine given by Linen in his mouth, and ran straight to the inpatient building. The pharmacy is not far from the inpatient building. I don't know if it's because the noise the two made in the emergency building was too loud, but when they passed by the building, the zombies in the building did not come out and still stayed on the second floor. Zhang Tai held a bone whip in his hand, and the whip whistled and exploded the scattered zombies that blocked his way from time to time. As an awakened person, his speed is much faster than that of ordinary people. They rushed to the hospital building where Lennon was in just 1 minute after they hurried as fast as they could. However, the scene before him made him collapse. It seems like I'm late. In a hurry, he bit the potion into pieces and swallowed it along with the glass residue. Captain Lin. Here I come. Zhang Tai's eyes were bloodshot and he roared angrily. In his eyes. Not far away, the place where Lennon was surrounded by zombies, and Lennon in the middle seemed to be seriously injured and covered in blood. Unable to resist. Zombies would pounce on him from time to time, but Lennon stood still and let the zombies bite him. Team Lin. How are you? Zhang Tai's eyes instantly turned red and his voice trembled. After swallowing the potion, he was still able to fight against a small group of zombies. Zhang Tai dropped the package and the person behind him and rushed madly in the direction where Lennon was. The zombies were biting him, but Lennon remained indifferent. Even if Captain Lin is not dead, he is probably already infected. Zhang Tai was so distressed that he wanted to slap himself twice. Captain Lin saved my life. I actually delayed supporting Lennon because I hesitated about whether to save an outsider. He deserves death. Zhang Tai was filled with resentment and rushed into the group of zombies without caring about the risk of being infected. No matter what, we must at least get Captain Lin's body back. In the center of the corpse crowd, Lennon closed his eyes and fell backwards. His sunken chest looked extremely injured, with blood occasionally oozing from the corners of his mouth. Ah! Bad guys, die! Zhang Tai shouted angrily and started to transform into a bear regardless of the cost. The mental strength that had just recovered was instantly exhausted, and he felt as if his head had exploded. Roar! The giant palm slapped the corpses, destroying them in one fell swoop. Forest. Team. With a full force burst, the surrounding zombies were beaten into a pulp in just a few seconds. Zhang Tai's voice was filled with tears and regret. He hugged Lennon with his huge bear paw, trying to catch his corpse. Sorry. I'm late. The cold wind was howling. It was already afternoon and the sky was dark and bleak. Lennon woke up slowly. But when he saw the glove on his right hand again, he couldn't help but look sad and angry. Fuck you. Zhang Tai stopped crying instantly, his face full of embarrassment. You're not dead. Lennon glanced at Zhang Tai helplessly, unwilling to speak. There was just a hint of warmth flowing through my heart. He also saw the scene where Zhang Tai rushed in to save him at all costs. As they had only known each other for less than 2 days, even if it was a life-saving favor, Zhang Tai's action was considered to be full of affection and righteousness. And the system also sent a prompt just now. Ding, member Zhang Tai's loyalty has risen to 90. He will hardly betray you, regardless of life or death. By accident, Zhang Tai's loyalty to him increased dramatically. It seems that Zhang Tai, whom he rescued casually, might really become his partner in the future. But Lennon didn't say much. His mind was now completely focused on the soul-eating hand. Go out and carry me back. After hearing Lin En's words, Zhang Tai hurriedly carried him on his shoulders. When he passed by the bandaged girl and the bag full of medicine, he simply hung the carrying pole on his chest, and rushed out with the spine of the corpse snake in his hand. With the help of bear transformation and the potion that had not yet finished, his speed was extremely fast. Silence all the way. All I could hear were the zombies' roars. The spine of the corpse snake crackled loudly, and it blew up a zombie blocking the road as accurately as a whip. The two of them remained silent along the way, each with their own thoughts. Although he saw that Lennon was not dead, he was extremely happy. But I just couldn't feel at ease inside. Captain Lin, although he didn't die. But the probability is that you are infected. When he led the team out of the zombie siege, he also saw what happened to many people after they were infected by zombies. After the apocalypse, the zombie virus transformed extremely quickly. The further into the Doomsday game progresses, the more powerful the zombie virus will become. In the present, an ordinary person will turn into a zombie in just 10 minutes if their skin is even slightly scratched. If a human is seriously injured and dying, he will instantly become a man-eating monster. Although Lin didn't look abnormal, Zhang Tai just thought he was an awakened person with strong physical fitness and could last longer. What to do? Do you want to take Captain Lin back? There were many ordinary people in the hotel, even his own sister. If Captain Lin turned into a zombie, with his current physical fitness, even if he didn't become a mutant, he would be much stronger than an ordinary zombie. Taking Lin back is like bringing a time bomb. Zhang Tai was in agony, not knowing what to do for a moment, so he could only charge out. However, he never thought of abandoning Lin. He has made up his mind. Even if Lin turns into a zombie, he will fight to the death to protect Lin until the last moment. Different from Zhang Tai's wild thoughts. Lin just repeatedly looked at the soul-eating hand in his hand, feeling bitter in his heart. Orange equipment, epic, soul-devouring gloves, broken seal state. Equipment attributes, strength +5, the equipment has been broken, and other attributes will be restored after recharging. Equipment skill, soul scream, not yet charged. When the gloves are damaged, they cannot automatically draw spiritual energy from the outside world. They can only be actively provided by the wearer's own mental power. Note, the power contained in this equipment has been devoured. Perhaps you can try to find another obsidian fragment to restore its original power. The obsidian fragments inlaid on the gloves covered with blood-colored lines have been shattered and have lost their luster. I have to find another piece of obsidian to complete my equipment, which is really a bummer. Lin was too lazy to complain about this kind of thing that kept messing with people's mentality. After all in all, he not only got equipment stronger than the Hand of the Skull Crusher, but also obtained an S-level Abyss Black Dragon. It's just replenishing the equipment again, no big deal. I just have a headache about where to find another piece of obsidian. I don't know where these gloves came from. For some reason, Lin always felt that there was some secret hidden behind the gloves. It would be worth exploring it when he became stronger in the future. As for why the equipment was sealed. Looking at the black dragon on his wrist that had turned into a stone sculpture, he roughly knew what was going on. As expected, the power in the gloves was completely swallowed up by this guy, and the spiritual energy he had inexplicably absorbed before was most likely the energy that the black dragon could not eat and overflowed. I have such a big epic equipment. Lin felt like crying but had no tears. Although the Hand of Soul Eater was recovered, the equipment attributes are only slightly stronger than the blue equipment, Hand of Skull Crusher. Strictly speaking, it's not even as good as 2 pieces of blue bulk. All attributes are sealed, leaving only +5 strength. The incredible effect of the attack with mental shock is sealed, and the automatic recharge of skills cannot be used either. Even the soul-devouring power, whose function was unknown, was sealed. Deeply sad. Lin could only keep comforting himself along the way. Fortunately, the most crucial skills were still there. Equip it first, and with the extra strength bonus, it can just make up for the combat power under serious injuries. As for charging Soul Scream, Lin gave up on this without even thinking about it. It is too dangerous now. He doesn't dare to try it rashly as he is not sure how much mental energy is needed to recharge it. Even if he just unleashed the Soul Scream, he and his companions would be able to return safely. But, compared to the unknown possibilities, he would rather be safe. After noticing that Zhang Tai's strength was getting worse, Lin no longer hesitated and prepared to take action. +5 strength is enough to support me and get back to the hotel. However, the moment he put on the gloves. Buzz. A strong suction force came from the glove, sucking away the mental strength in his body like a whale. The blood-red lines on the pitch-black gloves suddenly lit up, and waves burst out as mental power rushed in. What a joke, why would the gloves automatically absorb power? The instructions clearly stated that I had to volunteer. Shocked and angry, the sudden burst of suction was like a bone-eating insect. The degree of suction was far greater than Lin had expected, and he didn't even have time to actively cut off his mental power. Damn it. In an instant, Lin felt as if all his strength had been drained away, his vision went dark, and he fainted completely. A moment before he lost consciousness, he vaguely heard a cold system prompt. Warning, due to an unknown error, the mental power auto-completion is triggered. The coma caused by this mental exhaustion is expected to last 100 hours. This time can be shortened by external force replenishment. Captain Lin. As Linen fell into coma, Zhang Tai's heart sank suddenly. Bitterness, despair. He could feel that Lin En's originally weak but relatively steady aura disappeared in an instant. Instead, it exudes a faint sense of death and decay. Captain Lin, I'm afraid you can't hold on any longer. In his opinion, Linen no longer has the power to suppress the zombie virus. If Linen had not been breathing faintly behind him, he would probably have thought that Linen was dead. What to do? What do I do? Zhang Tai's eyes were red and his teeth were clenched. The bandaged girl and the bag full of medicine hanging in front of him were shaking. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. The scene of seeing the bandaged girl unconscious appeared in front of my eyes. Next to the dim medicine cabinet, beside the bandaged girl, there were various used medicines scattered on the ground. The girl may have been infected with the virus, but she was still conscious before she fell into a coma. Medicine. He quickly glanced at the medicine bag in front of him. Maybe Captain Lin can also rely on medicine to hold on like her and not turn into a zombie. So. Faster, faster. Maybe if we take Captain Lin back to heal his wounds, there might be a way to save him. Hospital gate. The speed at which Zhang Tai swung the spine of the corpse snake in his hand became slower and slower, and his steps became sluggish. The bear transformation had ended. Forcing the skill to activate had completely drained his mental strength, and an extreme feeling of weakness filled his limbs. The effect of the potion had worn off, and as the fighting continued without stopping, his physical strength had also reached its limit. No matter how strong he is still just a level 0 awakener. Still human at heart. Zhang Tai's wrist trembled as he swung the bone whip as if to shoo away a fly. His strength has dropped drastically, and he can now only barely protect the swarm of zombies from rushing in front of him. Soaked all over. Linen and the bandaged girl, who originally felt light and airy, now felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds due to exhaustion. Zhang Tai gritted his teeth and rushed towards the hotel. It's safe inside. The first floor of the hotel has been blocked and the zombies can't get in. Old Huang. Second uncle. Throw the rope down. He yelled at the broken window sill on the second floor of the hotel, signaling the people hiding inside to lower the rope and take him up. The second floor that I could jump to easily before is now impossible. Brother Zhang. On the second floor of the hotel, the crowd looked at the group of zombies behind Zhang Tai in panic. What's wrong with them? Brother Lin seems to be injured. He was also carrying something covered in bandages that looked like a person. Blood, so much blood. Brother Lin seems to be seriously injured. Stop making noise. Come with me and lower the rope to bring them up. Next to the collapsed window. The middle-aged man named Second Uncle looked anxious. He was Zhang Tai's relative. He was quite old, with wrinkles all over his face and trembling hands holding a hemp rope. He alone couldn't lift the weight of 3 people. Hurry up. Give me a hand. He urged several young people on the second floor to help. Zhang Tai, who was not far away, was surrounded by a sea of zombies. He was like a small boat in the sea, and could be swallowed by the zombies at any time. However, the crowd suddenly fell into an eerie silence. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking like a white-collar worker spoke in a low voice. I saw their clothes were torn and they were covered in blood. Brother Zhang and Brother Lin, they might be infected. His eyes flickered and his face looked a little uneasy. Indeed, I noticed that, too. Director Wang from the 9th floor suddenly jumped out and cleared his throat out of habit. Everyone, I'm sure you've all seen or heard that infected people can turn into zombies. At the moment, these 2 people, no less than 3 people, all look injured. In this case, who can guarantee that they are not infected? There are so many of us here. If they come up and turn into zombies, who will take the responsibility? Don't let the big picture slip by and let the wolf in. Wang Jiangwo remained calm and revealed his identity to all the survivors in the past 2 days. As the person with the highest social status in the whole audience, many white-collar workers and students who have not changed their mindsets follow his lead. The crowd saw someone speaking out what they were thinking, and many people followed suit. Selfishness shows human nature. Wang Jiangwo looked at Linen, whose life or death was unknown behind Zhang Tai, and a twisted sense of pleasure rose in his heart. Ha, idiot. Do you really think you are invincible just because you are strong? You turned into a zombie after going out. Wouldn't it be better if we just protected him and waited for the army to rescue him? Young people are just brainless and don't know their place. Who are you calling a wolf? A man from Zhang Tai's team looked at Director Wang angrily. Zhang Tai and Linen are both fine. Don't forget who saved you. What a heartless person. After being scolded, Wang Jiangwo's eyes turned cold, but he did not choose to scold back. Insulting each other is something only the brainless people at the bottom of society would do. Having been immersed in officialdom for many years, he naturally knows what is truly important. The second floor is now divided into 3 groups. One group is the white-collar and student group headed by him, the other is the team led by Zhang Tai, and the remaining few people belong to the wavering group. He had thought it through clearly throughout the day. The hotel is now safe and all the zombies have been cleared out by Linen. There is water and food. And the army will definitely come to the rescue. If you want to survive, just stay here. On the contrary, Linen, the person he wanted to recruit to protect him, was the real unstable factor. A being that can kill everyone but is out of one's control is too dangerous. Besides, it is very likely that Linen is infected with the virus now. No matter which of the 2 reasons, he will not allow Linen to return to the hotel. Linen must die, and Zhang Tai would be best to die too. At this moment, Zhang Tai was about to lose his combat power, and Linen was unconscious. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't use such a good opportunity? Wang Jiangwo's eyes were filled with sorrow, as if he was deeply heartbroken. Gentlemen, it's not that we don't want to let them in. But, can you guarantee that they won't turn into zombies after they come in? Who will be responsible if something goes wrong? You. Still you. Wang Jiangwo pointed at the group of people led by Zhang Tai with a stern look in his eyes. I am also considering everyone. Why wouldn't I want to save Linen? He saved my life. Wang Jiangwo sighed softly, but sneered in his heart. Occupying the righteousness of considering everyone, it is much more effective to prevent Zhang Tai from coming in than to scold him back. Looking at Uncle Zhang Tai, whose face was red and didn't know how to refute, he was filled with joy. Isn't it easy for a little person like you who has no brains to kill you? The crowd was confused for a while. People are selfish, and if they think about themselves, they naturally don't want Linen to come in. However, after all, their lives were saved by Linen. Wouldn't it appear that he had no conscience if he took the initiative to speak? The apocalypse has just broken out, and many people are still unable to ignore the torture of others. Moreover, if Linen and Zhang Tai are really fine, they may have to rely on them to protect them later. Zombies are too scary. Let them face it on their own. No one here has the courage. Quarreling and pushing. Everyone has their own thoughts. Save the people first. I, Old Huang, beg you all for help. Thump. The old man named Lao Huang coughed and knelt down tremblingly. He looked at the team led by Zhang Tai behind him helplessly and indignantly. If they don't save him, you won't save him either. The people led by Zhang Tai blushed and quickly followed their uncle to try to lower the rope. Absolutely not. The woman next to Wang Jiangwo suddenly screamed and grabbed the rope at his signal. You want to kill us? Why save them? They are infected, they are zombies. Kill him. Can you use some brains? Even if Brother Lin doesn't save him, Brother Zhang should be saved. A middle-aged man named Gao Peng, who looked like a worker, suddenly stood up from the third-party crowd and loudly refuted the woman. Brother Zhang is definitely not infected. He can still kill zombies now. Gao Peng was one of the people who provided the map to Lin during the day. As someone who had personally witnessed the horror of the zombie outbreak, he had a lot on his mind. Lin doesn't need to be saved if he is infected. But Zhang Tai is so powerful, he is the type who will protect everyone and must be saved. It is because of this kind of good-for-nothing in front of them that they have survived to this day. With so many people staying in the hotel, they will have to leave sooner or later when the food runs out. Without Zhang Tai leading the team, they would not be able to survive with these rubbish in front of them. And even if Zhang Tai can't get in, he won't necessarily die. If it really comes to a life-and-death situation, as long as Zhang Tai is willing to leave Linen behind, he will still have a great chance of survival if he hides nearby based on his strength. At that time, will Zhang Tai, who holds a grudge and hides outside to recuperate, let go of these people who want him dead? Definitely not. Judge others by yourself. Whether it was out of conscience or for his own sake, he had to pretend that he wanted to save Zhang Tai. Yes, save Brother Zhang first. Without Brother Zhang here, what are we going to do if we run into zombies in the future? Let Brother Zhang decide what to do. Anyone with a little common sense would quickly figure this out. At worst, I can save Zhang Tai but not Linen. Zhang Tai's sister and relatives are all in the hotel. I don't believe Zhang Tai will leave the zombies here. This way you won't appear to be without conscience and there's no danger either. The crowd stopped arguing, and those who were more proactive even nervously grasped the weapons they had found, ready to support Zhang Tai. Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the scene in front of him. He had anticipated this. The mob and the cowardly human nature. Whether from the perspective of self-protection, conscience, or future considerations, people will make this choice. In fact, essentially everyone is still considering their own safety. Seeing that the rope had been lowered, Zhang Tai was about to reach the downstairs. Wang Jiangwo suddenly spoke again. Everyone, I contacted the military during the day, and they promised to rescue us in the next few days. You don't have to worry about your safety in the future. The military has established a safe zone. Many of them are stronger than Linen and Zhang Tai. Wang Jiangwo had a smile on his face and looked confident. He directly pointed out the point that everyone was most concerned about, which was safety. Conscience. Saving people. Bullshit. So, for safety reasons, no one can come up here. By then, the military rescuers will find out that we have rescued suspected zombies before. Hey, if you can't get on the rescue plane, don't blame me for not warning you. Behind him, several white-collar workers who had already colluded with each other silently rushed into the crowd to grab the rope. At this time, Zhang Tai was less than 30 meters away from the hotel, staggering. Hundreds of zombies were howling and rushing towards him madly, and the closest zombie was only 2 meters away. Put down the rope. Zhang Tai's eyes were wide open, and he stared at the broken second-floor windowsill with red eyes. The figure swayed, and he believed that the people inside had heard his voice a long time ago. What happened? Why don't you let go of the rope? Second uncle. Old Huang. No one responded. At a loss of what to do, he could only hurriedly take Lin and hide in the back of an overturned truck. Lin An's breath behind him was getting weaker and weaker, and he felt like there was a fire burning in his heart. You can't hide in the back of a truck for long. Once you're surrounded by a horde of zombies, you'll be unable to escape. Zhang Tai gasped and looked at Lin anxiously. As an awakened one, while possessing powerful combat power, his food consumption is also huge. Physically exhausted and mentally drained, he felt a strong hunger rising in his throat. Without food to replenish his energy, even if he was lucky enough to hide here and avoid being broken through by zombies, his strength would not be restored at all. Not only does he need a safe place to rest, Lin needs it too. Zhang Tai frantically took out various medicines from the medicine bag. It was all in English, and I couldn't understand it. I also didn't know what the bandaged girl ate. Not caring about anything else, he simply stuffed all the medicine into Lin An's mouth. But without water, it was soon vomited out. Zhang Tai was somewhat desperate. Seeing that Lin An's breath was getting weaker and weaker, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist and turn into a zombie in the next second. What should I do? Food and water. We need both. On the second floor of the hotel, Wang Jiangwo looked leisurely as he looked at his second uncle and his gang who were glaring at him. I am also thinking about everyone. When the military sends people here, you will know who is right and who is wrong. He sighed deeply, but his heart was full of disdain. A bunch of stupid people, they take it seriously after being fooled a little. The crowd was talking. What Director Wang said instantly attracted their attention. Director Wang, is the military really going to send someone to rescue us? Doesn't the phone have no signal? And it's out of battery. Someone questioned it, but was quickly interrupted by the followers bought by Wang Jiangwo. Don't you know what position Director Wang holds? Just because you can't contact him doesn't mean he's incompetent. Use your brain to think about it, he's a big shot. Besides, we are in the city center. How could the higher-ups abandon us? When the time comes, people will come from above. If too many people can't leave at once, don't blame us for not taking you with us. Half explanation, half threat. The questioning crowd soon fell silent. Wang Jiangwo looked calm and sincere, and he coughed lightly. I hope everyone will stop questioning this. I guarantee with my character that they will send someone. What we need to do now is to ensure our own safety and avoid being infected and unable to get on the plane. The chest pattered loudly, as if it were real. But Wang Jiangwo knew in his heart that the so-called military safe zone with people from above was just a fabrication by him. My cell phone has been turned off for a long time. There is no signal, so I can't contact anyone. But he was a member of the leadership team after all, and he was confident that they would never give up on him. Wait a few more days. Even if the military doesn't send anyone, there will always be some armed police, right? Most of the people who had no opinions on their own said nothing more after hearing Wang Jiangwo's assurance. Among the people Zhang Tai brought with him, a small number of them still remembered the friendship and could only give up in anger. The reason is simple, the group of people Wang Jiangwo recruited are tall and strong, and they are the rare young people in the hotel. The fire axes in these people's hands threatened them intentionally or unintentionally. They may be afraid and fearful when facing zombies, but they still dare to threaten a group of old, weak, and sick people. Director Wang couldn't help but look smug when he saw that the situation was under control. He just casually promised that if you follow him, you will be able to work for the government in the future. And once the military arrives, the people who follow him will be able to board the plane first. Under coercion and inducement. These people just followed his orders obediently, which was really stupid. Just as everyone was about to return to their rooms, a girl's mournful voice rang out. Uncle, can you please put down the rope? My brother is still down there. With tears in her eyes and red rims, Zhang Yue looked at Wang Jiangwo with a pleading look on her face, her body trembling with excitement. Wang Jiangwo held the young woman with a flattering look on her face in his arms. He stopped on his way back to the room and turned back to look at her. TSK. Such a pretty little girl, she's a potential beauty. Zhang Yue was dressed in a pure and lovely outfit, and her red eyes were watery and full of pleading, which made people feel pity for her. Her white feet were wearing a pair of sandals, and her round toes made him want to grab them in his hands and play with them. Her skin was white and smooth, like milk spilled from a hot teapot. The girl's unique innocence made him feel like ants were crawling inside. There was a glimmer of greed in his eyes, and he calmly pulled his arm away from the waist of the young woman beside him. In comparison, he felt that the young woman, who was once quite pretty, was now like a withered flower. He took 2 steps at a time and walked in front of Zhang Yue. Uncle also wants to save your brother, but he is infected. The breath from a mouth full of yellow teeth from years of smoking is disgusting. Uncle is also thinking about everyone's safety. If there is a way, I will definitely save him. He touched Yue's face and stroked it gently, pretending to comfort her. The face, full of vitality, is smooth and tender, as if water could be squeezed out of it with just a little force. He couldn't help but reach down with his hand, seemingly wanting to pat Yue's shoulder. Uncle. Yue was trembling all over. She always felt that the look in the eyes of the adults in front of her scared her. My brother is not infected, and he can still fight zombies. She cried so hard that she couldn't help but shrug her shoulders to avoid those fat hands. Wang Jiangwo sneered in his heart. He naturally guessed that Zhang Tai was most likely not infected by zombies, otherwise he would have been in a coma like Linen, right? But if Zhang Tai is put up here, who will listen to him? When he was privately recruiting people during the day, he had already promised those people how to deal with the women in the hotel. Whether it's coercion, bribery, or playing with people's hearts, you have to give these idiots a little sweetness first. Little baby, uncle. He held down the young body with one hand, and reached down with the other hand in a show of sympathy. Swish. Just when he was feeling excited, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Put down the rope and save people. The voice was cold and full of murderous intent. When you held the axe handle tightly with both hands and pressed the other end against Wang Jiangwo's neck. Disgusting bad guy. Unlike Zhang Yue, who was still young and ignorant. She was too familiar with the look in the eyes of the fat old man in front of her. With an exertion of force from his wrist, the sharp axe blade instantly cut a bloody mark on Director Wang's neck. Right now. 3 seconds. If the rope isn't lowered, I'll kill you. Wenya's eyes were cold, and she would attack without hesitation if Wang Jiangwo made the slightest move. By the time she heard Zhang Tai's voice and went downstairs, it was too late. Wang Jiangwo's group had already held everyone hostage. Seeing that everyone had given up on saving people, she reacted instantly and hid behind the door. The people here are just ordinary people who were simply frightened by Wang Jiangwo. As long as we can control him, there is still hope of getting these people to let go of the rope. Fortunately, Wang Jiangwo suddenly became interested and gave her an opportunity when she was not on guard against her surroundings. Director Wang was shocked. He could feel Wenya's murderous intent behind him. Damn it, how could I forget that there are people belonging to Lin in here? He pretended to be calm and tried to intimidate and persuade Wenya. Little sister, don't move. Murder is against the law. Shut up. Wenya shook her wrist, and the axe blade immediately left a wound on Director Wang's neck. Don't do it. Wang Jiangwo felt a rush of panic. He didn't expect that Wenya, who looked like a lady from a noble family, could act so decisively. I'll let go. I'll let go. The incident happened so suddenly that Director Wang and his gang were instantly panicked. What are you still standing there for? Let go of the rope. The voice did not come from Director Wang, but from Yu Shihao, who was hiding behind the crowd and watching from the side. He walked out from behind the crowd, looking indignant. No matter how you look at it, you can say that Brother Lin saved your lives. Brother Lin is so strong, whether he is infected or not is another matter. Besides, what is the difference between being ungrateful and being a bad guy? He spoke righteously and rushed directly to the crowd that had snatched the rope and pulled it back. Unlike his enthusiastic appearance, he was actually a little nervous inside. Ever since everyone started arguing, he has been hiding in the corner and thinking secretly. There is a big risk in pulling Zhang Tai up, after all, there is a possibility of infection. But unlike everyone else who only saw the risks, he also discovered the huge benefits behind the risks. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. He has thought it through very clearly in the past 2 days. Without strength, dying early or late is death anyway. He would climb to the rooftop to watch whenever he had nothing to do, and he had already discovered that the city was full of zombies, with not even a trace of the army. He didn't believe a word of what Wang Jiangwo said. Now that Wenya suddenly attacked, it was inevitable that the two of them would be rescued. Then he might as well play nice and pretend to be on Wenya's side. By the time Zhang Tai and Lin are rescued, it will be very likely that they will tell us that they have become awakened. As long as I have the same power as the two of them, what can zombies do to me? Not to mention. A hint of greed flashed in Yu Shihao's eyes. He noticed that when Zhang Tai returned, Lin had an extra glove on his hand, as well as the mysterious ring he had been wearing before. 2 people risked their lives to rush into the hospital, one was unconscious and the other was seriously injured, but when they came back, they found something extra. The answer is obvious. Is it bad to be willing to take such a big risk to get something? He didn't know the inside story of the awakened ones, in his opinion. Zhang Tai was originally of large build, so he could understand why he would have powerful abilities after being transformed into a bear. But what about Lin? He looks weak and frail, with skin as white as jade that can make girls jealous. Thinking about it this way, the ring and gloves are most likely the source of Lin's power. When you looked at him with confusion, still clenching the axe handle tightly in her hand. She had no impression of Shihao. The man in front of him was so passionate and righteous, and wanted to persuade everyone to save Lin and Zhang Tai. He seemed like a good person. But she always felt something was odd. If you really wanted to save him, why didn't you say anything before? Different from Wenya's vigilance. Yue looked at Yu Shihao with gratitude, believing that he was a good man. Wow. The rope was thrown down, and under his uncle's grateful gaze, Yu Shihao held onto the rope tightly and shouted to the truck where Zhang Tai was hiding. "Brother Zhang. Come up quickly. The rope has been lowered." The truck was backed up, and Zhang Tai's face was filled with joy when he heard this. Although no one knew why it took so long, they finally let go of the rope. He looked back at the pale-faced Linen, his eyes full of determination. "Captain Lin, hold on." Bang. He took his last breath and used all his strength to push open the closed car door, pushing the corpses outside the door open and creating a brief gap. Rush. With a roar, Zhang Tai carried Linen on his back and rushed madly towards the hotel. The swarm of zombies was as dense as ants. He lost all his fighting power and found himself in despair that he couldn't get out at all. Unless Linen and the strange bandaged girl are left behind. The corpse snake's spine waved, but it could only protect a small area around it. Bear transformation. Zhang Tai laughed miserably. His mental strength had long been exhausted. He vaguely realized that the price of activating the skill again would be extremely painful. Roar. The black bear reappeared, but it was not as big and strong as before. Lacking the support of mental strength, Zhang Tai felt as if he had aged 10 years. The hard hair that originally covered his entire body was now sparse and looked extremely miserable. Bang. The giant bear rushed out of the encirclement and smashed the zombies along the way with its huge body. "Brother Zhang. Hold on to the rope. I'll pull you up right now." Yu Shihao's face was full of concern, and he signaled the people behind him to work together. 1, 2, 3. Rise. Roar. The zombies roared, and Zhang Tai struggled to hold onto the hemp rope as thick as his wrist and climbed up desperately. Boom. A heavy object falls to the ground. He first tried his best to throw Linen and the bandaged girl from midair to the second floor, and then he climbed up with difficulty. The corpses beneath his feet roared, and densely packed rotten hands stretched out towards the second floor like messy seaweed. The crowd panicked, and after pulling up Zhang Tai, they hurriedly blocked the gap with debris. It seems that not seeing zombies can give them a sense of security. Elder brother. Linen. Seeing Linen unconscious, Wenyu rushed over anxiously, while Yue ran towards Zhang Tai crying. Before Wenyu rushed over, she glared at Director Wang fiercely, then kicked him hard in the lower abdomen. Bad guy. The fire axe in her hand never dropped, and it looked a bit strange for a pure and lovely girl to be dragging an axe that was half a person's height. Hurry up and give Brother Lin some water and medicine. Medicine can save the day. He was killed by zombies. Zhang Tai was in a trance and subconsciously instructed Xiang Wenyu, then his eyes went dark and he fainted. When everyone heard what Zhang Tai said, they stepped back subconsciously. Although Zhang Tai didn't finish his words, they guessed that Linen was definitely infected. Guessing and confirming are two different things. Everyone stared at Linen in Wenyu's arms with complicated eyes. Many of them looked fearful and didn't dare to get close. Yu Shihao brought a glass of water with an anxious look on his face, then squatted beside Wenyu. Quick, listen to Brother Zhang and feed him the medicine. The voice sounded anxious and didn't sound fake. While feeding the medicine, he secretly touched Lin An's hanging right hand with his left hand. Without anyone noticing, his heart was beating wildly, and his eyes were filled with horror. Ding, I found that the epic equipment, Soul-Devouring Hand, has been bound. It will drop after the target dies. Ding, I found that the Doomsday level equipment, Ring of Judgment, Space Ring, has been bound and will drop after the target dies. The pupils contracted violently and the heart beat wildly. A strong sense of greed surged up in his mind, and Yu Shihao tried his best to suppress the urge to snatch the equipment. Unlike others, I still have no idea about Doomsday games. His IQ is not low. He likes playing games and reading novels on weekdays. He accepts Doomsday games much faster than these middle-aged people. When he touched an ordinary object for the first time, he keenly discovered that there were equipment in the Doomsday game. As information that was not concealed, he also knew the levels of equipment. It turned out to be epic and Doomsday level equipment. Even without seeing the attributes, he knew how exaggerated the attributes of these two pieces of equipment were. Looking at Wenya hugging Linen, he couldn't help but feel jealous. Why is it that you, as a player, have powerful equipment and a beautiful woman in your arms, while I can only run away like a dog in front of zombies? Kill him. Kill Linen. Take the equipment. With murderous intent growing in his heart, Yu Shihao reluctantly removed his hand from the ring. Shortness of breath. As long as I get the equipment, I will have power. That's not all. He stood up and looked at Wenya's chest secretly, his throat moving. Wenya, who hurried downstairs, was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and hot pants. Her figure was well-proportioned and she was in great shape due to years of fitness. Her long hair tied into a ponytail adds a touch of heroic spirit to her original youthful aura. As the former beauty of the Department of Literature in H City, Wenya's beauty goes without saying. Yes, this is the woman I want. He suddenly thought of Wang Feng, who died on the 8th floor, and felt upset. His ex-girlfriend was far inferior to Wenya. The resentful look in Wang Feng's eyes before her death made him wake up from nightmares every night. Oh, you're not only ugly. You are so stupid and you disturbed my sweet dream. Kill Linen. Not only is the power mine, but his woman is mine too. He couldn't help but imagine the glory of being able to invincibly kill everyone after getting the equipment, and he also thought about how Wenya, who was as cold as an iceberg, would gasp under him. Wenya, you don't have to worry too much. Brother Lin. While Yu Shihao said a few words of comfort, his right hand somehow reached out to Wenya, wanting to put its arm around her waist and shoulders to comfort her. When is the best time to impress a woman? When she is helpless. He was confident that this tactic would work every time. Swish. What greeted him was not a warm body, but an axe blade. When he pointed the axe blade in his direction, then looked at Yu Shihao with a cold face despite his seemingly good intentions. Eyes alert. You don't need to care about me, just stay away from me. Yu Shihao laughed awkwardly and spread his hands to indicate that he had no other intention. Oh, you. I have to get you to bed. I'll go find some food for Brother Lin and Brother Zhang. Turning away, he sighed and seemed a little disappointed. Second floor 204. Wenya silently looked at Linen, who was still unconscious, with her eyebrows lowered. Now, 4 days have passed since Zhang Tai brought Linen back, but the two still show no signs of waking up. Second uncle and old Huang were comforting the crying Yue. At the door of the room, several middle-aged men were holding half a bottle of water and leftover biscuits, looking somewhat dissatisfied. The survivors in the hotel saw that Linen had little chance of survival, so they were no longer as polite as before. Either we chain that guy up or we bolt the door. There's not much water or food left. You can take it if you want or go hungry if you don't. Second uncle's face turned pale with anger when he heard this. Not only has the food distribution been getting less and less these days, but now he even wants to tie up Zhang Tai and Linen with chains. You guys are going too far. The person outside was holding the iron chain for locking the door, and was afraid that the chain was not enough, so he even took the chain that was originally used to tie the dog. Yeah, he hasn't woken up yet, maybe he'll turn into a zombie soon. Why waste food? One of them had a dissatisfied look on his face, and the dog chain in his hand jingled. The longer the time goes, the more uneasy they become. At the insistence of Wenya and Zhang Tai's people, Linen was force-fed a large amount of medicine. In their opinion, Linen had not turned into a zombie yet, but he would not be able to hold on for long. Perhaps some medicine took effect temporarily, or perhaps the awakened person had a strong physique and suppressed the virus for a short time. After all, if the medicine really works, why hasn't he woken up yet? The bandaged girl who was brought back earlier had already woken up. Who knows if Linen will turn into a zombie in the next second? In my opinion, we shouldn't have let him up in the first place. We are so nervous that I haven't slept well for 2 days. An older middle-aged woman hid behind the crowd with her hands on her hips and said loudly. We don't owe him anything. We didn't ask him to kill zombies. Yeah, to put it bluntly, he just did it for the sake of convenience. He didn't really come to save us. It was confirmed that Linen and Zhang Tai were unconscious, and without the threat of their force, everyone was no longer afraid. More and more people gathered, and as everyone came to their senses, many people even suggested throwing him out of the building. After all, even if you tie them up with chains, there will still be great risks. Wenya turned around and looked coldly at the people who came in. These people come here to cause trouble almost every day, but today it was even more intense. The crowd was excited, and under the instigation of Director Wang's group, many people picked up steel pipes and axes and planned to forcibly throw Linen out. Whoever comes here will die. Wenya picked up the fire axe beside her with both hands. Her thin body was out of place with the axe in her hands. The crowd scoffed. "Girl, can you hold an axe? I tell you, this is all there is to eat." A tattooed man walked out of the crowd, one of the few strong men in the hotel. Many people had no hope of relying on Lin Engshi, so they simply followed him, and they were also considered to be on Director Wang's side. Isn't it a waste to feed these dying people? He pulled a military energy bar out of his pocket, broke it into pieces and stuffed it into his mouth. "Oh, this stuff tastes really bad." Wenya's fingers were clenched blue as she gripped the axe handle. The military rations in the man's hand were left for her by Linen before he left. It seemed that all the food hidden in her room had been turned out. "Give me back my food." Linen is now breathing weakly and has been in a coma. Unlike others who believed that Linen was in a coma caused by fighting the zombie virus. On the first day, she encountered the same equipment as Yu Shihao. With the prompts and observations from the system, she keenly noticed the black gloves on Lin En's hands, which would occasionally draw inexplicable energy from his body. The scarlet pattern on the glove was just a little bit away from being filled. According to speculation and analysis, the reason why Lin En is now in a coma is probably because the gloves have been draining his energy and he lacks energy replenishment. Return. Whoever finds it owns it. Want it? Sure. Just talk to me, your brother, and I can give you a little more. The man had a lewd smile on his face and looked at Wenya. The day after Zhang Tai returned, Director Wang worked with him to collect the food in the hotel. Allocate daily as needed. But this thing is needed. The tattooed man sneered. Last night, he took the opportunity to sleep with a young woman who had been hungry for 2 days with a bucket of instant noodles. It felt really good. He still misses that plump feel, it's so fucking awesome. Aren't you afraid that Brother Zhang will wake up and come after you? The second uncle stood up straight with the help of the wall and glared at the tattooed man. Zhang Tai's condition was much better than Lin An's, and he even made a sound a day ago. Unlike the wounds caused by zombies on Lin An's body, his body was intact except for his broken arm. The tattooed man chuckled, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. If he hadn't been worried about Zhang Tai waking up and these people protecting him, he would have thought of a way to get Lin An out with Director Wang a long time ago. "Miss Wen, why are you protecting a dying person? Maybe he'll turn into a zombie and eat you in the next second." TSK, I can't bear to see you being bitten to death by this guy. Why not follow me, your brother, and enjoy the delicious food and spicy drinks? Besides, I'm definitely living a better life than him. The tattooed man smiled playfully, then thrust his lower body forward intentionally or unintentionally. "Okay, get the guy wrapped in bandages out first." Suddenly, several middle-aged men holding axes rushed in from outside the door, grabbed the bandaged girl who looked like a corpse and dragged her out. "What do you want to do?" Everyone in the room was terrified and wanted to stop them, but they were prevented from getting close by the axes in their hands. "What are you doing? Is it your business? You're just getting in the way, old man." The leading man kicked Lao Huang and knocked him to the ground. Wenya clenched her fists. Old Huang and second uncle had been taking good care of Lin An these days. If everyone hadn't saved food and shared it with Lin An's condition would probably have been even worse. It's just that the situation is pressing and we can't have a conflict now. Damn it, I should have killed Wang Jiangwo right away. Wenya suddenly felt a little regretful. She began to understand why Lin An was so cold to people. The tattooed man sneered, and without caring about Wenya's reaction, he led the crowd away. Bang. The door closed and there was the sound of chains on the other side. They locked the door. Old Huang hurried to the door and saw people outside tying things up with circles of iron chains. Wenya didn't say anything, and her originally strong expression turned into one of loneliness and helplessness. In his arms, Lin An's originally strong body had become so thin that it looked unrecognizable, and his face was pale. The situation is getting worse day by day. Wake up soon, Linen. I really don't know what to do. Wenya silently digested her portion of food and fed it to Lin En's mouth, then carefully covered his right hand. At this moment, all the food for the 5 people in the room was given to Linen and Zhang Tai, and everyone was starving. Everyone knew that the situation would be reversed if either Zhang Tai or Linen woke up. As for the bandaged girl lying in the corner, she woke up on her own the next day. But no matter what people asked her, she didn't respond. She just closed her eyes and lay motionless like a corpse every day. I don't know where the people outside took her or what they wanted to do with her. Sister Wenya, you haven't eaten for 2 days. Why don't you eat mine? Zhang Yue wiped the tears from her face and walked in front of Wenya with half a piece of chocolate with teeth marks on it in her hand. Wenya shook her head slightly, touched her and smiled. No, keep it for yourself. Is Brother Linen dying? I think his face is getting more and more scary. Yue glanced timidly at Linen, whose cheeks were sunken, and was full of worry. No. Wenya shook her head firmly and stroked Linen's face with her fingers. He will wake up soon. Room 808, 8th floor of the hotel. Zhang Tai may wake up soon. The people who were following him yesterday saw him move a few times. Yu Shihao had a gloomy expression and stared indifferently at the mess on the bed. Oh, if you keep crying I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Director Wang wiped the sweat from his head and cursed at the crying woman in front of him. As he got older, it wore him down a bit. Pa. He lit a cigarette comfortably, the flame flickering. After resting for a while, he sat down on the edge of the bed, panting. Then what do you think we should do? If you hadn't spoken up that day, Zhang Tai and the others might not have been able to come up. Are you scared now? Yu Shihao sneered. It was only a few days after the apocalypse broke out. These people were stupid enough not to be so cruel. It's you, if when you hadn't seized the opportunity to threaten you. Wang Jiangwo looked dissatisfied and glared back coldly. Oh, what is a little brat pretending in front of me? If it weren't for Yu Shihao's good suggestions, he would not bother to agree to cooperate with them. So, what do you want to do? Yu Shihao chuckled and took out a transparent bag from his pocket. I specifically asked your men to reduce the amount of water and food in the past 2 days. He flicked the plastic bag, which was half filled with white powder. Add some good stuff to their water and food. And then kill Linen. I won't feel at ease until he's dead. Linen must be killed, but he must kill him with his own hands, and he must get those 2 pieces of equipment. Originally, I had planned that if Linen could wake up, I would take advantage of his weakness to force him to tell the secrets of the awakened before killing him. But since Zhang Tai showed signs of waking up earlier than Linen, they could not wait any longer. Wang Jiangwo took the bag curiously, then kicked the 2 women crying on the bed hard. It's so noisy, can't you hear us talking? Kill Linen. Zhang Tai, don't you want to kill him somehow? Yu Shihao frowned and stared at Wang Jiangwo closely. Kill Zhang Tai. If we kill Zhang Tai, what will happen if there is danger later? That big fool is not that hard to deceive. Wang Jiangwo glanced at him and said jokingly. Why are you pretending in front of me? You've been messing around with women these days. Do you think you will be in trouble after Zhang Tai wakes up and finds out? That guy is an idiot with only justice in his mind. Yu Shihao remained silent and did not respond. He didn't care about what Wang Jiangwo said, and he deliberately acted like he was not on good terms with Wang Jiangwo in front of outsiders. Even if Zhang Tai woke up, he would only think that he was one of the few people willing to rescue Linen. For this reason, he didn't even touch the women in Zhang Tai's team. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Wang Jiangwo guessed what he was thinking and couldn't help but sneer. I'm telling you, Zhang Tai must die. If he wakes up, don't think you can distance yourself from the matter. You don't have to worry about safety. With my status, I guarantee that the people above will come to rescue us in a few days. Yu Shihao stood up and left. He was really fed up with Wang Jiangwo's constant rhetoric. Someone came to rescue him. He saw with his own eyes last night a series of explosions caused by a natural gas leak in the city center square. As long as there is normal organizational work, this kind of thing will not be allowed to happen. When he reached the door, he turned his head and said, "Don't tell me about your identity anymore, it's the end of the world. I know what you want to do. If you really want to kill Zhang Tai, that's fine. But Linen must be handed over to me personally. Also, give me Winya. I will also help you drug the person you want." Bang. The door was closed and Yu Shihao casually put the powder into his pocket. The reason why Wang Jiangwo wanted to kill Zhang Tai was simply because he was afraid that Zhang Tai would cause him trouble and he would lose his current status. Another one, haha. This fat old guy has long had his eyes on Zhang Tai's sister, Zhang Yue. It doesn't matter, everyone just gets what they want. In the darkness, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The tricks Wang Jiangwo played in the room also made him feel hot. What's so soft? Haven't all the bodies here been thrown away? He subconsciously lifted his foot to check, but his peripheral vision caught the reflection on the doorplate. 802, that was the room he and Wang Fang had booked before. Thinking of Wang Fang's resentful eyes before she died, I couldn't help but shudder. It's so damn unlucky. He quickened his pace and felt someone was watching him, so he hurried downstairs in fear. Pa. In the darkness, a pale face slowly fell from the ceiling and landed in a pool of minced meat on the ground. Late at night, second floor. Clatter, clatter. Yu Shihao quickly untied the chain and shouted carefully towards the crack in the door. "Wenya, second uncle. I stole some food for you, take it quickly." With a sincere look in his eyes, he handed in 3 bottles of water and a few pieces of bread through the crack in the door. For 3 consecutive days, he brought a small amount of food every day to gain trust. The second uncle's face was full of surprise, and he quickly took it while holding onto the wall. "Oh, thank you so much." Zhang Tai just made a sound in a daze, saying he wanted to drink some water. "You've been such a great help. You've been working so hard these past few days." Yue followed behind him with a red nose. "Thank you, brother." The voice was sweet and full of gratitude. "Yue, here is the bread you like, take it and eat it." The second uncle gave most of the water and food to Wenya, then touched Yue's head with a look of heartache on his face. The little girl has been reluctant to eat these days, saying that she wants to save it for a brother and Linen. Yue doesn't want to eat. Yue is full. Swallowing her saliva secretly, Yue handed the bread back to her second uncle. Yu Shihao, who was standing behind the door, did not move his eyes away. He gently persuaded Xiang Yue. "Brother has hidden a lot of delicious food there, you can eat this first." After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yue finally took the bread from her second uncle's hand and nodded obediently. "Wenya, you should drink more water too. This bottle of water is new and unopened. And uncle, you don't have to worry about food. Isn't there a small freezer in my room? I looked for it today and there's still a lot of food." With a smile on his face, he had practiced this speech several times before coming here. Yu Shihao saw Yue start to eat the bread in small bites, and immediately smiled and persuaded others. Everyone in the room had pleasant surprises on their faces, and there was a burst of gratitude. Only when you remained silent, seemingly thinking about something. "I took the bottle of water and found that it had not been opened as he said." She looked back at Linen. His lips were cracked due to lack of water and his face looked ugly. Eventually, Wenya had to let down her guard. Behind the door, Yu Shihao saw that everyone had eaten all the food, so he closed the door again and the smile on his face disappeared. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, several middle-aged men following Wang Jiangwo were leaning against the wall with cigarettes in their mouths. The fireworks flickered, illuminating the happy expressions on several people's faces. "Hey, Xiao Yu. I contributed that bottle of water and the syringe. You have to let me go second, right?" One of them had a lewd look on his face, rubbing his hands and shaking his head. "Why do we have to go one by one? I think this girl is still a virgin. Why don't we go at her together and give her a good time?" Yu Shihao chuckled and took the cigarette without caring. "I'll be the first one, and you guys can do whatever you want with the rest. The person is unconscious, so you can do whatever you want. But you can't touch the little girl inside. You have to send her to Brother Wang. Before playing, remember to kill the person first. Leave Linen to me, and leave the rest to you. Yu Shihao put out the cigarette butt with one foot, his eyes flashing. He thought of Lin An's equipment and Wenya, which made him unable to bear the heat in his heart. The smoking man was slightly stunned and hesitated for a moment. Do you really want to kill someone? What if we get found out when we get to the safe zone? Yu Shihao sneered in his heart. What a bunch of losers, they can't even kill someone and yet they have the nerve to make excuses. Not killing. Do you think Zhang Tai will kill you when he wakes up? I just heard them say that Zhang Tai can speak now. Don't expect that you can still be as happy as you are now after Zhang Tai wakes up. You can play with any woman you want. Don't you look at your own moral character. If Zhang Tai hadn't woken up, we would have taken care of the food. Do you think those women would be willing to pay attention to you? Several middle-aged men looked conflicted, but finally made up their minds. Seeing that everyone agreed, he nodded slightly, walked to the window with his arms folded, with a cold expression. Looking at the burned building in the distance and the inexplicable loud noises coming from time to time, there was no fear or anxiety in his eyes. 29 minutes left. The woman at hand, the powerful force that one dreams of, the collapse of order. I love this Doomsday. Room 808, lit scented candles illuminate the entire room. The bald man with excess fat all over his body had an obsessed look in his eyes. There was an unconscious girl on the bed, her school skirt pulled down to her knees. The tight calves are alluring under the candlelight, and the girl's unique purity has a strange beauty in this scene, which is tormenting. Ho ho dash. Swallowing his saliva, Wang Jiangwo breathed heavily in his throat like a wild beast. Desire, greed. Just when the desire is unbearable. Squeak. Who? Turned back suddenly. Wang Jiangwo turned around reluctantly, as he had no time to enjoy the delicious food. Damn it, who is so blind as to disturb me at this time? He looked behind the door with a vigilant look on his face, but could see nothing clearly. The hotel corridor was dark due to the power outage. Is it the wind? He couldn't help but shrink his neck, and a chill gave him goosebumps all over his body. In order to move into the room, the door lock was removed and an iron rod was used as a bolt. I told you to install the door for me. You're wasting my time. Cursing, he got out of bed barefoot and shivered, trying to close the door. In front of the door, he hugged his fat body with his arms and tried to look behind the door. OMG. Why is it so cold? The candlelight suddenly went out. He was suddenly startled. In the darkness, a face suddenly squeezed out from the crack of the door and stood right in front of him. Eye to eye, nose to nose. The broken face felt cold to the touch, as if it could freeze the soul. The dead white eyes were full of hatred, and the woman's dry white lips split to the top of her head and swallowed his body. Ah! The scream got stuck in her throat, with only the sharp first half audible. Chew and swallow. The candlelight flickered again, and only half of the shadow was left on the wall. On the second floor of the hotel, 6 people were lying in a small room. There were 6 men standing in the room, and the tattooed man was holding a hammer and standing in front of the body of my second uncle. His eyes were wide open on his old face, and there was a hole in the middle of his forehead caused by a hammer. He died with his eyes open. Damn, this old guy didn't even drink a sip of water. If I hadn't reacted quickly and killed him, I would have almost been tricked by this bastard. After hearing this, everyone chuckled and started dragging other people's bodies as if they were dragging garbage. What's that sound? Yu Shihao raised his head in confusion, looked at the ceiling, and stopped dragging linen. He glanced at the 2 people who were still working hard, feeling a little dissatisfied. Who was screaming just now? Who cares who he is? Just finish it now and go to sleep with your beauty. I want to wait for you to finish and enjoy myself. The tattooed man who brought water during the day urged impatiently and threw the unextinguished cigarette butt at linen. Having just killed an old man, he is still panicking, but in order to maintain his image he pretends to be nonchalant. He squatted down and put out the cigarette butt on linen. When I first met this guy, I thought he was too awesome. I wanted to kill him a long time ago. The train of thought was interrupted. Yu Shihao glanced at the tattooed man in front of him who looked like a gangster with contempt and said nothing. On Lin An's first day of cleaning out zombies, he saw this guy trembling with fear at the sight of a zombie's corpse. Later on, he even begged Linen to accept him as his younger brother, and he even wanted to give away his girlfriend. Only a guy who appears to be powerful but is actually weak dares to speak at this time. The tattooed man didn't notice the contempt in his eyes, but just looked at Linen on the ground with satisfaction. You looked down on me in the past, and now you are like a dead dog, unable to move. Hee hee, I really want to sleep with Winya in front of you, you useless piece of shit. He stretched out his foot while shouting and kicked it twice randomly but only felt a sharp pain in his foot. This awakened one's body is so tough. Hey, I want to see if I can cut off his head with a knife. Seeing that Yu Shihao didn't say anything, the tattooed man felt a little bored, so he walked over to Winya and squatted down, unable to resist reaching out his hand to touch her a few times. The work done by his two companions next to him made him feel like he was being scratched by a cat. What an icy beauty. She is so attractive even when she is asleep. That guy named Yu is still dragging people down, why don't I have some fun first? He looked back at Yu Shihao who was dragging Linen, and then secretly unbuckled his belt. This little mouth looks so exciting. Hey, you said you would give it to me first. What do you mean? An angry voice came from Shihao behind him, glaring at him. I didn't do anything to her. What do you care what I do? The tattooed man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took 2 steps at a time and walked up to Linen. What is that thing in his hand? Why is it glowing? Yu Shihao was shocked. Damn, the black cloth he had prepared to wrap around Lin An's hands fell off. The bloody lines on the soul-eating hand flashed by, captivating the heart. Nice one. Subconsciously, the tattooed man couldn't help but reach out and grab the glove on Lin An's right hand. Don't touch. Buzz. This is. The tattooed man showed fear on his face. He felt a sinister suction coming from the gloves. Ah! As his life slipped away, he couldn't help but open his mouth and wail as if his brains were being pulled out. In an instant, the originally strong body became skinny and bony, like a mummy. Something strange happened. Yu Shihao looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He felt cold all over and a chill ran up from his spine to his head. Gulp. The other blonde-haired man in front of Winya swallowed his saliva in horror. He had wanted to secretly enjoy himself while the tattooed man and Yu Shihao were arguing. The other 2 men looked over hurriedly. His whole body was shaking, as if he had seen an incredible scene. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man pointed at Linen with a trembling hand and said in panic, his eyelids moved. He seemed to wake up. Laugh. Flesh is pierced. Linen, who was lying on the ground, instantly crossed the distance between the 2 of them like a phantom and appeared in front of him. What sound? The yellow-haired man subconsciously lowered his head to look at his chest, and an arm as white as jade crossed his chest. Congratulations, you got it right. The voice is calm. Linen smiled gently, and his originally sunken cheeks quickly recovered. Bang. He pulled out his arm and crushed the yellow-haired man's head like popping a balloon. The horrific scene before their eyes was beyond everyone's endurance. Oh. The 2 helpers, who had not yet had time to pull up their pants, came to their senses and couldn't help but scream and trembled as they looked at Linen who was walking slowly. The 2 men retreated and begged for mercy. Brother Lin, I was wrong. Please don't kill me, please. Linen looked at a woman at the feet of the 2 men. Her lower body had been stripped off and she was unconscious. She was filthy from being roughly trampled by the 2 men. He remembered this person, an older woman in Zhang Tai's team. Wrong. Linen chuckled and instantly tore off his arm at a speed beyond the reaction of an ordinary person. Ah. My hand. Crying and wailing, the man whose arm was torn off rolled on the ground in pain, looking at his arm thrown aside in despair. Enjoy it. Lin An's face was full of coldness, and he picked up the man whose arm had been torn off alive with one hand. Tear. Like tearing up pieces of paper. It's the feet this time. This time it's the left hand. Horrible and brutal, Yu Shihao and the others felt like they were in an icy cave. They recalled the fear they felt when they first saw Linen and killed the licker with one knife. Brother Lin, please don't kill me. I beg you. I was just possessed by a devil for a moment. I didn't touch your people. The other person knelt on the ground, banging his head and crying wildly. Unable to resist, and dare not resist. At this moment, he only hated himself for not being able to control his lower body and for getting involved. The tragic sight of his companions having their limbs torn off almost caused him to have a mental breakdown. Why? Why would I provoke the devil in front of me? No time to think. Linnen gently lifted his head and clamped his chin with 2 fingers like iron clamps. Unlike the smile on his face, there seemed to be anger burning in his heart at this moment. He had regained consciousness 2 days ago, but was unable to wake up completely due to mental exhaustion. Look at me. Bad guy. Ah! The fingers slowly exert force, and the sound of bones deforming is teeth grinding. In just a few seconds, as the man's wailing disappeared in his throat, his face had been pinched into a ball by Linnen. Yu Shihao, who was at the farthest point, did not dare to move. Although Linnen had not looked at him, he could feel that a vague killing intent had locked onto him. My heart was filled with horror. Why did he wake up suddenly? Blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingertips. Linnen shook his hands nonchalantly and walked towards where the tattooed man was lying. The tattooed man used his hands and feet to crawl backwards in fear. However, with all his strength drained away, he could only writhe on the ground like a maggot. Don't you want to kill me? With one step, the tattooed man's knee, which looked like a mummy, was instantly shattered. No, no, brother. The tattooed man's voice was hoarse, and he was like an old and dying person after his mental strength was drained by the gloves. No. Didn't you want to tie Zhang Tai and me up with a dog leash before? You want to cut off my head? Linnen ignored his pleas for mercy and instantly tore off his other leg. Ah! The tattooed man only had time to let out a scream before he fainted from the pain. Linnen smiled cruelly. Did he want to faint in front of him? He grabbed the tattooed man by the head and pierced his brain with his mental force like a needle. Ah! The tattooed man was awakened by the intense pain and looked at Linnen in front of him with despair in his eyes. Brother Lin, I am worse than pigs and dogs. I am just a pile of shit. Please let me go. Let you go. Go ask your second uncle if he is willing to let you go. Linnen turned his head so that it was in front of his second uncle's body, and the man and the body looked at each other. Ah! Regret and fear, a smell of urine came from under him. If he could commit suicide, he would rather do it than endure this torture. Linnen turned a deaf ear and just crushed his bones inch by inch. Bang! As the tattooed man fainted again, Linnen simply slapped his head into his chest and ended his life. If you do something wrong, you must bear the consequences. If you want to be a bad person, you must be prepared to be retaliated against. The 3 people brought by Yu Shihao into the room all died in an instant, leaving only him and Linnen. Plop. Yu Shihao knelt down on the ground without hesitation, moving his knees to kneel in front of Linnen. Brother Lin, these things have nothing to do with me. I was forced to do them. Please let me go. I really didn't do anything to offend you. They want to kill you. I have no choice but to pretend to be in cahoots with them and take you away. He cried bitterly, his eyes looking sincere as he sobbed to Linnen. He spoke very quickly, fearing that Linnen would kill him without even listening to his words. If you don't believe me, you can wait for Wenya and Zhang Tai. Wait until they wake up and ask them. I was the first one to rescue you and Brother Zhang. Really, you must believe me. Begging for mercy, he looked at the silent Linnen, trembling all over, as if waiting for the verdict. Linnen tilted his head and looked with interest at the hastily made-up words of Yu Shihao in front of him. Interesting, what a talent. If Linnen had just woken up, he would most likely wait until everyone was awake to check before making a decision. Pity. Guess when I woke up? Linnen chuckled and instantly grasped his head with his right hand. Yu Shihao's face instantly turned pale, as if struck by lightning. He could feel his scalp tightening, and perhaps in the next second his brains would explode like a water ball. What should I do? Under the threat of death, he quickly searched in his mind for a reason that would make Linnen not kill him temporarily. Yowei. Yes. Yowei was taken away by Director Wang's people. Also, there's the bandaged girl you brought back. I'm the only one who knows where she is. Yue. Bandage girl. Linen stopped crushing his head. Although he had regained consciousness long ago, he could only hear some sounds in the darkness. In an instant, he understood the meaning of Yu Shihao's words. Considering that Wang Jiangwo's men did not even let go of the unconscious woman, it is not difficult to guess why he brought Yue up with him. Wang Jiangwo, you are so brave. Which floor is Yue on? Although Linen didn't have much affection for Yue, she was Zhang Tai's sister after all. Since Zhang Tai recognized her, Yue was naturally on his side. When he thought of Wang Jiangwo's fat and disgusting appearance, he suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. Damn bad guy. The wind was howling, and Linen picked him up, his eyes full of murderous intent. 8th floor. Yu Shihao was covered in cold sweat and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Yue's matter can make Linen not kill him temporarily, and the key to his survival lies in the whereabouts of the bandaged girl. In his opinion, even though he didn't know who the bandaged girl was, she was brought back by the two of them at the risk of their lives. This person must be important in Lin An's heart. Don't kill me. I tell you. However, in the next second, Linen instantly crushed his hands into pulp. Do you think you can threaten him with these two pieces of information? How naive. Linen attacked without hesitation, not killing him just to verify the information. He has plenty of ways to get information out of Yu Shihao. What's more, what the hell is the bandage girl? He only vaguely remembered that Zhang Tai brought back a person covered in bandages. Never mind, let's ignore this for now. Buzz. Eye of Judgment. Linen shot out and rushed out of the door. Before leaving, he opened the Eye of Judgment to check Zhang Tai's condition. It's no big deal. If the tattooed men had not been greedy and touched the gloves in the final charging stage, providing him with external mental power, Zhang Tai will only wake up faster than him. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Tai will wake up in a few minutes. Power burst. Linen gave a low shout and decisively activated his innate skill. The long-lost light golden spiritual energy filled his whole body. After waking up, he was full of energy, and 5 days of coma had restored his condition to its peak. Without the gloves to continuously absorb power, the body returned to perfection. Boom. Linen dragged the disabled Yu Shihao with his left hand and violently kicked open the fire door of the corridor on the 8th floor with his right foot. The heavy iron door that was kicked away flew out like a cannonball, fell at the end of the corridor and smashed the wall. 808, when he arrived, Linen learned from Yu Shihao the room where Wang Jiangwo was. After determining the direction, he took a step forward, like a black phantom. The door of room 808 was half open, revealing a faint candlelight from inside. No sound. Or no one. Linen frowned slightly. The moment he arrived at the door of 808, he felt a strange chill, and Yu Shihao, who was in his hand, was trembling all over because of the chill. It was a bit strange, he didn't sense any breath of living people. Instead, the air was filled with the strong smell of blood. Squeak. The door opened and Linen walked slowly into the room, holding the spine from the liquor in his right hand in a fighting stance. Inside the door, 2 short and fat legs were standing there, and on the bed was the unconscious Yue. The upper body of the leg owner disappeared from the abdominal cavity, and the incision was neat as if it was separated instantly by something. Ah! With a scream, Yu Shihao recognized that it was Wang Jiangwo's leg. Horrified, he could hardly imagine what had happened. Tick-tick. The sound of water dripping. A drop of water suddenly fell on his face and slid down his forehead. He was suddenly frightened by the cruel scene before him. Before he could react, Linen threw him out instantly, with a vigilant look in his eyes and a fighting stance. The water drops are coming from above. On the ceiling, a woman was crawling with her back to the ground. Her long hair covered her face, and her whole body was pale as if she had been dead for a long time. Ding, a first-order mutant, blood girl, detected. It was formed by fusing a corpse that had gathered resentment and revenge before dying into a zombie. Danger level, low. The message from the Eye of Judgment sounded instantly. Linen was slightly stunned. What is a blood girl? Is this the Bloody Witch's real name? But it doesn't matter. The chat channel that appeared half a year later is not omniscient, and it is normal for some information to be missed. Now that we have discovered him, just kill him. Linnen narrowed his eyes slightly and bent his legs. Cut forward. He was as fast as lightning and instantly locked onto the bloody girl who was crawling on the ceiling. The bone spur broke through the air, faintly piercing the air in front of him and making a sharp whistle. Laugh. Boom. With Linnen's current speed and strength, the blood girl, as a first-level mutant, has no room to dodge. The bone spur instantly pierced through its head covered with black hair, and the remaining power hit the ceiling again, destroying the internal structure. The ceiling shook and dust mixed with broken pieces of wall fell down, with the force of an explosion. The expected kill notification did not come. The bone spurs piercing its skull seemed to have no effect on it. Crunch. The spine flipped and Linnen's pupils suddenly contracted. The woman hanging upside down on the ceiling suddenly turned her face and stared straight at Linnen. There was a look of hatred in the pale eyes, and the face that had been eaten by zombies could not recognize its original appearance. Ah! The blood girl's head split open instantly, and a shrill scream that was sharp enough to pierce the eardrums rang out and shattered the glass in the room. Laugh. Before Linnen could react, the bloody girl with a pierced head rushed towards him madly. Cut down. Linnen's eyes were solemn as he quickly pulled the bone spur out of its head, bringing out a string of blood beads. He held the bone spur in reverse and slashed directly down towards the monster's path. There was no time to think about why the monster in front of him didn't die even after having its head pierced through. The attack from the blood girl had already arrived in front of him. Boom. Linnen only felt a sweetness in his mouth, and his chest was half sunken by the impact of the monster, but the bone spur in his hand never stopped, and instantly cut off the connection with the monster's head. Plop. The head fell to the ground, but the body without the head seemed to be unaffected and moved quickly. A large amount of blood suddenly spurted out from the fracture, and the cold blood instantly dropped the temperature in the room to below zero. The frost quickly spread throughout the room, like an ice cellar. Ice attribute. Linnen's heart trembled, and he stepped back suddenly, not daring to let the blood touch him. He is now a typical, high attack and low defense, person. Before he gains attribute resistance, he must try to avoid any attribute attacks from mutants. But why is the attack ineffective? Linnen was confused. The blood girl's strength is at most first level, and she is not as powerful as the licker in terms of lethality. The reason why this monster was so famous in the previous life was that every time it attacked, it would target ordinary awakeners and general players. With his current strength, he should be able to kill him easily. As the cold spread, Linnen felt his movements slow down a lot. Eye of Judgment. Light blue mist rises and stars move. Linnen turned on his enhanced vision again and looked at the blood girl. First order mutant, blood girl. Linnen flipped to the bottom column of all the status information and quickly found a line of instructions. Current status, blood feud, ignores physical attacks. This status disappears after revenge ends. Revenge. Linnen was confused and had no time to think. On the other side, the bloody girl whose head was chopped off quickly picked up her head and fumbled to put it back together. Try again. While the burst of power was still going on, Linnen took a deep breath and suddenly twisted his waist. The next step is to execute. A smile suddenly appeared mechanically on the woman's face, as if she had seen something. Ignoring Linnen's attack that was powerful enough to split its body in half, she just opened her arms and ran quickly towards Yu Shihao, who was hiding in the corner. No. Yu Shihao kicked his feet backwards frantically, trying to escape. However, there was a wall behind them and there was no way to retreat. Fear, collapse. Although the face had been eaten away and deformed, he could never forget the eyes that appeared in his nightmare. Those are Wang Feng's eyes. Linnen was stunned. The bloody girl in front of him was clinging to Yu Shihao as if she was hugging her lover. The two of them were tightly pressed together, and the woman hugged him so tightly, as if she wanted to rub him into her body. Zhang Tai, if you are awake and have nothing to do, come up. Linnen silently watched the strange scene in front of him and communicated with the team through his mind. 1 minute ago, Zhang Tai woke up. The familiar loud voice made Linnen's ears hurt. After embracing Yu Shihao, the blood girl's whole body melted like a candle. Amid screams and wails, the two of them merged into a blood cocoon. Watching his body melting before his own eyes, Linen was frightened by the pain. The two people's faces were pinched together, and no more cold blood and tears flowed out. The half-male, half-female faces had their eyes closed and were filled with an evil aura. The Eye of Judgment looks and gives information. First Order Mutant, Bloody Witch, is merging. Danger level, none. The Bloody Witch who has completed her revenge will begin her hunt after tonight. I see. Linen smiled bitterly. He remembered the scene he saw when he entered the hotel on the first day. It seems that the reason why the Bloody Witch has not appeared yet is probably because he accidentally saved Yu Shihao, which prevented the Bloody Witch from completing her revenge and turning into the Bloody Witch. No wonder he couldn't find it no matter how hard he looked. However, the Bloody Witch who turned into a blood cocoon was probably the easiest mutant he had ever seen to kill. It's like it was given for free. Captain Lin. Zhang Tai's unique loud voice came from far away, and from the sound of it, it seemed that he was no longer in any danger. Boom. The broken door was kicked to pieces, and Zhang Tai rushed towards Linen in joy like a blind bear. Stop! Linen shouted, stopping Zhang Tai who wanted to hug him. Captain Lin, why did you ask me to come up here? This is... Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Tai looked at the blood cocoon in the corner of the room and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Linen didn't care about his reaction. After all, the scene before him was really horrifying. Kill it while it's still transforming. Zhang Tiagan swallowed his saliva and subconsciously took the bone spur handed to him by Linen. Captain Lin, why do you want me to kill it? Why is this thing so scary? Linen crossed his arms over his chest and replied casually. I remember that you are still at level 0, and you are only one mutant away from the next level, right? Zhang Tai nodded. He and Linen had, jointly worked together, to kill a licker before. According to the rules of the Doomsday game, as long as the damage caused by the player to the mutant before killing is higher than 20%, it will be considered as participating in the killing. Therefore, although Zhang Tai failed to kill the licker that day, according to the system's judgment, he still participated in the kill and gained experience. When Linen asked this question, even a fool would know what it meant. So, this thing is a mutant. Yes, and it's a very special kind. Kill it and you'll level up. The room was filled with a strong smell of blood, and even Linen couldn't help feeling a little nauseous. It doesn't seem to be ordinary blood, but more like a combination of some kind of resentment. He glanced at the blood cocoon in the corner and it seemed that he couldn't stay here for long. Logically speaking, given his physical condition, ordinary smells would not affect him at all. Bloody Witch, resentment. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind and a strange thought entered his mind. Linen stood there in a daze for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Most of the mutants we encountered before were zombie mutations, but this mutant, the Bloody Witch, was formed when a resentful human was infected with the zombie virus. After he finished speaking, his face became solemn and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Zhang Tai was a little puzzled. He didn't know what Linen was afraid of. This information is crucial. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. In other words, if there had not been the information provided by the Eye of Judgment, he would not have thought of this without seeing the information from the Bloody Witch. Oh, they are all mutants anyway. What's so important about this news? Captain Lin, what are you afraid of? Zhang Tai touched his head, not understanding what Linen meant. I mean, maybe mutants can be created artificially. Just make the human suffer a lot during his lifetime. Make him full of resentment. Finally, we'll throw him into the zombie herd. On the one hand, we'll ensure that his brain survives and is infected with enough zombie viruses. On the other hand, we'll clean up the zombies to ensure that he won't be eaten clean. In this way, perhaps an artificially created variant was born. Gulp. A few seconds later, Zhang Tai felt a chill all over his back after hearing Lin En's words. No matter how stupid he was, he could imagine what terrible consequences would occur if this method worked. Captain Lin, if someone has evil intentions in the future, wouldn't they be able to mass-produce these monsters? It's nothing. Lin sighed lightly. It seemed that Zhang Tai had not yet understood the true meaning of this information. Why is your level still 0? I can't beat the mutants. What else? Mutants are hard to find, and there are zombies all around. Lin nodded, took out another liquor spine from the ring and stabbed it into the blood cocoon at random. You're right. The problem with mutants is, first, they're hard to kill, and second, they're hard to find. The bone spur easily pierced the blood cocoon, and blood flowed out. The bloody witch in the fused state did not react at all. But it's different when it's artificially made. It doesn't resist when it transforms. And it can be manufactured in bulk. So, this means that killing people can be upgraded. Lin fell silent after he finished speaking, and Zhang Tai beside him was also a little at a loss. A set of numbers appeared in Lin's mind. There are still 25 people alive in the hotel, excluding Wenye and Zhang Tai. There are 23 people left. 23 people means 23 variants. It takes the experience of 8 mutants to advance from level 2 to level 3, and 16 to advance from level 3 to level 4. Although the Awakeners have different levels, the experience required starting from level 1 is the square of the previous level, but it only takes 16 mutants to upgrade to the second level. However, the player level and Awakener rank can gain experience at the same time. In other words, if Lin was willing, perhaps he could raise his player level to level 4 now. The Awakener's rank is upgraded to the second level. The fourth level player level provides 3 points of improvement in all attributes, and the Awakener rank increases all attributes by 2 points, for a total of 5 points of all attribute bonus. He will completely obtain the power of the second level. Now, it's only the 6th day of the Doomsday game. Team Lin. Zhang Tai couldn't help but shout at him. Inexplicably, he felt that something was wrong with Lin's current state. Some of them were unfamiliar to him. Hearing the voice, Lin slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Great power. A trace of desire suddenly arose in my heart, like a poisonous snake gnawing at my bones. He is indeed cold-blooded, but he also has his own moral bottom line. Suddenly a voice sounded in my heart. What is the price of 23 lives in these doomsday days? Have you forgotten that those awakened ones in the previous life were willing to sacrifice thousands of people for a piece of blue equipment? Lin, if you don't have power, what can you use to protect the people you want to protect? Is this my inner voice? Lin's eyes were red and his voice was full of temptation. You actually don't have any feelings for the people in the hotel. If you do, it's probably just because you think Zhang Tai can be your helper in the future. After all, establishing a safe zone and expanding power requires people you can trust. But what Doomsday lacks the least is subordinates who are willing to submit and show their strength. Isn't it? Lin. If we kill Zhang Tai, we will have 24 people. Besides, you've actually calculated it wrong. Mutants like the Blood Witch need to kill their targets for revenge, so at least 25 people are needed. The voice disappeared, and Lin suddenly turned to look at Zhang Tai. Including Wenye, there will be 25 people. Captain Lin. Zhang Tai looked up uneasily and met Lin's gaze, but was horrified to find that Lin's eyes were full of murderous intent. Lin's words just now also caused a storm in his heart. Could it be that Captain Lin is tempted? He wants to artificially create mutants. A chill ran down his spine, and Zhang Tai hurriedly spoke out to dissuade him. Captain Lin, you can't do this. What's the difference between you and a monster? Wake up, Captain Lin. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. If you want to do this, kill me first. He swallowed nervously, ready to die. Although he was powerless to stop Lin, and if he really wanted to take action, he would rather die than stop Lin. Oh. You want to stop me? Power burst. The light golden spiritual energy emerged again, but this time it was tinged with a strange blood color. Lin appeared behind Zhang Tai in an instant with a cold voice. Ignoring Zhang Tai's horrified expression, Lin directly side-kicked him in the back. Step forward. Captain Lin. The force was so great that Zhang Tai instantly felt his back being impacted from a distance, and he couldn't help but crash into the blood cocoon in the corner. Despair and chilling. Zhang Tai turned his head and looked at Lin in disbelief, filled with grief and anger, and couldn't help but roar. Bear transformation. Captain Lin, I don't want to do anything to you. But even if I die today, I won't let you do this. After transforming into a bear, Zhang Tai turned around and rushed towards Lin regardless of the cost. Idiot. I want you to kill it. Lin suddenly chuckled, and suddenly a shadow was left behind, and he pressed one hand on Zhang Tai's palm. Backhand stab. Laugh. Bone spurs pierced through the two-sided human head on the blood cocoon, and scarlet blood gushed out. The two-faced head suddenly opened its eyes and let out a shrill scream of deadly white hatred. Downward slash. Lin looked at Zhang Tai coldly as he delivered the final blow. The bone spur slashed at the blood cocoon like lightning, and was instantly thrown into two halves by the full force of the blow. The blood cocoon split open, revealing a skinny body like that of a young child. The monster, with a two-sided head that didn't fit its body, quickly tried to escape from the side. Want to run? Lin turned around and kicked Zhang Tai, who was still in a daze, intentionally controlling his strength to kick him behind the monster. Kill him now. Bang. Zhang Tai subconsciously followed Lin's words and slapped the monster heavily with his bare paws. Blood oozed from the bear's paws, and when it lifted its paws again, only fragments were visible on the ground. Ding! Player Zhang Tai killed the mutant and gained some spiritual energy. Level up. The current player level is level 1, and the current awakener level is level 1. All attributes +3. Ding! The player Lin killed the mutant and gained some psychic energy. Ding! It is detected that the player Lin is the main killer, and a special item is obtained, Bloodstone. Item name, Bloodstone, white. Item effect, a mutated crystal containing life energy. After use, it can restore half of your vitality, physical strength, and mental strength, 3 to 3 times of use. As the system prompt ended, a dark red gem instantly appeared in Lin's palm. The gem seemed to be filled with liquid, and it let out a faint scream when it was shaken slightly. Lin was delighted and looked at the bloodstone with satisfaction. It's a very good item. I didn't expect that the mutant killed at the end would actually drop a special item with a small probability. With this luck, I can go buy a lottery ticket. Restoring vitality, physical strength, and mental strength, isn't this equivalent to the blue medicine and red medicine in the game? The half recovery effect is quite powerful, although there is a level limit and 3 usage opportunities. But for Lin at this stage, it can be used as a trump card. Captain Lin, what happened just now? Will you? Well, do it to everyone. Zhang Tai hesitated for a moment before asking, his face half happy, half puzzled, and with a hint of doubt. Things happened too suddenly. Although he had upgraded and gained more powerful strength, he was still worried about Lin. Given his personality, it's rare for him to have all these emotions at the same time. Lin put away the gem and replied. You want to ask me if I will torture everyone into mutants and then kill them, right? Zhang Tai nodded hesitantly. This was what he was most worried about. After all, he had thought about it, and doing so could indeed quickly increase his level and gain strength. Lin sighed and shook his head. Don't worry, I won't do that. Captain Lin, you just now. Lin walked towards the cracked blood cocoon, with his back to him, as if he was explaining it to Zhang Tai or to himself. The inference I just made was wrong, and I was disturbed by that monster just now. It tried to trick me into killing you. I don't know what its intention was, but it was probably just to delay time or absorb something from your mutation. Wrong inference. Zhang Tai was puzzled. Although he did not approve of Lin's method of gaining power, it should be correct overall. Lin explained patiently. First of all, that monster interfered with my thinking and made me think that mutants like the Bloody Witch could be artificially mass-produced. Besides, he should be able to read part of my memory. Indeed, the Bloody Witch was born from humans who were betrayed and infected with the zombie virus. Then, the resentment condensed and she turned into a mutant. But the key point is resentment. The Bloody Witch has such a level of resentment because of the betrayal of her most beloved person. If it were 2 strangers, and one of them tortured and killed the other, it would not generate this level of resentment. At most, it would be considered hatred. So, if you want to create a bloody witch, you have to find this kind of couple, or even blood relatives. Make one party betray the other. This is too difficult. Yu Shihao probably used deception to trick the bloody witch into thinking that he loved her. So, it's not that easy to mass-produce, bloody witch. Zhang Tai understood this instantly after hearing it and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What else? He wants me to use Wenya as the one to torture you, because the blood girl needs to complete her revenge before she can completely transform into a mutant. So he told me that in order to create 24 mutants, I need to sacrifice all 25 people, including Wenya. Is there anything wrong with that? Zhang Tai thought hard but couldn't find what the problem was. The problem is numbers. Linen looked at him straight with a dim gaze. That monster must have read part of my memory to tell me the exact number of people in the hotel. Or maybe it wasn't reading my memory but was secretly observing us. But as far as I remember, there were 26 people alive in the hotel. Zhang Tai felt instantly terrified and started counting on his fingers. Captain Lin, don't scare me. Linen did not answer, intending to let Zhang Tai use his brain. He first picked up the mutant that was already in pieces on the ground, and then reached out to touch the cracked blood cocoon. Sure enough, a system prompt sounded. Ding, got a corpse. Ding, get a special item, blood cocoon, broken. Item level, white, normal. Item effect, the blood cocoon containing vitality can preserve the lost vitality of the injured and prolong their life. Well, it's like a life-extending item. It is quite practical. If someone is seriously injured in the future, just put the injured person in there and you can delay for a while to get the chance for rescue. I didn't expect that the monster transformed from the bloody witch who likes to torture and kill humans would actually drop this kind of healing item. It's quite interesting. Will everything turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme? While Zhang Tai was still nervously figuring out who was not a human, Linen simply opened his player panel to take stock of what he had recently obtained. Character information, Linen, level 1 Awakener, player level, 1. Next player level, 1/4, next Awakener rank, 1/16. Power, 23.4. Agility, 19.4. Physique, 19.4. Willpower, 19.8. Equipment, Ring of Doom, Black Special, Soul Eating Hand, Orange Epic. Items, Bloodstone 3/3 White Ordinary, Blood Cocoon 1/1 White Ordinary, Monitor Lizard Extract, Pharmacy, *12, Snake Venom Extract, Pharmacy, *12, Highly Toxic Spirit Plant *1, Spine of the Liquor *2. Items, Military Individual Rations *4, Drinking Water *5, Energy Bar *1, Liquor Corpse *2. Corpse Fragments *1. Awakener Talent, S-Level Talent, Power Burst. Equipment Skill, B-Level Soul Scream, 1/1. Level 1, all attributes +4, the upper limit of ordinary humans is 10. Savior Template Skill, Eye of Judgment. Rescuer Mission Information 1, kill the Level 2 mutant, Stitcher. Mission Level, Dangerous. Task Time Limit, 240 hours, 83 hours remaining. Mission Reward, Antitoxin Serum *3, to remove the zombie virus in the body. Savior Mission Information 2, recruiting 5 team members, limited to 30 days, current progress, 2/5. Mission Reward, Doomsday Base Vehicle, Initial. Contracted Partner, S-Level, Abyss Black Dragon, Sleeping Petrified State. Linen nodded with satisfaction. His current attributes were at the limit of the first level. All attributes are approaching the second level, and the strength attribute has even surpassed the first level. The Doomsday game has just begun. If there were a ranking list showing the combat power rankings 6 months from now, he would most likely be number 1 in China now. Doomsday Equipment, Epic Equipment, S-Level Black Dragon. If other players and forces knew about any of these 3 things, they would probably become extremely jealous and drive countless people crazy. Anyone who can get one of them will surely become the overlord. Especially the S-Level Black Dragon, which can be regarded as Lin En's biggest trump card. Looking at the snake-shaped stone sculpture on his wrist, Linen sighed lightly. It's a pity that we don't know when the Black Dragon will wake up and be free from petrification. Otherwise, if you carry a top-level second-level fighter with you, as long as you don't encounter a third-level mutant, can't you just walk around freely at this stage? At the same time, the countdown in the rescuer mission also reminded Linen. There are only 83 hours left until the Stitcher is killed. After finishing my work today, I must rush to Wanda Plaza. Fortunately, the current strength is much stronger than expected. He was still quite confident that he could kill the Stitcher next. With our current strength, plus Zhang Tai and Wenya, we have enough confidence to win. I just don't know how Xia and Jing Tian are doing now. Linen thought of the little girl's helplessness that night, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little sour. Brother, Xia. I'll be back soon. Captain Lin, are you okay? Captain Lin, don't scare me. Linen always felt that he had heard this sentence many times. Zhang Tai watched Linen anxiously, laughing and sad at times, and couldn't help feeling a little panicked. The room they were in was actually a bit scary. There were two short legs standing at the door, and in the corner there was a bloody and weird cocoon. There was debris and blood all over the ground, and there were flickering candlelight all around. There was an unconscious girl lying on the bed, and it looked like a scene from a cult sacrifice. If an ordinary person walked in, he would probably faint from fright on the spot. Especially what Linen had just said to him, he racked his brains but couldn't figure out what was going on. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. Linen patted Zhang Tai's shoulder with a strange look on his face, signaling him not to be afraid. He could never imagine how such a big man like Zhang Tai could be completely different from his appearance. Do you remember the bandaged man you brought back? Linen didn't plan to tease him anymore and asked directly. Remember? That's a girl. She looks a lot like my sister. Linen was silent for a moment. No wonder Zhang Tai came to the rescue. Continuing from what we just said. In my memory, there were 26 people, including the bandaged girl. There were 33 people in the hotel at the beginning. The fact that the monster said there were 25 people alive means that it knew how many people I killed before, and it wasn't just making random statements. But I have never come into contact with the bandaged girl. I will only treat her as a living person. But when the monster pretended to be my inner voice, it only mentioned 25 people. This gave its identity away. It's not the same perspective as mine. Linen said as he walked and went straight out the door. Zhang Tai followed fearfully all the way, but couldn't help but ask. What does this mean? That monster is a fool. No, it probably just instinctively ignored a person. And it is very likely that the monster will make such a low-level mistake. The bandaged girl is either dead, but I don't know. Or she's not a human at all. Not a human. Zhang Tai felt his mind suddenly go dark. Seeing Linen disappear from his sight, he had no time to think and had to hurry to catch up. Captain Lin, where are we going now? Zhang Tai carried Yue on his shoulders and ran quickly behind Linen. The difference in their agility attributes was so great that even when he tried his best he could only barely keep up. Linen said without turning his head. Wenya and the others are still downstairs. Go wake them up and gather everyone in the hotel. I'm going to find the bandaged girl. Remember to teach Wenya how to use the team communication system. Tell me when everyone is here. Looking for someone. Captain Lin, where are you going to find them? Didn't you say she wasn't a human? Zhang Tai subconsciously asked Linen, but as soon as he finished speaking, he could no longer see Lin An's back. Team Lin is running really fast. Zhang Tai had no choice but to look back at the unconscious Yue, his eyes full of heartache. Damn bad guy. He thought of the pair of legs at the door, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. It only took Lin a few seconds to reach the top floor of the hotel. After using brute force to move away the debris that was blocking the stairs, he glanced around casually. If nothing unexpected happens, the bandaged girl that Yu Shihao and others took away that day should be here. The premise is that she is not dead yet, which of course is unlikely to happen. Although Yu Shihao died too quickly and Lin didn't have time to get the whereabouts of the bandaged girl from him, it was not difficult to guess with a simple speculation. It is unlikely that the group of people in the hotel would dare to go out, so that people could only be inside the building. The girl's appearance was so strange, I wonder if the people who took her away hadn't thrown her out. So as long as someone is worried or afraid, they will definitely put it in a place where they feel is safe. The top floor of the hotel is uninhabited and there is nowhere to escape. Looking for the bandaged girl was not out of any compassion, nor was Lennon just out of curiosity. He was looking for the bandaged girl this time purely because the monster reminded him of his past memories. Unlike some previous information which all came from hearsay in the chat channel, he had seen a girl wrapped in bandages in his previous life. Although I only met him once, and his image was quite different from what it is now. But after he woke up, he compared the two people carefully and found that they were most likely the same person. Mo Ling. Is that you? Level 3 symbiote, the dead one, Mo Ling. Symbiotes are unique beings that wander on the dividing line between humans and zombies. This type of individuals are usually humans who have been infected with the zombie virus but have not completely transformed, becoming half human, half corpse. Although they look similar to humans, they do not have a player template and cannot level up by killing mutants. While retaining their sanity, they may turn into zombies at any time. What's even more strange is that they can gain power by killing awakened people. No one would be willing to keep a person who could turn into a zombie at any time around. Therefore, symbiotes are often openly rejected by the human community. But there is one thing that is very special about the symbiote. That is, it can walk freely among the zombies and is not attacked by the zombies. Rumor has it that the 4th level symbiote can even control zombies. Therefore, many forces will contact the symbiotes privately without telling the public, asking them to help obtain some supplies trapped deep within the zombies. One who can ignore the existence of zombies, even if his strength is only that of a level 0 awakener. When it comes to fighting zombies, this alone is enough to make them comparable to a team of awakened ones. As far as he knew, the strongest symbiote in the Linjiang war zone was Mo Ling. At that time, Mo Ling, who was walking among the corpses looking for food, gave Lin a great shock. If it is really Mo Ling, he can even let her join his team. Lin An's heart was burning with anger. His plan was to establish a safe zone immediately after rescuing Jing Tian and his sister. Without the safe zone to provide spiritual energy, it would be difficult for him to improve his level. Unless we kill high-level mutants, it will be possible to make further progress, but how can we easily absorb psychic energy? Even if he no longer needs it after he becomes powerful, Xia still needs it. The safe zone is a home that provides shelter from wind and rain in Doomsday. The rooftop was not big, and Lin soon found her in an abandoned pile of debris. Under the garbage and leftover food packaging bags on the ground, the bandages on the girl's body were soaked with dark red blood. The clean and tidy medical bandages were covered with stains of garbage. The girl remained motionless, her eyes closed. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of her chest proving she was still alive, she would have looked like a corpse. It seemed that the person who brought her up studied it for a while and then gave up. Mo Ling. Lin frowned slightly and called the girl's name softly. It is not certain that the face hidden under the bandages is Mo Ling. For a long while, there was no response. The girl did not respond to any sound from the outside world. Eye of Judgment. Light blue mist rises and stars move. Ding, a special life form was discovered, level 0 symbiote, dying. Risk assessment, none. A symbiote indeed. Near death. Lin grabbed the girl's slender wrist, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. It seemed that the group of people who brought her up here didn't even give her any food. In order to fight against the zombie virus, the symbiote consumes a lot of energy. It is not surprising that the girl has not been able to replenish her energy for so many years and has fallen into a near-death state. Lin concentrated his mind and mobilized his own mental power, tentatively inputting it slowly into the girl's body. Ever since his mental power was drained by the soul-eating hand, he unexpectedly discovered that the mental power that could only be consumed through skills could now be used independently. After experiencing this a few more times, he vaguely felt that perhaps he would be able to fight by projecting his mental power like those who had awakened their mental power. It was a pleasant surprise and it comes in handy now. Otherwise he really didn't know how to wake up the unconscious girl. In a near-death state, he could no longer eat. The invisible spiritual power surged like water and slowly sank into the girl's body. A long time. With a painful groan, the girl slowly woke up. Like a vigilant wild animal, the girl quickly withdrew her wrist after waking up and looked at him vigilantly. Mo Ling. Linen called out the name tentatively, and a hint of surprise instantly flashed across the girl's eyes. Who are you? How do you know my name? Mo Ling's spine was half arched, and he seemed ready to escape at any moment in hesitation. Really? Linen was delighted. He didn't expect it was really her. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. You are safe now. Mo Ling looked around and found that there was no place to escape on the rooftop, but his expression remained alert. Linen didn't care about her performance. Although the two had not had much interaction in their previous lives, he had heard a lot of rumors about the victims. This is an exclusive title for third-level symbionts. Mo Ling's parents died when she was young. As a young adult, she survived alone among the zombies for 77 days before being discovered by some survivors. Linen himself was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. When he saw Mo Ling wake up, he asked directly. Would you like to join my team? I can guarantee your safety, and I can save your sister who has turned into a zombie. Mo Ling's whole body was tense and he stared straight at Linen. Who the hell are you? How do you know that Mo has turned into a zombie? Linen spread out his hands with a smile, signaling the girl to relax. He really had no ill will towards Mo Ling. In his previous life, he was able to escape from Linjiang City, and Mo Ling gave him a lot of help. I went to the hospital not long ago and met a little girl who smelled very similar to you outside the pharmacy. Of course, you know that Zhang Tai and I were injured at the time and we were no longer able to bring her back. Linen made up a few random sentences, always keeping his eye of judgment open. Although he didn't see Mo Ling's sister, he knew her approximate location. In her previous life, Mo Ling had always hidden her sister in the hospital while she went out alone to find food. But Linen didn't expect that the hospital where Mo Ling worked in her previous life was actually the one across the street. The eye of judgment secretly and silently scanned the girl with the help of Linen's mental power. Target information: Mo Ling, current state, confused, terrified, low trust. After he was able to release his mental power, the effectiveness of the eye of judgment also increased. Linen unexpectedly discovered that the eye of judgment could not only provide all the information about the target, but could even display its emotions. If it were peacetime, it would not be a problem for him to become a psychological master with this skill. I have to say that the savior system is really powerful, and the skills it provides are all magical. How do I know if you're lying to me? And why do you want me to join? Mo Ling's voice was light and clear, like the echo of an empty valley. She remained alert and leaned back. Linen laughed silently, without any special emotion. We are all human beings and we all think. It is not so easy to trust others. It is simply not realistic that as soon as the protagonist opens his mouth, the younger brother will bow down obediently like in novels. Only by using coercion or inducement, or by controlling the other party's lifeline, can one convince a stranger to be willing to risk his life. First of all, I have enough power to kill you easily. So there is no need to lie to you. Linen casually punched the fence beside him, and the fence made of concrete and steel bars instantly shattered to the ground. Mo Ling's pupils shrank slightly. She could imagine what effect this punch would have on a person. Secondly, I want you to join because you can be useful to me. And I do have the ability to save your sister. If you find out later that I can't save your sister, you can quit my team on your own. I, Linen, will never stop you. Linen's tone was firm, revealing absolute sincerity and confidence. After he finished speaking, he stood there, patiently waiting for Mo Ling's reply. As long as they can kill the Stitcher, there will be some anti-venom serum left over from the 3 mission rewards after saving in Xia and in Jingtian. Relying on this antitoxin serum to save Mo Ling's sister in exchange for the loyalty of a future third-level victim is definitely worth it. Mo Ling and her sister Mo have been dependent on each other since their parents died when they were young. Therefore, rescuing the sister who turned into a zombie is definitely Mo Ling's greatest obsession. Based on this alone, he has enough confidence to impress Mo Ling. There was a long silence. The girl wrapped in bandages suddenly raised her head and looked at Linen. Okay, I promise you. But if I find out you cheated on me, I will kill you. The girl's voice still had a hint of childishness, but her words were full of determination. What a strange little girl. Lennon touched his nose. The Doomsday game had not started for long yet, and she threatened to kill people right away. He didn't know what Mo Ling had experienced in the past few years. Ding, a new member joins. Current rescue team members +1, 3/5. Team member name, Mo Ling, loyalty 50. Team member ability, symbiote level 0, ignore zombies, fight against zombies. Very good. Lennon clenched his fists at his sides, his eyes full of joy, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It went much more smoothly than expected. Now there are still 2 members missing from the rescue team. As long as we complete the mission and go back to rescue Xia and Jingtian, the mission will be officially completed. Doomsday base vehicle. Lennon looked at the high-tech base vehicle under the Savior mission light screen and felt excited. At that time, we will use the Doomsday base vehicle to establish a safe zone, extract spiritual energy, and build up power. The speed at which he becomes powerful will further accelerate. Half a year later, when the first large-scale zombie riot occurs, I won't have to hide and waste my time, and I will have the capital to dominate the world. The Stitcher. Everything is done, now all that's left is to kill this peak-level second-order mutant. Late at night, the moonlight was covered with a layer of gray mist and had a slight red tint. All the survivors in the hotel have gathered on the second floor. The crowd was somewhat uneasy and nervous. Some of those who joined Wang Jiangwo's team after Lennon fell into a coma were even more frightened. They wanted to escape, but there were zombies everywhere outside. Who else is following Wang Jiangwo? Lennon looked at the crowd in front of him expressionlessly and asked Zhang Tai in a flat tone. Captain Lin, there are 9 left besides the one you killed. Zhang Tai looked at the middle-aged men in the front and replied coldly. Killed people? Did Lennon kill Director Wang and his men? Is this true? The crowd was shocked when they heard this. Several people who had drugged the patient died in the room. They had just been called downstairs and had no idea what had happened. Captain Lin, how should we deal with this? Zhang Tai has a strong sense of justice. He hates those rubbish who bully the weak just because they have a little power. Although these people did not participate in drugging, they have bullied others in recent days. Anyone who has forced women and oppressed others will be killed. As soon as he finished speaking, the people standing in the front looked at Lennon in disbelief, their whole bodies shaking like a sieve. They originally thought that Lennon would at most punish them. No. Don't. Please let us go. The crowd behind them were mostly elderly, weak, sick and disabled. Among them, a few pretty women did not speak, but just looked at them with hatred. In the past few days, Wang Jiangwo's men have threatened them with food and violence. It is hard to imagine that this is only the 7th day of the end of the world, and human nature has fallen so quickly. Kill them all. Zhang Tai hesitated and couldn't help but look back at Lennon. In his opinion, it would be enough to punish them. After all, these people had no blood on their hands. Captain Lin, although these guys are indeed hateful. But some of the 9 people belonging to Wang Jiangwo could not help but kneel down and beg for mercy, while most of them stiffened their necks with a look of defiance on their faces. Although Lennon is very powerful, he has only killed zombies these days and has never attacked humans. Why do you want to kill us? Killing is against the law. When the police come, I'll see what you will do. How hilarious. Who are you trying to scare? Where's Director Wang? Don't think you're great just because you have a little power. Lennon, I tell you Director Wang is a big shot. Do you dare to kill us if we follow him? When someone comes to rescue us, you'll see if Director Wang will let you follow him. Yeah, sleeping with a woman is against the law, right? Noisy. Bang. Lennon, with a cold face, instantly appeared in front of the person who made the loudest noise and crushed his head with one hand. Wang Jiangwo. Why do you think he's still alive? Bang. With a random punch, the other man's head exploded instantly. Rescue. How could you be so naive to think there is rescue? Murder. Murder. Run away. His figure flashed and appeared like a phantom behind the 2 people who wanted to escape. Laugh. Flesh-piercing. Linen couldn't help but sneer. He really didn't expect that this group of people would be so stupid. He had thought about it when he went downstairs. Establishing a safe zone requires a lot of manpower. The rescue team has been assembled, and now we need some ordinary people. The group of people brought by Zhang Tai performed really well in this incident and can be recruited. Among the survivors in the hotel, there are also a few third parties who can stay. Although these people have little strength, there are not even many young and strong ones. But Linen didn't care. After the safe zone is established, players in the safe zone will automatically absorb psychic energy to improve their physical fitness. So physical strength is not important at all. After all, no matter how strong an ordinary player is, he is not as strong as an awakened one. On the contrary, character is the most important. Therefore, he planned to first clean out the bad elements in the team and let them pass when a safe zone was established. The hotel is still safe now, and he will be away for a while soon. If this group of people is still here, it will be easy for the situation in the past few days to repeat itself or even be worse. Linen had a deep understanding of human nature in his previous life. In just a few seconds, the second-floor hall was filled with corpses, like a bloody slaughterhouse. The survivors looked at Linen with fear, their faces turned pale and they began to retch. The scene before them was so shocking that they thought Linen would at most just punish them. He killed without hesitation, and his decisiveness and ruthlessness really scared them. Only a few women who had been raped, although afraid, still looked at Linen with a hint of gratitude in their eyes. Team Lin. Zhang Tai had a complicated expression. He had changed some of his ideas these days, but he still couldn't do it like Linen. Linen smiled gently, shook off the crumbs on his hands, and patted him on the shoulder. Troubled times. We should use severe punishment. The wind was blowing hard, ruffling Lin En's long hair. He had changed into a new black combat uniform, and his right hand was wearing a glove with intricate blood patterns. The stone sculpture of a black dragon looked a bit mysterious, like a decoration. Wanda Shopping Center. Linen stood on the rooftop and carefully observed the movements of the zombies under his feet. The metal sign of Wanda Shopping Center not far away was reflecting in the scorching sun. The square was on fire and abandoned and wrecked vehicles blocked the streets. The zombies wandered around, raising their heads and roaring from time to time. The once bustling city center has become a zombie paradise. There are still 76 hours left. Linen glanced at the mission countdown on the savior panel and saw that there was not much time left. After deducting the time for returning to Huyuan community and possible accidents, at least 24 hours must be deducted. After being in a coma for 5 days, his mental and physical strength have recovered to their peak. Therefore, after instructing Zhang Tai to take Wenya to a less dangerous psychic node to awaken her talent, he traveled here overnight. It doesn't seem to be going well. Linen muttered to himself as he looked at the dense group of corpses under his feet. The Wanda Shopping Center where Stitcher is located in the city center. At a glance, the surrounding area is full of dark zombies. With such a huge number of zombies, there must be quite a few mutants mixed in. The difficulty of facing mutants alone and facing them in a swarm of zombies is very different. It is no longer practical to enter the shopping mall from the ground level. Eye of Judgment. Buzz. Light blue mist rose, and mental power quickly spread out of the body. Linen quickly glanced around, trying to find the mutants hiding among the zombies. For some reason, none of the most recognizable lickers were seen. Ding, the number of zombies detected around 332,817. Number of mutants around 6. Unknown existence around 3. Number of players around 791. A huge amount of data poured down like a waterfall, and after reading it carefully, Linen couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Due to the strength of his mental power, he could only observe a range of about 1,000 meters. However, since awakening, the Eye of Judgment can detect invisible places through its external mental power. There are more than 300,000 zombies in an area of less than 3 square kilometers. This density is comparable to the peak of the Spring Festival travel rush. There are 791 survivors. Linen looked at the square below with some curiosity, not knowing where the players detected through mental power could be hiding. 6 variants, 3 unknown existences. It's really tricky. I don't know if I can avoid it. After noting down the locations representing the distribution of mutants and unknown entities, Lennon turned and walked towards the entrance to the rooftop, intending to think carefully about the route to take. Stitcher is located inside the Wanda shopping center, and he must retain enough physical strength before entering. Try to avoid fights with other mutants. Hayuan community. It was noon and the sun was scorching hot. The cement floor in the community was hot to the feet. Boss Wong, let's find a place to rest. We can't hold on any longer. A man in a gray vest covered his eyes and spoke weakly to the leader. His mouth was dry and he felt like fire was coming out of his throat. There were 7 people in the group, 6 of them were wearing gray vests, their clothes were stained with blood and were a bit torn. There were a few small words embroidered on the vest that were loose, Linjiang's second prison. The remaining person was wearing the black work clothes of SF Express. He was sandwiched in the middle with a timid look on his face, as if he was being coerced. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped and looked at the leading man. The man called the boss was named Huang Gang. He looked tired and had a long scar next to his narrow eyes. Okay, we've already run this far. The monster shouldn't be able to catch up with us. Exhausted, several people who were hiding behind the outer wall of the community staggered to the ground. Thinking back to the fear of being chased by the lickers all the way, I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart even under the scorching sun. Take a break. We can't stay in this place for too long. I think there are still some zombies in there. Let's find a random one and go into rest later. Huang Gang took out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, and the younger brother beside him immediately lit it for him. The air was filled with smoke, and the others just looked on with envy but did not dare to ask for it. After Huang Gang finished speaking, he half closed his eyes, lit up and took a puff of cigarette comfortably, his left hand casually tapping the hot concrete floor, and a faint arc of electricity flashed across his fingertips. Pa! The electric arc shot out, blasting a hole the size of a fingernail in the ground. The skinny man closest to him glanced at the arc of electricity on Huang Gang's fingertips and said with fear in his eyes, "Boss, I think there's someone in here." The skinny man pointed to the 3rd floor of a residential building not far away. There were several pieces of cardboard put together with the word "help" written on them in red pen. Huang Gang narrowed his eyes, looked at him carefully, and nodded casually. Let's go with this one. Some people should still have some food. I think there are some women's clothes hanging outside. Any women? After hearing this, the younger brothers who were originally listless immediately perked up and came to his side. Boss, is that still the old rule? The man who was speaking had half of his head bald. He bent over with a flattering look on his face and couldn't help rubbing his hands as he asked Huang Gang. As usual, let Biaozi and Four Eyes knock on the door. We'll follow behind. Also, stay away from me. You reek of a woman. Get out of the way. Waves of fishy smell wafted from the leper's lower body, making people feel nauseous. Hey, yes, yes. The half-bald leper ran back to his original position with a charming smile on his face, but this made the people around him look disgusted. Fuck, why do you smell so bad? Didn't you take a shower after you fucked that bitch last time? Lizzie looked aggrieved and subconsciously scratched his crotch. There's not enough water to drink, how can we take a shower? OMG, then you'll be the last one to go up. I don't want to end up like you. 3 buildings, 3 units. After entering the corridor, Huang Gang walked in front. He held a black 54 pistol in his right hand and looked around vigilantly. Are you sure there's someone here? Boss, that's right. But it seems to be a man. Several people following behind him, carrying various simple weapons, replied in a low voice, their eyes unable to conceal the excitement. After the Doomsday broke out, they took advantage of the prison's fall and escaped. From being cautious at the beginning and worried about being caught again, to later discovering that the world had become a mess. Huang Gang, who became an awakened person, became the leader of these people after suddenly possessing superhuman powers. With his thunder attribute talent awakened, even if it is only level 0, it is enough to make him fearless of small-scale zombies. Unscrupulous, the gang could no longer hold back and robbed several hiding survivors a few days ago. Go upstairs carefully. At the corner of the second-floor stairs, the door of room 202 was open, and the living room was in a mess and dead silent. "Go in and take a look." At the command, the skinny man reluctantly made a rough inspection and then jumped out. "Boss, no one has seen any zombies." After hearing this, they relaxed and continued to go upstairs. Roar. Just as everyone turned their backs, the shoe cabinet at the door suddenly opened and 2 zombies rushed out. Caught off guard. Zombies. The last few people let out a low cry, their faces filled with fear. "I'm not afraid of anything." Huang Gang raised his left hand without changing his expression. Laugh. A purple electric current flashed by, and instantly a series of jumps paralyzed the zombies rushing out of the corridor. A few people reacted and swarmed over to chop off the zombie's head. The boss's lightning chain is amazing. This is much more powerful than a pistol. After receiving a series of compliments, Huang Gang waved his hands with a proud look on his face. "Keep your voice down, don't alarm that person. For eyes, go knock on the door first." Behind Huang Gang, a thin man with glasses walked out. He took off his vest and smoothed the wrinkled shirt underneath. "Don't worry, boss. Biaozi, change into your police uniform and follow me. As soon as the door opens, rush in." The man with glasses adjusted his hair and looked somewhat gentle and refined. "It means that you can trick people into opening the door by pretending to be a decent person. Or do you want me to pretend to be a police officer?" Biaozi casually put on the police uniform that he had taken from the corpse, holding a broken machete in his hand, and looked him up and down. Everyone chuckled softly upon hearing the sound. Bang, bang, bang. The man with glasses tiptoed to the door of room 301 and knocked on it rhythmically. After a moment, there was a panic inside the door. "Who?" The man inside the door lowered his voice in panic and looked out through the peephole. He vaguely heard the sound of fighting just now, and felt uneasy. "We are the local police officers in the high-tech zone. Follow us quickly, the rescuers are coming." 1 minute. "Our people can only wait for you for 1 minute at most." The man with glasses had a serious expression on his face and urged the person inside the door in a hurried voice. The lie was so clumsy that he deliberately spoke faster. As someone who was imprisoned for fraud, he knew very well that ordinary people would panic and lose their ability to think under pressure and threats. Biaozi said nothing, but took out an ID card and waved it in front of the peephole. The man inside the door was delighted and a little excited when he heard the voice. "I just didn't open the door out of instinctive caution. Officer, what about that zombie? Is there really someone coming to save us?" The man with glasses frowned and deliberately showed impatience. "Stop talking so much. There are zombies everywhere outside now. This is a small group and we can't wait too long. If you want to leave, then leave. There are other people in this community who need us to save." The men inside the door panicked for a moment, and after a moment, the sound of chains was heard. I'll be right out." The man looked hesitant. He always felt that there was something wrong with the 2 people outside the door. There was no sound of gunfire, no sound of large troops. It's just that his ID and clothes don't look fake, and although the man with glasses speaks rudely, he does look like a public official. Click. After being urged repeatedly, the men inside opened the door without thinking. "2 officers, what's the situation outside? My child is in school and there are people there to help." Bang. The man had just opened the door and had not finished speaking when he saw Biaozi in uniform grinning at him and kicking him in the stomach. "Brothers, go." Huang Gang couldn't help but grin when he saw the door was tricked open. The person behind him rushed into the room like a hungry wolf after receiving the order. The last leper to enter slashed the man's neck with a knife. Gudong. The head fell to the ground, and the eyes were open in death. On the 2nd floor of Fortune Building, VIP reception room. Several zombies were lying on the precious carpet with their heads broken. Captain Lin. Linen. Zhang Tai, with Wenya looking very happy, walked up to Linen in a few steps. Mo Ling, who was walking at the end, squatted silently in a corner with his knees hugged. "So fast." Linen looked up when he heard the voice, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The 3 of them didn't waste too much time coming over. It can be seen that he rushed here without stopping after completing his instructions. What surprised Lin was that Zhang Tai and Wenya were clean as if they had not encountered any battle. As a symbiote, Mo Ling is naturally immune to attacks by zombies. It stands to reason that no matter how careful these two people are, they will encounter zombies and there should be blood on their bodies. Especially Zhang Tai. This guy's fighting style prefers to transform and then slap others to death. Wenya is also an awakener now. Captain Lin, guess what her awakened talent is? Zhang Tai's face was full of mystery, and his huge body, like a blind bear, tried to squeeze in and sit next to him. Wenya bit her lip and looked at the men sitting on the sofa thinking, with some uncontrollable excitement in her eyes. The four of them split into two groups. Mo Ling walked in front to explore the way, while Zhang Tai took her to a psychic node in Lin En's memory, while the psychic energy had not yet dissipated. As a mutant, Wenya became an awakened person as she wished with almost no obstacles. Lin, I am also an awakener now. Wenya's voice was clear and filled with joy, as if she had let go of a burden. Her already excellent figure became even more attractive after becoming an awakener. Lin looked at the two people who were somewhat excited and smiled. As early as 4 hours ago, he saw the information that Wenya became an awakened person through the team member panel. But there is only one awakener mark, and Wenya needs to take the initiative to show him the player panel for detailed information. Judging from the expressions of the two people, it seems that Wenya has awakened an extraordinary talent. So mysterious? Is it a talent related to mental power? Lin thought for a moment and became curious. Wenya nodded when she heard that, and directly opened her panel to share it with him without reservation. Character information, Wenya, level 0 awakener, player level 1, mutant. Awakener talent, A-level talent, mental barrier, mental recovery speed plus 30%, mental limit plus 50, psychic energy absorption speed plus 50%. After the mental barrier is activated, it will continue to consume mental energy. During the duration, it can provide mental defense protection for up to 2+1 players, and can provide a concealment effect. Hidden effect, use mental power to create illusions around you and hide your tracks. The hidden effect disappears after you actively attack. Mutant talent, sharing of mental power, can link one player to share both players' mental power. The effect of this talent becomes stronger as the awakener's rank increases. It took Lin a while to come back to his senses after reading Wenya's talent information. Wenya's talent is really extreme. The talent level is as high as A level, which is 1 level higher than Zhang Tai's B level. Although there is no attribute bonus, there is not even a damage skill. But what he got in return was an extreme improvement in his mental strength. Improving recovery, increasing the upper limit, and increasing the speed of absorbing spiritual energy, the combination of these three can be said to have brought the mental power attribute to its limit. To put it simply, Wenya has become a mage with fast mana recovery. But if it were just that, Lin wouldn't have been in a daze for so long. The key to the qualitative change lies in the identity of Wenya the mutant. She is able to share mental energy, which is equivalent to a human-shaped blue buff, automatically restores the blue aura. As long as it cooperates with the awakened one who consumes mental energy to release skills, it is equivalent to turning on the unlimited firepower mode. It can be said to be the assistance that the awakened one wants most. The skills can be released infinitely. If he had this ability in the hospital, he and Zhang Tai would not be so miserable. Lin couldn't suppress his excitement when he thought of this. As happy as the other two, he couldn't help but look at Wenya carefully and said, "Very good. Even a little beyond my expectations. So, you and Zhang Tai have come all the way here without encountering any battles, all thanks to your innate skills, right?" Wenya smiled and nodded, and then a silver light suddenly flashed in her eyes. Buzz. The unique fluctuations emitted by his mental power covered Zhang Tai's entire body like flowing water. In an instant, Zhang Tai's broad body gradually blurred and disappeared in Lin En's sight. This is the invisibility effect, giving people the ability to move like a thief. Lin hurriedly used his mental power to detect in Zhang Tai's direction. After careful identification, he spoke with a hint of amazement. The effect of the illusion is indeed powerful. Even with my current attributes, it is difficult to detect it. As long as it is not facing a being with strong mental power, ordinary zombies will not be able to detect it at all, whether by vision or perception. No wonder you guys were able to get here so quickly. Zhang Tai had a smug look on his face, as if ignoring the zombies was his credit. Lin En's face looked a little strange, he had never expected this. Now with Wenya's assistance, and considering Mo Ling's status as a deceased person, all team members can ignore the zombies. Although the attack will break the concealment effect of the mental barrier, this skill can be regarded as a magical skill whether it is for traveling or surprise attack. In the early stages of the Doomsday game, the huge number of ordinary zombies are the biggest threat. Lin En felt a little emotional. He didn't expect that Wenya, whom he had picked up casually, would bring him such a big surprise. So now I can truly help you and I'm not a burden anymore, right? Wenya walked slowly in front of him, staring at him with an indescribable look in her eyes. Also, thank you for taking such a great risk to go to the hospital to look for my mother. Lin En was stunned when he heard this, but he didn't intend to hide anything. I didn't have time to. Before he could finish his words, Wenya interrupted him. Zhang Tai told me what happened that day. I don't blame you. In fact, I also know what happened there, but I'm a little unwilling to accept it. I'm already very happy that you are willing to agree to let me go. Actually, I am a little selfish. That place is so dangerous and I want you to take another look. Wenya lowered her eyes, a flash of sadness appeared on her face, and her smile seemed forced. Lin En was silent, not knowing how to comfort her. We will go again after this mission is completed. In any case, it can be regarded as a matter of relieving one's worries. Lin En spoke slowly, which was different from before when he just wanted to treat Wenya as a piece of equipment. Whether from a rational point of view, Wenya's awakened talent is now far beyond his expectations, and as the captain, he needs to take care of the emotions of his teammates. From a personal perspective. From Zhang Tai, he also learned about everything Wenya had done to take care of him these days. Both of these points were worth it for him to go to the hospital again. What's more, Mo Ling's sister was also there. Wenya raised her head, a little surprised, a hint of indifference flashed across her face. Thank you, Lin En. Lin En smiled gently and shook his head slightly. But for some unknown reason, he always felt that there was some change in the way Wenya looked at him. Captain Lin, what is our next goal? Zhang Tai's unique loud voice broke the brief silence between the two. He touched his shiny forehead with a curious look on his face. Lin En glanced at him helplessly. If he had not cleared out all the zombies on the two nearby floors, his loud voice alone would have attracted a lot of zombies. Wanda Shopping Center, there are probably more than 20,000 zombies gathered there right now. Zhang Tai smacked his lips when he heard that and looked in the direction Lin En pointed. How could there be so many zombies in a shopping mall that is several times smaller than that haunted place called the hospital? And our goal is to kill the second-order mutant in the center of the mall. Stitcher. Second-order mutant. Zhang Tai and Wenya couldn't help but exclaimed after hearing this. Even Mo Ling, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but look up at Lin En. It was dusk outside the window, and the blood-red sunset enveloped the building. Lin En looked cold as he walked to the French window and looked at the nightmare place that once belonged to Linjiang City. On the top floor of Fortune Building, on the 23rd floor, a strong wind was blowing. Captain Lin. I'm afraid of heights. Zhang Tai grabbed the wire rope with a grim face, his body swaying in the strong wind. In front of him was Lin En, and last was Wenya. The three men moved forward holding the steel wire rope. Under their feet was a huge swarm of zombies numbering more than 300,000. From this height, the zombies looked like a dense colony of ants. There is no doubt that even if you don't die after falling from this height, you will be eaten by the bloodthirsty zombies. The steel wire rope in his hand was composed of two thin steel cables twisted together by brute force. One end was tied to the rooftop of the Fortune Building, and the other end was tied to bundles of steel bars and stuck on the top floor of Wanda Shopping Center. The Fortune Building is much taller than the shopping mall, about 40 meters away. Therefore, 10 minutes ago, after several attempts, Lin En cooperated with Zhang Tai to successfully build a sky road between the two buildings. The original plan was to force their way through the ground plaza at the fastest speed and then enter the mall from the underground parking lot. This plan is not only dangerous, but can also be easily detected by the mutants in the zombie swarm. Fortunately, Wenya's talent after awakening provided Linen with the Heavenly Road plan, which was an unexpected surprise. Linen looked at Zhang Tai behind him helplessly, although he could not see anything. The three of them were blessed with Wenya's mental barrier to prevent themselves from being discovered by the mutants in the group of corpses under their feet while moving. Climb faster, the weather is a bit abnormal today. There is a high possibility of a storm. After the apocalypse, meteorological and geological disasters soon occurred frequently. Linen couldn't help but urge Zhang Tai, whose limbs were weak, to hurry up. He was too tired to complain about this 1.9-meter-tall bald man. Zhang Tai had a bitter face and could only speed up and follow behind him. After you reach the top floor of the mall, be careful not to make any moves. Go in first. Linen opened the Eye of Judgment, and with his super strong strength, he could clearly see the densely packed zombies on the top floor of the shopping mall. At a glance, there were no less than 3,000 or 4,000 zombies, crowding the small top platform. He did not bring Mo Ling with him on this trip to the mall. The three of them all have mental barriers, so there is no need for Mo Ling to take the risk and go in first to explore the way as originally planned. After all, if Mo Ling is unlucky enough to run into the Stitcher directly, as a mutant zombie, he is likely to attack her. The breath of the symbiote will only be mistaken for a companion by ordinary zombies, but the mutant will not be like that. At most, it will not be as eye-catching as that of the player. Take the Lickers for example, this mutant even eats zombies, let alone the black spirits who still have human scent. Got it. Captain Lin. Zhang Tai replied in a muffled voice in the team voice chat. Wenya behind him couldn't help but chuckle at his frightened look. She didn't feel any fear. All three of them are awakened, and their crawling speed is extremely fast with physical fitness that exceeds the limits of the human body. In just 2 minutes, you will reach the top floor of the shopping mall. The steel bars stuck on the top floor were surrounded by zombies. It seemed that the previous noise attracted them. The zombies suddenly roared, apparently smelling the approaching breath of living people. However, due to the interference of the mental barrier, they were unable to find the specific location of Linen and the other two. It's like smelling the fragrance of the air in a blank space. Puff. Linen held his breath, landed on the ground first with a light body, and looked vigilantly at the zombies only a few centimeters away from him. The zombie in front of him was roaring a little manically, his face with the skin peeling off looked like a ghost, and his scarlet eyes were full of desire. Like a hound sniffing, the zombie stood there in a daze, shaking its head up and down frantically, constantly sniffing the air in front of Linen. There is clearly a human scent, but I can't find it. This damn zombie is touching me. It went very smoothly, and all three of them successfully reached the platform. However, as soon as they landed, Zhang Tai was rushed in front of several zombies who smelled the smell. If Linen had not warned him in advance, he would have almost been unable to hold back and take action. Captain Lin, don't let go of this thing. The rotten and mutilated hands groped back and forth on his body, and a female zombie even grabbed his trouser pockets with both hands. Although the flesh on her face had all peeled off, judging from her attire, this female zombie was probably not very old when she was alive. A hot white miniskirt and a cool suspender top. The clothes were covered in blood stains and torn holes, and one could vaguely see her fiery figure when she was alive. These zombies are shielded by their mental powers and can only sense their prey through touch, but they cannot be sure what it is. Zhang Tai looked embarrassed and didn't dare to take action. He could only drag the female zombie and follow Linen. The three of them walked carefully through the group of zombies, and the first thing they saw was the destroyed iron gate on the rooftop. Even though you know you won't be attacked by zombies as long as you don't take action, anyone would feel nervous when surrounded by zombies. Once the barrier fails and they are surrounded by the zombies at such a close distance, only Linen has a hope of survival, but the remaining two may not be able to hold on for even a few seconds. How long can the mental barrier last? The three of them tiptoed through the iron gate and felt a sudden sense of relief. It was dark inside the stairs and the number of zombies had sharply decreased. There were many bones scattered at the corners. Wenya paused for a moment after hearing the voice, then closed her eyes and carefully sensed the consumption of her mental energy. If you keep doing this, you can last another 20 minutes. Although the consumption is not large, but adding mental barriers to 3 people at the same time will not allow me to recover my mental strength. A flash of silver appeared in her eyes from time to time, and then she continued to add. If 2 people can last for 45 minutes, I should be able to last more than half a day by myself. Linan thought for a short while, and it seemed that due to the limitation of Wenya's mental strength, he did not have enough time. Okay, then let's split up and search. You and I will be on one team. Zhang Tai will be on his own team. Zhang Tai has bear transformation and potions to save his life, so he can hold on for a few seconds even if he encounters the Stitcher. And Wenya's physical attribute of 10 points would kill her instantly when facing a top-level second-level mutant. The air was filled with the strong stench of corpses and blood. The 3 of them had already entered the top floor of the mall, and what they saw was shocking. The originally snow-white walls were covered with dark red palm prints, and the eaten human bones almost covered the entire floor. One can imagine how desperate the humans hiding in the mall were in the face of the zombies. Just a casual step would result in broken skulls and fingers. Groups of zombies were wandering around, pushing and shoving each other. Occasionally, a zombie would step on metal and make a noise, which would attract the nearby zombies to go wild. Receive. Zhang Tai looked at the situation inside with a serious expression, holding the spine of the corpse snake wrapped around his waist in his hand. Boom. 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 The giant creature's heavy footsteps echoed on the second floor, and every step shook up the rotting corpses on the ground. Low, mournful, and painful murmurs, a mixture of men and women, spread out in the surroundings. The iron door with the sign, "Fresh Food Refrigeration," was closed tightly. The paint on the heavy green iron door was mottled and peeling, and the slender and narrow glass above the door was covered with thick gray stains. Is that monster coming again? 11 survivors were hiding in the small cold storage room. A woman with tangled hair asked the man lying in front of the glass cautiously in a hoarse voice. The man took out the cotton from his ears, and put them back quickly after hearing clearly. "Shoo, keep your voice down." The sound was as faint as a mosquito. The man turned his head nervously and looked at the woman. His eyes were full of fear and his body trembled uncontrollably. Even though it was not the first time he saw this monster, every time he saw it he would feel great fear and pressure. The people in the cold storage room covered their mouths and noses tightly, with simple earplugs in their ears and eyes full of fear. Boom. Boom. The heavy footsteps gradually faded away, and the man finally collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, as if he had collapsed. The woman with tangled hair walked away from him to the corner in a daze. No one noticed that her cracked lips opened and closed like a dehydrated fish. The dirty black cotton in the ear fell to the ground at some point, stained with pus and blood. The air was murky and the stuffy cold room was dead silent. The woman smiled silently and whispered with her back to the wall. "We are one. We are one." The 4th floor of the sealed mall was dark. Linan and Wenya carefully avoided the corpses under their feet, and after repeated searches, they did not see any trace of the Stitcher. The dense swarm of zombies was not easy to pass through, so the 2 could only sneak slowly along the mall corridor. "Pay attention to the floors below, be careful. I just sensed some giant creature moving. It's probably the Stitcher." With a heavy expression, Linan concentrated and sensed his surroundings for a moment. Eye of Judgment. Buzz. The mental power fluctuation spread outward in a circular shape for 100 meters, almost covering half of the shopping mall. The data came back after a moment. Ding, the number of zombies detected, 27,899. Number of mutants, 1. Number of players, 24. I didn't expect that there were still players alive in the mall, but I don't know where they were hiding. A little surprised. As for the variant with the number, it seems that the vibration he just felt was correct, and the moving giant should be the Stitcher. With his current willpower attributes, only monsters of the Stitcher level can suppress him in terms of attributes, resulting in the inability to obtain accurate information. Wenya nodded palely. Not far away, several zombies were squatting on the ground, greedily gnawing on the fingers of a corpse. The moment the 2 men passed the zombie, the severed hand held in the zombie's hand suddenly fell at his feet. Clatter. Linan had no time to dodge, and the broken fingers under his feet were stepped on and broken. Roar. The sound of finger bones crushing triggered the zombies. The zombie that was gnawing on his finger suddenly stood up and roared at the two of them in a frenzy. The person and the corpse were only a few centimeters apart. Lin could even smell the stench of corpses coming out of the zombies' mouths. The sudden change caused the two of them to tense up suddenly, and the dense group of zombies not far away seemed to roar wildly in response. Roar! Roar! In an instant, the entire mall was filled with the roars of zombies. Lin's heart suddenly tightened, as the zombies' roar might very likely expose his whereabouts. Damn it! Boom! Lin's pupils suddenly shrank, and under the detection of his mental power, a giant black shadow instantly rushed out from under his feet. The three-story building covered with marble and made of reinforced concrete was blasted through in an instant, and a huge force came crashing down like a heavy howitzer. Burst of power. Light golden spiritual energy covers the entire body, improving all attributes. The muscles all over the body bulged, and the long-lost peak state appeared again. If you don't dodge, you will die. Tread. With his mental power highly concentrated, time seemed to slow down in the split second between life and death. Then, in the short reaction time of less than 0.1 second, Lin forced himself to change direction in the air. Boom. The huge black shadow blasted through the second floor and then penetrated to his feet without any hindrance, causing the cement to shatter and explode. Faced with this huge impact force, the flying stones shot out in all directions like bullets. A violent airflow like a knife passed through his body, and a breath of death surged into his heart. Smoke and dust rose up in all directions. Most of the second and third floors of the entire shopping mall collapsed under this blow. After the forced change of direction, Lin landed in a hall on the first floor 5 meters away, and saw a mess in front of him. The originally solid, 40-centimeter thick ground was completely destroyed, and only a huge black hole remained where he had stood. The smoke dissipated, and a huge black shadow appeared in the darkness under the Eye of Judgment. Ding! A second-order mutant, peak, Stitcher, detected. Danger rating, horrible level. When ya, hide. I'll start sharing my mind when I need it. Zhang Tai. Come as fast as you can. Lin issued instructions through the team channel as quickly as possible, his eyes fixed on the monster that suddenly attacked but was strangely motionless. The monster in front of him was 5 meters tall, completely covered in dead white muscles, and his skin and flesh looked like they were severely burned. 3 heads were crowded together on shoulders as wide as tank armor. In the center was a male head with his eyes closed, and the 2 female heads were forcibly sewn together. On its huge body, 2 sturdy arms were crossed in front of its chest, and the remaining dozen or so baby-sized hands were spread all over its body, slowly floating like tentacles. The power of that attack just now was definitely more than 30 points. The speed was at least 35 points. Lin's heart was pounding. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, the monster's sudden attack would have smashed him into pieces. The pure physical strength is comparable to a tank's main gun, with an instantaneous burst speed approaching 300 meters per second. This is close to the critical point of the speed of sound. His heart sank, the strength displayed by the Stitcher had already exceeded his expectations. The mental barrier has been detected and breached by Stitcher, and tens of thousands of zombies in a shopping mall on the first floor not far away turned their heads at once. Densely packed scarlet eyes rushed over like a tsunami. We can't delay this. 0.5 seconds later, Lin decided to take the lead in attacking. Since the plan of finding a surprise attack has been disrupted, why not just take action? Charge forward. The floor beneath Lin's feet cracked instantly, and he charged towards the Stitcher like a black afterimage. Step forward and cut. The bone spurs whistled, and with full force, the sharp bone spurs broke through the air resistance, bursting out with a sharp whistling sound and pierced straight into the center of the head. The Stitcher, who was originally standing still, turned extremely quietly and suddenly raised one arm to fight back. The muscles bulged like explosions, and a punch with terrifying force collided with the bone spur. Sideways counterattack. Crack. The glass shattered. Lin's expression turned fierce and he bit the medicine he had put in his mouth into pieces. Ding, strength +1, constitution +1, agility +1. Ding, explosive power increased by 10%, endurance and resistance to blows increased by 30%, and shooting speed increased by 20%. The strength and speed are increased again, and the explosive power increase from all bonuses reaches 20%, making it even more powerful. The fist wind was approaching him, and Linen changed direction in an instant. He turned from a straight attack to a side step to avoid it. Cut. The sharp bone spur flew out like lightning and struck fiercely at the head of the woman on the right side of the stitcher. Laugh. The sharp blade penetrated the flesh, and the explosive force increased to 28 points, successfully breaking the monster's defense. As if pus was pierced, the woman's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened and let out a shrill and resentful scream. A line of blood extended from the top of her head to the waist of the stitcher, revealing the constantly wriggling muscle tissue inside. Roar. The monster roared in pain, but unexpectedly Linen instantly increased his speed and avoided its punch. Smash. The head that Linen chopped off with all his might didn't seem to cause him much harm, but instead completely angered him. The stitcher's arms turned and smashed towards Linen at a speed beyond the limit of the naked eye. There is no way around it. At such a close distance, Linen had to try his best to dodge to the side, and the bone spurs in his hand hit the giant fist, trying to block this horrific attack. Boom. The bones were shattered, and the right hand that had been blocking the giant fist was broken in an instant, and fell limp to the side of the body like a noodle. Linen tried his best to dodge, but was only hit by the huge fist, and the right half of his body was covered in blood. This kind of power. You can't fight hard. The remaining power of the giant fist slammed into the ground where he was originally standing, and with one blow, the entire floor was blasted through. Before he could catch his breath, the second attack from the stitcher was launched again. The slender arms on the stitcher's body, as thin as a child's, suddenly shot out towards his body and tied him up in place in the blink of an eye. The giant fist was pulled out from the ground and continued to hit Linen's head like an afterimage. Burst of power. In order to activate the brief recovery effect after the burst of power, Linen once again activated his unfinished skill to try to break free from the restraints. Open it for me. With a roar, several arms bound around his upper body were forcibly broken, but it only delayed him by 0.1 seconds. A huge fist. However, the restraint from his arms was too strong. Even if he increased his strength to the limit, he could only barely avoid the vital parts of his head. Nearly 10,000 zombies were roaring and rushing to his side. Captain Lin. Zhang Tai, who had turned into a black bear, was so angry that he jumped down from the 4th floor regardless of the cost. Blood spurted out of Linen's mouth, and a punch containing terrifying power directly pierced his chest. His figure was blasted directly into the zombie horde like a cannonball, and the blood made the zombies even more frantic. Densely packed rotten arms tore at his limbs, and zombies enveloped him like a swarm of ants. Weak and cold. The massive loss of blood caused his consciousness to become blurred. He laughed bitterly in his heart, thinking that it was too difficult to kill an opponent higher in level when all his attributes were suppressed except for his strength. The Stitcher is worthy of being at the peak of the 2nd level. He was the nightmare of all the survivors of Linjiang in his previous life. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if it advanced and devoured all the zombies here and reached the 3rd level. The zombies were biting and tearing at him, and their rotten arms were reaching into his broken chest, trying to eat his heart, just like the memory before he died in his previous life. Boom. 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 The ground was shaking, and the heavy and violent charge was frightening. Although his vision was blocked by the swarm of zombies, Linen could feel the Stitcher rushing towards him madly due to the shaking of the ground. At the foot of the hill where corpses were piled up, he couldn't help but sigh and slowly raised his right hand. I thought I could save it till the end, but now I have to use this last trump card against the Stitcher. Soul. Screech. Buzz. The air twisted and deformed. The soul-devouring hand on his right hand instantly burst into a bloody brilliance, illuminating the entire hall through the crowd of corpses. Then an invisible wave suddenly erupted in a ring. Bang, 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 bang. Like a chain of exploding light bulbs. In an instant, the heads of thousands of zombies closest to Linen exploded into a ball of bloody mist, and their rotten bodies were annihilated into pieces under the invisible impact. Clear the field with one strike. The body fragments all over the ground were like those cut by the god of death's scythe. With Linen falling on the ground as the center, All the zombies within a radius of nearly 40 meters around him were dead. The Stitcher who rushed over was instantly cut off nearly half of his flesh and blood by this mental shock, and his huge body flew backwards. On the broad shoulders, the third head that had been chopped off by Linen was completely exploded into a bloody mist. Roar! Perhaps the remaining heads of the Stitcher contained consciousness, and the soul scream that was comparable to the power of the third level caused him 3 times the damage. Falling to the ground, the Stitcher held the central head with both hands, while the other head closed its eyes and wailed. The painful roar, powerful enough to shatter glass, spread out in all directions like a shock wave. Taking advantage of the brief respite gained by the soul scream, Linen struggled to get up and took out the bloodstone from the space ring. Ding! 2/3 of the use is successful. Rich life energy flowed into the body from the bloodstone, and the granulation tissue around the wound, which had already become transparent, began to grow rapidly. Linen was somewhat fortunate. If he had not obtained the recovery items before coming here, he would have been unable to fight again with his current injuries. Not far away, the Stitcher seemed to have gone frantic under this mental shock and did not continue to attack. I just don't know how long the effect can last. What a pity. The original plan was to find Stitcher and then launch a surprise attack, with Zhang Tai holding back the zombies. He fought the monster alone with the help of Wenya's mental power. When the damage caused reaches the critical point that the Stitcher can bear, use Soul Scream to kill him. But now, being seriously injured, he could only wait for his injuries to recover, wasting the time when this monster was unable to resist. Captain Lin. Zhang Tai, who jumped down from the 4th floor, ran towards him with all his might, and the dense zombies followed closely behind him. Stop the zombies first and wait for me to recover. Linen weakly commanded Zhang Tai. The soul scream just now killed thousands of zombies around in seconds, and there were still a large number of zombies inside the mall. Zhang Tai hurriedly responded and went to meet the zombies to buy him some time to recover. However, like rain, the 3-story shopping mall floor was broken, and zombies jumped out of the holes one after another without fear. In the blink of an eye, a large number of zombies gathered on the 1st floor of the mall again. Wenya, open the mental barrier again. Wenya, who was hiding on the 4th floor, was not attacked by the Stitcher, so the concealment effect on her remained. She had no close combat skills, so it was okay to face a small group of zombies. In such a small building like a shopping mall, once she took action, she would be overwhelmed by the zombies. Nodding repeatedly, she quickly concentrated and activated her skills. Forget it, no need to waste it. Suddenly, Linen interrupted Wenya's spell with an unpleasant look on his face. The Stitcher, who had been thrown into a frenzy by the mental shock, has resumed his actions. The head in the center opened its eyes, and Zhang Tai's expression was equally ugly. This monster is so fucking disgusting. On the huge head, dozens of pale eyeballs were crammed into the fist-sized eye sockets. The monster shook. 0.1 second later, the Stitcher who had locked onto Linen rushed towards him again like a high-speed train. Linen took a deep breath and held the spear in his right hand across his chest. The injuries recovered extremely quickly. Although it has not yet fully recovered, he is barely able to continue fighting. Seeing that the second attack was about to come, Linen communicated within the team at a very fast speed. Zhang Tai, rush to my side in 2 seconds and create an opportunity for me. Receive. Zhang Tai slapped the zombies that tried to cross him to death, then turned to look at Linen with full concentration, ready to attack. Boom. Boom. The attack from the Stitcher came instantly. Unlike before when he was completely unprepared, Linen quickly bit the test tube and swallowed the medicine. The effect of the potion had not yet worn off, but he couldn't bear to waste it. There is no room for gaps in attribute bonuses. Boom. There was a loud bang. Affected by the previous mental shock, the Stitcher's impact this time was ineffective. The huge body only smashed the pillars in the mall. Opportunities are fleeting. The time is now. Leap attack. Stab. Linen tried his best to dodge and leaped into the air to the back of the monster. He grasped the bone spur with both hands and frantically mobilized all his strength to stab the monster's head. Laugh. The bone spur was completely embedded in the skull, instantly bringing out a painful wail from the last head being sutured. Zhang Tai. The black bear appeared, and Zhang Tai, with a ferocious look on his face, rushed directly towards the Stitcher, who was in pain. A bear and a monster, the two huge beasts collided with each other in an instant, and the seriously injured Stitcher was knocked to the ground in an instant. Go to hell. The bear raised its huge paw like a hammer and smashed the monster's head with brute force. Bang. After the full-strength attack, Zhang Tai's face turned pale and his hands were in pain. The Stitcher's other head was only slightly dented, and a full-strength attack failed to even break through the defense. Roar. The Stitcher roared, and the last remaining head commanded his body, and his giant hands slammed into the black bear that was pressing on him. Puff. His back collapsed instantly, and his entire shoulder was smashed into a pulp, with blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Get out of the way. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai tried his best to turn sideways, revealing the last head of the Stitcher under him. Step down and stab. Linen growled. He just wanted Zhang Tai to knock the Stitcher to the ground to give him time to gather his strength. A blow that condenses all the strength, victory or defeat depends on it. Target, the last head. Beep, charging completed. Soul Scream release times, 1 out of 1. The system's prompt sounded like nature's music, and Linen was ecstatic. He recognized the childish voice from before. It was the voice of Black Dragon. The little guy finally woke up. Launch. Soul Scream. Time seemed to have stopped, and the zombies that jumped down from the sky and bit seemed to be motionless. Buzz dash. A circular shock wave was generated instantly, and within just 0.01 seconds, it spread outward at a speed that surpassed everything else. An invisible but tangible spiritual shock swept across. Bang. 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 In an instant, tens of thousands of zombie heads exploded, and blood mist and flesh flew all over the sky. The second impact that followed was like the scythe of the god of death, and all enemies within a radius of 40 meters were reduced to ashes. When you felt her hair stand on end, and an extremely strong sense of death crisis surged into her heart. Although she was only passed by the Soul Scream without any harm, the mental power contained in it alone brought her tremendous pressure. Everything turned into silence. The first floor of the shopping mall, which was originally filled with zombies, was cleared out in one blow. The roars of the zombies disappeared and the mall fell into dead silence. Dry mouth. Even though she had witnessed the power of Lin and Soul Scream before, she was still deeply shocked by the scene before her. The ground was littered with broken bodies, and due to the damage caused by the mental shock, there was not a single intact piece of flesh to be found. Tick, tick. The blood rain blown up by the shock wave fell from the sky, like a hell of flesh and blood. The power of the Black Dragon's spirit after being charged seems to be stronger than that of my own spirit. Linen was confused, but didn't have time to think too much. Now that the little guy is awake, I'll ask him later. Stop being in a daze, let's get out first. How long will it take to recover my mental strength and release the barrier? Without saying a word, Linen carried Zhang Tai on his back, pulled the shocked one along, and ran away. There were still zombies jumping down from the upper floors of the shopping mall, but he didn't forget that there were still 300,000 zombies in the square outside. With such a big commotion, it would be a shame if mutants were to come and tangle with us. Once he was surrounded by the sea of corpses again, he couldn't expect the Black Dragon to recharge him again. The Black Dragon looked lazy to death. Although it did not turn into a stone sculpture again, it was now wrapped around his wrist again, looking like it was about to fall asleep. Before running away, the space ring on Lin En's fingertips flashed white light, and the body of the Stitcher on the ground was instantly collected. Good things should not be wasted. If we recruit an awakened person with the talent to create equipment in the future, we can create at least 2 more pieces of equipment just with this corpse. Ring Road. The black SUV whizzed past, ignoring the zombies chasing along the road, and directly knocked away the scattered zombies without any avoidance. Don't see. Don't see. Don't see. There was exciting music playing in the car. Zhang Tai was shaking his head with excitement, and his shiny head was swaying to the rhythm. The horrific chest injury has fully recovered, and he looks very cool driving with one hand. Go to hell. Bang. Another zombie was hit and sent flying into the sky by a car traveling at over 120 kilometers per hour. He shouted excitedly in his unique loud voice, causing Yue to look at her brother helplessly. Lin sat in the passenger seat without a care in the world, with the lazy black dragon coiled around his wrist and his eyes closed as he fell asleep. Wenya, Yue, and Mo Ling sat in the back seat, holding onto the handles inside the car tightly to prevent themselves from being thrown out. Take advantage of the free time while on the road. Lin checked the gains from the explosion of Stitcher one by one, and was very excited. It's a peak second-level mutant, so the things it drops can't be too bad. With a flip of his wrist, a bundle of gray-white silk threads appeared in his hand. Item name, Suture, White. Item effect, you can sew any limb with a level difference of +or -1 to your own body, and gain attribute bonuses based on the type. Item review, this is a special product unique to the Stitcher. Maybe you can sew another head for yourself. A very good prop. Although it is only available in white, it has a unique effect. Lin thought of the 3 strange heads of the Stitcher. If he really sewn on one more head like that, it would be like having an extra life out of thin air. However, this prop was given to Zhang Tai, as Zhang Tai had just lost his left hand. Although he could use it, with his current physical condition, stitching on any mutant's limbs would not improve much. Unless it is a third-order existence, it may be of some use. As for having an extra head, never mind. Lin had no intention of turning himself into a monster. Well, we can sew up Zhang Tai's arm with the Stitcher. When Lin recalls the giant fists whose attack speed almost reached the speed of sound, he still feels a little nervous. In this way, Zhang Tai's lack of damage can be compensated, so he won't always be used as a meat shield. Look at the next one, sewing the shell. Equipment name, Stitched Shell, White. Equipment effect, Constitution +1, Defense +10%. After damage, it can be filled with flesh and blood to slowly regenerate. Equipment effect, immune to attacks below 15 points of strength. Reduce damage within 20 points of strength by 20%. Reduce damage within 30 points of strength by 10%. Equipment review, the foundation of a Stitcher's powerful defense. Wearing this, you can conquer the battlefield in a hail of bullets. OMG, this is a little gem. Lin's eyes lit up. In his hand, he was wearing a gray-white vest that was as thin as a cicada's wing and felt very textured. It was the first time he saw white equipment with special effects, and although the attribute bonus was not high, the damage reduction effect was comparable to that of blue equipment. Immune to damage within 15 points of strength. Lin had a strange look on his face. He remembered that Zhang Tai's strength was less than 15 points. This means that even if an ordinary player gets this equipment, he will not be able to cause any damage even if he stands there and lets Zhang Tai attack him. The power of rules that comes with equipment under the blessing of the system is so unscientific. An ordinary pistol has only 13 points of strength when converted into strength, while a small caliber assault rifle may be higher, around 16 points. In other words, this thing is equivalent to the top-level bulletproof vest, and it can also repair itself. A piece of white equipment can turn flesh and blood into steel. This is the power of equipment in the Doomsday game. Not to mention the 2 subsequent special effects, which reduce damage by 30 points. If Lin had this equipment when fighting the Stitcher before, he wouldn't have been punched through the chest. Thinking of the bloodstone that he had used twice just after getting it, he felt a pang of pain. Very good, this piece of equipment can be used by him to make up for his shortcomings of high attack and low defense. The unexpected top-quality equipment made Lin's face full of joy, and he couldn't wait to look at the third item. Another little gem. The blue special item, Heart of Fusion. I think the blue one can't be that bad. Special item name, Heart of Fusion, Blue. Effective item, it can fuse any 2 mutants up to level 2. The target's strength will be enhanced after fusion. Item tip, A key is required during the fusion process for mutants above the 2nd level, but A key is not required for the 1st level. Item review, maybe you can try to recreate Stitcher. Hint, keys often exist in the place of origin. A blue heart in Lin's hand was beating strongly, emitting a strange smell from time to time. Looking puzzled, what are the key and the place of origin? Create another Stitcher. Linen couldn't help but shook his head. There must be something wrong with his brain that caused him to create another mutant. Forget it, I don't know what this thing is used for. Although I am a little disappointed, it is a blue special item after all. I think I will be able to use it one day in the future. Etc. Suddenly a light bulb went off in my head. Lin An's breathing suddenly became rapid. Maybe this thing could be used to artificially create mutants, and then upgrade them after killing them. I don't know if this artificially created mutant will drop equipment. If it can. The monsters formed by the fusion of the first-order mutants cannot drop any good equipment, but the second-order or even the peak of the second-order monsters can. Another 8x8 explosion. That would be great. I just don't know what the required key and the place of origin are. Linen seemed to be thinking about something. He always felt that he seemed to have heard the word place of origin somewhere. Forget it, let's put it away first. I will consider this matter after I get the Doomsday base vehicle and establish a safe zone in a few days. With a flip of his wrist, the last piece of equipment in the bottom box appeared in his hand. Linen looked expectantly at the shrunken, dehydrated woman's head in his hand. Blue equipment. In the previous life, among the nearly 1 million players in the entire Linjiang war zone, there was only one piece of blue equipment. Although it is possible that some people did not post the information in the chat channel after obtaining it, it is enough to prove the rarity of blue equipment. He had previously obtained the hand of the Skull Crusher and the soul-splitting fragment, but he fused them together at the request of the Black Dragon without even trying. So, to be precise, this is also his first blue equipment. Although he already had an orange equipment, that equipment was sealed after all, so it did not affect Lin An's nervous and excited mood at all. I don't know what its attributes are, but even if it is slightly worse than the hand of the Skull Crusher, it can still transform his strength qualitatively. Check the equipment, Skull of Resentment. We are one. At the moment when the bone spur pierced the last head of the Stitcher, the woman's face on the head suddenly opened her eyes. Like the whispers of the abyss. In an instant, Linen felt that time suddenly stopped and he fell into darkness. Don't you remember me? Child. The bone spur that he had been tightly grasping loosened, and Linen stared blankly at the face that emerged in the darkness. It was a familiar face, with withered complexion, fine wrinkles at the corners of the eyes, and a kind look in the eyes. That was his mother who passed away. Linen was trembling all over, and his thoughts seemed to have come to a standstill. Linen. Linen, wake up. When you looked anxious and kept using her mental power to stimulate Linen, who was as solid as a stone sculpture, while on the other hand she tried her best to use her mental power to build a barrier. The zombies were too close and the smell of blood was too strong, and the mental suppression emitted by the mutants was also constantly breaking through the barrier. 1 floor, 2 floors. Whenever the barrier was broken and zombies rushed towards the 3 people, she would immediately mobilize her mental power to regenerate the barrier. The barrier shattered and regenerated. The zombies roared repeatedly, like ants on a hot pan. As her mental energy was consumed so rapidly, Wenya's face quickly turned pale. No matter how strong her mental strength is, she can't withstand releasing dozens of skills in a row. At this rate of consumption, the mental strength will be completely exhausted in 15 seconds at most. The zombies gathered in front of everyone, although the 3 were once again blinded by their mental power. But the strong smell of blood caused the corpses to gather more and more, and soon they surrounded the 3 people. The picture is extremely weird. Linen had clearly inserted the bone spur into the last head of the Sucher, but he fell into a state of stillness a few seconds ago. The eyes of the last woman in the monster's head were deathly white, and the 2 looked into each other's eyes. The flesh was wriggling, and the monster's destroyed head was slowly regenerating. Zhang Tai was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. The hole in his chest was like a faucet that was turned on, and his beating heart could be vaguely seen. If it weren't for the awakened talent that provided him with an excellent physique, he would have died from such injuries long ago. The breath is getting weaker and weaker. Wenya's face showed despair. In her hidden state, she was unable to attack the Stitcher. Zhang Tai was on the verge of death and was unable to deliver the final blow. However, even if 2 of them took action, they might not be able to break the monster's defense. What do I do? Wenya was extremely anxious. The three of them were surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies. Even if she wanted to escape with Lin and Zhang Tai, she couldn't do it. The Stitcher was recovering from his injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once the Stitcher finishes regenerating any head, all three will surely die. 15 seconds passed in a flash, and when you used up the last bit of her mental strength to build a barrier. The zombies in front of him had lost their patience, and after repeated deceptions, they seemed to have become immune to the effects of the barrier. Is there really no hope? Wenya's face turned pale as she clenched the weapon in her hand for no more than 2 seconds. After the last layer of mental barrier was broken, she had to face tens of thousands of zombies alone. Hiss. Suddenly, the snake-shaped stone sculpture on Lin En's wrist moved. Wenya heard the voice and looked over with surprise. What's this? The little snake seemed to have just woken up. It twisted its body casually and then opened its mouth in an anthropomorphic way as if it was yawning. The black dragon tilted its head, and its golden vertical pupils looked at Lin, who was like a petrified being, with great confusion. A second later, the black dragon suddenly straightened up as if it smelled something delicious. Whoosh! The black dragon suddenly rushed into the last head of the Stitcher like lightning, and burped contentedly after a moment. At the moment the black dragon rushed out, the woman who was originally looking at Lin suddenly let out a sharp and painful roar. Tears of blood slowly flowed down his pale face, and his expression was distorted with struggle. Bang! Just 1 second later, the head shattered. Ding! Successfully killed the second-level mutant Stitcher. A large amount of spiritual energy emanated from the Stitcher's huge body and instantly poured into the black dragon's body. Ding! Get the item, white suture. Ding! Get common equipment, white stitch shell. Ding! Get a special item, blue heart of fusion. Ding! Obtained excellent equipment, blue skull of resentment. Ding! I got the C-level skill book, violent charge. Ding! I got the C-level skill book, flesh and blood healing. Ding! Complete the rescuer mission, get the reward, antitoxin serum *3. Ding! The savior mission has been refreshed, please check it immediately. 8x8 big explosion. Dense system prompts flashed across the screen, and the moment the Stitcher died, Lin En's consciousness also recovered. This is. The body, still as a sculpture, suddenly trembled, like a drowning person coming ashore. Lin En. Wenya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw him wake up. Damn it, Lin En's heart was shocked. I just fell into the illusion created by this monster. He kept hearing reminders of getting lots of items, but he didn't have time to think about why the Stitcher died suddenly. There is no time to check the rewards. Wave dash. The mental barrier shattered. The group of corpses tortured by the blood suddenly went into a frenzy and pounced on the three people madly. Arc slash. Lin En reacted extremely quickly. He twisted his waist and used the bone spur in his hand to instantly slash at the zombies around him. Heads were chopped off in large numbers, but were instantly replaced by a tide of corpses. Lin En, Zhang Tai is dying. After Wenya's mental strength was exhausted, she also held an axe and stood on one side with Lin En to fight against the swarm of zombies. After becoming an awakener, all her attributes are raised to the limit of the human body. Although her attacks are disorganized, she can still kill many zombies with her strength. Bloodstone. Lin En turned around hastily, took out the bloodstone from the ring again and threw it into Zhang Tai's chest. A rich breath of life poured into the wound, and granulation tissue began to form in the wound. No, I can't kill them all. Lacking the means to attack in groups, although he could kill a group of zombies in seconds with just one move, it was like a drop in the bucket when there were tens of thousands of them. Unless you release the soul scream again. Lin En was a little hesitant. His current mental power was not enough to charge the gloves. The last time he charged the energy, he was unconscious for 5 days. If the tattooed man hadn't tried to steal the gloves and got beaten to death, he might have been unconscious for even longer. It would be better if the black dragon hadn't swallowed up all the spiritual energy in the gloves. I tried to communicate with the black dragon, only to find that this guy was sleeping again. It seems that only when it encounters food will it move. Just 10 seconds. The living space for the three people was shrinking rapidly, especially Wenya, who could no longer withstand the pressure from the zombies. Zhang Tai's injuries were too severe, and even with the bloodstone repairing him quickly, it would still take a long time. After all, his physical attributes are very different from Lin An's, and his self-healing speed is much slower. Lin An's expression turned stern. Instead of hesitating, it would be better to be decisive. After he falls into a coma, the worst that can happen is that Zhang Tai and Wenya will take the antitoxin serum back to Xia and the others. Wenya, after I pass out, bring the antitoxin serum to rescue people. I told Zhang Tai where it is. His will communicated with the gloves just as he was about to charge them. A childish but dissatisfied voice sounded. Only when you are full can you have strength. In an instant, a strong mental force as real as substance replaced Linen and rushed towards the gloves frantically. The blood-red lines light up, and the charging is complete. Equipment name, Skull of Resentment, blue. Equipment effect, willpower +3, mental strength limit increased by 50%, mental recovery speed +30%. Equipment special effects, immune to mental attacks below 20 points of willpower. Reduce damage within 25 points of willpower by 20%. Reduce damage within 35 points of willpower by 10%. Equipment skill, mental illusion. After release, it will create corresponding illusions based on the target's thoughts, causing the target to fall into an illusion state. The target cannot move or attack during the release process. Equipment review, the third head from the Stitcher, a collection of resentment. Looking at the Skull of Resentment in his hand, Linen was silent. The attribute effects are not bad, especially the 50% increase in mental strength, which is simply abnormal. Reducing the damage of mental attacks is simply a replica of the Black Dragon's talent. Physical damage is reduced by the Husk of the Stitcher, and mental damage is resisted by the Skull of Malice. If he were given another piece of elemental resistance armor, Linen doubted whether any player would be able to cause harm to him for a long time. With high attack, high defense, fast speed and strong mental strength, it can be said that I now have almost no shortcomings. With Lin An's current will attribute of 20.8, it converts into mental power which is nearly 208 points. The psychic energy provided by a second-order mutant is equivalent to that of 4 first-order mutants, so Lin An's player level is 2. The will attribute is increased from 19.8 to 20.8. In addition, the 20% increase in the upper limit of his mental power that the Black Dragon receives after devouring the equipment can then be used to activate Power Explosion and Skull of Resentment. 20.8, Basic Willpower, +3, Skull of Resentment, +2, Power Burst, *1.7 by 10, 1 point of willpower converted into 10 points of mental power. He could raise his mental power to 438 points at most. This was almost the level of a third-order mental awakener. It also comes with a rare control skill. Although you can't move and attack during use, it's still powerful enough. Control skills are extremely rare in the Doomsday game. After all, the battle between the awakened and the mutants can decide life or death if one is distracted for a moment. Skills like the soul-breaking hand, even with such a strong power, can only cause short-term dizziness due to the mental shock. That is to say, it worked well when attacking the Stitcher, which had 3 wills in one, and it happened to have the effect of insanity that controlled it for a period of time. If this equipment fell into the hands of an elemental awakener, he would probably laugh to death. But the problem is, Linen. No, not a single member of the entire team has a skill that consumes a lot of mental energy. Even for Wenya, if she didn't release the mental barrier continuously, her high mental power alone would be enough. But speaking of skills, a flash of white light appeared in Lin An's hand, and 2 skill books appeared. Don't expect too much. Judging from the names of these 2 skills, they belong to melee awakeners, and they are at the sea level so they won't be that strong. Although the skills will not occupy the skill position of the awakener's talent, they will occupy the player's skill bar. Players can only learn 1 skill per level, and once learned it cannot be changed again. But I don't have any gaming skills, so I'll just wait and see. Sea-level skill, Violent Charge. Skill effect, consume 70 points of mental power, lock onto the target and launch a charge with damage equal to strength attribute *1.1, reducing deceleration and relaxation effects during the charge. Sea-level skill, Flesh and Blood Healing. Skill effect, consume 100 points of mental power to speed up wound healing. Unable to regenerate limbs, gain bonus based on physical attributes. Sure enough, the two skills are as expected. Compared to the awakened one's innate skills, the player's skills are really not good enough. Violent charge, 70 points of mental power consumption corresponds to 7 points of will attribute. For other players at this stage, basically all the mental power is consumed after releasing it once. A one-time damage bonus is almost the same as nothing. Only flesh and blood healing is somewhat useful and can be used after the battle. Recovery items are rare in Doomsday games, and players can only rely on self-healing after being injured. Well, it's not bad to teach Zhang Tai these two skills. His willpower attribute determines that he cannot learn high-cost skills, but these two skills can turn him into a charging berserker. For Linen, he still prefers to learn elemental skills. After all, my willpower attribute is so high, it would be a pity not to learn high-consumption skills. Zhang Tai. Captain Lin. What are you doing? Zhang Tai, who had been having a great time all the way, turned his head and looked at Linen in confusion. I'll give you some goodies. Linen casually threw the sutures and 2 skill books into his arms. The increase in strength also brings about an improvement in vision and state of mind. The white props and 2 skill books are not precious in Lin An's eyes now. But in reality, in Doomsday games, any one of these 3 things can cause players to fight to the death. Especially the sutures, even the awakened ones are willing to pay a huge price for them. Captain Lin, is this for me? The moment Zhang Tai touched something, he received a system prompt. After a few seconds, I began to breathe rapidly. It was a bit unbelievable. Especially the sutures that can repair limbs are his dream props. Captain Lin, I'll give this to you. Zhang Tai had a conflicted look on his face. His experiences over the past few days had also made him understand the importance of strength. He just doesn't have any scheming, but that doesn't mean he's a fool. These 2 skills can undoubtedly transform an ordinary player into one with strength not much different from his own. It can even be said that it can allow ordinary people to instantly have the capital to survive in the Doomsday game. But Captain Lin, it's not that I don't want it. It's just that I don't think I have the right to take your things. Zhang Tai smiled bitterly and said to Lin seriously. You saved my life when we first met. I didn't help much when I accompanied you to the hospital, and I didn't play any role when you killed the Stitcher. Instead, you wasted a blood stone to save me. I'm so weak, I'd better not waste these things. Lin was slightly stunned. He thought Zhang Tai would happily accept the gift. But do you feel that you are too incompetent and can't be of any help? Lin smiled and shook his head. Your strength is not bad. It's just that the enemies we face during this period are different. Zhang Tai didn't say anything, but just turned off the music in the car. He felt that Lin was just comforting him. Lin had a headache, but he couldn't blame Zhang Tai for thinking this way. Ever since they met him, the enemies they faced were either level 3 or peak level 2. The most common enemies other players come into contact with are small groups of zombies. The strongest enemies they face are at most lickers, which are nowhere near as dangerous as these zombies. According to common sense, if Zhang Tai had not followed him, he would definitely be able to lead a team of 100 people by himself. He can easily deal with an ordinary small group of zombies by himself. No awakener is a weakling. Zhang Tai, remember this. Take the things. You can help me only when you become stronger. Besides, you have to protect Yue Wei. She is your sister, and you are the only one she can really rely on. Lin has never been a stingy person, and he would never be stingy if he could give the 3 items to his companions. The current team members really need someone who can fight alongside him and act as a pioneer. After establishing the safe zone, he alone would not be able to withstand the first wave of zombie attacks. Zhang Tai looked at his sleeping sister in the rearview mirror, then nodded heavily and took it silently. Ding, member Zhang Tai's loyalty has been increased to the full value, 100 out of 100, die-hard fan. Lin smiled calmly, he was right about the person. But the skull of resentment in his hand gave him a headache. It's a bit tasteless. With his current willpower, the little bit of mental energy consumed by the burst of power is nothing. Not to mention that if it were a protracted war, the mental power shared by Wenyu would be enough to support him in continuous fighting. It was fine for Zhang Tai to learn the skill, but this piece of equipment was not very useful to him. The will attribute was too low and could not be increased. Not to mention Mo Ling, since she can't become an awakener, she doesn't need any mental power at all. An artifact that could be called a magician's weapon turned out to be useless in his hands. Wait. Strictly speaking, I seem to have a skill that consumes a lot of mental energy. Soul Scream. Lin suddenly remembered this skill. Although it was extremely powerful, he was still frightened by the fact that he had fainted directly after charging the gloves. Subconsciously, he almost didn't think about actively charging the gloves. Black Dragon, can I charge the gloves with my current mental power? Lin picked up the black snake on his wrist and shook it, trying to wake it up. Hiss. The black dragon spat out its tongue in dissatisfaction, but its juvenile form was no different from a snake. Not enough energy. At least 1,200 points. You will fall into coma when charging now. If you fall into coma too much, you will die. Heilung's words instantly poured a bucket of cold water on Lin. 1,200 points. No wonder he was almost drained of energy last time. Then can you still help me recharge my energy? Or I can ask when you to start sharing mental power. Can the two of us recharge our energy without falling unconscious? Will he die if he falls into a coma again? But if you think about it, the coma state is not much different from being in a vegetative state. This also dispelled his idea of recharging his energy even at the risk of falling unconscious. After all, Soul Scream is so useful. Lin did not give up and looked eagerly at the black dragon who wanted to sleep. Not enough. Perhaps because of more communication, Heilung spoke more and more fluently, but his tone seemed a little unhappy. You two combined still need about 500 points. I will have the strength to help you only if I am full. I am hungry now. I need to sleep. After saying this, the black dragon no longer paid any attention to Lin. It immediately coiled itself around Lin's wrist and continued to sleep. Do you have to eat enough to have strength? Lin was silent. He was still hoping that the black dragon would be able to help him fight after waking up this time, but it looks like there is no hope in the short term. The black dragon ate its fill twice, once by eating its own epic equipment, and once by eating a second-level top mutant. It's so difficult to feed this guy. Too exhausted to complain. It seems that I need to upgrade the Awakener level as soon as possible. After killing the second-order Stitcher, he still needs 12 first-order mutants or 4 second-order ones to reach the next level. With his current strength, he has nothing to fear from the second level unless he encounters a top-level one. After becoming a second-level Awakener, you can unlock the second talent skill. I hope it is a skill that consumes a lot of mental energy, otherwise it would be a waste of his current attributes. Second level. Once you are promoted to the second level and master the elemental skills, your strength will completely usher in a qualitative leap. After turning off the music, Zhang Tai seemed to be worried. The SUV was running smoothly on the road, and the 3 women in the back seat were fast asleep. After Lin equipped the Skull of Resentment, he felt that his already strong mental power increased dramatically and his thinking became clearer. After taking inventory of the harvest, it is time to see what mission the Savior has issued. Savior Mission Information 2, after establishing a safe zone, resist the zombie attack. The estimated size of the zombie attack is -200,000. Mission level, dangerous. Mission difficulty description, none, normal, difficult, dangerous, terrifying, disaster, death. Mission time limit, the mission starts 30 days after the safe zone is established, failure standard, all members are killed. Mission reward, for missions above the dangerous level, the reward will be increased by 100% for each level. Note, you can choose to actively increase the difficulty of the task to obtain higher rewards. Reward 1. City Broadcast Permission, a reward for selecting a danger level. Warzone Broadcast Permission, a reward obtained after selecting the terror level. After use, you will receive a 30-second global broadcast, and all survivor players can listen unconditionally. Use times 1/1 inch. Reward 2. Excellent Equipment, Blue, Splitter Axe, a reward for selecting the danger level. Epic Equipment, Orange, Kane's Blade, a reward for choosing the horror level. In the light curtain, a blue giant axe and a blood-red sword slowly rotated. Unlike the blue giant axe, which was only covered with a thin layer of frost, the blood-red sword exuded an ancient, heart-pounding power from time to time. The blade of Cain, a weapon used by a divine being in Western mythology, is a truly epic equipment. After reading the message, Linen lowered his head and thought. It was nothing that the mission was changed to resisting the zombie tide. In fact, he had guessed that the Savior system might issue such a mission. Although the mission rewards have increased, the additional active difficulty increase makes him hesitant. The two rewards are very good. Even if it is a dangerous task, the rewards offered are tempting enough. A war zone broadcast, no, even a citywide broadcast could save hundreds of thousands of lives. In the previous life, a large-scale zombie riot would break out without warning 3 months later. The zombies would seem to have grasped the location of the survivors and would actively hunt humans. There is no way to avoid it. As a result, the survivors hiding in the city suffered heavy casualties. The chat channel will not be opened until half a year later. At this stage, any communication methods are ineffective. If you choose to increase the difficulty, there is no doubt that this tragedy can be avoided to a great extent. The second reward, the epic equipment Cain's Blade, was once obtained by Tier 3 players in the Western Theater Zone. With this piece of equipment, he single-handedly killed a third-level mutant with his strength that had just entered the third level, and became famous in one battle. Become the glory of the entire Western Theater and lead millions of players. This shows how powerful this piece of equipment is. Compared to the soul-eating hand before it was sealed, it was even more lethal in terms of lethality. The rewards after increasing the difficulty are so generous, it is simply a qualitative change. How to choose? After thinking for a moment, Lin N's eyes were cold. Find wealth in danger. The Doomsday game is a race against death. If he doesn't even have this little courage, he might as well just find a corner and live for a few years. Besides, he also needs a weapon that suits him. The unprocessed liquor spine was no longer sufficient to support the challenge he was about to face. Increase the difficulty level. As soon as the words were spoken, the system panel changed instantly. Ding, the difficulty of the current mission has increased to a terrifying level. The number of attacking zombies remains unchanged, and a large number of mutants below level 3 are added to join the attack. Phew, not bad. Linen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were no third-level mutants, it would be fine. The second level is still within the range of what he can fight against. I just don't know how much a large amount means. Outside the car window, it was approaching dusk. The flashing signs along the way indicated that the distance to Jingtian's community was only 9 kilometers. Linen looked silently at the 3 bottles of antitoxin serum in his hand, feeling excited. Although there were some bumps along the way, we finally completed the mission. The return journey is much faster than expected, and there are still 37 hours before the suppression of the zombie virus becomes ineffective. As long as the serum is injected into the brother and sister, the zombie virus can be completely eliminated, and the biggest regret of the previous life can be made up for. When Linen thought that Anxia would definitely cry when she saw him coming back, he couldn't help but smile. Murmuring silently, Anxia, Jingtian, I'm back. Huyuan Community, Building 3, 301. Boss, we searched the entire building, and this is all the food we have. Several empty packs of bulk instant noodles were thrown on the ground, making a mess. We're out of food here, too. What to do? Lizzie looked at Huang Gang cautiously, and the boss seemed to be in a bad mood. Next door. A bunch of starving ghosts, there's nothing left to eat. Huang Gang stepped on the chest of the men who had been dead for a long time and spat fiercely. What to do? Call the courier over to me. Inside the room, Wang Mao kicked the weak man in courier clothes and drove him in front of Huang Gang. Huang Gang's face was gloomy. He held the gun in his right hand and pointed it directly at the courier's forehead and asked, I remember when I rescued you last time, you told me that you were in charge of the express delivery in this area. You must be familiar with this place, right? The courier looked frightened and nodded in panic. But where can I save him? It was obvious that he was being held hostage all the way, and he was used as bait and map. Huang Gang pondered for a moment, then asked. Has anyone around here bought anything in advance, like food or something? You are in charge of the delivery, so you should know something, right? The eyes of the younger brothers around him lit up and they all gathered around to look at him. Boss, your brain is really good. Yes, I heard that people nowadays like to buy things online. Maybe there is a store that sells more. Huang Gang had a calm expression. He ignored his younger brother's flattery and stared at the silent courier. It seems like this kid knows something. Click. The pistol safety is on. It takes 3 seconds to figure out that you are the one I'm going to eat tonight. The muzzle of the gun is cold and the bullet is loaded. No. Don't. I say. His face was full of panic. He knew that the man in front of him who was called the boss was definitely capable of doing something like cannibalism. There was a flash of pity in the courier's eyes. He knew what these people would do once he told them which store had large quantities of supplies. But staying alive is what matters. I remember. 8 or 9 days ago, someone bought a lot of canned food in the building in front. There was a whole carload of them, so I remember them very clearly. The courier turned pale, thinking of the girl who opened the door alone that day. He often delivered express deliveries to girls on weekdays. The girl was always polite and spoke softly, and he was especially impressed by her pure and kind eyes. Huang Gang grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and patted his shoulder. The younger brother beside him looked excited. Lead the way. The courier couldn't help but tremble when he heard the sound, and dragged his heavy legs to follow the crowd out. I'm sorry, I just want to survive. Brother Huang, this should be what he is talking about. Led by the courier, Lizzie pointed to the window on the 3rd floor with excitement on his face. With Huang Gang as the awakener, and the fact that there were not many zombies in the community, a group of people arrived in front of a residential building covered with dead vines in just a few minutes. The doorplate was old, and there were several zombie corpses with their heads shot out at the entrance to the building. Huang Gang glanced at the corpse and subconsciously turned it over twice with his feet, as if thinking about something. Boss, are you still using the same old method? If there's someone there, just trick them into opening the door. No need, just break the door down. After not having a full meal for nearly 2 days, he had lost his patience. If the courier didn't lie to him, there must be a lot of food in that family's residence. He couldn't wait to have a good meal. Of course, it would be better if there were women.